with the preferences shown in Table 1. The mayor of our town wants to aggregate these individual preferences into preferences for society as a whole. How should he do it? At first, he might try some pairwise votes. If he asks voters to choose first between B and C, voter types 1 and 2 will vote for B, giving B the majority. If he then asks voters to choose between A and B, voter types 1 and 3 will vote for A, giving A the majority. Observing that A beats B, and B beats C, the mayor might conclude that A is the voters' clear choice. But wait, suppose the mayor then asks voters to choose between A and C. In this case, voter types 2 and 3 vote for C, giving C the majority. That is, under pairwise majority voting, A beats B, B beats C, and C beats A. Normally, we expect preferences to exhibit a property called transitivity. If A is preferred to B, and B is preferred to C, then we would expect A to be preferred to C. The Condorcet paradox is that democratic outcomes do not always obey this property. Pairwise voting might produce transitive preferences for society in some cases, but as our example in the table shows, it cannot be counted on to do so. One implication of the Condorcet paradox is that the order in which things are voted on can affect the result. If the mayor suggests choosing first between A and B and then comparing the winner to C, the town ends up choosing C. But if the voters choose first between B and C and then compare the winner to A, the town ends up with A. And if the voters choose first between A and C and then compare the winner to B, the town ends up with B. The Condorcet paradox teaches two lessons. The narrow lesson is that when there are more than two options, setting the agenda can have a powerful influence over the outcome of a democratic election. The broad lesson is that majority voting by itself does not tell us what outcome a society really wants. 22-2b Arrow's impossibility theorem. Since political theorists first noticed Condorcet's paradox, they have spent much energy studying existing voting systems and proposing new ones. For example, as an alternative to pairwise majority voting, the mayor of our town could ask each voter to rank the possible outcomes. For each voter, we could give 1 point for last place, 2 points for second to last, 3 points for third to last, and so on. The outcome that receives the most total points wins. With the preferences in Table 1, outcome B is the winner. This voting method is called a board account for the 18th century French mathematician and political theorist who devised it. It is often used in polls that rank sports teams. Is there a perfect voting system? Economist Kenneth Arrow took up this question in his 1951 book Social Choice and Individual Values. Arrow started by defining what a perfect voting system would be. He assumes that individuals in society have preferences over the various possible outcomes, A, B, C, and so on. He then assumes that society wants a voting system to choose among these outcomes that satisfies several properties. Unanimity: if everyone prefers A to B, then A should beat B. Transitivity: if A beats B, and B beats C, then A should beat C. Independence of irrelevant alternatives: the ranking between any two outcomes A and B should not depend on whether some third outcome C is also available. No dictators: there is no person who always gets his way, regardless of everyone else's preferences. These all seem like desirable properties of a voting system. Yet Arrow proved, mathematically and incontrovertibly, that no voting system can satisfy all these properties. This amazing result is called Arrow's impossibility theorem. The mathematics needed to prove Arrow's theorem is beyond the scope of this book, but we can get some sense of why the theorem is true from a couple of examples. We have already seen the problem with the method of majority rule. The Condorcet paradox shows that majority rule fails to produce a ranking of outcomes that always satisfies transitivity. As another example, the board account fails to satisfy the independence of irrelevant alternatives. Recall that, using the preferences in Table 1, outcome B wins with a board account. But suppose that suddenly C disappears as an alternative. If the board account method is applied only to outcomes A and B, then A wins. Thus, Eliminating alternative C changes the ranking between A and B. This change occurs because the result of the board account depends on the number of points that A and B receive, and the number of points depends on whether the irrelevant alternative, C, is also available. Arrow's impossibility theorem is a deep and disturbing result. It doesn't say that we should abandon democracy as a form of government. But it does say that no matter what voting system society adopts for aggregating the preferences of its members, it will in some way be flawed as a mechanism for social choice. 22-2C The median voter is king. Despite Arrow's theorem, voting is how most societies choose their leaders and public policies, often by majority rule. The next step in studying government is to examine how governments run by majority rule work. That is, in a democratic society, who determines what policy is chosen. In some cases, the theory of democratic government yields a surprisingly simple answer. Let's consider an example. Imagine that society is deciding how much money to spend on some public good, such as the army or the national parks. Each voter has his own most preferred budget, and he always prefers outcomes closer to his most preferred value to outcomes farther away. Thus, we can line up voters from those who prefer the smallest budget to those who prefer the largest. Figure 1 is an example. Here there are 100 voters, and the budget size varies from $0 to $20 billion. Given these preferences, what outcome would you expect democracy to produce? According to a famous result called the median voter theorem, majority rule will produce the outcome most preferred by the median voter. The median voter is the voter exactly in the middle of the distribution. In this example, if you take the line of voters ordered by their preferred budgets and count 50 voters from either end of the line, you will find that the median voter wants a budget of $10 billion. By contrast, the average preferred outcome is $9 billion, and the modal outcome is $15 billion. The median voter rules the day because his preferred outcome beats any other proposal in a two-way race. In our example, more than half the voters want $10 billion or more, and more than half want $10 billion or less. If someone proposes, say, $8 billion instead of $10 billion, everyone who prefers $10 billion or more will vote with the median voter. Similarly, if someone proposes $12 billion instead of $10 billion, everyone who wants $10 billion or less will vote with the median voter. In either case, the median voter has more than half the voters on his side. What about the Condorcet voting paradox? It turns out that when the voters are picking a point along a line and each voter aims for his own most preferred point, the Condorcet paradox cannot arise. The median voter's most preferred outcome beats all challengers. One implication of the median voter theorem is that if two political parties are each trying to maximize their chance of election, they will both move their positions toward the median voter. Suppose, for example, that the Democratic Party advocates a budget of $15 billion, while the Republican Party advocates a budget of $10 billion. The Democratic position is more popular in the sense that $15 billion has more proponents than any other single choice. Nonetheless, the Republicans get more than 50% of the vote. They will attract the 20 voters who want $10 billion, the 15 voters who want $5 billion, and the 25 voters who want zero. If the Democrats want to win, they will move their platform toward the median voter. Thus, this theory can explain why the parties in a two-party system are similar to each other. They are both moving toward the median voter. Another implication of the median voter theorem is that minority views are not given much weight. Imagine that 40% of the population want a lot of money spent on the national parks and 60% want nothing spent. In this case, the median voter's preference is zero, regardless of the intensity of the minority's view. Such is the logic of democracy. Rather than reaching a compromise that takes into account everyone's preferences, majority rule looks only to the person in the exact middle of the distribution. 22-2D Politicians are people too. When economists study consumer behavior, they assume that consumers buy the bundle of goods and services that gives them the greatest level of satisfaction. When economists study firm behavior, they assume that firms produce the quantity of goods and services that yields the greatest level of profits. What should they assume when they study people involved in the practice of politics? Politicians also have objectives. It would be nice to assume that political leaders are always looking out for the well-being of society as a whole, that they are aiming for an optimal combination of efficiency and equality. Nice, perhaps, but not realistic. Self-interest is as powerful a motive for political actors as it is for consumers and firm owners. Some politicians, motivated by a desire for re-election, are willing to sacrifice the national interest to solidify their base of voters. Others are motivated by simple greed. If you have any doubt, you should look at the world's poor nations, where corruption among government officials is a common impediment to economic development. This book is not the place to develop a theory of political behavior. But when thinking about economic policy, remember that this policy is made not by a benevolent king but by real people with their own all-too-human desires. Sometimes they are motivated to further the national interest, but sometimes they are motivated by their own political and financial ambitions. We shouldn't be surprised when economic policy fails to resemble the ideals derived in economics textbooks. Quick quiz: a public school district is deciding on the school budget and the resulting student-teacher ratio. A poll finds that 20% of the voters want a ratio of 9:1, 25% want a ratio of 10:1, 15% want a ratio of 11:1, and 40% want a ratio of 12:1. If the district uses majority rule voting, what outcome would you expect the district to end up with? Explain. Economics is a study of human behavior, but it is not the only field that can make that claim. The social science of psychology also sheds light on the choices that people make in their lives. The fields of economics and psychology usually proceed independently, in part because they address a different range of questions. But recently, a field called behavioral economics has emerged in which economists are making use of basic psychological insights. Let's consider some of these insights here. 22-3 A people aren't always rational. Economic theory is populated by a particular species of organism, sometimes called Homo economicus. Members of this species are always rational. As firm owners, they maximize profits. As consumers, they maximize utility. Given the constraints they face, they rationally weigh all the costs and benefits and always choose the best possible course of action. Real people, however, are Homo sapiens. Although in many ways they resemble the rational, calculating people assumed in economic theory, they are far more complex. They can be forgetful, impulsive, confused, emotional, and short-sighted. These imperfections of human reasoning are the bread and butter of psychologists, but until recently, economists have neglected them. Herbert Simon, one of the first social scientists to work at the boundary of economics and psychology, suggested that humans should be viewed not as rational maximizers but as satisficers. Rather than always choosing the best course of action, they make decisions that are merely good enough. Similarly, other economists have suggested that humans are only near rational or that they exhibit bounded rationality. Studies of human decision-making have tried to detect systematic mistakes that people make. Here are a few of the findings. People are overconfident. Imagine that you were asked some numerical questions, such as the number of African countries in the United Nations, the height of the tallest mountain in North America, and so on. Instead of being asked for a single estimate, however, you were asked to give a 90% confidence interval, a range such that you were 90% confident the true number falls within it. When psychologists run experiments like this, they find that most people give ranges that are too small. The true number falls within their intervals far less than 90% of the time. That is, most people are too sure of their own abilities. People give too much weight to a small number of vivid observations. Imagine that you are thinking about buying a car of brand X. To learn about its reliability, you read Consumer Reports, which has surveyed 1,000 owners of car X. Then you run into a friend who owns car X, and he tells you that his car is a lemon. How do you treat your friend's observation? If you think rationally, you will realize that he has only increased your sample size from 1000 to 1001, which does not provide much new information. But because your friend's story is so vivid, you may be tempted to give it more weight in your decision making than you should. People are reluctant to change their minds. People tend to interpret evidence to confirm beliefs they already hold. In one study, subjects were asked to read and evaluate a research report on whether capital punishment deters crime. After reading the report, those who initially favored the death penalty said they were surer in their view, and those who initially opposed the death penalty also said they were surer in their view. The two groups interpreted the same evidence in exactly opposite ways. Think about decisions you have made in your own life. Do you exhibit some of these traits? A hotly debated issue is whether deviations from rationality are important for understanding economic phenomena. An intriguing example arises in the study of 401 plans, the tax-advantaged retirement savings accounts that some firms offer their workers. In some firms, workers can choose to participate in the plan by filling out a simple form. In other firms, workers are automatically enrolled. 473. And can opt out of the plan by filling out a simple form. It turns out many more workers participate in the second case than in the first. If workers were perfectly rational maximizers, they would choose the optimal amount of retirement saving, regardless of the default offered by their employer. In fact, workers' behavior appears to exhibit substantial inertia. Understanding their behavior seems easier once we abandon the model of rational man. Why, you might ask, is economics built on the rationality assumption when psychology and common sense cast doubt on it? One answer is that the assumption, even if not exactly true, may be true enough that it yields reasonably accurate models of behavior. For example, when we studied the differences between competitive and monopoly firms, the assumption that firms rationally maximize profit yielded many important and valid insights. Incorporating complex psychological deviations from rationality into the story might have added realism, but it also would have muddied the waters and made those insights harder to find. Recall from Chapter 2 that economic models are not meant to replicate reality but are supposed to show the essence of the problem at hand as an aid to understanding. Another reason economists so often assume rationality may be that economists are themselves not rational maximizers. Like most people, they are overconfident and they are reluctant to change their minds. Their choice among alternative theories of human behavior may exhibit excessive inertia. Moreover, economists may be content with a theory that is not perfect but is good enough. The model of rational man may be the theory of choice for a satisficing social scientist. Left-digit bias. You may have noticed that prices often end in 0.99. In some ways, this phenomenon is odd. Why charge $4.99, instead of an even $5? If people were truly rational, sellers wouldn't have a good reason to focus on prices ending in 0.99. But in fact, it turns out that sellers are smart for using this approach to pricing. Various studies suggest that buyers are excessively sensitive to a price's leftmost digit. Even though $4.99 is only 1 penny less than $5, buyers may not perceive it that way. Because adding the extra penny changes the leftmost digit from a 4 to a 5, the change may exert a surprisingly large impact on consumer behavior. An irrational focus on the leftmost digit is called left-digit bias. In one study, participants were given the choice of buying two different pens, a cheap one and a better, more expensive one. When the pens were priced at $2 and $3.99, 44% bought the higher-priced pen. When the prices were $1.99 and $4, only 18% bought the more expensive one. Such a large change in behavior in response to such tiny changes in the prices seems hard to square with standard models of rationality. But it is easier to understand if one imagines a consumer that focuses excessively on the leftmost digit. To such a consumer, the prices would look like $2 and $3 in the first scenario and $1 and $4 in the second, and so the changes from the first to the second scenario would appear larger than they really are. Another study of left-digit bias examined how the number of miles on a used car's odometer affected the price at which the car sold. The study examined data on millions of used cars sold at auction. Not surprisingly, cars that had been driven more miles sold for less. But the effect was not smooth. For example, when the odometer reading increased from 78,000 to 79,000, the price of the car fell by about $10. But when the odometer reading 22-3b, people care about fairness. Another insight about human behavior is best illustrated with an experiment called the ultimatum game. The game works like this: two volunteers are told that they are going to play a game and could win a total of $100. Before they play, they learn the rules. The game begins with a coin toss, which is used to assign the volunteers to the roles of Player A and Player B. Player A's job is to propose a division of the $100 prize between himself and the other player. After Player A makes his proposal, Player B decides whether to accept or reject it. If he accepts it, both players are paid according to the proposal. If Player B rejects the proposal, both players walk away with nothing. In either case, the game then ends. Before proceeding, stop and think about what you would do in this situation. If you were Player A, what division of the $100 would you propose? If you were Player B, what proposals would you accept? Conventional economic theory assumes in this situation that people are rational wealth maximizers. This assumption leads to a simple prediction: Player A should propose that he gets $99 and Player B gets $1, and Player B should accept the proposal. After all, once the proposal is made, Player B is better off accepting it as long as he gets something out of it. Moreover, because Player A knows that accepting the proposal is in Player B's interest, Player A has no reason to offer him more than $1. In the language of game theory, the 99-to-1 split is the Nash equilibrium. Yet when experimental economists ask real people to play the ultimatum game, the results differ from this prediction. People in Player B's role usually reject proposals that give them only $1 or a similarly small amount. Anticipating this, people in the role of Player A usually propose giving Player B much more than $1. Some people will offer a 50-50 split, but it is more common for Player A to propose giving Player B an amount such as $30 or $40, keeping the larger share for himself. In this case, Player B usually accepts the proposal. What's going on here? The natural interpretation is that people are driven in part by some innate sense of fairness. A 99-1 split seems so wildly unfair to many people that they reject it, even to their own detriment. By contrast, a 70-30 split is still unfair, but it is not so unfair that it induces people to abandon their normal self-interest. Throughout our study of household and firm behavior, the innate sense of fairness has not played any role. But the results of the ultimatum game suggest that perhaps it should. For example, in chapters 18 and 19, we discussed how wages were determined by labor supply and labor demand. Some economists have suggested that the perceived fairness of what a firm pays its workers should also enter the picture. Thus, when a firm has an especially profitable year, workers may expect to be paid a fair share of the prize, even if the standard equilibrium does not dictate it. The firm might well decide to give. Increased from $79,000 to $80,000, the price fell by $210. The prices of used cars jumped down at every 10,000-mile mark, when the leftmost digit on the odometer changed. When looking at either prices or odometers, buyers seem to be irrationally influenced by the leftmost digit. 475. Workers more than the equilibrium wage for fear that the workers might otherwise try to punish the firm with reduced effort, strikes, or even vandalism. 22-3c. People are inconsistent over time. Imagine some dreary task, such as doing your laundry, shoveling snow off your driveway, or filling out your income tax forms. Now consider the following questions. 1. Would you prefer to spend 50 minutes doing the task right now or to spend 60 minutes doing the task tomorrow? 2. Would you prefer to spend 50 minutes doing the task in 90 days or to spend 60 minutes doing the task in 91 days? When asked questions like these, many people choose B for question 1 and A for question 2. When looking ahead to the future, they minimize the amount of time spent on the dreary task. But faced with the prospect of doing the task immediately, they choose to put it off. In some ways, this behavior is not surprising. Everyone procrastinates from time to time. But from the standpoint of the theory of rational man, it is puzzling. Suppose that in response to question 2, a person chooses to spend 50 minutes in 90 days. Then, when the 90th day arrives, we allow him to change his mind. In effect, he then faces question 1, so he opts for doing the task the next day. But why should the mere passage of time affect the choices he makes? Many times in life, people make plans for themselves, but then they fail to follow through. A smoker promises himself that he will quit, but within a few hours of smoking his last cigarette, he craves another and breaks his promise. A person trying to lose weight promises that he will stop eating dessert, but when the waiter brings the dessert cart, the promise is forgotten. In both cases, the desire for instant gratification induces the decision maker to abandon his past plans. Some economists believe that the consumption-saving decision is an important instance in which people exhibit this inconsistency over time. For many people, spending provides a type of instant gratification. Saving, like passing up the cigarette or the dessert, requires a sacrifice in the present for a reward in the distant future. And just as many smokers wish they could quit and many overweight individuals wish they ate less, many consumers wish they saved more of their income. According to one survey, 76% of Americans said they were not saving enough for retirement. An implication of this inconsistency over time is that people should try to find ways to commit their future selves to following through on their plans. A smoker trying to quit may throw away his cigarettes, and a person on a diet may put a lock on the refrigerator. What can a person who saves too little do? He should find some way to lock up his money before he spends it. Some retirement accounts, such as 401 plans, do exactly that. A worker can agree to have some money taken out of his paycheck before he ever sees it. The money is deposited in an account that can be used before retirement only with a penalty. Perhaps that is one reason these retirement accounts are so popular. They protect people from their own desires for instant gratification. Quick quiz: describe at least 3 ways in which human decision-making differs from that of the rational individual of conventional economic theory. Economics is at the start of a revolution that is traceable to an unexpected source: medical schools and their research facilities. Neuroscience, the science of how the brain, that physical organ inside one's head, really works, is beginning to change the way we think about how people make decisions. These findings will inevitably change the way we think about how economies function. In short, we are at the dawn of neuroeconomics. Efforts to link neuroscience to economics have occurred mostly in just the last few years, and the growth of neuroeconomics is still in its early stages. But its nascence follows a pattern: revolutions in science tend to come from completely unexpected places. A field of science can turn barren if no fundamentally new approaches to research are on the horizon. Scholars can become so trapped in their methods, in the language and assumptions of the accepted approach to their discipline, that their research becomes repetitive or trivial. Then something exciting comes along from someone who was never involved with these methods, some new idea that attracts young scholars and a few iconoclastic old scholars, who are willing to learn a different science and its different research methods. At a certain moment in this process, a scientific revolution is born. The neuroeconomic revolution has passed some key milestones quite recently, notably the publication last year of neuroscientist Paul Glimcher's book Foundations of Neuroeconomic Analysis, a pointed variation on the title of Paul Samuelson's 1947 classic work, Foundations of Economic Analysis, which helped to launch an earlier revolution in economic theory. and Glimcher himself now holds an appointment at New York University's economics department. To most economists, however, Glimcher might as well have come from outer space. After all, his doctorate is from the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine's Neuroscience Department. Moreover, neuroeconomists like him conduct research that is well beyond their conventional colleagues' intellectual comfort zone, for they seek to advance some of the core concepts of economics by linking them to specific brain structures. Much of modern economic and financial theory is based on the assumption that people are rational, and thus that they systematically maximize their own happiness, or as economists call it, their utility. When Samuelson took on the subject in his 1947 book, he did not look into the brain, but relied instead on revealed preference. People's objectives are revealed only by observing their economic activities. Under Samuelson's guidance, generations of economists have based their research not on any physical structure underlying thought and behavior, but only on the assumption of rationality. As a result, Glimcher is skeptical of prevailing economic theory, and is seeking a physical basis for it in the brain. He wants. This chapter has examined the frontier of microeconomics. You may have noticed that we have sketched out ideas rather than fully developing them. This is no accident. One reason is that you might study these topics in more detail in advanced courses. Another reason is that these topics remain active areas of research and, therefore, are still being fleshed out. To see how these topics fit into the broader picture, recall the 10 principles of economics from Chapter 1. One principle states that markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. Another principle states that governments can sometimes improve market outcomes. As you study economics, you can more. 477. To transform soft utility theory into hard utility theory by discovering the brain mechanisms that underlie it. In particular, Glimcher wants to identify brain structures that process key elements of utility theory when people face uncertainty. Subjective value, probability, the product of subjective value and probability, and a neurocomputational mechanism that selects the element from the choice set that has the highest expected subjective value. While Glimcher and his colleagues have uncovered tantalizing evidence, they have yet to find most of the fundamental brain structures. Maybe that is because such structures simply do not exist, and the whole utility maximization theory is wrong, or at least in need of fundamental revision. If so, that finding alone would shake economics to its foundations. Another direction that excites neuroscientists is how the brain deals with ambiguous situations, when probabilities are not known, and when other highly relevant information is not available. It has already been discovered that the brain regions used to deal with problems when probabilities are clear are different from those used when probabilities are unknown. This research might help us to understand how people handle uncertainty and risk in, say, financial markets at a time of crisis. John Maynard Keynes thought that most economic decision-making occurs in ambiguous situations in which probabilities are not known. He concluded that much of our business cycle is driven by fluctuations in animal spirits, something in the mind and not understood by economists. Of course, the problem with economics is that there are often as many interpretations of any crisis as there are economists. An economy is a remarkably complex structure, and fathoming it depends on understanding its laws, regulations, business practices, and customs, and balance sheets, among many other details. Yet it is likely that one day we will know much more about how economies work or fail. To work by understanding better the physical structures that underlie brain functioning. Those structures, networks of neurons that communicate with each other via axons and dendrites, underlie the familiar analogy of the brain to a computer, networks of transistors that communicate with each other via electric wires. The economy is the next analogy, a network of people who communicate with each other via electronic and other connections. The brain, the computer, and the economy, all three are devices whose purpose is to solve fundamental information problems in coordinating the activities of individual units, the neurons, the transistors, or individual people. As we improve our understanding of the problems that any one of these devices solves and how it overcomes obstacles in doing so, we learn something valuable about all three. Mr. Schiller is an economics professor at Yale University. Source: Project Syndicate, November 21, 2011. Fully appreciate the truth of these principles as well as the caveats that go with them. The study of asymmetric information should make you more wary of market outcomes. The study of political economy should make you more wary of government solutions. And the study of behavioral economics should make you wary of any institution that relies on human decision-making, including both the market and the government. If there is a unifying theme to these topics, it is that life is messy. Information is imperfect, government is imperfect, and people are imperfect. Of course, you knew this long before you started studying economics, but economists need to understand these imperfections as precisely as they can if they are to explain, and perhaps even improve, the world around them. A neuroeconomist at work. Andrew. rich/richvintage/isstockphoto.com. 478 Part 7 Topics for further study. 1. Because Elaine has a family history of significant medical problems, she buys health insurance, whereas her friend Jerry, who has a healthier family, goes without. This is an example of a moral hazard. B. Adverse selection. C. Signaling. D. Screening. 2. George has a life insurance policy that pays his family $1 million if he dies. As a result, he does not hesitate to enjoy his favorite hobby of bungee jumping. This is an example of a moral hazard. B. Adverse selection. C. Signaling. D. Screening. 3. Before selling anyone a health insurance policy, the Kramer Insurance Company requires that applicants undergo a medical examination. Those with significant pre-existing medical problems are charged more. This is an example of a moral hazard. B. Adverse selection. C. Signaling. D. Screening. 4. The Condorcet paradox illustrates Arrow's impossibility theorem by showing that pairwise majority voting A is inconsistent with the principle of unanimity. B. Leads to social preferences that are not transitive. C. Violates the independence of irrelevant alternatives. D. Makes one person in effect a dictator. Quick check multiple choice. In many economic transactions, information is asymmetric. When there are hidden actions, principals may be concerned that agents suffer from the problem of moral hazard. When there are hidden characteristics, buyers may be concerned about the problem of adverse selection among the sellers. Private markets sometimes deal with asymmetric information with signaling and screening. Although government policy can sometimes improve market outcomes, governments are themselves imperfect institutions. The Condorcet paradox shows that majority rule fails to produce transitive preferences for society, and Arrow's impossibility theorem shows that no voting system will be perfect. In many situations, democratic institutions will produce the outcome desired by the median voter, regardless of the preferences of the rest of the electorate. Moreover, the individuals who set government policy may be motivated by self-interest rather than the national interest. The study of psychology and economics reveals that human decision-making is more complex than is assumed in conventional economic theory. People are not always rational, they care about the fairness of economic outcomes, and they can be inconsistent over time. Summary. Moral hazard, P462 agent, P462 principle, P462 adverse selection, P464. Signaling, P465 screening, P466 political economy, P467 Condorcet paradox, P468. Arrow's impossibility theorem, P469 median voter theorem, P470 behavioral economics, P471. Key concepts. 1. What is moral hazard? List 3 things an employer might do to reduce the severity of this problem. 2. What is adverse selection? Give an example of a market in which adverse selection might be a problem. 3. Define signaling and screening and give an example of each. 4. What unusual property of voting did Condorcet notice? 5. Explain why majority rule respects the preferences of the median voter rather than the average voter. 6. Describe the ultimatum game. What outcome from this game would conventional economic theory predict? Do experiments confirm this prediction? Explain. Questions for review. 479. 5. Two political candidates are vying for town mayor, and the key issue is how much to spend on the annual 4th of July fireworks. Among the 100 voters, 40 want to spend $30,000, 30 want to spend $10,000, and 30 want to spend nothing at all. What is the winning position on this issue? A. $10,000 billion. $15,000. C. $20,000. D. $30,000. 6. The experiment called the ultimatum game illustrates that people A. are overconfident in their own abilities. B. Play the Nash equilibrium in strategic situations. C. Care about fairness, even to their own detriment. D. Make inconsistent decisions over time. 1. Each of the following situations involves moral hazard. In each case, identify the principal and the agent and explain why there is asymmetric information. How does the action described reduce the problem of moral hazard? A. Landlords require tenants to pay security deposits. B. Firms compensate top executives with options to buy company stock at a given price in the future. C. Car insurance companies offer discounts to customers who install anti-theft devices in their cars. 2. Suppose that the Live Long and Prosper Health Insurance Company charges $5,000 annually for a family insurance policy. The company's president suggests that the company raise the annual price to $6,000 to increase its profits. If the firm followed this suggestion, what economic problem might arise? Would the firm's pool of customers tend to become more or less healthy on average? Would the company's profits necessarily increase? 3. A case study in this chapter describes how a boyfriend can signal his love to a girlfriend by giving an appropriate gift. Do you think saying "I love you" can also serve as a signal? Why or why not? 4. Some AIDS activists believe that health insurance companies should not be allowed to ask applicants if they are infected with the HIV virus that causes AIDS. Would this rule help or hurt those who are HIV positive? Would it help or hurt those who are not HIV positive? Would it exacerbate or mitigate the problem of adverse selection in the market for health insurance? Do you think it would increase or decrease the number of people without health insurance? In your opinion, would this be a good policy? Explain your answers to each question. 5. Ken walks into an ice cream parlor. Waiter, we have vanilla and chocolate today. Ken, I'll take vanilla. Waiter, I almost forgot. We also have strawberry. Ken, in that case, I'll take chocolate. What standard property of decision making is Ken violating? 6. 3 friends are choosing a restaurant for dinner. Here are their preferences. Rachel, Ross, Joey. First choice Italian, Italian, Chinese. Second choice Chinese, Chinese, Mexican. Third choice Mexican, Mexican, French. Fourth choice French, French, Italian. A. If the 3 friends use a board account to make their decision, where do they go to eat? B. On their way to their chosen restaurant, they see that the Mexican and French restaurants are closed, so they use a board account again to decide between the remaining 2 restaurants. Where do they decide to go now? C. How do your answers to parts N relate to Arrow's impossibility theorem? 7. 3 friends are choosing a TV show to watch. Here are their preferences. Chandler, Phoebe, Monica. First choice NCIS Glee, Homeland. Second choice Glee, Homeland, NCIS. Third choice Homeland, NCIS Glee. A. If the 3 friends try using a board account to make their choice, what would happen? B. Monica suggests a vote by majority rule. She proposes that first they choose between NCIS and Glee, and then they choose between the winner of the first vote and Homeland. If they all vote their preferences honestly, what outcome would occur? C. Should Chandler agree to Monica's suggestion? What voting system would he prefer? D. Phoebe and Monica convince Chandler to go along with Monica's proposal. In round 1, Chandler dishonestly says he prefers Glee over NCIS. Why might he do this? Problems and applications. 480 Part 7 Topics for further study. 5 roommates are planning to spend the weekend in their dorm room watching movies, and they are debating how many movies to watch. Here is their willingness to pay. Quentin Spike Ridley Martin Steven. First film $14, $10, $8, $4, $2. Second film $12, $8, $4, $20. Third film $10, $6, $2, $0. Fourth film $6, $2, $0, $0. Fifth film $2, $0, $0, $0. Buying a DVD costs $15, which the roommates split equally, so each pays $3 per movie. A. What is the efficient number of movies to watch? B. From the standpoint of each roommate, what is the preferred number of movies? C. What is the preference of the median roommate? D. If the roommates held a vote on the efficient outcome versus the median voter's preference, how would each person vote? Which outcome would get a majority? E. If one of the roommates proposed a different number of movies, could his proposal beat the winner from part in a vote? F. Can majority rule be counted on to reach efficient outcomes in the provision of public goods? 9. 2 ice cream stands are deciding where to set up along a 1-mile beach. The people are uniformly located along the beach, and each person sitting on the beach buys exactly 1 ice cream cone per day from the nearest stand. Each ice cream seller wants the maximum number of customers. Where along the beach will the 2 stands locate? Of which result in this chapter does this outcome remind you? 10. The government is considering 2 ways to help the needy, giving them cash or giving them free meals at soup kitchens. A. Give an argument, based on the standard theory of the rational consumer, for giving cash. B. Give an argument, based on asymmetric information, for why the soup kitchen may be better than the cash handout. C. Give an argument, based on behavioral economics, for why the soup kitchen may be better than the cash handout. Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. When you finish school and start looking for a full-time job, your experience will, to a large extent, be shaped by prevailing economic conditions. In some years, firms throughout the economy are expanding their production of goods and services, employment is rising, and jobs are easy to find. In other years, firms are cutting back production, employment is declining, and finding a good job takes a long time. Not surprisingly, any college graduate would rather enter the labor force in a year of economic expansion than in a year of economic contraction. Because the health of the overall economy profoundly affects all of us, changes in economic conditions are widely reported by the media. Indeed, it is hard to pick up a newspaper, check an online news service, or turn on the TV without seeing some newly reported statistic about the economy. The statistic might measure the total income of everyone in the economy, the rate at which average prices are rising, or Chapter 23. 484. Falling, the percentage of the labor force that is out of work, total spending at stores, or the imbalance of trade between the United States and the rest of the world. All these statistics are macroeconomic. Rather than telling us about a particular household, firm, or market, they tell us something about the entire economy. As you may recall from Chapter 2, economics is divided into 2 branches, microeconomics and macroeconomics. Microeconomics is the study of how individual households and firms make decisions and how they interact with one another in markets. Macroeconomics is the study of the economy as a whole. The goal of macroeconomics is to explain the economic changes that affect many households, firms, and markets simultaneously. Macroeconomists address diverse questions. Why is average income high in some countries while it is low in others? Why do prices sometimes rise rapidly while at other times they are more stable? Why do production and employment expand in some years and contract in others? What, if anything, can the government do to promote rapid growth in incomes, low inflation, and stable employment? These questions are all macroeconomic in nature because they concern the workings of the entire economy. Because the economy as a whole is a collection of many households and many firms interacting in many markets, microeconomics and macroeconomics are closely linked. The basic tools of supply and demand, for instance, are as central to macroeconomic analysis as they are to microeconomic analysis. Yet studying the economy in its entirety raises some new and intriguing challenges. In this and the next chapter, we discuss some of the data that economists and policymakers use to monitor the performance of the overall economy. These data reflect the economic changes that macroeconomists try to explain. This chapter considers gross domestic product, which measures the total income of a nation. GDP is the most closely watched economic statistic because it is thought to be the best single measure of a society's economic well-being. 23:1 The economy's income and expenditure. If you were to judge how a person is doing economically, you might first look at her income. A person with a high income can more easily afford life's necessities and luxuries. It is no surprise that people with higher incomes enjoy higher standards of living, better housing, better healthcare, fancier cars, more opulent vacations, and so on. The same logic applies to a nation's overall economy. When judging whether the economy is doing well or poorly, it is natural to look at the total income that everyone in the economy is earning. That is the task of GDP. GDP measures two things at once: the total income of everyone in the economy and the total expenditure on the economy's output of goods and services. GDP can perform the trick of measuring both total income and total expenditure because these two things are really the same. For an economy as a whole, income must equal expenditure. Why is this true? An economy's income is the same as its expenditure because every transaction has two parties, a buyer and a seller. Every dollar of spending by some buyer is a dollar of income for some seller. Suppose, for instance, that Karen pays Doug $100 to mow her lawn. In this case, Doug is a seller of a service and Karen is a buyer. Doug earns $100 and Karen spends $100. Thus, the 485 transaction contributes equally to the economy's income and to its expenditure. GDP, whether measured as total income or total expenditure, rises by $100. Another way to see the equality of income and expenditure is with the circular flow diagram in Figure 1. As you may recall from Chapter 2, this diagram describes all the transactions between households and firms in a simple economy. It simplifies matters by assuming that all goods and services are bought by households and that households spend all of their income. In this economy, when households buy goods and services from firms, these expenditures flow through the markets for goods and services. When the firms in turn use the money they receive from sales to pay workers' wages, landowners' rent, and firm owners' profit, this income flows through the markets for the factors of production. Money continuously flows from households to firms and then back to households. GDP measures this flow of money. We can compute it for this economy in one of two ways: by adding up the total expenditure by households or by adding up the total income paid by firms. Because all expenditure in the economy ends up as someone's income, GDP is the same regardless of how we compute it. The actual economy is, of course, more complicated than the one illustrated in Figure 1. Households do not spend all of their income, they pay some of it to the government in taxes, and they save some for use in the future. In addition, households do not buy all goods and services produced in the economy. Some goods and services are bought by governments, and some are bought by firms that plan to use them in the future to produce their own output. Yet the basic lesson remains the same, regardless of whether a household, government, or firm buys a good or service, the transaction has a buyer and a seller. Thus, for the economy as a whole, expenditure and income are always the same. Quick quiz: what two things does GDP measure? How can it measure two things at once? 23-2 The measurement of GDP. Having discussed the meaning of gross domestic product in general terms, let's be more precise about how this statistic is measured. Here is a definition of GDP that focuses on GDP as a measure of total expenditure. Gross domestic product is the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. This definition might seem simple enough. But in fact, many subtle issues arise when computing an economy's GDP. Let's therefore consider each phrase in this definition with some care. 23-2 A GDP is the market value. You have probably heard the adage, you can't compare apples and oranges. Yet GDP does exactly that. GDP adds together many different kinds of products into a single measure of the value of economic activity. To do this, it uses market prices. Because market prices measure the amount people are willing to pay for different goods, they reflect the value of those goods. If the price of an apple is twice the price of an orange, then an apple contributes twice as much to GDP as does an orange. 23-2b. Of all, GDP tries to be comprehensive. It includes all items produced in the economy and sold legally in markets. GDP measures the market value of not just apples and oranges but also pears and grapefruit, books and movies, haircuts and healthcare, and on and on. GDP also includes the market value of the housing services provided by the economy's stock of housing. For rental housing, this value is easy to calculate. The rent equals both the tenant's expenditure and the landlord's income. Yet many people own their homes and, therefore, do not pay rent. The government includes this owner-occupied housing in GDP by estimating its rental value. In effect, GDP is based on the assumption that the owner is renting the house to herself. The imputed rent is included both in the homeowner's expenditure and in her income, so it adds to GDP. There are some products, however, that GDP excludes because measuring them is so difficult. GDP excludes most items produced and sold illicitly, such as illegal drugs. It also excludes most items that are produced and consumed at home and, therefore, never enter the marketplace. Vegetables you buy at the grocery store are part of GDP, vegetables you grow in your garden are not. Gross domestic product, the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. 487. These exclusions from GDP can at times lead to paradoxical results. For example, when Karen pays Doug to mow her lawn, that transaction is part of GDP. But suppose Doug and Karen marry. Even though Doug may continue to mow Karen's lawn, the value of the mowing is now left out of GDP because Doug's service is no longer sold in a market. Thus, their marriage reduces GDP. 23-2c. Final. When International Paper makes paper, which Hallmark then uses to make a greeting card, the paper is called an intermediate good and the card is called a final good. GDP includes only the value of final goods. This is done because the value of intermediate goods is already included in the prices of the final goods. Adding the market value of the paper to the market value of the card would be double counting. That is, it would count the paper twice. An important exception to this principle arises when an intermediate good is produced and, rather than being used, is added to a firm's inventory of goods for use or sale at a later date. In this case, the intermediate good is taken to be final for the moment and its value as inventory investment is included as part of GDP. Thus, additions to inventory add to GDP, and when the goods in inventory are later used or sold, the reductions in inventory subtract from GDP. 23-2d. Goods and services. GDP includes both tangible goods and intangible services. When you buy a CD by your favorite band, you are buying a good, and the purchase price is part of GDP. When you pay to hear a concert by the same band, you are buying a service, and the ticket price is also part of GDP. 23-2E. Produced. GDP includes goods and services currently produced. It does not include transactions involving items produced in the past. When Ford produces and sells a new car, the value of the car is included in GDP. When one person sells a used car to another person, the value of the used car is not included in GDP. 23-2F. Within a country. GDP measures the value of production within the geographic confines of a country. When a Canadian citizen works temporarily in the United States, her production is part of US GDP. When an American citizen owns a factory in Haiti, the production at her factory is not part of US GDP. Thus, items are included in a nation's GDP if they are produced domestically, regardless of the nationality of the producer. 23-2G. In a given period of time. GDP measures the value of production that takes place within a specific interval of time. Usually, that interval is a year or a quarter. GDP measures the economy's flow of income, as well as its flow of expenditure, during that interval. When the government reports the GDP for a quarter, it usually presents GDP at an annual rate. This means that the figure reported for quarterly GDP is the amount of income and expenditure during the quarter multiplied by 4. The government uses this convention so that quarterly and annual figures on GDP can be compared more easily. 488. In addition, when the government reports quarterly GDP, it presents the data after they have been modified by a statistical procedure called seasonal adjustment. The unadjusted data show clearly that the economy produces more goods and services during some times of the year than during others. When monitoring the condition of the economy, economists and policymakers often want to look beyond these regular seasonal changes. Therefore, government statisticians adjust the quarterly data to take out the seasonal cycle. The GDP data reported in the news are always seasonally adjusted. Now let's repeat the definition of GDP. Gross domestic product is the market value of all final goods and services produced within a country in a given period of time. This definition focuses on GDP as total expenditure in the economy. But don't forget that every dollar spent by a buyer of a good or service becomes a dollar of income to the seller of that good or service. Therefore, in addition to applying this definition, the government adds up total income in the economy. The two ways of calculating GDP give almost exactly the same answer. It should be apparent that GDP is a sophisticated measure of the value of economic activity. In advanced courses in macroeconomics, you will learn more about the subtleties that arise in its calculation. But even now you can see that each phrase in this definition is packed with meaning. Quick quiz: which contributes more to GDP, the production of a pound of hamburger or the production of a pound of caviar? Why? 23-3 The components of GDP. Spending in the economy takes many forms. At any moment, the Smith family may be having lunch at Burger King, Ford may be building a car factory, the Navy may be procuring a submarine, and British Airways may be buying an airplane from Boeing. GDP includes all of these various forms of spending on domestically produced goods and services. To understand how the economy is using its scarce resources, economists study the composition of GDP among various types of spending. To do this, GDP is divided into 4 components: consumption, investment, government purchases, and net exports. Y equals C plus I plus G plus NX. This equation is an identity, an equation that must be true because of how the variables in the equation are defined. In this case, because each dollar of expenditure included in GDP is placed into one of the 4 components of GDP, the total of the 4 components must be equal to GDP. Let's look at each of these 4 components more closely. 489. 23-3 A consumption. Consumption is spending by households on goods and services, with the exception of purchases of new housing. Goods include durable goods, such as automobiles and appliances, and non-durable goods, such as food and clothing. Services include such intangible items as haircuts and medical care. Household spending on education is also included in consumption of services. 23-3b Investment. Investment is the purchase of goods that will be used in the future to produce more goods and services. It is the sum of purchases of capital equipment, inventories, and structures. Investment in structures includes expenditure on new housing. By convention, the purchase of a new house is the one form of household spending categorized as investment rather than consumption. As mentioned earlier in this chapter, the treatment of inventory accumulation is noteworthy. When Apple produces a computer and adds it to its inventory instead of selling it, Apple is assumed to have purchased the computer for itself. That is. Other measures of income. And the U.S. Department of Commerce computes the nation's GDP every 3 months. It also computes various other measures of income to get a more complete picture of what's happening in the economy. These other measures differ from GDP by excluding or including certain categories of income. What follows is a brief description of 5 of these income measures, ordered from largest to smallest. Gross national product is the total income earned by a nation's permanent residents. It differs from GDP in that it includes income that our citizens earn abroad and excludes income that foreigners earn here. For example, when a Canadian citizen works temporarily in the United States, her production is part of US GDP, but it is not part of US GNP. For most countries, including the United States, domestic residents are responsible for most domestic production, so GDP and GNP are quite close. Net national product is the total income of a nation's residents minus losses from depreciation. Depreciation is the wear and tear on the economy's stock of equipment and structures, such as trucks rusting and old computer models becoming obsolete. In the national income accounts prepared by the Department of Commerce, depreciation is called the consumption of fixed capital. National income is the total income earned by a nation's residents in the production of goods and services. It is almost identical to net national product. These two measures differ because of the statistical discrepancy that arises from problems in data collection. Personal income is the income that households and non-corporate businesses receive. Unlike national income, it excludes retained earnings, which is income that corporations have earned but have not paid out to their owners. It also subtracts indirect business taxes, corporate income taxes, and contributions for social insurance. In addition, personal income includes the interest income that households receive from their holdings of government debt and the income that households receive from government transfer programs, such as welfare and social security. Disposable personal income is the income that households and non-corporate businesses have left after satisfying all their obligations to the government. It equals personal income minus personal taxes and certain non-tax payments. Although the various measures of income differ in detail, they almost always tell the same story about economic conditions. When GDP grows rapidly, these other measures of income usually grow rapidly. And when GDP falls, these other measures usually fall as well. For monitoring fluctuations in the overall economy, it does not matter much which measure of income we use. The national income accountants treat the computer as part of Apple's investment spending. Inventories are treated this way because one aim of GDP is to measure the value of the economy's production, and goods added to inventory are part of that period's production. Notice that GDP accounting uses the word investment differently from how you might hear the term in everyday conversation. When you hear the word investment, you might think of financial investments, such as stocks, bonds, and mutual funds, topics that we study later in this book. By contrast, because GDP measures expenditure on goods and services, here the word investment means purchases of goods used to produce other goods and services in the future. 23-3C Government purchases. Government purchases include spending on goods and services by local, state, and federal governments. It includes the salaries of government workers as well as expenditures on public works. Recently, the U.S. national income accounts have switched to the longer label government consumption expenditure and gross investment, but in this book, we will use the traditional and shorter-term government purchases. The meaning of government purchases requires a bit of clarification. When the government pays the salary of an army general or a school teacher, that salary is part of government purchases. But when the government pays a social security benefit to a person who is elderly or an unemployment insurance benefit to a worker who was recently laid off, the story is very different. These are called transfer payments because they are not made in exchange for a currently produced good or service. Transfer payments alter household income, but they do not reflect the economy's production. Because GDP is intended to measure income from, and expenditure on, the production of goods and services, transfer payments are not counted as part of government purchases. 23-3D Net exports equal the foreign purchases of domestically produced goods minus the domestic purchases of foreign goods. A domestic firm's sale to a buyer in another country, such as Boeing's sale of an airplane to British Airways, increases net exports. The net in net exports refers to the fact that imports are subtracted from exports. This subtraction is made because other components of GDP include imports of goods and services. For example, suppose that a household buys a $40,000 car from Volvo, the Swedish car maker. This transaction increases consumption by $40,000 because car purchases are part of consumer spending. It also reduces net exports by $40,000 because the car is an import. In other words, net exports include goods and services produced abroad because these goods and services are included in consumption, investment, and government purchases. Thus, when a domestic household, firm, or government buys a good or service from abroad, the purchase reduces net exports, but because it also raises consumption, investment, or government purchases, it does not affect GDP. The components of U.S. GDP. Table 1 shows the composition of U.S. GDP in 2012. In this year, the GDP of the United States was over $15 trillion. Dividing this number by the 2012 U.S. population of 314 million yields GDP per person. In 2012 the income and expenditure of the average American was $49,923. Consumption made up 71% of GDP, or $35,411 per person. Investment was $6,557 per person. Government purchases were $9,758 per person. Net exports were $1,806 per person. This number is negative because Americans spent more on foreign goods than foreigners spent on American goods. These data come from the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the part of the U.S. Department of Commerce that produces the national income accounts. You can find more recent data on GDP on its website, http://www.bea.gov. As we have seen, GDP measures the total spending on goods and services in all markets in the economy. If total spending rises from one year to the next, at least one of two things must be true: the economy is producing a larger output of goods and services, or goods and services are being sold at higher prices. When studying changes in the economy over time, economists want to separate these two effects. In particular, they want a measure of the total quantity of goods and services the economy is producing that is not affected by changes in the prices of those goods and services. To do this, economists use a measure called real GDP. Real GDP answers a hypothetical question: what would be the value of the goods and services produced this year if we valued these goods and services at the prices that prevailed in some specific year in the past? By evaluating current production using prices that are fixed at past levels, real GDP shows how the economy's overall production of goods and services changes over time. 492. Yes, Lady Gaga's songs contribute to GDP. By Osage Imesaji and Thaddeus J. Kobe Lars. The US government recently announced a welcome revision to the way it estimates gross domestic product. Starting July 31st, the Bureau of Economic Analysis will record expenditures for R&D and for entertainment, literary and artistic originals as fixed investment, grouping them with expenditures for software into a new investment category called intellectual property products. What does this mean for GDP? Until this change, as Wellesley economist Daniel Sichel recently told NPR, if Lady Gaga did a concert and sold concert tickets, the concert tickets would count as GDP, but the money she spent writing and recording an album wouldn't. That didn't make sense, because as Mr. Sichel pointed out, the money an artist invests in a film or song is really quite analogous to a factory investing in a new machine. The same is clearly true of money invested in R&D for new drugs or smartphones. Taken together, these new revisions are even more significant than the 1999 revision that added expenditures for computer software to the national accounts. Why? First, by expanding the list of intellectual property investments used to calculate GDP to the BEA changes the definitions of investment and GDP. In 2013, the Bureau of Economic Analysis announced that it would expand the definitions of investment and GDP to include the production of various forms of intellectual property. This article discusses the change. Because the new data were not yet available as this book was going to press, all the data presented here use the traditional, narrower definitions. In the news. To see more precisely how real GDP is constructed, let's consider an example. 23-4A. A numerical example. Table 2 shows some data for an economy that produces only two goods, hot dogs and hamburgers. The table shows the prices and quantities produced of the two goods in the years 2013, 2014, and 2015. To compute total spending in this economy, we would multiply the quantities of hot dogs and hamburgers by their prices. In the year 2013, 100 hot dogs are sold at a price of $1 per hot dog, so expenditure on hot dogs equals $100. In the same year, 50 hamburgers are sold for $2 per hamburger, so expenditure on hamburgers also equals $100. Total expenditure in the economy. The sum of expenditure on hot dogs and expenditure on hamburgers is $200. This amount, the production of goods and services valued at current prices, is called nominal GDP. The table shows the calculation of nominal GDP for these 3 years. Total spending rises from $200 in 2013 to $600 in 2014 and then to $1,200 in 2015. Part of this rise is attributable to the increase in the quantities of hot dogs and hamburgers, and part is attributable to the increase in the prices of hot dogs and hamburgers. To obtain a measure of the amount produced that is not affected by changes in prices, we use real GDP, which is the production of goods and services valued at constant prices. We calculate real GDP by first designating 1 year as a base year. We then use the prices of hot dogs and hamburgers in the base year to compute the value of goods and services in all the years. In other words, the prices in the base year provide the basis for comparing quantities in different years. Suppose that we choose 2013 to be the base year in our example. We can then use the prices of hot dogs and hamburgers in 2013 to compute the value of goods and services produced in 2013, 2014, and 2015. Table 2 shows these calculations. To compute real GDP for 2013, we use the prices of hot dogs and hamburgers in 2013 and the quantities of hot dogs and hamburgers produced in 2013. To compute real GDP for 2014, we use the prices of hot dogs and hamburgers in 2013 and the quantities of hot dogs and hamburgers produced in 2014. Similarly, to compute real GDP for 2015, we use the prices in 2013 and the quantities in 2015. When we find that real GDP has risen from $200 in 2013 to $350 in 2014 and then to $500 in 2015, we know that the increase is attributable to an increase in the quantities produced because the prices are being held fixed at base year levels. To sum up, nominal GDP uses current prices to place a value on the economy's production of goods and services. Real GDP uses constant base year prices to place a value on the economy's production of goods and services. Because real GDP is not affected by changes in prices, changes in real GDP reflect only changes in the amounts being produced. Thus, real GDP is a measure of the economy's production of goods and services. Our goal in computing GDP is to gauge how well the overall economy is performing. Because real GDP measures the economy's production of goods and services, it reflects the economy's ability to satisfy people's needs and desires. Thus, real GDP is a better gauge of economic well-being than is nominal GDP. When economists talk about the economy's GDP, they usually mean real GDP rather than nominal GDP. And when they talk about growth in the economy, they measure that growth as the percentage change in real GDP from one period to another. 23-4b The GDP deflator. As we have just seen, nominal GDP reflects both the quantities of goods and services the economy is producing and the prices of those goods and services. By contrast, by holding prices constant at base year levels, real GDP reflects only the quantities produced. From these two statistics, we can compute a third, called the GDP deflator, which reflects only the prices of goods and services. The GDP deflator is calculated as follows. Because nominal GDP and real GDP must be the same in the base year, the GDP deflator for the base year always equals 100. The GDP deflator for subsequent years measures the change in nominal GDP from the base year that cannot be attributable to a change in real GDP. The GDP deflator measures the current level of prices relative to the level of prices in the base year. To see why this is true, consider a couple of simple examples. First, imagine that the quantities produced in the economy rise over time but prices remain the same. In this case, both nominal and real GDP rise at the same rate, so the GDP deflator is constant. Now suppose, instead, that prices rise over time but the quantities produced stay the same. In this second case, nominal GDP rises but real GDP remains the same, so the GDP deflator rises. Notice that, in both cases, the GDP deflator reflects what's happening to prices, not quantities. Let's now return to our numerical example in Table 2. The GDP deflator is computed at the bottom of the table. For the year 2013, nominal GDP is $200 and real GDP is $200, so the GDP deflator is 100. For the year 2014, nominal GDP is $600 and real GDP is $350, so the GDP deflator is 171. Economists use the term inflation to describe a situation in which the economy's overall price level is rising. The inflation rate is the percentage change in some measure of the price level from one period to the next. Using the GDP deflator, the inflation rate between two consecutive years is computed as follows. Because the GDP deflator rose in year 2014 from 100 to 171, the inflation rate is 100 times /100, or 71%. In 2015, the GDP deflator rose to 240 from 171 the previous year, so the inflation rate is 100 times /171, or 40%. The GDP deflator is one measure that economists use to monitor the average level of prices in the economy and thus the rate of inflation. The GDP deflator gets its name because it can be used to take inflation out of nominal GDP, that is, to deflate nominal GDP for the rise that is due to increases in prices. We examine another measure of the economy's price level, called the Consumer Price Index, in the next chapter, where we also describe the differences between the two measures. Real GDP over recent history. Now that we know how real GDP is defined and measured, let's look at what this macroeconomic variable tells us about the recent history of the United States. Figure 2 shows quarterly data on real GDP for the U.S. economy since 1965. The most obvious feature of these data is that real GDP grows over time. The real GDP of the U.S. economy in 2012 was almost 4 times its 1965 level. Put differently, the output of goods and services produced in the United States has. Earlier in this chapter, GDP was called the best single measure of the economic well-being of a society. Now that we know what GDP is, we can evaluate this claim. As we have seen, GDP measures both the economy's total income and the economy's total expenditure on goods and services. Thus, GDP per person tells us the income and expenditure of the average person in the economy. Because most people would prefer to receive higher income and enjoy higher expenditure, GDP per person seems a natural measure of the economic well-being of the average individual. Yet some people dispute the validity of GDP as a measure of well-being. When Senator Robert Kennedy was running for president in 1968, he gave a moving critique of such economic measures: does not allow for the health of our children, the quality of their education, or the joy of their play. It does not include the beauty of our poetry or the strength of our marriages, the intelligence of our public debate or the integrity of our public officials. It measures neither our courage, nor our wisdom, nor our devotion to our country. It measures everything, in short, except that which makes life worthwhile, and it can tell us everything about America except why we are proud that we are Americans. Much of what Robert Kennedy said is correct. Why, then, do we care about GDP? The answer is that a large GDP does in fact help us to lead good lives. GDP does not measure the health of our children, but nations with larger GDP can afford better health care for their children. GDP does not measure the quality of grown on average about 3% per year. This continued growth in real GDP enables most Americans to enjoy greater economic prosperity than their parents and grandparents did. A second feature of the GDP data is that growth is not steady. The upward climb of real GDP is occasionally interrupted by periods during which GDP declines, called recessions. Figure 2 marks recessions with shaded vertical bars. Recessions are associated not only with lower incomes but also with other forms of economic distress, rising unemployment, falling profits, increased bankruptcies, and so on. Much of macroeconomics is aimed at explaining the long-run growth and short-run fluctuations in real GDP. As we will see in the coming chapters, we need different models for these two purposes. Because the short-run fluctuations represent deviations from the long-run trend, we first examine the behavior of key macroeconomic variables, including real GDP, in the long run. Then in later chapters, we build on this analysis to explain short-run fluctuations. Quick quiz: define real GDP and nominal GDP. Which is a better measure of economic well-being? Why? 23-5 Is GDP a good measure of economic well-being? 497. Their education, but nations with larger GDP can afford better educational systems. GDP does not measure the beauty of our poetry, but nations with larger GDP can afford to teach more of their citizens to read and enjoy poetry. GDP does not take account of our intelligence, integrity, courage, wisdom, or devotion to country, but all of these laudable attributes are easier to foster when people are less concerned about being able to afford the material necessities of life. In short, GDP does not directly measure those things that make life worthwhile, but it does measure our ability to obtain many of the inputs into a worthwhile life. GDP is not, however, a perfect measure of well-being. Some things that contribute to a good life are left out of GDP. One is leisure. Suppose, for instance, that everyone in the economy suddenly started working every day of the week, rather than enjoying leisure on weekends. More goods and services would be produced, and GDP would rise. Yet despite the increase in GDP, we should not conclude that everyone would be better off. The loss from reduced leisure would offset the gain from producing and consuming a greater quantity of goods and services. Because GDP uses market prices to value goods and services, it excludes the value of almost all activity that takes place outside markets. In particular, GDP omits the value of goods and services produced at home. When a chef prepares a delicious meal and sells it at her restaurant, the value of that meal is part of GDP. But if the chef prepares the same meal for her family, the value she has added to the raw ingredients is left out of GDP. Similarly, child care provided in daycare centers is part of GDP, whereas child care by parents at home is not. Volunteer work also contributes to the well-being of those in society, but GDP does not reflect these contributions. Another thing that GDP excludes is the quality of the environment. Imagine that the government eliminated all environmental regulations. Firms could then produce goods and services without considering the pollution they create, and GDP might rise. Yet well-being would most likely fall. The deterioration in the quality of air and water would more than offset the gains from greater production. GDP also says nothing about the distribution of income. A society in which 100 people have annual incomes of $50,000 has GDP of $5 million and, not surprisingly, GDP per person of $50,000. So does a society in which 10 people earn $500,000 and 90 suffer with nothing at all. Few people would look at those two situations and call them equivalent. GDP per person tells us what happens to the average person, but behind the average lies a large variety of personal experiences. In the end, we can conclude that GDP is a good measure of economic well-being for most but not all purposes. It is important to keep in mind what GDP includes and what it leaves out. Bloomberg/Getty. Images. International differences in GDP and the quality of life. One way to gauge the usefulness of GDP as a measure of economic well-being is to examine international data. Rich and poor countries have vastly different levels of GDP per person. If a large GDP leads to a higher standard of living, then we should observe GDP to be strongly correlated with various measures of the quality of life. And, in fact, we do. Table 3 shows 12 of the world's most populous countries ranked in order of GDP per person. The table also shows life expectancy, the average years of schooling among adults, and the percentage of the population that reports. Searching for the Hidden Economy. By Doug Campbell. Here is the brief, unremarkable story of how I recently came to participate in the underground economy. Mid-afternoon on the iciest day this past winter, a man knocked at my front door. "Shovel your walk?" he asked. "Only $5. Outside, it was a bone-chilling 15 degrees. "Sold," I said. A half hour later I handed over a $5 bill and thanked him for saving me the trouble. Officially, this was an unofficial transaction off the books, with no taxes paid or safety regulations followed. As such, it was technically illegal. And, of course, it's the sort of thing that happens all the time. International differences in the underground economy. The size of the official U.S. economy, as measured by gross domestic product, was almost $12 trillion in 2004. Measurements of the unofficial economy, not including illegal activities like drug dealing and prostitution, differ substantially. But it's generally agreed to be significant, somewhere between 6% and 20% of GDP at the midpoint. This would be about $1.5 trillion a year. Broadly defined, the underground, gray, informal, or shadow economy involves otherwise legal transactions that go unreported or unrecorded. That's a wide net, capturing everything from babysitting fees, to bartering home repairs with a neighbor, to failing to report pay from moonlighting gigs. The underground label tends to make it sound much more sinister than it really is. The underground economy. The gross domestic product misses many transactions that take place in the underground economy. Criminal activities make up a large portion of what could be termed the total underground economy. Many studies have been done on the economics of drug dealing, prostitution, and gambling. But because money from crime is almost never recovered, many policymakers are more interested in portions of the underground economy that otherwise would be legal if not hidden from authorities. Things like shoveling walks. Despite its intrigue, the informal economy's importance and consequences remain in debate. The reason: you're trying to measure a phenomenon whose entire purpose is to hide itself from observation, says Ed Feige, an economist at the University of Wisconsin. This uncertainty poses problems for policymakers. Without knowing the precise size, scope, and causes of the underground economy, how can they decide what, if anything, to do about it? Was the man who shoveled my walk engaging in a socially positive or negative activity? Was I? Suffice it to say, some economists have dedicated their entire careers to answering questions about the underground economy, and still there is nothing close to a consensus about its size or description. Economists generally agree that the shadow economy is worse in developing nations, whose webs of bureaucratic red tape and corruption are notorious. For instance, Schneider in 2003 published Shadow Economy estimates for countries including Zimbabwe, estimated at a whopping 63.2% of GDP, Thailand's at 54.1%, and Bolivia's at 68.3%. Among former Soviet bloc nations, Georgia led the way with a 68% of GDP shadow economy, and together those nations had an average 40.1% of GDP underground. This contrasts with an average of 16.7% among Western nations. In his 2003 book, Reefer Madness: Sex, Drugs, and Cheap Labor in the American Black Market, investigative writer Eric Schlosser invokes Adam Smith's invisible hand theory that men pursuing their own self-interest will generate benefits for society as a whole. This invisible hand has produced a fairly sizable underground economy, and we cannot understand our entire economic system without understanding how the hidden underbelly functions, too. The underground is a good measure of the progress and the health of nations, Schlosser writes. When much is wrong, much needs to be hidden. Schlosser's implication was that much is wrong in the United States. If he had taken a more global view, he might have decided relatively little is hidden here. A shadowy enterprise. Rosemary. Being satisfied with the quality of water they have available. These data show a clear pattern. In rich countries, such as the United States, Germany, and Japan, people can expect to live to about 80 and have 12 years of schooling. About 9 out of 10 people are satisfied with the quality of water they have to drink. In poor countries, such as Bangladesh, Nigeria, and Pakistan, people typically die 10 to 20 years earlier and have less than half as much schooling. About a third to a half of the population is unsatisfied with the quality of water locally available. Data on other aspects of the quality of life tell a similar story. Countries with low GDP per person tend to have more infants with low birth weight, higher rates of infant mortality, higher rates of maternal mortality, and higher rates of child malnutrition. In countries with low GDP per person, fewer school-age children are actually in school. Those who are in school must learn with fewer teachers per student, and illiteracy among adults is more common. These countries also tend to have fewer televisions, fewer telephones, fewer paved roads, fewer households with electricity, and fewer opportunities to access the internet. International data leave no doubt that a nation's GDP per person is closely associated with its citizens' standard of living. Quick quiz: why should policymakers care about GDP? 500. Nations seek success beyond GDP. By Mark Whitehouse. Money isn't everything. But in measuring the success of nations, it isn't easy to find a substitute. Political leaders are increasingly expressing dissatisfaction with gross domestic product, a monetary measure of all the goods and services a country produces as a gauge of a nation's success in raising living standards. In November, British Prime Minister David Cameron announced plans to build measures of national well-being that would take into account factors such as people's life satisfaction, following a similar effort by French President Nicolas Sarkozy. Their efforts cut to the core of what economics is supposed to be about: what makes us better off. How can we all have more of it? Anyone hoping for a clear-cut answer, though, is likely to be disappointed. There is more to life than GDP, but it will be hard to come up with a single measure to replace it, and we are not sure that a single measure is the answer, said Paul Allen, director of the Measuring National Wellbeing Project at the U.K.'s Office of National Statistics. Maybe we live in a multidimensional world and we have to get used to handling a reasonable number of bits of information. After a session on creating a national success indicator at the annual meeting of the American Economic Association on Friday, Carol Graham, fellow at the Brookings Institution, summed up the situation thus: "It's like a new science, there's still a lot of work to be done." For much of the past 4 decades, economists have puzzled over a paradox that cast doubt on GDP as the world's main indicator of success. People in richer countries didn't appear to be any happier than people in poor countries. In research beginning in the 1970s, University of Pennsylvania economist Richard S. Turlin found no evidence of a link between countries' income as measured by GDP per person and people's reported levels of happiness. More recent research suggests GDP isn't quite so bad. Using more data and different statistical techniques, 3 economists at the University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School, Daniel Sachs, Betsy Stevenson and Justin Wolfers, found that a given percentage increase in GDP per person tends to coincide with a similar increase in reported well-being. The correlation held across different countries and over time. Still, for measuring the success of policy, GDP is far from ideal. Making everybody work 120 hours a week could radically boost a country's GDP per capita, but it wouldn't make people happier. Removing pollution limits could boost GDP per hour worked, but wouldn't necessarily lead to a world we'd want to live in. One approach is to enhance GDP with other objective factors such as inequality, leisure, and life expectancy. In a paper presented Saturday at the American Economic Association meeting, Stanford economists Peter Kalnow and Charles Jones found that doing so can make a big difference. By their calculation, accounting for longer life expectancy, additional leisure time and lower levels of inequality makes living standards in France and Germany look almost the same as those in the US, which otherwise leads the pack by a large margin. Mr. Kalnow points out that the calculation is fraught with difficulties. For one, many. Measuring macroeconomic well-being. Can we do better than using gross domestic product? In the news. 23-6 Conclusion. This chapter has discussed how economists measure the total income of a nation. Measurement is, of course, only a starting point. Much of macroeconomics is aimed at revealing the long-run and short-run determinants of a nation's GDP. Why, for example, is GDP higher in the United States and Japan than in India and Nigeria? What can the governments of the poorest countries do to promote more rapid GDP growth? Why does GDP in the United States rise rapidly in some years and fall in others? What can U.S. policymakers do to reduce? 501. Countries have poor data on crucial factors such as life expectancy. For the purpose of comparing well-being across countries, asking people how they feel might be better than monetary measures. Angus Deaton, an economist at Princeton University, notes that placing values on the extremely different goods and services consumed in the US and, say, Tajikistan, can be impossible to do in a comparable way. Just asking people about their situation could be much easier and no less accurate. Surveys already play a meaningful role in the way many countries assess their performance, from consumer confidence in the US to the Netherlands' Life Situation Index, which accounts for factors such as relationships and community involvement. As part of its effort to gauge well-being, the UK plans to add more subjective questions to its household surveys. But surveys can also send misleading policy signals. Mr. Wolfers, for example, has found that surveys of women's subjective well-being in the U.S. suggest that they are less happy than they were 4 decades ago, despite improvements in wages, education, and other objective measures. That, he says, doesn't mean the feminist movement should be reversed. Rather, it could be related to rising expectations or greater frankness among the women interviewed. People's true preferences are often revealed more by what they do than by what they say. Surveys suggest people with children tend to be less happy than those without, yet people keep having children and nobody would advocate mass sterilization to improve overall well-being. What we care about in the world is not just happiness, says Mr. Wolfers. If you measure just one part of what makes for a full life, you're going to end up harming the other parts. For the time being, that leaves policymakers to choose the measures of success that seem most appropriate for the task at hand. That's not ideal, but it's the best economics has to offer. Happily ever after. More wealth doesn't always translate into greater quality of life, when factors such as leisure and length of life are included. The severity of these fluctuations in GDP? These are the questions we will take up shortly. At this point, it is important to acknowledge the significance of just measuring GDP. We all get some sense of how the economy is doing as we go about our lives. But the economists who study changes in the economy and the policymakers who formulate economic policies need more than this vague sense. They need concrete data on which to base their judgments. Quantifying the behavior of the economy with statistics such as GDP is, therefore, the first step to developing a science of macroeconomics. In 1931, as the U.S. economy was suffering through the Great Depression, the New York Yankees paid famed baseball player Babe Ruth a salary of $80,000. At the time, this pay was extraordinary, even among the stars of baseball. According to one story, a reporter asked Ruth whether he thought it was right that he made more than President Herbert Hoover, who had a salary of only $75,000. Ruth replied, "I had a better year." In 2012, the median salary earned by a player on the New York Yankees was $1.9 million, and shortstop Alex Rodriguez was paid $30 million. At first, this fact might lead you to think that baseball has become vastly more lucrative over the past 8 decades. But as everyone knows, the prices of goods and services have also risen. In 1931, a nickel would buy an ice cream cone and a quarter would buy a ticket at the local movie theater. Because prices were so much lower in Babe Ruth's day than they are today, it is not clear whether Ruth enjoyed a higher or lower standard of living than today's players. Chapter 24. Measuring the cost of living. 506. In the preceding chapter, we looked at how economists use gross domestic product to measure the quantity of goods and services that the economy is producing. This chapter examines how economists measure the overall cost of living. To compare Babe Ruth's salary of $80,000 to salaries from today, we need to find some way of turning dollar figures into meaningful measures of purchasing power. That is exactly the job of a statistic called the Consumer Price Index. After seeing how the Consumer Price Index is constructed, we discuss how we can use such a price index to compare dollar figures from different points in time. The Consumer Price Index is used to monitor changes in the cost of living over time. When the Consumer Price Index rises, the typical family has to spend more money to maintain the same standard of living. Economists use the term inflation to describe a situation in which the economy's overall price level is rising. The inflation rate is the percentage change in the price level from the previous period. The preceding chapter showed how economists can measure inflation using the GDP deflator. The inflation rate you are likely to hear on the nightly news, however, is calculated from the Consumer Price Index, which better reflects the goods and services bought by consumers. As we will see in the coming chapters, inflation is a closely watched aspect of macroeconomic performance and is a key variable guiding macroeconomic policy. This chapter provides the background for that analysis by showing how economists measure the inflation rate using the Consumer Price Index and how this statistic can be used to compare dollar figures from different times. 24:1 The Consumer Price Index. The Consumer Price Index is a measure of the overall cost of the goods and services bought by a typical consumer. Each month, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is part of the Department of Labor, computes and reports the Consumer Price Index. In this section, we discuss how the Consumer Price Index is calculated and what problems arise in its measurement. We also consider how this index compares to the GDP deflator, another measure of the overall level of prices, which we examined in the preceding chapter. 24-1 How the CPI is calculated. When the BLS calculates the Consumer Price Index and the inflation rate, it uses data on the prices of thousands of goods and services. To see exactly how these statistics are constructed, let's consider a simple economy in which consumers buy only two goods, hot dogs and hamburgers. Table 1 shows the 5 steps that the BLS follows. 1. Fix the basket. Determine which prices are most important to the typical consumer. If the typical consumer buys more hot dogs than hamburgers, then the price of hot dogs is more important than the price of hamburgers and, therefore, should be given greater weight in measuring the cost of living. The BLS sets these weights by surveying consumers to find the basket of goods and services bought by the typical consumer. In the example in the table, the typical consumer buys a basket of 4 hot dogs and 2 hamburgers. 2. Find the prices. Find the prices of each of the goods and services in the basket at each point in time. The table shows the prices of hot dogs and hamburgers for 3 different years. 3. Compute the basket's cost. Use the data on prices to calculate the cost of the basket of goods and services at different times. The table shows this calculation for each of the 3 years. Notice that only the prices in this calculation change. By keeping the basket of goods the same, we are isolating the effects of price changes from the effects of any quantity changes that might be occurring at the same time. 4. Choose a base year and compute the index. Designate one year as the base year, the benchmark against which other years are compared. Once the base year is chosen, the index is calculated as follows. Consumer Price Index 5. Price of basket of goods and services in current year. Price of basket in base year 3/100. That is, the price of the basket of goods and services in each year is divided by the price of the basket in the base year, and this ratio is then multiplied by 100. The resulting number is the Consumer Price Index. In the example in Table 1, 2013 is the base year. In this year, the basket of hot dogs and hamburgers costs $8. Therefore, to calculate the Consumer Price Index, the price of the basket in each year is divided by $8 and multiplied by 100. The Consumer Price Index is 100 in 2013. The Consumer Price Index is 175 in 2014. This means that the price of the basket in 2014 is 175% of its price in the base year. Put differently, a basket of goods that costs $100 in the base year costs $175 in 2014. Similarly, the Consumer Price Index is 250 in 2015, indicating that the price level in 2015 is 250% of the price level in the base year. 5. Compute the inflation rate. Use the Consumer Price Index to calculate the inflation rate, which is the percentage change in the price index from the preceding period. That is, the inflation rate between 2 consecutive years is computed as follows. When constructing the Consumer Price Index, the Bureau of Labor Statistics tries to include all the goods and services that the typical consumer buys. Moreover, it tries to weight these goods and services according to how much consumers buy of each item. Figure 1 shows the breakdown of consumer spending into the major categories of goods and services. By far the largest category is housing, which makes up 41% of the typical consumer's budget. This category includes the cost of shelter, fuel, and other utilities, and household furnishings and operation. The next largest category, at 17%, is transportation, which includes spending on cars, gasoline, buses, subways, and so on. The next category, at 15%, is food and beverages. This includes food at home, food away from home, and alcoholic beverages. Next are medical care, recreation, and education and communication, each at about 7%. This last category includes tuition, telephone service, information technology such as personal computers and internet service, and educational books and supplies such as this textbook. Apparel, which includes clothing, footwear, and jewelry, makes up 4% of the typical consumer's budget. Also included in the figure, at 3% of spending, is a category for other goods and services. This is a catch-all for consumer purchases that do not naturally fit into the other categories. Although this example simplifies the real world by including only two goods, it shows how the BLS computes the consumer price index and the inflation rate. The BLS collects and processes data on the prices of thousands of goods and services every month and, by following the 5 foregoing steps, determines how quickly the cost of living for the typical consumer is rising. When the BLS makes its monthly announcement of the Consumer Price Index, you can usually hear the number on the evening television news or see it in the next day's newspaper. In addition to the Consumer Price Index for the overall economy, the BLS calculates several other price indexes. It reports the index for specific metropolitan areas within the country and for some narrow categories of goods and services. It also calculates the Producer Price Index, which measures the cost of a basket of goods and services bought by firms rather than consumers. Because firms eventually pass on their costs to consumers in the form of higher consumer prices, changes in the Producer Price Index are often thought to be useful in predicting changes in the Consumer Price Index. 24-1B Problems in measuring the cost of living. The goal of the Consumer Price Index is to measure changes in the cost of living. In other words, the Consumer Price Index tries to gauge how much incomes must rise to maintain a constant standard of living. The Consumer Price Index, however, is not a perfect measure of the cost of living. 3 problems with the index are widely acknowledged but difficult to solve. The first problem is called substitution bias. When prices change from one year to the next, they do not all change proportionately, some prices rise more than others. Consumers respond to these differing price changes by buying less of the goods whose prices have risen by relatively large amounts and by buying more of the goods whose prices have risen less or perhaps even have fallen. That is, consumers substitute toward goods that have become relatively less expensive. If a price index is computed assuming a fixed basket of goods, it ignores the possibility of consumer substitution and, therefore, overstates the increase in the cost of living from one year to the next. Let's consider a simple example. Imagine that in the base year, apples are cheaper than pears, so consumers buy more apples than pears. When the BLS constructs the basket of goods, it will include more apples than pears. Suppose that next year pears are cheaper than apples. Consumers will naturally respond to the price changes by buying more pears and fewer apples. Yet when computing the Consumer Price Index, the BLS uses a fixed basket, which in essence assumes that consumers continue buying the now expensive apples in the same quantities as before. For this reason, the index will measure a much larger increase in the cost of living than consumers actually experience. The second problem with the Consumer Price Index is the introduction of new goods. When a new good is introduced, consumers have more variety from which to choose, and this in turn reduces the cost of maintaining the same level of economic well-being. To see why, consider a hypothetical situation. Suppose you could choose between a $100 gift certificate at a large store that offered a wide array of goods and a $100 gift certificate at a small store with the same prices but a more limited selection. Which would you prefer? Most people would pick the store with greater variety. In essence, the increased set of possible choices makes each dollar more valuable. The same is true with the evolution of the economy. Over time, as new goods are introduced, consumers have more choices, and each dollar is worth more. Yet because the consumer price index is based on a fixed basket of goods and services, it does not reflect the increase in the value of the dollar that arises from the introduction of new goods. Again, let's consider an example. When the iPod was introduced in 2001, consumers found it more convenient to listen to their favorite music. Devices to play music were available previously, but they were not nearly as portable and versatile. The iPod was a new option that increased consumers' set of opportunities. For any given number of dollars, the introduction of the iPod made people better off. Conversely, achieving the same level of economic well-being required a smaller number of dollars. A perfect cost of living index would have reflected the introduction. Do we need Google to measure inflation? By Annie Lowry. Some 23,000 retailers and businesses in 90 U.S. cities, hundreds of government workers find and mark down prices on very precise products. And I'm not kidding when I say very precise. Say the relevant worker is finding the price for a motel room. She might write a report like this: occupancy 2 adults, type of accommodation deluxe room, room classification / location ocean view, room 306, time of stay weekend, length of stay 1 night, bathroom facilities 1 full bathroom, kitchen facilities none, television 1, includes free movie channel, telephone 1 telephone, free local calls, air conditioned yes, meals included breakfast, parking free self-parking, transportation to airport, no charge, recreation facilities an indoor and an outdoor pool, a private beach, 3 tennis courts, and an exercise room. This mind-numbingly tedious process goes on for a dizzying panoply of items: wine, takeaway meals, bedroom furniture, surgical procedures, pet dogs, college tuition, cigarettes, haircuts, funerals. When all of the prices are marked down, the workers submit forms that are collated, checked, and input into massive spreadsheets. Then the government boils all those numbers down to 1. It weights certain prices, taking into account that consumers spend more on rent than cereal, for instance. It considers product improvements and changes in spending habits. Then it comes up with a master number showing how much a customer's spending needed to increase to buy the same goods, month on month. That number is the Consumer Price Index, the government's main gauge of inflation. Each month, the Bureau of Labor Statistics goes through all that hassle because knowing the rate of inflation is such an important measure of economic health, and it's important to the government's own budget. High inflation? Savers panic, watching the spending power of their accounts erode. Deflation? Everyone saves, awaiting cheaper prices in a few months. And wildly changing inflation makes it difficult for businesses and consumers to make economic decisions. Moreover, the government needs to know the rate of inflation to index certain payments, like Social Security benefits or interest payments on TIPS bonds. But just because the government expends so much energy determining the rate of inflation does not mean it is tallying it in the smartest or most accurate way. The reigning methodology is, well, clunky. It costs Washington around $234 million a year to get all those people to go and bear witness to a $1.57 price increase in a packet of tube socks, and then to massage those individual data points down to one number. Moreover, there is a weeks-long lag between the checkers tallying up the numbers and the government announcing the changes. The inflation measure comes out only 12 times a year, though prices change, sometimes dramatically, all the time. Plus, the methodology is archaic, given that we live in the internet age. Prices are easily available online and a lot of shopping happens on the web rather than in stores. But there might be a better way. In the last few months, economists have come up in the news monitoring inflation in the internet age. The web is providing alternative ways to collect data on the overall level of prices. 511. Of the iPod with a decrease in the cost of living. The Consumer Price Index, however, did not decrease in response to the introduction of the iPod. Eventually, the BLS revised the basket of goods to include the iPod, and subsequently, the index reflected changes in iPod prices. But the reduction in the cost of living associated with the initial introduction of the iPod never showed up in the index. The third problem with the consumer price index is unmeasured quality change. If the quality of a good deteriorates from one year to the next while its price remains the same, the value of a dollar falls, because you are getting a lesser good for the same amount of money. Similarly, if the quality rises from one year to the next, the value of a dollar rises. The BLS does its best to account for quality change. When the quality of a good in the basket changes, for example, when a car model has, with new methods for calculating inflation at internet speed, nimbler, cheaper, faster, and perhaps even more accurate than Washington's. The first comes from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. In 2007, economists Roberto Rigoban and Alberto Cavallo started tracking prices online and inputting them into a massive database. Then, last month, they unveiled the Billion Prices Project, an inflation measure based on 5 million items sold by 300 online retailers in 70 countries. The BPP's inflation measure is markedly different from the government's. The economists just average all the prices culled online, meaning the basket of goods is whatever you can buy on the web. Plus, the researchers do not weight certain items' prices, even if they tend to make up a bigger proportion of household spending. Still, thus far, the BPP has tracked the CPI closely. And the online-based measure has additional advantages. It comes out daily, giving a better sense of inflation's direction. It also lets researchers examine minute, day-to-day price changes. For instance, this month Rigoban and Cavallo noted that Black Friday discounts had a smaller effect on average prices in 2010 than in 2009, contrary to reports of deeper discounting this year. And it has already produced some academic insights. For instance, Cavallo found that retailers change prices less often, but more, percentage-wise, than economists previously thought. A second inflation measure comes from web behemoth Google and is a pet project of the company's chief economist, Hal Varian. As reported by the Financial Times, earlier this year, Varian decided to use Google's vast database of web prices to construct the Google Price Index, a constantly updated measure of price changes and inflation. Google has not yet decided whether it will publish the price index, and has not released its methodology. But Varian said that his preliminary index tracked CPI closely, though it did show periods of deflation, the worrisome incidence of prices actually falling where the CPI did not. The new indices lead to the big question of whether the government needs to update its methods to account for changes in the economy, taking new pricing trends into consideration, rejiggering its formula, updating more frequently. The answer might be yes. But the CPI and its Stone Age method of calculation boasts one huge benefit: it's a stable, tested measure, consistent over time, since its methodology doesn't change much. Moreover, and somewhat remarkably, the Google and Billion Prices Project indices actually seem to confirm the accuracy of the old-fashioned CPI, tracking it closely rather than showing it to be off base. Ultimately, there is a good argument for more inflation measures, not just better or newer ones. The government already calculates a number of rates of inflation to give a fuller picture of price changes, the value of money, and the economy. Most notably, the BLS publishes a core inflation number, a measure of inflation outside volatile food and energy prices. There are dozens of other measures, as well. The new web-based yardsticks provide even more alternatives and opportunities to examine the accuracy of the CPI and to make new findings. That means, for now, those detective-like government rubes painstakingly checking prices on clipboards get to stay in work. More horsepower or gets better gas mileage from one year to the next. The Bureau adjusts the price of the good to account for the quality change. It is, in essence, trying to compute the price of a basket of goods of constant quality. Despite these efforts, changes in quality remain a problem because quality is so hard to measure. There is still much debate among economists about how severe these measurement problems are and what should be done about them. Several studies written during the 1990s concluded that the Consumer Price Index overstated inflation by about 1 percentage point per year. In response to this criticism, the BLS adopted several technical changes to improve the CPI, and many economists believe the bias is now only about half as large as it once was. The issue is important because many government programs use the Consumer Price Index to adjust for changes in the overall level of prices. Recipients of Social Security, for instance, get annual increases in benefits that are tied to the Consumer Price Index. Some economists have suggested modifying these programs to correct for the measurement problems by, for instance, reducing the magnitude of the automatic benefit increases. 24-1 The GDP deflator versus the Consumer Price Index. In the preceding chapter, we examined another measure of the overall level of prices in the economy, the GDP deflator. The GDP deflator is the ratio of nominal GDP to real GDP. Because nominal GDP is current output valued at current prices and real GDP is current output valued at base year prices, the GDP deflator reflects the current level of prices relative to the level of prices in the base year. Economists and policymakers monitor both the GDP deflator and the Consumer Price Index to gauge how quickly prices are rising. Usually, these two statistics tell a similar story. Yet two important differences can cause them to diverge. The first difference is that the GDP deflator reflects the prices of all goods and services produced domestically, whereas the Consumer Price Index reflects the prices of all goods and services bought by consumers. For example, suppose that the price of an airplane produced by Boeing and sold to the Air Force rises. Even though the plane is part of GDP, it is not part of the basket of goods and services bought by a typical consumer. Thus, the price increase shows up in the GDP deflator but not in the Consumer Price Index. As another example, suppose that Volvo raises the price of its cars. Because Volvos are made in Sweden, the car is not part of US GDP. But US consumers buy Volvos, so the car is part of the typical consumer's basket of goods. Hence, a price increase in an imported consumption good, such as a Volvo, shows up in the Consumer Price Index but not in the GDP deflator. This first difference between the Consumer Price Index and the GDP deflator is particularly important when the price of oil changes. The United States produces some oil, but much of the oil we use is imported. As a result, oil and oil products such as gasoline and heating oil make up a much larger share of consumer spending than of GDP. When the price of oil rises, the Consumer Price Index rises by much more than does the GDP deflator. The second and subtler difference between the GDP deflator and the Consumer Price Index concerns how various prices are weighted to yield a single number for the overall level of prices. The Consumer Price Index compares the price of a fixed basket of goods and services to the price of the basket in the base year. Only occasionally does the BLS change the basket of goods. By contrast, the GDP deflator compares the price of currently produced goods and services to the price of the same goods and services in the base year. Thus, the group of goods and services used to compute the GDP deflator changes automatically over time. This difference is not important when all prices are changing proportionately. But if the prices of different goods and services are changing by varying amounts, the way we weight the various prices matters for the overall inflation rate. Figure 2 shows the inflation rate as measured by both the GDP deflator and the Consumer Price Index for each year since 1965. You can see that sometimes the two measures diverge. When they do diverge, it is possible to go behind these numbers and explain the divergence with the two differences we have discussed. For example, in 1979 and 1980, CPI inflation spiked up more than the GDP deflator largely because oil prices more than doubled during these 2 years. Yet divergence between these two measures is the exception rather than the rule. In the 1970s, both the GDP deflator and the Consumer Price Index show high rates of inflation. In the late 1980s, 1990s, and the first decade of the 2000s, both measures show low rates of inflation. Quick quiz: explain briefly what the CPI measures and how it is constructed. Identify one reason why the CPI is an imperfect measure of the cost of living. Together. The purpose of measuring the overall level of prices in the economy is to allow us to compare dollar figures from different times. Now that we know how price indexes are calculated, let's see how we might use such an index to compare a dollar figure from the past to a dollar figure in the present. 514. 24-2 A dollar figures from different times. We first return to the issue of Babe Ruth's salary. Was his salary of $80,000 in 1931 high or low compared to the salaries of today's players? To answer this question, we need to know the level of prices in 1931 and the level of prices today. Part of the increase in baseball salaries compensates players for higher prices today. To compare Ruth's salary to those of today's players, we need to inflate Ruth's salary to turn 1931 dollars into today's dollars. The formula for turning dollar figures from year T into today's dollars is the following. Amount in today's dollars 5, amount in year T dollars 3, price level today, price level in year T. A price index such as the Consumer Price Index measures the price level and thus determines the size of the inflation correction. Let's apply this formula to Ruth's salary. Government statistics show a consumer price index of 15.2 for 1931 and 229.5 for 2012. Thus, the overall level of prices has risen by a factor of 15.1. We can use these numbers to measure Ruth's salary in 2012 dollars, as follows. We find that Babe Ruth's 1931 salary is equivalent to a salary today of over $1.2 million. That is a good income, but it is a third less than the median Yankee salary today and only 4% of what the Yankees pay A-Rod. Various forces, including overall economic growth and the increasing income shares earned by superstars, have substantially raised the living standards of the best athletes. Let's also examine President Hoover's 1931 salary of $75,000. To translate that figure into 2012 dollars, we again multiply the ratio of the price levels in the 2 years. We find that Hoover's salary is equivalent to $75,000 3 or $1,132,401 in 2012 dollars. This is well above President Barack Obama's salary of $400,000. It seems that President Hoover did have a pretty good year after all. 24-2B Indexation. As we have just seen, price indexes are used to correct for the effects of inflation when comparing dollar figures from different times. This type of correction shows up in many places in the economy. When some dollar amount is automatically corrected for changes in the price level by law or contract, the amount is said to be indexed for inflation. For example, many long-term contracts between firms and unions include partial or complete indexation of the wage to the Consumer Price Index. Such a provision is called a cost of living allowance, or COLA. A COLA automatically raises the wage when the Consumer Price Index rises. Indexation is also a feature of many laws. Social Security benefits, for example, are adjusted every year to compensate the elderly for increases in prices. The brackets. Indexation, the automatic correction by law or contract of a dollar amount for the effects of inflation. 515. Mr. Index goes to Hollywood. Hat is the most popular movie of all time. The answer might surprise you. Movie popularity is usually gauged by box office receipts. By that measure, Avatar is the #1 movie of all time with domestic receipts of $761 million, followed by Titanic and Marvel's The Avengers. But this ranking ignores an obvious but important fact: prices, including those of movie tickets, have been rising over time. Inflation gives an advantage to newer films. When we correct box office receipts for the effects of inflation, the story is very different. The #1 movie is now Gone with the Wind, followed by Star Wars and The Sound of Music. Avatar falls to number 14. Gone with the Wind was released in 1939, before everyone had televisions in their homes. In the 1930s, about 90 million Americans went to the cinema each week, compared to about 25 million today. But the movies from that era don't show up in conventional popularity rankings because ticket prices were only a quarter. And indeed, in the ranking based on nominal box office receipts, Gone with the Wind does not make the top 50 films. Scarlet and Red fare a lot better once we correct for the effects of inflation. FYI. Of the federal income tax, the income levels at which the tax rates change are also indexed for inflation. There are, however, many ways in which the tax system is not indexed for inflation, even when perhaps it should be. We discuss these issues more fully when we discuss the costs of inflation later in this book. 24-2C Real and nominal interest rates. Correcting economic variables for the effects of inflation is particularly important, and somewhat tricky, when we look at data on interest rates. The very concept of an interest rate necessarily involves comparing amounts of money at different points in time. When you deposit your savings in a bank account, you give the bank some money now, and the bank returns your deposit with interest in the future. Similarly, when you borrow from a bank, you get some money now, but you will have to repay the loan with interest in the future. In both cases, to fully understand the deal between you and the bank, it is crucial to acknowledge that future dollars could have a different value than today's dollars. That is, you have to correct for the effects of inflation. Let's consider an example. Suppose Sally Saver deposits $1,000 in a bank account that pays an annual interest rate of 10%. A year later, after Sally has accumulated $100 in interest, she withdraws her $1,100. Is Sally $100 richer than she was when she made the deposit a year earlier? The answer depends on what we mean by richer. Sally does have $100 more than she had before. In other words, the number of dollars in her possession has. Frankly, my dear, I don't care much for the effects of inflation. Risen by 10%. But Sally does not care about the amount of money itself, she cares about what she can buy with it. If prices have risen while her money was in the bank, each dollar now buys less than it did a year ago. In this case, her purchasing power, the amount of goods and services she can buy, has not risen by 10%. To keep things simple, let's suppose that Sally is a movie fan and buys only DVDs. When Sally made her deposit, a DVD at her local movie store cost $10. Her deposit of $1,000 was equivalent to 100 DVDs. A year later, after getting her 10% interest, she has $1,100. How many DVDs can she buy now? It depends on what has happened to the price of a DVD. Here are some examples. Zero inflation. If the price of a DVD remains at $10, the amount she can buy has risen from 100 to 110 DVDs. The 10% increase in the number of dollars means a 10% increase in her purchasing power. 6% inflation. If the price of a DVD rises from $10 to $10.60, then the number of DVDs she can buy has risen from 100 to approximately 104. Her purchasing power has increased by about 4%. 10% inflation. If the price of a DVD rises from $10 to $11, she can still buy only 100 DVDs. Even though Sally's dollar wealth has risen, her purchasing power is the same as it was a year earlier. 12% inflation. If the price of a DVD increases from $10 to $11.20, the number of DVDs she can buy has fallen from 100 to approximately 98. Even with her greater number of dollars, her purchasing power has decreased by about 2%. And if Sally were living in an economy with deflation, falling prices, another possibility could arise. 2% deflation. If the price of a DVD falls from $10 to $9.80, then the number of DVDs she can buy rises from 100 to approximately 112. Her purchasing power increases by about 12%. These examples show that the higher the rate of inflation, the smaller the increase in Sally's purchasing power. If the rate of inflation exceeds the rate of interest, her purchasing power actually falls. And if there is deflation, her purchasing power rises by more than the rate of interest. To understand how much a person earns in a savings account, we need to consider both the interest rate and the change in prices. The interest rate that measures the change in dollar amounts is called the nominal interest rate, and the interest rate corrected for inflation is called the real interest rate. The nominal interest rate, the real interest rate, and inflation are related approximately as follows. Real interest rate 5, nominal interest rate 2, inflation rate. The real interest rate is the difference between the nominal interest rate and the rate of inflation. The nominal interest rate tells you how fast the number of dollars in your bank account rises over time, while the real interest rate tells you how fast the purchasing power of your bank account rises over time. Interest rates in the U.S. economy. Figure 3 shows real and nominal interest rates in the U.S. economy since 1965. The nominal interest rate in this figure is the rate on 3-month Treasury bills. The real interest rate is computed by subtracting the rate of inflation from this nominal interest rate. Here the inflation rate is measured as the percentage change in the consumer price index. One feature of this figure is that the nominal interest rate almost always exceeds the real interest rate. This reflects the fact that the U.S. economy has experienced rising consumer prices in almost every year during this period. By contrast, if you look at data for the U.S. economy during the late 19th century or for the Japanese economy in some recent years, you will find periods of deflation. During deflation, the real interest rate exceeds the nominal interest rate. The figure also shows that because inflation is variable, real and nominal interest rates do not always move together. For example, in the late 1970s, nominal interest rates were high. But because inflation was very high, real interest rates were low. Indeed, during much of the 1970s, real interest rates were negative, for inflation eroded people's savings more quickly than nominal interest payments increased them. By contrast, in the late 1990s, nominal interest rates were lower than they had been 2 decades earlier. But because inflation was much lower, real interest rates were higher. In the coming chapters, we will examine the economic forces that determine both real and nominal interest rates. Case study. Quick quiz: Henry Ford paid his workers $5 a day in 1914. If the consumer price index was 10 in 1914 and 230 in 2012, how much is the Ford paycheck worth in 2012 dollars? 518. 24-3 Conclusion. A nickel ain't worth a dime anymore, baseball player Yogi Berra once observed. Indeed, throughout recent history, the real values behind the nickel, the dime, and the dollar have not been stable. Persistent increases in the overall level of prices have been the norm. Such inflation reduces the purchasing power of each unit of money over time. When comparing dollar figures from different times, it is important to keep in mind that a dollar today is not the same as a dollar 20 years ago or, most likely, 20 years from now. This chapter has discussed how economists measure the overall level of prices in the economy and how they use price indexes to correct economic variables for the effects of inflation. Price indexes allow us to compare dollar figures from different points in time and, therefore, get a better sense of how the economy is changing. The discussion of price indexes in this chapter, together with the preceding chapter's discussion of GDP, is only a first step in the study of macroeconomics. We have not yet examined what determines a nation's GDP or the causes and effects of inflation. To do that, we need to go beyond issues of measurement. Indeed, that is our next task. Having explained how economists measure macroeconomic quantities and prices in the past 2 chapters, we are now ready to develop the models that explain movements in these variables. Here is our strategy in the upcoming chapters. First, we look at the long-run determinants of real GDP and related variables, such as saving, investment, real interest rates, and unemployment. Second, we look at the long-run determinants of the price level and related variables, such as the money supply, inflation, and nominal interest rates. Last of all, having seen how these variables are determined in the long run, we examine the more complex question of what causes short-run fluctuations in real GDP and the price level. In all of these chapters, the measurement issues we have just discussed will provide the foundation for the analysis. The Consumer Price Index shows the cost of a basket of goods and services relative to the cost of the same basket in the base year. The index is used to measure the overall level of prices in the economy. The percentage change in the Consumer Price Index measures the inflation rate. The Consumer Price Index is an imperfect measure of the cost of living for three reasons. First, it does not take into account consumers' ability to substitute toward goods that become relatively cheaper over time. Second, it does not take into account increases in the purchasing power of the dollar due to the introduction of new goods. Third, it is distorted by unmeasured changes in the quality of goods and services. Because of these measurement problems, the CPI overstates true inflation. Like the Consumer Price Index, the GDP deflator measures the overall level of prices in the economy. The two price indexes usually move together, but there are important differences. The GDP deflator differs from the CPI because it includes goods and services produced rather than goods and services consumed. As a result, imported goods affect the Consumer Price Index but not the GDP deflator. In addition, while the Consumer Price Index uses a fixed basket of goods, the GDP deflator automatically changes the group of goods and services over time as the composition of GDP changes. Dollar figures from different times do not represent a valid comparison of purchasing power. To compare a dollar figure from the past to a dollar figure today, the older figure should be inflated using a price index. Various laws and private contracts use price indexes to correct for the effects of inflation. The tax laws, however, are only partially indexed for inflation. A correction for inflation is especially important when looking at data on interest rates. The nominal interest rate is the interest rate usually reported. It is the rate at which the number of dollars in a savings account increases over time. By contrast, the real interest rate takes into account changes in the value of the dollar over time. The real interest rate equals the nominal interest rate minus the rate of inflation. Summary. 519. Consumer Price Index, P506 Inflation Rate, P508 Producer Price Index, P509 Indexation, P514 Nominal Interest Rate, P516 Real Interest Rate, P516. Key concepts. 1. Which do you think has a greater effect on the Consumer Price Index, a 10% increase in the price of chicken or a 10% increase in the price of caviar? Why? 2. Describe the three problems that make the Consumer Price Index an imperfect measure of the cost of living. 3. If the price of imported French wine rises, is the Consumer Price Index or the GDP deflator affected more? Why? 4. Over a long period of time, the price of a candy bar rose from 20 cents to $1.20. Over the same period, the Consumer Price Index rose from 150 to 300. Adjusted for overall inflation, how much did the price of the candy bar change? 5. Explain the meaning of nominal interest rate and real interest rate. How are they related? Questions for review. 1. The Consumer Price Index measures approximately the same economic phenomenon as a nominal GDP. B. Real GDP. C. The GDP deflator. D. The unemployment rate. 2. The largest component in the basket of goods and services used to compute the CPI is A. Food and beverages. B. Housing. C. Medical care. D. Apparel. 3. If a Pennsylvania gun manufacturer raises the price of rifles it sells to the U.S. Army, its price hikes will increase A. Both the CPI and the GDP deflator. B. Neither the CPI nor the GDP deflator. C. The CPI but not the GDP deflator. D. The GDP deflator but not the CPI. 4. Because consumers can sometimes substitute cheaper goods for those that have risen in price, A. The CPI overstates inflation. B. The CPI understates inflation. C. The GDP deflator overstates inflation. D. The GDP deflator understates inflation. 5. If the consumer price index is 200 in year 1980 and 300 today, then $600 in 1980 has the same purchasing power as today. A. $400 billion. $500 C. $700 D. $900 6. You deposit $2,000 in a savings account, and a year later you have $2,100. Meanwhile, the consumer price index rises from 200 to 204. In this case, the nominal interest rate is %, and the real interest rate is %. A1, 5B3, 5C5, 1D5, 3. Quick check multiple choice. 1. Suppose that the year you were born someone bought $100 of goods and services for your baby shower. How much would you guess it would cost today to buy a similar amount of goods and services? Now find data on the consumer price index and compute the answer based on it. Problems and applications. 520. 2. The residents of Vegapia spend all of their income on cauliflower, broccoli, and carrots. In 2013, they spend a total of $200 for 100 heads of cauliflower, $75 for 50 bunches of broccoli, and $50 for 500 carrots. In 2014, they spend a total of $225 for 75 heads of cauliflower, $120 for 80 bunches of broccoli, and $100 for 500 carrots. A. Calculate the price of 1 unit of each vegetable in each year. B. Using 2013 as the base year, calculate the CPI for each year. C. What is the inflation rate in 2014? 3. Suppose that people consume only 3 goods, as shown in this table. Tennis balls, golf balls. Bottles of Gatorade 2014 price $2, $4, $1 2014 quantity 100 100 200 2015 price $2, $6, $2 2015 quantity 100 100 200. A. What is the percentage change in the price of each of the 3 goods? B. Using a method similar to the consumer price index, compute the percentage change in the overall price level. C. If you were to learn that a bottle of Gatorade increased in size from 2014 to 2015, should that information affect your calculation of the inflation rate? If so, how? D. If you were to learn that Gatorade introduced new flavors in 2015, should that information affect your calculation of the inflation rate? If so, how? 4. Go to the website of the BLS and find data on the consumer price index. By how much has the index including all items risen over the past year? For which categories of spending have prices risen the most? The least? Have any categories experienced price declines? Can you explain any of these facts? 5. A small nation of 10 people idolizes the TV show American Idol. All they produce and consume are karaoke machines and CDs, in the following amounts. Karaoke machine CDs. Quantity price 2014 $10 $40 $30 $10 2015 12 60 50 12. A. Using a method similar to the consumer price index, compute the percentage change in the overall price level. Use 2014 as the base year and fix the basket at 1 karaoke machine and 3 CDs. B. Using a method similar to the GDP deflator, compute the percentage change in the overall price level. Also use 2014 as the base year. C. Is the inflation rate in 2015 the same using the two methods? Explain why or why not. 6. Which of the problems in the construction of the CPI might be illustrated by each of the following situations? Explain. A. The invention of the cell phone. B. The introduction of airbags in cars. C. Increased personal computer purchases in response to a decline in their price. D. More scoops of raisins in each package of Raisin Bran. E. Greater use of fuel-efficient cars after gasoline prices increase. 7. The New York Times cost 15 cents in 1970 and $2 in 2011. The average wage in manufacturing was $3.36 per hour in 1970 and $23.09 in 2011. A. By what percentage did the price of a newspaper rise? B. By what percentage did the wage rise? C. In each year, how many minutes did a worker have to work to earn enough to buy a newspaper? D. Did workers' purchasing power in terms of newspapers rise or fall? 8. The chapter explains that Social Security benefits are increased each year in proportion to the increase in the CPI, even though most economists believe that the CPI overstates actual inflation. A. If the elderly consume the same market basket as other people, does Social Security provide the elderly with an improvement in their standard of living each year? Explain. B. In fact, the elderly consume more healthcare compared to younger people, and healthcare costs have risen faster than overall inflation. What would you do to determine whether the elderly are actually better off from year to year? 9. Suppose that a borrower and a lender agree on the nominal interest rate to be paid on a loan. Then inflation turns out to be higher than they both expected. A. Is the real interest rate on this loan higher or lower than expected? B. Does the lender gain or lose from this unexpectedly high inflation? Does the borrower gain or lose? C. Inflation during the 1970s was much higher than most people had expected when the decade began. How did this affect homeowners who obtained fixed-rate mortgages during the 1960s? How did it affect the banks that lent the money? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. The real economy in the long run. When you travel around the world, you see tremendous variation in the standard of living. The average income in a rich country, such as the United States, Japan, or Germany, is more than 10 times the average income in a poor country, such as India, Indonesia, or Nigeria. These large differences in income are reflected in large differences in the quality of life. People in richer countries have better nutrition, safer housing, better healthcare, and longer life expectancy, as well as more automobiles, more telephones, and more televisions. Even within a country, there are large changes in the standard of living over time. In the United States over the past century, average income as measured by real GDP per person has grown by about 2% per year. Although 2% might seem small, this rate of growth implies that average income doubles every 35 years. Because of this growth, most Americans enjoy much greater economic prosperity than did their parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents. Production and growth. 524. As a starting point for our study of long-run growth, let's look at the experiences of some of the world's economies. Table 1 shows data on real GDP per person for 13 countries. For each country, the data cover more than a century of history. The first and second columns of the table present the countries and time periods. The third and fourth columns show estimates of real GDP per person about a century ago and for a recent year. The data on real GDP per person show that living standards vary widely from country to country. Income per person in the United States, for instance, is about 6 times that in China and about 14 times that in India. The poorest countries have average levels of income not seen in the developed world for many decades. The typical citizen of India in 2010 had less real income than the typical. Growth rates vary substantially from country to country. In recent history, some East Asian countries, such as Singapore, South Korea, and Taiwan, have experienced economic growth of about 7% per year. At this rate, average income doubles every 10 years. Over the past 2 decades, China has enjoyed an even higher rate of growth, about 12% per year, according to some estimates. A country experiencing such rapid growth can, in one generation, go from being among the poorest in the world to being among the richest. By contrast, in some nations in sub-Saharan Africa, average income has been stagnant for many years. Zimbabwe has had one of the worst growth experiences. From 1991 to 2011, income per person fell by a total of 38%. What explains these diverse experiences? How can rich countries maintain their high standard of living? What policies should poor countries pursue to promote more rapid growth and join the developed world? These are among the most important questions in macroeconomics. As the Nobel Prize-winning economist Robert Lucas put it, the consequences for human welfare in questions like these are simply staggering. Once one starts to think about them, it is hard to think about anything else. In the previous 2 chapters, we discussed how economists measure macroeconomic quantities and prices. We can now begin to study the forces that determine these variables. As we have seen, an economy's GDP measures both the total income earned in the economy and the total expenditure on the economy's output of goods and services. The level of real GDP is a good gauge of economic prosperity, and the growth of real GDP is a good gauge of economic progress. In this chapter we focus on the long-run determinants of the level and growth of real GDP. Later, we study the short-run fluctuations of real GDP around its long-run trend. We proceed here in 3 steps. First, we examine international data on real GDP per person. These data will give you some sense of how much the level and growth of living standards vary around the world. Second, we examine the role of productivity, the amount of goods and services produced for each hour of a worker's time. In particular, we see that a nation's standard of living is determined by the productivity of its workers, and we consider the factors that determine a nation's productivity. Third, we consider the link between productivity and the economic policies that a nation pursues. Resident of England in 1870. The typical person in Bangladesh in 2010 had less than half the real income of a typical American a century ago. The last column of the table shows each country's growth rate. The growth rate measures how rapidly real GDP per person grew in the typical year. In the United States, for example, where real GDP per person was $4,044 in 1870 and $47,210 in 2010, the growth rate was 1.77% per year. This means that if real GDP per person, beginning at $4,044, were to increase by 1.77% for each of 140 years, it would end up at $47,210. Of course, real GDP per person did not rise exactly 1.77% every year. Some years it rose by more, other years it rose by less, and in still other years it fell. The growth rate of 1.77% per year ignores short-run fluctuations around the long-run trend and represents an average rate of growth for real GDP per person over many years. The countries in Table 1 are ordered by their growth rate from the most to the least rapid. Japan tops the list, with a growth rate of 2.65% per year. 100 years ago, Japan was not a rich country. Japan's average income was only somewhat higher than Mexico's, and it was well behind Argentina's. The standard of living in Japan in 1890 was less than half of that in India today. But because of its spectacular growth, Japan is now an economic superpower, with average income more than twice that of Mexico and Argentina and similar to that of Germany, Canada, and the United Kingdom. At the bottom of the list of countries are Pakistan and Bangladesh, which have experienced growth of 1.2% per year or less over the past century. As a result, the typical resident of these countries continues to live in abject poverty. 526. Are you richer than the richest American? American Heritage magazine once published a list of the richest Americans of all time. The number one spot went to John D. Rockefeller, the oil entrepreneur who lived from 1839 to 1937. According to the magazine's calculations, his wealth would today be the equivalent of about $200 billion, almost 3 times that of Bill Gates, the software entrepreneur who is today's richest American. Despite his great wealth, Rockefeller did not enjoy many of the conveniences that we now take for granted. He couldn't watch television, play video games, surf the internet, or send email. During the heat of summer, he couldn't cool his home with air conditioning. For much of his life, he couldn't travel by car or plane, and he couldn't use a telephone to call friends or family. If he became ill, he couldn't take advantage of many medicines, such as antibiotics, that doctors today routinely use to prolong and enhance life. Now consider, how much money would someone have to pay you to give up for the rest of your life all the modern conveniences that Rockefeller lived without? Would you do it for $200 billion? Perhaps not. And if you wouldn't, is it fair to say that you are better off than John D. Rockefeller, allegedly the richest American ever? The preceding chapter discussed how standard price indexes, which are used to compare sums of money from different points in time, fail to fully reflect the introduction of new goods in the economy. As a result, the rate of inflation is overestimated. The flip side of this observation is that the rate of real economic growth is underestimated. Pondering Rockefeller's life shows how significant this problem might be. Because of tremendous technological advances, the average American today is arguably richer than the richest American a century ago, even if that fact is lost in standard economic statistics. FYI. John D. Rockefeller. AP Photos. Because of differences in growth rates, the ranking of countries by income changes substantially over time. As we have seen, Japan is a country that has risen relative to others. One country that has fallen behind is the United Kingdom. In 1870, the United Kingdom was the richest country in the world, with average income about 20% higher than that of the United States and more than twice Canada's. Today, average income in the United Kingdom is 25% below that of the United States and 7% below Canada's. These data show that the world's richest countries have no guarantee they will stay the richest and that the world's poorest countries are not doomed to forever remain in poverty. But what explains these changes over time? Why do some countries zoom ahead while others lag behind? These are precisely the questions that we take up next. Quick quiz: what has been the approximate long-run growth rate of real GDP per person in the United States? Name a country that has had faster growth and a country that has had slower growth. 25-2 Productivity, its role and determinants. Explaining why living standards vary so much around the world is, in one sense, very easy. The answer can be summarized in a single word: productivity. But in another sense, the international variation in living standards is deeply puzzling. 527. To explain why incomes are so much higher in some countries than in others, we must look at the many factors that determine a nation's productivity. 25-2 Why productivity is so important. Let's begin our study of productivity and economic growth by developing a simple model based loosely on Daniel Defoe's famous novel Robinson Crusoe, about a sailor stranded on a desert island. Because Crusoe lives alone, he catches his own fish, grows his own vegetables, and makes his own clothes. We can think of Crusoe's activities, his production and consumption of fish, vegetables, and clothing, as a simple economy. By examining Crusoe's economy, we can learn some lessons that also apply to more complex and realistic economies. What determines Crusoe's standard of living? In a word, productivity, the quantity of goods and services produced from each unit of labor input. If Crusoe is good at catching fish, growing vegetables, and making clothes, he lives well. If he is bad at doing these things, he lives poorly. Because Crusoe gets to consume only what he produces, his living standard is tied to his productivity. In the case of Crusoe's economy, it is easy to see that productivity is the key determinant of living standards and that growth in productivity is the key determinant of growth in living standards. The more fish Crusoe can catch per hour, the more he eats at dinner. If Crusoe finds a better place to catch fish, his productivity rises. This increase in productivity makes Crusoe better off. He can eat the extra fish, or he can spend less time fishing and devote more time to making other goods he enjoys. Productivity's key role in determining living standards is as true for nations as it is for stranded sailors. Recall that an economy's GDP measures two things at once: the total income earned by everyone in the economy and the total expenditure on the economy's output of goods and services. GDP can measure these two things simultaneously because, for the economy as a whole, they must be equal. Put simply, an economy's income is the economy's output. Like Crusoe, a nation can enjoy a high standard of living only if it can produce a large quantity of goods and services. Americans live better than Nigerians because American workers are more productive than Nigerian workers. The Japanese have enjoyed more rapid growth in living standards than Argentinians because Japanese workers have experienced more rapid growth in productivity. Indeed, one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1 is that a country's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services. Hence, to understand the large differences in living standards we observe across countries or over time, we must focus on the production of goods and services. But seeing the link between living standards and productivity is only the first step. It leads naturally to the next question: why are some economies so much better at producing goods and services than others? 25-2b How productivity is determined. Although productivity is uniquely important in determining Robinson Crusoe's standard of living, many factors determine Crusoe's productivity. Crusoe will be better at catching fish, for instance, if he has more fishing poles, if he has been trained in the best fishing techniques, if his island has a plentiful fish supply, or if he invents a better fishing lure. Each of these determinants of Crusoe's productivity, which we can call physical capital, human capital, natural resources, and technological knowledge, has a counterpart in more complex and realistic economies. Let's consider each factor in turn. Productivity: the quantity of goods and services produced from each unit of labor input. 528. A picture is worth 1,000 statistics. George Bernard Shaw once said, "It is the mark of a truly intelligent person to be moved by statistics." Most of us, however, have trouble being moved by data on GDP until we see with our own eyes what these statistics represent. The three photos on these pages show a typical family from each of three countries: the United Kingdom, Mexico, and Mali. Each family was photographed outside their home, together with all their material possessions. These nations have very different standards of living, as judged by these photos, GDP, or other statistics. The United Kingdom is an advanced economy. In 2011, its GDP per person was $36,010. A negligible share of the population lives in extreme poverty, defined here as less than $2 a day. A baby born in the United Kingdom can expect a relatively healthy childhood. Only 5 out of 1,000 children die before reaching age 5. Educational attainment is high. Among children of high school age, 98% are in school. Mexico is a middle-income country. In 2011, its GDP per person was $15,390. About 5% of the population lives on less than $2 a day, and 16 out of 1,000 children die before age 5. Among those of high school age, 71% are in school. Mali is a poor country. In 2011, its GDP per person was only $1,040. Extreme poverty is the norm. More than 3/4 of the population lives on less than $2 per day. Life is often cut short. 176 out of 1,000 children die before age 5. And educational attainment in Mali is low. Among those of high school age, only 31% are in school. Economists who study economic growth try to understand what causes such large differences in the standard of living. Physical capital per worker. Workers are more productive if they have tools with which to work. The stock of equipment and structures used to produce goods and services is called physical capital, or just capital. For example, when woodworkers make furniture, they use saws, lathes, and drill presses. More tools allow the woodworkers to produce their output more quickly and more accurately. A worker with only basic hand tools can make less furniture each week than a worker with sophisticated and specialized woodworking equipment. As you may recall, the inputs used to produce goods and services, labor, capital, and so on, are called the factors of production. An important feature of capital is that it is a produced factor of production. That is, capital is an input into the production process that in the past was an output from the production process. The woodworker uses a lathe to make the leg of a table. Earlier, the lathe itself was the output of a firm that manufactures lathes. The lathe manufacturer in turn used other equipment to make its product. Thus, capital is a factor of production used to produce all kinds of goods and services, including more capital. Human capital per worker. A second determinant of productivity is human capital. Human capital is the economist's term for the knowledge and skills that workers acquire through education, training, and experience. Human capital includes the skills accumulated in early childhood programs, grade school, high school, college, and on-the-job training for adults in the labor force. Education, training, and experience are less tangible than lathes, bulldozers, and buildings, but human capital is like physical capital in many ways. Like physical capital, human capital raises a nation's ability to produce goods and services. Also, like physical capital, human capital is a produced factor of production. Producing human capital requires inputs in the form of teachers, libraries, and student time. Indeed, students can be viewed as workers who have the important job of producing the human capital that will be used in future production. Natural resources per worker. A third determinant of productivity is natural resources. Natural resources are inputs into production that are provided by nature, such as land, rivers, and mineral deposits. Natural resources take two forms, renewable and non-renewable. A forest is an example of a renewable resource. When one tree is cut down, a seedling can be planted in its place to be harvested in the future. Oil is an example of a non-renewable resource. Because oil is produced by nature over many millions of years, there is only a limited supply. Once the supply of oil is depleted, it is impossible to create more. Differences in natural resources are responsible for some of the differences in standards of living around the world. The historical success of the United States was driven in part by the large supply of land well suited for agriculture. Today, some countries in the Middle East, such as Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, are rich simply because they happen to be on top of some of the largest pools of oil in the world. Although natural resources can be important, they are not necessary for an economy to be highly productive in producing goods and services. Japan, for instance, is one of the richest countries in the world, despite having few natural resources. International trade makes Japan's success possible. Japan imports many of the natural resources it needs, such as oil, and exports its manufactured goods to economies rich in natural resources. Technological knowledge. A fourth determinant of productivity is technological knowledge, the understanding of the best ways to produce goods and physical capital, the stock of equipment and structures that are used to produce goods and services. Human capital, the knowledge and skills that workers acquire through education, training, and experience. Natural resources, the inputs into the production of goods and services that are provided by nature, such as land, rivers, and mineral deposits. Technological knowledge, society's understanding of the best ways to produce goods and services. 531. Services. 100 years ago, most Americans worked on farms because farm technology required a high input of labor to feed the entire population. Today, thanks to advances in farming technology, a small fraction of the population can produce enough food to feed the entire country. This technological change made labor available to produce other goods and services. Technological knowledge takes many forms. Some technology is common knowledge. After one person uses it, everyone becomes aware of it. For example, once Henry Ford successfully introduced assembly line production, other car makers quickly followed suit. Other technology is proprietary. It is known only by the company that discovers it. Only the Coca-Cola Company, for instance, knows the secret recipe for making its famous soft drink. Still, other technology is proprietary for a short time. When a pharmaceutical company discovers a new drug, the patent system gives that company a temporary right to be its exclusive manufacturer. When the patent expires, however, other companies are allowed to make the drug. All these forms of technological knowledge are important for the economy's production of goods and services. It is worthwhile to distinguish between technological knowledge and human capital. Although they are closely related, there is an important difference. Technological knowledge refers to society's understanding about how the world works. Human capital refers to the resources expended transmitting this understanding to the labor force. To use a relevant metaphor, technological knowledge is the quality of society's textbooks, whereas human capital is the amount of time that the population has devoted to reading them. Workers' productivity depends on both. The production function. Economists often use a production function to describe the relationship between the quantity of inputs used in production and the quantity of output from production. For example, suppose Y denotes the quantity of output, L the quantity of labor, K the quantity of physical capital, H the quantity of human capital, and N the quantity of natural resources. Then we might write Y equals AF, where F is a function that shows how the inputs are combined to produce output. A is a variable that reflects the available production technology. As technology improves, arises, so the economy produces more output from any given combination of inputs. Many production functions have a property called constant returns to scale. If a production function has constant returns to scale, then doubling all inputs causes the amount of output to double as well. Mathematically, we write that a production function has constant returns to scale if, for any positive number x, xy equals AF. A doubling of all inputs would be represented in this equation by x equals 2. The right side shows the inputs doubling, and the left side shows output doubling. Production functions with constant returns to scale have an interesting and useful implication. To see this implication, set x equals 1/L so that the preceding equation becomes y/L equals AF. Notice that y/L is output per worker, which is a measure of productivity. This equation says that labor productivity depends on physical capital per worker, human capital per worker, and natural resources per worker. Productivity also depends on the state of technology, as reflected by the variable A. Thus, this equation provides a mathematical summary of the four determinants of productivity we have just discussed. FYI. 532. Are natural resources a limit to growth? Today, the world's population is almost 7 billion, more than 4 times what it was a century ago. At the same time, many people are enjoying a much higher standard of living than did their great-grandparents. A perennial debate concerns whether this growth in population and living standards can continue in the future. Many commentators have argued that natural resources will eventually limit how much the world's economies can grow. At first, this argument might seem hard to ignore. If the world has only a fixed supply of non-renewable natural resources, how can population, production, and living standards continue to grow over time? Eventually, won't supplies of oil and minerals start to run out? When these shortages start to occur, won't they stop economic growth and, perhaps, even force living standards to fall? Despite the apparent appeal of such arguments, most economists are less concerned about such limits to growth than one might guess. They argue that technological progress often yields ways to avoid these limits. If we compare the economy today to the economy of the past, we see various ways in which the use of natural resources has improved. Modern cars have better gas mileage. New houses have better insulation and require less energy to heat and cool. More efficient oil rigs waste less oil in the process of extraction. Recycling allows some non-renewable resources to be reused. The development of alternative fuels, such as ethanol instead of gasoline, allows us to substitute renewable for non-renewable resources. 70 years ago, some conservationists were concerned about the excessive use of tin and copper. At the time, these were crucial commodities. Tin was used to make many food containers, and copper was used to make telephone wire. Some people advocated mandatory recycling and rationing of tin and copper so that supplies would be available for future generations. Today, however, plastic has replaced tin as a material for making many food containers, and phone calls often travel over fiber optic cables, which are made from sand. Technological progress has made once crucial natural resources less necessary. But are all these efforts enough to permit continued economic growth? One way to answer this question is to look at the prices of natural resources. In a market economy, scarcity is reflected in market prices. If the world were running out of natural resources, then the prices of those resources would be rising over time. But in fact, the opposite is more often true. Natural resource prices exhibit substantial short-run fluctuations, but over long spans of time, the prices of most natural resources are stable or falling. It appears that our ability to conserve these resources is growing more rapidly than their supplies are dwindling. Market prices give no reason to believe that natural resources are a limit to economic growth. Case study. Quick quiz: list and describe 4 determinants of a country's productivity. 25-3 Economic growth and public policy. So far, we have determined that a society's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services, and that its productivity in turn depends on physical capital per worker, human capital per worker, natural resources per 533 worker, and technological knowledge. Let's now turn to the question faced by policymakers around the world: what can government policy do to raise productivity and living standards? 25-3 A saving and investment. Because capital is a produced factor of production, a society can change the amount of capital it has. If today the economy produces a large quantity of new capital goods, then tomorrow it will have a larger stock of capital and be able to produce more goods and services. Thus, one way to raise future productivity is to invest more current resources in the production of capital. One of the 10 principles of economics presented in Chapter 1 is that people face trade-offs. This principle is especially important when considering the accumulation of capital. Because resources are scarce, devoting more resources to producing capital requires devoting fewer resources to producing goods and services for current consumption. That is, for society to invest more in capital, it must consume less and save more of its current income. The growth that arises from capital accumulation is not a free lunch. It requires that society sacrifice consumption of goods and services in the present to enjoy higher consumption in the future. The next chapter examines in more detail how the economy's financial markets coordinate saving and investment. It also examines how government policies influence the amount of saving and investment that takes place. At this point, it is important to note that encouraging saving and investment is one way that a government can encourage growth and, in the long run, raise the economy's standard of living. 25-3b Diminishing returns and the catch-up effect. Suppose that a government pursues policies that raise the nation's saving rate, the percentage of GDP devoted to saving rather than consumption. What happens? With the nation saving more, fewer resources are needed to make consumption goods, and more resources are available to make capital goods. As a result, the capital stock increases, leading to rising productivity and more rapid growth in GDP. But how long does this higher rate of growth last? Assuming that the saving rate remains at its new, higher level, Does the growth rate of GDP stay high indefinitely or only for a period of time? The traditional view of the production process is that capital is subject to diminishing returns. As the stock of capital rises, the extra output produced from an additional unit of capital falls. In other words, when workers already have a large quantity of capital to use in producing goods and services, giving them an additional unit of capital increases their productivity only slightly. This is illustrated in Figure 1, which shows how the amount of capital per worker determines the amount of output per worker, holding constant all the other determinants of output. Because of diminishing returns, an increase in the saving rate leads to higher growth only for a while. As the higher saving rate allows more capital to be accumulated, the benefits from additional capital become smaller over time, and so growth slows down. In the long run, the higher saving rate leads to a higher level of productivity and income but not to higher growth in these variables. Reaching this long run, however, can take quite a while. According to studies of international data on economic growth, increasing the saving rate can lead to substantially higher growth for a period of several decades. The property of diminishing returns to capital has another important implication: other things being equal, it is easier for a country to grow fast if it starts out relatively poor. This effect of initial conditions on subsequent growth is sometimes called the catch-up effect. In poor countries, workers lack even the most rudimentary tools and, as a result, have low productivity. Thus, small amounts of capital investment can substantially raise these workers' productivity. By contrast, workers in rich countries have large amounts of capital with which to work, and this partly explains their high productivity. Yet with the amount of capital per worker already so high, additional capital investment has a relatively small effect on productivity. Studies of international data on economic growth confirm this catch-up effect. Controlling for other variables, such as the percentage of GDP devoted to investment, poor countries tend to grow at faster rates than rich countries. This catch-up effect can help explain some otherwise puzzling facts. Here's an example: from 1960 to 1990, the United States and South Korea devoted a similar share of GDP to investment. Yet over this time, the United States experienced only mediocre growth of about 2%, while South Korea experienced spectacular growth of more than 6%. The explanation is the catch-up effect. In 1960, South Korea had GDP per person less than one-tenth the US level, in part because previous investment had been so low. With a small initial capital stock, the benefits to capital accumulation were much greater in South Korea, and this gave South Korea a higher subsequent growth rate. This catch-up effect shows up in other aspects of life. When a school gives an end-of-year award to the most improved student, that student is usually one who began the year with relatively poor performance. Students who began the year not studying find improvement easier than students who always worked hard. Note that it is good to be most improved, given the starting point, but it is even better to be best student. Similarly, economic growth over the last several decades has been much more rapid in South Korea than in the United States, but GDP per person is still higher in the United States. 25-3C Investment from abroad. So far, we have discussed how policies aimed at increasing a country's saving rate can increase investment and, thereby, long-term economic growth. Yet saving by domestic residents is not the only way for a country to invest in new capital. The other way is investment by foreigners. Investment from abroad takes several forms. Ford Motor Company might build a car factory in Mexico. A capital investment that is owned and operated by a foreign entity is called foreign direct investment. Alternatively, an American might buy stock in a Mexican corporation. The Mexican corporation can use the proceeds from the stock sale to build a new factory. An investment that is financed with foreign money but operated by domestic residents is called foreign portfolio investment. In both cases, Americans provide the resources necessary to increase the stock of capital in Mexico. That is, American saving is being used to finance Mexican investment. When foreigners invest in a country, they do so because they expect to earn a return on their investment. Ford's car factory increases the Mexican capital stock and, therefore, increases Mexican productivity and Mexican GDP. Yet Ford takes some of this additional income back to the United States in the form of profit. Similarly, when an American investor buys Mexican stock, the investor has a right to a portion of the profit that the Mexican corporation earns. Investment from abroad, therefore, does not have the same effect on all measures of economic prosperity. Recall that gross domestic product is the income earned within a country by both residents and non-residents, whereas gross national product is the income earned by residents of a country both at home and abroad. When Ford opens its car factory in Mexico, some of the income the factory generates accrues to people who do not live in Mexico. As a result, foreign investment in Mexico raises the income of Mexicans by less than it raises the production in Mexico. Nonetheless, investment from abroad is one way for a country to grow. Even though some of the benefits from this investment flow back to the foreign owners, this investment does increase the economy's stock of capital, leading to higher productivity and higher wages. Moreover, investment from abroad is one way for poor countries to learn the state-of-the-art technologies developed and used in richer countries. For these reasons, many economists who advise governments in less developed economies advocate policies that encourage investment from abroad. Often, this means removing restrictions that governments have imposed on foreign ownership of domestic capital. An organization that tries to encourage the flow of capital to poor countries is the World Bank. This international organization obtains funds from the world's advanced countries, such as the United States, and uses these resources to make loans to less developed countries so that they can invest in roads, sewer systems, schools, and other types of capital. It also offers the countries advice about how the funds might best be used. The World Bank, together with its sister organization, the International Monetary Fund, was set up after World War II. One lesson from the war was that economic distress often leads to political turmoil, international tensions, and military conflict. Thus, every country has an interest in promoting economic prosperity around the world. The World Bank and the International Monetary Fund were established to achieve that common goal. 536. 25-3D Education investment in human capital is at least as important as investment in physical capital for a country's long-run economic success. In the United States, each year of schooling has historically raised a person's wage by an average of about 10%. In less developed countries, where human capital is especially scarce, the gap between the wages of educated and uneducated workers is even larger. Thus, one way government policy can enhance the standard of living is to provide good schools and to encourage the population to take advantage of them. Investment in human capital, like investment in physical capital, has an opportunity cost. When students are in school, they forego the wages they could have earned as members of the labor force. In less developed countries, children often drop out of school at an early age, even though the benefit of additional schooling is very high, simply because their labor is needed to help support the family. Some economists have argued that human capital is particularly important for economic growth because human capital conveys positive externalities. An externality is the effect of one person's actions on the well-being of a bystander. An educated person, for instance, might generate new ideas about how best to produce goods and services. If these ideas enter society's pool of knowledge so that everyone can use them, then the ideas are an external benefit of education. In this case, the return from schooling for society is even greater than the return for the individual. This argument would justify the large subsidies to human capital investment that we observe in the form of public education. One problem facing some poor countries is the brain drain, the emigration of many of the most highly educated workers to rich countries, where these workers can enjoy a higher standard of living. If human capital does have positive externalities, then this brain drain makes those people left behind even poorer. This problem offers policymakers a dilemma. On the one hand, The United States and other rich countries have the best systems of higher education, and it would seem natural for poor countries to send their best students abroad to earn higher degrees. On the other hand, those students who have spent time abroad may choose not to return home, and this brain drain will reduce the poor nation's stock of human capital even further. 25-3E Health and Nutrition. The term human capital usually refers to education, but it can also be used to describe another type of investment in people, expenditures that lead to a healthier population. Other things being equal, healthier workers are more productive. The right investments in the health of the population provide one way for a nation to increase productivity and raise living standards. According to the late economic historian Robert Fogel, improved health from better nutrition has been a significant factor in long-run economic growth. Fogel estimated that in Great Britain in 1780, about 1 in 5 people were so malnourished that they were incapable of manual labor. Among those who could work, insufficient caloric intake substantially reduced the work effort they could put forth. As nutrition improved, so did workers' productivity. Fogel studied these historical trends in part by looking at the height of the population. Short stature can be an indicator of malnutrition, especially during gestation and the early years of life. Fogel found that as nations develop economically, people eat more and the population gets taller. From 1775 to 1975, the average 537 caloric intake in Great Britain rose by 26% and the height of the average man rose by 3.6 inches. Similarly, during the spectacular economic growth in South Korea from 1962 to 1995, caloric consumption rose by 44% and average male height rose by 2 inches. Of course, a person's height is determined by a combination of genetics and environment. But because the genetic makeup of a population is slow to change, such increases in average height are most likely due to changes in the environment, nutrition being the obvious explanation. Moreover, studies have found that height is an indicator of productivity. Looking at data on a large number of workers at a point in time, researchers have found that taller workers tend to earn more. Because wages reflect a worker's productivity, this finding suggests that taller workers tend to be more productive. The effect of height on wages is especially pronounced in poorer countries, where malnutrition is a bigger risk. Fogel won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 1993 for his work in economic history, which includes not only his studies of nutrition but also his studies of American slavery and the role of railroads in the development of the American economy. In the lecture he gave when he was awarded the prize, he surveyed the evidence on health and economic growth. He concluded that improved gross nutrition accounts for roughly 30% of the growth of per capita income in Britain between 1790 and 1980. Today, malnutrition is fortunately rare in developed nations such as Great Britain and the United States. But for people in developing nations, poor health and inadequate nutrition remain obstacles to higher productivity and improved living standards. The United Nations estimates that almost a third of the population in sub-Saharan Africa is undernourished. The causal link between health and wealth runs in both directions. Poor countries are poor in part because their populations are not healthy, and their populations are not healthy in part because they are poor and cannot afford adequate health care and nutrition. It is a vicious circle. But this fact opens the possibility of a virtuous circle. Policies that lead to more rapid economic growth would naturally improve health outcomes, which in turn would further promote economic growth. 25-3F Property rights and political stability. Another way policymakers can foster economic growth is by protecting property rights and promoting political stability. This issue goes to the very heart of how market economies work. Production in market economies arises from the interactions of millions of individuals and firms. When you buy a car, for instance, you are buying the output of a car dealer, a car manufacturer, a steel company, an iron or mining company, and so on. This division of production among many firms allows the economy's factors of production to be used as effectively as possible. To achieve this outcome, the economy has to coordinate transactions among these firms, as well as between firms and consumers. Market economies achieve this coordination through market prices. That is, market prices are the instrument with which the invisible hand of the marketplace brings supply and demand into balance in each of the many thousands of markets that make up the economy. An important prerequisite for the price system to work is an economy-wide respect for property rights. Property rights refer to the ability of people to exercise 538. Authority over the resources they own. A mining company will not make the effort to mine iron ore if it expects the ore to be stolen. The company mines the ore only if it is confident that it will benefit from the ore's subsequent sale. For this reason, courts serve an important role in a market economy. They enforce property rights. Through the criminal justice system, the courts discourage theft. In addition, through the civil justice system, the courts ensure that buyers and sellers live up to their contracts. Those of us in developed countries tend to take property rights for granted, but those living in less developed countries understand that a lack of property rights can be a major problem. In many countries, the system of justice does not work well. Contracts are hard to enforce, and fraud often goes unpunished. In more extreme cases, the government not only fails to enforce property rights but actually infringes upon them. To do business in some countries, firms are expected to bribe government officials. Such corruption impedes the coordinating power of markets. It also discourages domestic saving and investment from abroad. One threat to property rights is political instability. When revolutions and coups are common, there is doubt about whether property rights will be respected in the future. If a revolutionary government might confiscate the capital of some businesses, as was often true after communist revolutions, domestic residents. Food aid to developing nations may increase. Armed conflict. By Justin Lahart. The country is torn by conflict. The people are hungry. Our natural response is to send food, but in practice that can be problematic. For decades, aid workers, journalists, and others have documented cases where food aid has been misappropriated by armed groups who use it to feed their soldiers and buy weapons. Convoy trucks and other equipment are often captured. Such reports are, in the end, merely anecdotal, and may only represent extreme, outlying cases. Moreover, there are chicken and egg problems such as the question of whether the food aid heightened the conflict, or whether the brewing conflict brought in the food aid. But Harvard's Nathan Nunn and Yale's Nancy Chien devised a way to sidestep such issues and more directly measure what is happening. Their results are sobering. The flow of American food aid, the economists found, has a lot to do with the wheat crop. In bumper years, the U.S. government accumulates wheat as part of its price support program. In the following year, the surplus is shipped to developing countries as food aid. This allowed the economists to tease out the effects of the flow of food to 134 developing countries from 1972 through 2006. They found that an increase in food aid raises the incidence, onset, and duration of armed civil conflict in a recipient country. The problem is particularly acute in countries where there are few roads, giving aid convoys fewer opportunities to circumvent problems, and ones where there are stark ethnic divisions. The economists note that food, because it is bulky and needs to be transported across territories a country may have little control over, is an especially attractive target for armed groups. As a result, they say, our results should not be extrapolated as evidence of the impacts of foreign aid in general. Does food aid help or hurt? Economic policies often have unintended consequences. Here is an example. In the news. 539. Have less incentive to save, invest, and start new businesses. At the same time, foreigners have less incentive to invest in the country. Even the threat of revolution can act to depress a nation's standard of living. Thus, economic prosperity depends in part on political prosperity. A country with an efficient court system, honest government officials, and a stable constitution will enjoy a higher economic standard of living than a country with a poor court system, corrupt officials, and frequent revolutions and coups. 25-3G Free trade. Some of the world's poorest countries have tried to achieve more rapid economic growth by pursuing inward-oriented policies. These policies attempt to increase productivity and living standards within the country by avoiding interaction with the rest of the world. Domestic firms often advance the infant industry argument, claiming they need protection from foreign competition to thrive and grow. Together with a general distrust of foreigners, this argument has at times led policymakers in less developed countries to impose tariffs and other trade restrictions. Most economists today believe that poor countries are better off pursuing outward-oriented policies that integrate these countries into the world economy. International trade in goods and services can improve the economic well-being of a country's citizens. Trade is, in some ways, a type of technology. When a country exports wheat and imports textiles, the country benefits as if it had invented a technology for turning wheat into textiles. A country that eliminates trade restrictions will, therefore, experience the same kind of economic growth that would occur after a major technological advance. The adverse impact of inward orientation becomes clear when one considers the small size of many less developed economies. The total GDP of Argentina, for instance, is about that of Houston, Texas. Imagine what would happen if the Houston City Council were to prohibit city residents from trading with people living outside the city limits. Without being able to take advantage of the gains from trade, Houston would need to produce all the goods it consumes. It would also have to produce all its own capital goods, rather than importing state-of-the-art equipment from other cities. Living standards in Houston would fall immediately, and the problem would likely only get worse over time. This is precisely what happened when Argentina pursued inward-oriented policies throughout much of the 20th century. In contrast, countries that pursued outward-oriented policies, such as South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan, enjoyed high rates of economic growth. The amount that a nation trades with others is determined not only by government policy but also by geography. Countries with natural seaports find trade easier than countries without this resource. It is not a coincidence that many of the world's major cities, such as New York, San Francisco, and Hong Kong, are located next to oceans. Similarly, because landlocked countries find international trade more difficult, they tend to have lower levels of income than countries with easy access to the world's waterways. For example, countries with more than 80% of their population living within 100 kilometers of a coast have an average GDP per person about 4 times as large as countries with less than 20% of their population living near a coast. The critical importance of access to the sea helps explain why the African continent, which contains many landlocked countries, is so poor. 540. 25-3H Research and development. The primary reason that living standards are higher today than they were a century ago is that technological knowledge has advanced. The telephone, the transistor, the computer, and the internal combustion engine are among the thousands of innovations that have improved the ability to produce goods and services. Most technological advances come from private research by firms and individual inventors, but there is also a public interest in promoting these efforts. To a large extent, knowledge is a public good, that is, once one person discovers an idea, the idea enters society's pool of knowledge and other people can freely use it. Just as government has a role in providing a public good such as national defense, it also has a role in encouraging the research and development of new technologies. The U.S. government has long played a role in the creation and dissemination of technological knowledge. A century ago, the government sponsored research about farming methods and advised farmers how best to use their land. More recently, the U.S. government, through the Air Force and NASA, has supported aerospace research. As a result, the United States is a leading maker of rockets and planes. The government continues to encourage advances in knowledge with research grants from the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Health and with tax breaks for firms engaging in research and development. Yet another way in which government policy encourages research is through the patent system. When a person or firm invents a new product, such as a new drug, the inventor can apply for a patent. If the product is deemed truly original, the government awards the patent, which gives the inventor the exclusive right to make the product for a specified number of years. In essence, the patent gives the inventor a property right over her invention, turning her new idea from a public good into a private good. By allowing inventors to profit from their inventions even if only temporarily, the patent system enhances the incentive for individuals and firms to engage in research. 25-3 Population growth. Economists and other social scientists have long debated how population affects a society. The most direct effect is on the size of the labor force. A large population means more workers to produce goods and services. The tremendous size of the Chinese population is one reason China is such an important player in the world economy. At the same time, however, a large population means more people to consume those goods and services. So while a large population means a larger total output of goods and services, it need not mean a higher standard of living for a typical citizen. Indeed, both large and small nations are found at all levels of economic development. Beyond these obvious effects of population size, population growth interacts with the other factors of production in ways that are more subtle and open to debate. Stretching natural resources. Thomas Robert Malthus, an English minister and early economic thinker, is famous for his book called An Essay on the Principle of Population as it Affects the Future Improvement of Society. In it, he offered what may be history's most chilling forecast. Malthus argued that an ever-increasing population would continually strain society's ability to provide for itself. As a result, mankind was doomed to forever live in poverty. 541. Malthus's logic was simple. He began by noting that food is necessary to the existence of man and that the passion between the sexes is necessary and will remain nearly in its present state. He concluded that the power of population is infinitely greater than the power in the earth to produce subsistence for man. According to Malthus, the only check on population growth was misery and vice. Attempts by charities or governments to alleviate poverty were counterproductive, he argued, because they merely allowed the poor to have more children, placing even greater strains on society's productive capabilities. Malthus may have correctly described the world at the time when he lived, but fortunately, his dire forecast was far off the mark. The world population has increased about six-fold over the past 2 centuries, but living standards around the world are on average much higher. As a result of economic growth, chronic hunger and malnutrition are less common now than they were in Malthus's day. Modern famines occur from time to time but are more often the result of an unequal income distribution or political instability than inadequate food production. Where did Malthus go wrong? As we discussed in a case study earlier in this chapter, growth in human ingenuity has offset the effects of a larger population. Pesticides, fertilizers, mechanized farm equipment, new crop varieties, and other technological advances that Malthus never imagined have allowed each farmer to feed ever greater numbers of people. Even with more mouths to feed, fewer farmers are necessary because each farmer is much more productive. Diluting the capital stock. Whereas Malthus worried about the effects of population on the use of natural resources, some modern theories of economic growth emphasize its effects on capital accumulation. According to these theories, high population growth reduces GDP per worker because rapid growth in the number of workers forces the capital stock to be spread more thinly. In other words, when population growth is rapid, each worker is equipped with less capital. A smaller quantity of capital per worker leads to lower productivity and lower GDP per worker. This problem is most apparent in the case of human capital. Countries with high population growth have large numbers of school-age children. This places a larger burden on the educational system. It is not surprising, therefore, that educational attainment tends to be low in countries with high population growth. The differences in population growth around the world are large. In developed countries, such as the United States and those in Western Europe, the population has risen only about 1% per year in recent decades and is expected to rise even more slowly in the future. By contrast, in many poor African countries, population grows at about 3% per year. At this rate, the population doubles every 23 years. This rapid population growth makes it harder to provide workers with the tools and skills they need to achieve high levels of productivity. Rapid population growth is not the main reason that less developed countries are poor, but some analysts believe that reducing the rate of population growth would help these countries raise their standards of living. In some countries, this goal is accomplished directly with laws that regulate the number of children families may have. China, for instance, allows only one child per family. Couples who violate this rule are subject to substantial fines. In countries with greater freedom, the goal of reduced population growth is accomplished less directly by increasing awareness of birth control techniques. Another way in which a country can influence population growth is to apply one of the 10 principles of economics: people respond to incentives. Bearing a child, like any decision, has an opportunity cost. When the opportunity cost rises, people. What makes a nation rich? By Darren Acemoglu. We are the rich, the haves, the developed. And most of the rest in Africa, South Asia, and South America, the Somalias and Bolivias and Bangladeshs of the world are the nots. It's always been this way, a globe divided by wealth and poverty, health and sickness, food and famine. Though the extent of inequality across nations today is unprecedented, the average citizen of the United States is 10 times as prosperous as the average Guatemalan, more than 20 times as prosperous as the average North Korean, and more than 40 times as prosperous as those living in Mali, Ethiopia, Congo, or Sierra Leone. The question social scientists have unsuccessfully wrestled with for centuries is, why? But the question they should have been asking is, how? Because inequality is not predetermined. Nations are not like children, they are not born rich or poor. Their governments make them that way. You can chart the search for a theory of inequality to the French political philosopher Montesquieu, who in the mid-18th century came up with a very simple explanation: people in hot places are inherently lazy. Other no less sweeping explanations soon followed. Could it be that Max Weber's Protestant work, Ethic, is the true driver of economic success? Or perhaps the richest countries are those that were former British colonies? Or maybe it's as simple as tracing which nations have the largest populations of European descent. The problem with all of these theories is that while they superficially fit some specific cases, others radically disprove them. It's the same with the theories put forth today. Economist Jeffrey Sachs, director of Columbia University's Earth Institute, attributes the relative success of nations to geography and weather. In the poorest parts of the world, he argues, nutrient-starved tropical soil makes agriculture a challenge, and tropical climates foment disease, particularly malaria. Perhaps if we were to fix these problems, teach the citizens of these nations better farming techniques, eliminate malaria, or at the very least equip them with artemisinin to fight this deadly disease, we could eliminate poverty. Or better yet, perhaps we just move these people and abandon their inhospitable land altogether. Jared Diamond, the famous ecologist and best-selling author, has a different theory. The origin of world inequality stems from the historical endowment of plant and animal species and the advancement of technology. In Diamond's telling, the cultures that first learned to plant crops were the first to learn how to use a plow, and thus were first to adopt other technologies, the engine of every successful economy. Perhaps then the solution to world inequality rests in technology wiring the developing world with internet and cell phones. And yet while Sachs and Diamond offer good insight into certain aspects of poverty, they share something in common with Montesquieu and others who followed: they ignore incentives. People need incentives to invest and prosper. They need to know that if they work hard, they can make money and actually keep that money. And the key to ensuring those incentives is sound institutions, the rule of law and security, and a governing system that offers opportunities to achieve and innovate. That's what determines the haves from the have-nots, not geography or weather or technology or disease or ethnicity. Put simply, fix incentives and you will fix poverty. And if you wish to fix institutions, you have to fix governments. How do we know that institutions are so central to the wealth and poverty of nations? Start in Nogales, a city cut in half by the Mexican-American border fence. There is no difference in geography between the two halves of Nogales. The weather is the same. The winds are the same, as are the soils. The types of diseases prevalent in the area given its geography and climate are the same, as one economist's answer. This article offers one perspective on the profound question of why some nations thrive while others do not. In the news, we'll choose to have smaller families. In particular, women with the opportunity to receive a good education and desirable employment tend to want fewer children than those with fewer opportunities outside the home. Hence, policies that foster equal treatment of women may be one way for less developed economies to reduce the rate of population growth and, perhaps, raise their standards of living. Promoting technological progress. Rapid population growth may depress economic prosperity by reducing the amount of capital each worker has, but it 543 is the ethnic, cultural, and linguistic background of the residents. By logic, both sides of the city should be identical economically. And yet they are far from the same. On one side of the border fence, in Santa Cruz County, Arizona, the median household income is $30,000. A few feet away, it's $10,000. On one side, most of the teenagers are in public high school, and the majority of the adults are high school graduates. On the other side, few of the residents have gone to high school, let alone college. Those in Arizona enjoy relatively good health and Medicare for those over 65, not to mention an efficient road network, electricity, telephone service, and a dependable sewage and public health system. None of those things are a given across the border. There, the roads are bad, the infant mortality rate high, electricity and phone service expensive and spotty. The key difference is that those on the north side of the border enjoy law and order and dependable government services. They can go about their daily activities and jobs without fear for their life or safety or property rights. On the other side, the inhabitants have institutions that perpetuate crime, graft, and insecurity. Nogales may be the most obvious example, but it's far from the only one. Take Singapore, a once impoverished tropical island that became the richest nation in Asia after British colonialists enshrined property rights and encouraged trade. Or China, where decades of stagnation and famine were reversed only after Deng Xiaoping began introducing private property rights in agriculture, and later in industry. Or Botswana, whose economy has flourished over the past 40 years while the rest of Africa has withered, thanks to strong tribal institutions and far-sighted nation-building by its early elected leaders. Now look at the economic and political failures. You can begin in Sierra Leone, where a lack of functioning institutions and an overabundance of diamonds have fueled decades of civil war and strife and corruption that continue unchecked today. Or take communist North Korea, a geographical, ethnic, and cultural mirror of its capitalist neighbor to the south, yet 10 times poorer. Or Egypt, cradle of one of the world's great civilizations yet stagnant economically ever since its colonization by the Ottomans and then the Europeans, only made worse by its post-independence governments, which have restricted all economic activities and markets. In fact, the theory can be used to shed light on the patterns of inequality for much of the world. If we know why nations are poor, the resulting question is what can we do to help them? Our ability to impose institutions from the outside is limited, as the recent U.S. experiences in Afghanistan and Iraq demonstrate. But we are not helpless, and in many instances, there is a lot to be done. Even the most repressed citizens of the world will stand up to tyrants when given the opportunity. We saw this recently in Iran and a few years ago in Ukraine during the Orange Revolution. The U.S. must not take a passive role in encouraging these types of movements. Our foreign policy should encourage them by punishing repressive regimes through trade embargoes and diplomacy. At the micro level, we can help foreign citizens by educating them and arming them with the modern tools of activism, most notably the Internet, and perhaps even encryption technology and cell phone platforms that can evade firewalls and censorship put in place by repressive governments, such as those in China or Iran, that fear the power of information. There's no doubt that erasing global inequality, which has been with us for millennia and has expanded to unprecedented levels over the past century and a half, won't be easy. But by accepting the role of failed governments and institutions in causing poverty, we have a fighting chance of reversing it. Mr. Acemoglu is an economics professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Acemoglu may also have some benefits. Some economists have suggested that world population growth has been an engine of technological progress and economic prosperity. The mechanism is simple: if there are more people, then there are more scientists, inventors, and engineers to contribute to technological advance, which benefits everyone. Economist Michael Kremer has provided some support for this hypothesis in an article titled Population Growth and Technological Change, 1 million BC to 1990, which was published in the Quarterly Journal of Economics in 1993. 544. Kremer begins by noting that over the broad span of human history, world growth rates have increased with world population. For example, world growth was more rapid when the world population was 1 billion than when the population was only 100 million. This fact is consistent with the hypothesis that a larger population induces more technological progress. Kremer's second piece of evidence comes from comparing regions of the world. The melting of the polar ice caps at the end of the Ice Age around 10,000 BC flooded the land bridges and separated the world into several distinct regions that could not communicate with one another for thousands of years. If technological progress is more rapid when there are more people to discover things, then larger regions should have experienced more rapid growth. According to Kremer, that is exactly what happened. The most successful region of the world in 1500 comprised the Old World civilizations of the large Eurasia-Africa region. Next in technological development were the Aztec and Mayan civilizations in the Americas, followed by the hunter-gatherers of Australia, and then the primitive people of Tasmania, who lacked even fire-making and most stone and bone tools. The smallest isolated region was Flinders Island, a tiny island between Tasmania and Australia. With the smallest population, Flinders Island had the fewest opportunities for technological advance and, indeed, seemed to regress. Around 3000 BC, human society on Flinders Island died out completely. A large population, Kremer concludes, is a prerequisite for technological advance. Quick quiz: describe 3 ways a government policymaker can try to raise the growth in living standards in a society. Are there any drawbacks to these policies? 25-4 Conclusion: the importance of long-run growth. In this chapter, we have discussed what determines the standard of living in a nation and how policymakers can endeavor to raise it through policies that promote economic growth. Most of this chapter is summarized in one of the 10 principles of economics: a country's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services. Policymakers who want to encourage growth in living standards must aim to increase their nation's productive ability by encouraging rapid accumulation of the factors of production and ensuring that these factors are employed as effectively as possible. Economists differ in their views of the role of government in promoting economic growth. At the very least, government can lend support to the invisible hand by maintaining property rights and political stability. More controversial is whether government should target and subsidize specific industries that might be especially important for technological progress. There is no doubt that these issues are among the most important in economics. The success of one generation's policymakers in learning and heeding the fundamental lessons about economic growth determines what kind of world the next generation will inherit. 545. Economic prosperity, as measured by GDP per person, varies substantially around the world. The average income in the world's richest countries is more than 10 times that in the world's poorest countries. Because growth rates of real GDP also vary substantially, the relative positions of countries can change dramatically over time. The standard of living in an economy depends on the economy's ability to produce goods and services. Productivity, in turn, depends on the physical capital, human capital, natural resources, and technological knowledge available to workers. Government policies can try to influence the economy's growth rate in many ways, by encouraging saving and investment, encouraging investment from abroad, fostering education, promoting good health, maintaining property rights and political stability, allowing free trade, and promoting the research and development of new technologies. The accumulation of capital is subject to diminishing returns. The more capital an economy has, the less additional output the economy gets from an extra unit of capital. As a result, although higher saving leads to higher growth for a period of time, growth eventually slows down as capital, productivity, and income rise. Also, because of diminishing returns, the return to capital is especially high in poor countries. Other things being equal, these countries can grow faster because of the catch-up effect. Population growth has a variety of effects on economic growth. On the one hand, more rapid population growth may lower productivity by stretching the supply of natural resources and by reducing the amount of capital available for each worker. On the other hand, a larger population may enhance the rate of technological progress because there are more scientists and engineers. 1. What does the level of a nation's GDP measure? What does the growth rate of GDP measure? Would you rather live in a nation with a high level of GDP and a low growth rate, or in a nation with a low level of GDP and a high growth rate? 2. List and describe 4 determinants of productivity. 3. In what way is a college degree a form of capital? 4. Explain how higher saving leads to a higher standard of living. What might deter a policymaker from trying to raise the rate of saving? 5. Does a higher rate of saving lead to higher growth temporarily or indefinitely? 6. Why would removing a trade restriction, such as a tariff, lead to more rapid economic growth? 7. How does the rate of population growth influence the level of GDP per person? 8. Describe 2 ways the U.S. government tries to encourage advances in technological knowledge. Questions for review. 1. Over the past century, real GDP per person in the United States has grown about %% per year, which means it doubles about every years. A2, 14b2, 35c5, 14d5, 35. 2. The world's rich countries, such as Japan and Germany, have income per person that is about times the income per person in the world's poor countries, such as Pakistan and India. A3b6c12d36. Quick check multiple choice. 546. 1. Most countries, including the United States, import substantial amounts of goods and services from other countries. Yet the chapter says that a nation can enjoy a high standard of living only if it can produce a large quantity of goods and services itself. Can you reconcile these 2 facts? 2. Suppose that society decided to reduce consumption and increase investment. A. How would this change affect economic growth? B. What groups in society would benefit from this change? What groups might be hurt? 3. Societies choose what share of their resources to devote to consumption and what share to devote to investment. Some of these decisions involve private spending, others involve government spending. A. Describe some forms of private spending that represent consumption and some forms that represent investment. The national income accounts include tuition as a part of consumer spending. In your opinion, are the resources you devote to your education a form of consumption or a form of investment? B. Describe some forms of government spending that represent consumption and some forms that represent investment. In your opinion, Should we view government spending on health programs as a form of consumption or investment? Would you distinguish between health programs for the young and health programs for the elderly? 4. What is the opportunity cost of investing in capital? Do you think a country can overinvest in capital? What is the opportunity cost of investing in human capital? Do you think a country can overinvest in human capital? Explain. 5. In the 1990s and the first decade of the 2000s, investors from the Asian economies of Japan and China made significant direct and portfolio investments in the United States. At the time, many Americans were unhappy that this investment was occurring. A. In what way was it better for the United States to receive this foreign investment than not to receive it? B. In what way would it have been better still for Americans to have made this investment? 6. In many developing nations, young women have lower enrollment rates in secondary school than do young men. Describe several ways in which greater educational opportunities for young women could lead to faster economic growth in these countries. 7. International data show a positive correlation between income per person and the health of the population. A. Explain how higher income might cause better health outcomes. B. Explain how better health outcomes might cause higher income. C. How might the relative importance of your two hypotheses be relevant for public policy? 8. The great 18th century economist Adam Smith wrote, "Little else is requisite to carry a state to the highest degree of opulence from the lowest barbarism but peace, easy taxes, and a tolerable administration of justice, all the rest being brought about by the natural course of things." Explain how each of the three conditions Smith describes would promote economic growth. Go to SeeEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. Problems and applications. 3. Most economists are that natural resources will eventually limit economic growth. As evidence, they note that the prices of most natural resources, adjusted for overall inflation, have tended to over time. A. Concerned, rise. B. Concerned, fall. C. Not concerned, rise. D. Not concerned, fall. 4. Because capital is subject to diminishing returns, higher saving and investment does not lead to higher A. Income in the long run. B. Income in the short run. C. Growth in the long run. D. Growth in the short run. 5. When the Japanese car maker Toyota expands one of its car factories in the United States, what is the likely impact of this event on the GDP and GNP of the United States? A. GDP rises and GNP falls. B. GNP rises and GDP falls. C. GDP shows a larger increase than GNP. D. GNP shows a larger increase than GDP. 6. Thomas Robert Malthus believed that population growth would A. Put stress on the economy's ability to produce food, dooming humans to remain in poverty. B. Spread the capital stock too thinly across the labor force, lowering each worker's productivity. C. Promote technological progress, because there would be more scientists and inventors. D. Eventually decline to sustainable levels, as birth control improved and people had smaller families. 547. Saving, investment, and the financial system. I. Imagine that you have just graduated from college and you decide to start your own business, an economic forecasting firm. Before you make any money selling your forecasts, you have to incur substantial costs to set up your business. You have to buy computers with which to make your forecasts, as well as desks, chairs, and filing cabinets to furnish your new office. Each of these items is a type of capital that your firm will use to produce and sell its services. How do you obtain the funds to invest in these capital goods? Perhaps you are able to pay for them out of your past savings. More likely, however, like most entrepreneurs, you do not have enough money of your own to finance the start of your business. As a result, you have to get the money you need from other sources. There are various ways to finance these capital investments. You could borrow the money, perhaps from a bank or from a friend or relative. In this case, you would promise not only to return the money at a later date but also to pay interest for the use of the money. Alternatively, you could convince someone to provide the money you need for your business in exchange for a share of your future profits, whatever they might happen to be. In either case, your investment in computers and office equipment is being financed by someone else's saving. The financial system consists of the institutions that help to match one person's saving with another person's investment. As we discussed in the previous chapter, saving and investment are key ingredients to long-run economic growth. When a country saves a large portion of its gross domestic product, more resources are available for investment in capital, and higher capital raises a country's productivity and living standard. The previous chapter, however, did not explain how the economy coordinates saving and investment. At any time, some people want to save some of their income for the future and others want to borrow to finance investments in new and growing businesses. What brings these two groups of people together? What ensures that the supply of funds from those who want to save balances the demand for funds from those who want to invest? This chapter examines how the financial system works. First, we discuss the large variety of institutions that make up the financial system in our economy. Second, we discuss the relationship between the financial system and some key macroeconomic variables, notably saving and investment. Third, we develop a model of the supply and demand for funds in financial markets. In the model, the interest rate is the price that adjusts to balance supply and demand. The model shows how various government policies affect the interest rate and, thereby, society's allocation of scarce resources. 26-1 financial institutions in the U.S. economy. At the broadest level, the financial system moves the economy's scarce resources from savers to borrowers. Savers save for various reasons: to put a child through college in several years or to retire comfortably in several decades. Similarly, borrowers borrow for various reasons: to buy a house in which to live or to start a business with which to make a living. Savers supply their money to the financial system with the expectation that they will get it back with interest at a later date. Borrowers demand money from the financial system with the knowledge that they will be required to pay it back with interest at a later date. The financial system is made up of various financial institutions that help coordinate savers and borrowers. As a prelude to analyzing the economic forces that drive the financial system, let's discuss the most important of these institutions. Financial institutions can be grouped into two categories: financial markets and financial intermediaries. We consider each category in turn. 26-1 of financial markets. Financial markets are the institutions through which a person who wants to save can directly supply funds to a person who wants to borrow. The two most important financial markets in our economy are the bond market and the stock market. The bond market: when Intel, the giant maker of computer chips, wants to borrow to finance construction of a new factory, it can borrow directly from the public. It does this by selling bonds. A bond is a certificate of indebtedness that specifies the obligations of the borrower to the holder of the bond. Put simply, a bond is an IOU. It identifies the time at which the loan will be repaid, called the date of maturity, and the rate of interest that will be paid periodically until the loan matures. The buyer of a bond gives his money to Intel in exchange for this promise of interest and eventual repayment of the amount borrowed. The buyer can hold the bond until maturity, or he can sell the bond at an earlier date to someone else. There are literally millions of different bonds in the U.S. economy. When large corporations, the federal government or state and local governments need to borrow to finance the purchase of a new factory, a new jet fighter, or a new school, they usually do so by issuing bonds. If you look at the Wall Street Journal or the business section of your local newspaper, you will find a listing of the prices and interest rates on some of the most important bond issues. These bonds differ according to three significant characteristics. The first characteristic is a bond's term, the length of time until the bond matures. Some bonds have short terms, such as a few months, while others have terms as long as 30 years. The interest rate on a bond depends, in part, on its term. Long-term bonds are riskier than short-term bonds because holders of long-term bonds have to wait longer for repayment of principal. If a holder of a long-term bond needs his money earlier than the distant date of maturity, he has no choice but to sell the bond to someone else, perhaps at a reduced price. To compensate for this risk, long-term bonds usually pay higher interest rates than short-term bonds. The second important characteristic of a bond is its credit risk, the probability that the borrower will fail to pay some of the interest or principal. Such a failure to pay is called a default. Borrowers can default on their loans by declaring bankruptcy. When bond buyers perceive that the probability of default is high, they demand a higher interest rate as compensation for this risk. Because the U.S. government is considered a safe credit risk, government bonds tend to pay low interest rates. By contrast, financially shaky corporations raise money by issuing junk bonds, which pay very high interest rates. Buyers of bonds can judge credit risk by checking with various private agencies, such as Standard & Poor's, which rate the credit risk of different bonds. The third important characteristic of a bond is its tax treatment, the way the tax laws treat the interest earned on the bond. The interest on most bonds is taxable income, that is, the bond owner has to pay a portion of the interest in income taxes. By contrast, when state and local governments issue bonds, called municipal bonds, the bond owners are not required to pay federal income tax on the interest income. Because of this tax advantage, bonds issued by state and local governments typically pay a lower interest rate than bonds issued by corporations or the federal government. The stock market. Another way for Intel to raise funds to build a new semiconductor factory is to sell stock in the company. Stock represents ownership in a firm and is, therefore, a claim to the profits that the firm makes. For example, if Intel sells a total of 1 million shares of stock, then each share represents ownership of 1/1,000,000 of the business. The sale of stock to raise money is called equity finance, whereas the sale of bonds is called debt finance. Although corporations use both equity and debt finance to raise money for new investments, stocks and bonds are very different. The owner of shares of Intel stock is a part owner of Intel, while the owner of an Intel bond is a creditor of the corporation. If Intel is very profitable, the stockholders enjoy the benefits of these profits, whereas the bondholders get only the interest on their bonds. And if Intel runs into financial difficulty, the bondholders are paid what they are due before stockholders receive anything at all. Compared to bonds, stocks offer the holder both higher risk and potentially higher return. After a corporation issues stock by selling shares to the public, these shares trade among stockholders on organized stock exchanges. In these transactions, the corporation itself receives no money when its stock changes hands. The most important stock exchanges in the U.S. economy are the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq. Most of the world's countries have their own stock exchanges on which the shares of local companies trade. The prices at which shares trade on stock exchanges are determined by the supply of and demand for the stock in these companies. Because stock represents ownership in a corporation, the demand for a stock reflects people's perception of the corporation's future profitability. When people become optimistic about a company's future, they raise their demand for its stock and thereby bid up the price of a share of stock. Conversely, when people's expectations of a company's prospects decline, the price of a share falls. Various stock indexes are available to monitor the overall level of stock prices. A stock index is computed as an average of a group of stock prices. The most famous stock index is the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which has been computed regularly since 1896. It is now based on the prices of the stocks of 30 major U.S. companies, such as General Electric, Microsoft, Coca-Cola, Boeing, AT&T, and Walmart. Another well-known stock index is the Standard & Poor's 500 index, which is based on the prices of the stocks of 500 major companies. Because stock prices reflect expected profitability, these stock indexes are watched closely as possible indicators of future economic conditions. 26-1b Financial intermediaries. Financial intermediaries are financial institutions through which savers can indirectly provide funds to borrowers. The term intermediary reflects the role of these institutions in standing between savers and borrowers. Here we consider two of the most important financial intermediaries, banks and mutual funds. Banks. If the owner of a small grocery store wants to finance an expansion of his business, he probably takes a strategy quite different from that of Intel. Unlike Intel, a small grocer would find it difficult to raise funds in the bond and stock markets. Most buyers of stocks and bonds prefer to buy those issued by larger, more familiar companies. The small grocer, therefore, most likely finances his business expansion with a loan from a local bank. Banks are the financial intermediaries with which people are most familiar. A primary job of banks is to take in deposits from people who want to save and use these deposits to make loans to people who want to borrow. Banks pay depositors interest on their deposits and charge borrowers slightly higher interest on their loans. The difference between these rates of interest covers the bank's costs and returns some profit to the owners of the banks. Besides being financial intermediaries, banks play a second important role in the economy. They facilitate purchases of goods and services by allowing and following the stock of any company. You should keep an eye on three key numbers. These numbers are reported on the financial pages of some newspapers, and you can easily obtain them online as well. Price. The single most important piece of information about a stock is the price of a share. News services usually present several prices. The last price is the price at which the stock more recently traded. The previous close is the price of the last transaction that occurred before the stock exchange closed in its previous day of trading. A news service may also give the high and low prices over the past day of trading and, sometimes, over the past year as well. It may also report the change from the previous day's closing price. Dividend. Corporations pay out some of their profits to their stockholders. This amount is called the dividend. News services often report the dividend paid over the previous year for each share of stock. They sometimes report the dividend yield, which is the dividend expressed as a percentage of the stock's price. Price-earnings ratio. A corporation's earnings, or accounting profit, is the amount of revenue it receives for the sale of its products, minus its costs of production as measured by its accountants. Earnings per share is the company's total earnings divided by the number of shares of stock outstanding. The price-earnings ratio, often called the P/E, is the price of a corporation's stock divided by the amount the corporation earned per share over the past year. Historically, the typical price-earnings ratio is about 15. A higher P/E indicates that a corporation's stock is expensive relative to its recent earnings. This might indicate either that people expect earnings to rise in the future or that the stock is overvalued. Conversely, a lower P/E indicates that a corporation's stock is cheap relative to its recent earnings. This might indicate either that people expect earnings to fall or that the stock is undervalued. Why do news services report all these data? Many people who invest their savings in stock follow these numbers closely when deciding which stocks to buy and sell. By contrast, other stockholders follow a buy and hold strategy. They buy the stock of well-run companies, hold it for long periods of time, and do not respond to the daily fluctuations. People to write checks against their deposits and to access those deposits with debit cards. In other words, banks help create a special asset that people can use as a medium of exchange. A medium of exchange is an item that people can easily use to engage in transactions. A bank's role in providing a medium of exchange distinguishes it from many other financial institutions. Stocks and bonds, like bank deposits, are a possible store of value for the wealth that people have accumulated in past saving, But access to this wealth is not as easy, cheap, and immediate as just writing a check or swiping a debit card. For now, we ignore this second role of banks, but we will return to it when we discuss the monetary system later in the book. Mutual funds. A financial intermediary of increasing importance in the U.S. economy is the mutual fund. A mutual fund is an institution that sells shares to the public and uses the proceeds to buy a selection, or portfolio, of various types of stocks, bonds, or both stocks and bonds. The shareholder of the mutual fund accepts all the risk and return associated with the portfolio. If the value of the portfolio rises, the shareholder benefits. If the value of the portfolio falls, the shareholder suffers the loss. The primary advantage of mutual funds is that they allow people with small amounts of money to diversify their holdings. Buyers of stocks and bonds are well advised to heed the adage, "Don't put all your eggs in one basket." Because the value of any single stock or bond is tied to the fortunes of one company, holding a single kind of stock or bond is very risky. By contrast, people who hold a diverse portfolio of stocks and bonds face less risk because they have only a small stake in each company. Mutual funds make this diversification easy. With only a few $100s, a person can buy shares in a mutual fund and, indirectly, become the part owner or creditor of hundreds of major companies. For this service, the company operating the mutual fund charges shareholders a fee, usually between 0.5 and 2% of assets each year. A second advantage claimed by mutual fund companies is that mutual funds give ordinary people access to the skills of professional money managers. The managers of most mutual funds pay close attention to the developments and prospects of the companies in which they buy stock. These managers buy the stock of companies they view as having a profitable future and sell the stock of companies with less promising prospects. This professional management, it is argued, should increase the return that mutual fund depositors earn on their savings. Financial economists, however, are often skeptical of this argument. With thousands of money managers paying close attention to each company's prospects, the price of a company's stock is usually a good reflection of the company's true value. As a result, it is hard to beat the market by buying good stocks and selling bad ones. In fact, mutual funds called index funds, which buy all the stocks in a given stock index, perform somewhat better on average than mutual funds that take advantage of active trading by professional money managers. The explanation for the superior performance of index funds is that they keep costs low by buying and selling very rarely and by not having to pay the salaries of professional money managers. 26-1C Summing up the U.S. economy contains a large variety of financial institutions. In addition to the bond market, the stock market, banks, and mutual funds, there are also pension funds, credit unions, insurance companies, and even the local loan shark. These institutions differ in many ways. When analyzing the macroeconomic role of the financial system, however, it is more important to keep in mind that, despite their differences, these financial institutions all serve the same goal, directing the resources of savers into the hands of borrowers. The College Graduate as Collateral. By Luigi Zingales. Academic economists like to make fun of business people. They want competition when they enter a new market but are quick to lobby for subsidies and barriers to competitors once they get in. Yet scholars like me are no better. We work in the least competitive and most subsidized industry of all, higher education. We criticize predatory loans by mortgage brokers, when student loans can be just as abusive. To avoid the next credit bubble and debt crisis, we need to eliminate government subsidies and link tuition financing to the incomes of college graduates. Nearly 8 million students received Pell Grants in 2010, costing $28 billion. In addition, the Federal Direct Loan Program, which allows non-affluent students to get government-guaranteed loans at low interest rates, cost taxpayers $13 billion in 2010-11. Total subsidies to university education amount to $43 billion a year, including around $2 billion in congressional earmarks, and that does not even include tax subsidies, tax breaks, and subsidies dedicated to research. Just as subsidies for homeownership have increased the price of houses, so have education subsidies contributed to the soaring price of college. Between 1977 and 2009, the real average cost of university tuition more than doubled. These subsidies also distort the credit market. Since the government guarantees student loans, lenders have no incentive to lend wisely. All the burden of making the right decision falls on the borrowers. Unfortunately, 18-year-olds aren't particularly good at judging the profitability of an investment without expert advice, and when they do get such advice, it generally counsels taking the largest possible loan. The stock of student loans has reached $1 trillion, while the percentage of borrowers in default jumped to 8.8% in 2009 from 6.7% in 2007. Last but not least, these subsidized loans keep afloat colleges that do not add much value for their students, preventing people from accumulating useful skills. I do not want to suggest that helping underprivileged students attend college is bad. A true free market system equalizes opportunities, if not for fairness, at least for efficiency. Talent should not be wasted. The best way to fix this inefficiency is to address the root of the problem. Most bright students do not have any collateral and cannot easily pledge their future income. Yet the venture capital industry has shown that the private sector can do a good job at financing new ventures with no collateral. So why can't they finance bright students? Investors could finance students' education with equity rather than debt. In exchange for their capital, the investors would receive a fraction of a student's future income, or, even better, a fraction of the increase in her income that derives from college attendance. This is not a modern form of indentured servitude, but a voluntary form of taxation, one that would make only the beneficiaries of a college education, not all taxpayers, pay for the costs of it. The cost of enforcing contracts contingent on future income is very large, but there is an effective solution: piggybacking on the tax collection system. The Internal Revenue Service could perform collection services on behalf of private lenders, and at no cost to taxpayers. Equity contracts would diversify the risk of failure, with highly compensated superstars helping to finance the educations of less successful college graduates. They will also avoid pushing graduates into lucrative jobs just to pay off debt. Most important, these contracts would provide financiers with an incentive to counsel students wisely, as financiers would profit from good educational investments and lose from bad ones. This would create more informed demand for the schools, exerting pressure on them to contain costs and improve quality. The most important effect of these equity contracts would be to show that it is possible to intervene to help the disadvantaged without turning that help into an undue subsidy for the producers and the creation of a privileged class at the expense of everybody else. After all, how can we scholars criticize crony capitalism when we benefit from it? Mr. Zingales is a professor of economics at the University of Chicago. Should students sell equity in themselves? An economist suggests a new way to finance higher education. In the news. 554. 26-2 Saving and investment in the national income accounts. Events that occur within the financial system are central to understanding developments in the overall economy. As we have just seen, the institutions that make up this system, the bond market, the stock market, banks, and mutual funds, have the role of coordinating the economy's saving and investment. And as we saw in the previous chapter, saving and investment are important determinants of long-run growth in GDP and living standards. As a result, macroeconomists need to understand how financial markets work and how various events and policies affect them. As a starting point for an analysis of financial markets, we discuss in this section the key macroeconomic variables that measure activity in these markets. Our emphasis here is not on behavior but on accounting. Accounting refers to how various numbers are defined and added up. A personal accountant might help an individual add up his income and expenses. A national income accountant does the same thing for the economy as a whole. The national income accounts include, in particular, GDP and the many related statistics. The rules of national income accounting include several important identities. Recall that an identity is an equation that must be true because of the way the variables in the equation are defined. Identities are useful to keep in mind, for they clarify how different variables are related to one another. Here we consider some accounting identities that shed light on the macroeconomic role of financial markets. 26-2 Some important identities recall that GDP is both total income in an economy and the total expenditure on the economy's output of goods and services. GDP is divided into four components of expenditure, consumption, investment, government purchases, and net exports. We write Y5C1I1G1NX. This equation is an identity because every dollar of expenditure that shows up on the left side also shows up in one of the four components on the right side. Because of the way each of the variables is defined and measured, this equation must always hold. In this chapter, we simplify our analysis by assuming that the economy we are examining is closed. A closed economy is one that does not interact with other economies. In particular, a closed economy does not engage in international trade in goods and services, nor does it engage in international borrowing and lending. Actual economies are open economies, that is, they interact with other economies around the world. Nonetheless, assuming a closed economy is a useful simplification with which we can learn some lessons that apply to all economies. Moreover, this assumption applies perfectly to the world economy. Because a closed economy does not engage in international trade, imports and exports are exactly zero. Therefore, net exports are also zero. In this case, we can write Y5C1I1G 555. This equation states that GDP is the sum of consumption, investment, and government purchases. Each unit of output sold in a closed economy is consumed, invested, or bought by the government. To see what this identity can tell us about financial markets, subtract C and G from both sides of this equation. We obtain Y2C2G5I. The left side of this equation is the total income in the economy that remains after paying for consumption and government purchases. This amount is called national saving, or just saving, and is denoted by S. Substituting S for Y2C2G, we can write the last equation as S5I. This equation states that saving equals investment. To understand the meaning of national saving, it is helpful to manipulate the definition a bit more. Let T denote the amount that the government collects from households in taxes minus the amount it pays back to households in the form of transfer payments. We can then write national saving in either of two ways. S5Y2C2G or S51. These equations are the same because the two t's in the second equation cancel each other, but each reveals a different way of thinking about national saving. In particular, the second equation separates national saving into two pieces, private saving and public saving. Consider each of these two pieces. Private saving is the amount of income that households have left after paying their taxes and paying for their consumption. In particular, because households receive income of Y, pay taxes of T, and spend C on consumption, private saving is Y2T2C. Public saving is the amount of tax revenue that the government has left after paying for its spending. The government receives T in tax revenue and spends G on goods and services. If T exceeds G, the government runs a budget surplus because it receives more money than it spends. This surplus of T2G represents public saving. If the government spends more than it receives in tax revenue, then G is larger than T. In this case, the government runs a budget deficit, and public saving T2G is a negative number. Now consider how these accounting identities are related to financial markets. The equation S5I reveals an important fact: for the economy as a whole, saving must be equal to investment. Yet this fact raises some important questions. What mechanisms lie behind this identity? What coordinates those people who are deciding how much to save and those people who are deciding how much to invest? The answer is the financial system. The bond market, The stock market, banks, mutual funds, and other financial markets and intermediaries stand between the two sides of the S5I equation. They take in the nation's saving and direct it to the nation's investment. National saving. The total income in the economy that remains after paying for consumption and government purchases. Private saving, the income that households have left after paying for taxes and consumption. Public saving, the tax revenue that the government has left after paying for its spending. Budget surplus, in excess of tax revenue over government spending. Budget deficit, a shortfall of tax revenue from government spending. 556. 26-2b. The meaning of saving and investment. The terms saving and investment can sometimes be confusing. Most people use these terms casually and sometimes interchangeably. By contrast, the macroeconomists who put together the national income accounts use these terms carefully and distinctly. Consider an example. Suppose that Larry earns more than he spends and deposits his unspent income in a bank or uses it to buy some stock or a bond from a corporation. Because Larry's income exceeds his consumption, he adds to the nation's saving. Larry might think of himself as investing his money, but a macroeconomist would call Larry's act saving rather than investment. In the language of macroeconomics, investment refers to the purchase of new capital, such as equipment or buildings. When Mo borrows from the bank to build himself a new house, he adds to the nation's investment. Similarly, when the Curly Corporation sells some stock and uses the proceeds to build a new factory, it also adds to the nation's investment. Although the accounting identity S5I shows that saving and investment are equal for the economy as a whole, this does not have to be true for every individual household or firm. Larry's saving can be greater than his investment, and he can deposit the excess in a bank. Mo's saving can be less than his investment, and he can borrow the shortfall from a bank. Banks and other financial institutions make these individual differences between saving and investment possible by allowing one person's saving to finance another person's investment. Quick quiz: define private saving, public saving, national saving, and investment. How are they related? 26-3. The market for loanable funds. Having discussed some of the important financial institutions in our economy and the macroeconomic role of these institutions, we are ready to build a model of financial markets. Our purpose in building this model is to explain how financial markets coordinate the economy's saving and investment. The model also gives us a tool with which we can analyze various government policies that influence saving and investment. To keep things simple, we assume that the economy has only one financial market, called the market for loanable funds. All savers go to this market to deposit their saving, and all borrowers go to this market to take out their loans. Thus, the term loanable funds refers to all income that people have chosen to save and lend out, rather than use for their own consumption, and to the amount that investors have chosen to borrow to fund new investment projects. In the market for loanable funds, there is one interest rate, which is both the return to saving and the cost of borrowing. The assumption of a single financial market, of course, is not literally true. As we have seen, the economy has many types of financial institutions. But as we discussed in Chapter 2, the art in building an economic model is simplifying the world in order to explain it. For our purposes here, we can ignore the diversity of financial institutions and assume that the economy has a single financial market. 26-3. A supply and demand for loanable funds. The economy's market for loanable funds, like other markets in the economy, is governed by supply and demand. To understand how the market for loanable funds operates, therefore, we first look at the sources of supply and demand in that market. The supply of loanable funds comes from people who have some extra income they want to save and lend out. This lending can occur directly, such as when a household buys a bond from a firm, or it can occur indirectly, such as when a household makes a deposit in a bank, which in turn uses the funds to make loans. In both cases, saving is the source of the supply of loanable funds. The demand for loanable funds comes from households and firms who wish to borrow to make investments. This demand includes families taking out mortgages to buy new homes. It also includes firms borrowing to buy new equipment or build factories. In both cases, investment is the source of the demand for loanable funds. The interest rate is the price of a loan. It represents the amount that borrowers pay for loans and the amount that lenders receive on their saving. Because a high interest rate makes borrowing more expensive, the quantity of loanable funds demanded falls as the interest rate rises. Similarly, because a high interest rate makes saving more attractive, the quantity of loanable funds supplied rises as the interest rate rises. In other words, the demand curve for loanable funds slopes downward, and the supply curve for loanable funds slopes upward. Figure 1 shows the interest rate that balances the supply and demand for loanable funds. In the equilibrium shown, the interest rate is 5%, and the quantity of loanable funds demanded and the quantity of loanable funds supplied both equal $1,200 billion. The adjustment of the interest rate to the equilibrium level occurs for the usual reasons. If the interest rate were lower than the equilibrium level, the quantity of loanable funds supplied would be less than the quantity of loanable funds demanded. The resulting shortage of loanable funds would encourage lenders to raise the interest rate they charge. A higher interest rate would encourage saving and discourage borrowing for investment. Conversely, if the interest rate were higher than the equilibrium level, the quantity of loanable funds supplied would exceed the quantity of loanable funds demanded. As lenders competed for the scarce borrowers, interest rates would be driven down. In this way, the interest rate approaches the equilibrium level at which the supply and demand for loanable funds exactly balance. Recall that economists distinguish between the real interest rate and the nominal interest rate. The nominal interest rate is the interest rate as usually reported, the monetary return to saving and the monetary cost of borrowing. The real interest rate is the nominal interest rate corrected for inflation. It equals the nominal interest rate minus the inflation rate. Because inflation erodes the value of money over time, the real interest rate more accurately reflects the real return to saving and the real cost of borrowing. Therefore, the supply and demand for loanable funds depend on the real interest rate, and the equilibrium in Figure 1 should be interpreted as determining the real interest rate in the economy. For the rest of this chapter, when you see the term interest rate, you should remember that we are talking about the real interest rate. This model of the supply and demand for loanable funds shows that financial markets work much like other markets in the economy. In the market for milk, for instance, the price of milk adjusts so that the quantity of milk supplied balances the quantity of milk demanded. In this way, the invisible hand coordinates the behavior of dairy farmers and the behavior of milk drinkers. Once we realize that saving represents the supply of loanable funds and investment represents the demand, we can see how the invisible hand coordinates saving and investment. When the interest rate adjusts to balance supply and demand in the market for loanable funds, it coordinates the behavior of people who want to save and the behavior of people who want to invest. We can now use this analysis of the market for loanable funds to examine various government policies that affect the economy's saving and investment. Because this model is just supply and demand in a particular market, we analyze any policy using the 3 steps discussed in Chapter 4. First, we decide whether the policy shifts the supply curve or the demand curve. Second, we determine the direction of the shift. Third, we use the supply and demand diagram to see how the equilibrium changes. 26-3B Policy 1, Saving Incentives. American families save a smaller fraction of their incomes than their counterparts in many other countries, such as Japan and Germany. Although the reasons for these international differences are unclear, many U.S. policymakers view the low level of U.S. saving as a major problem. One of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1 is that a country's standard of living depends on its ability to produce goods and services. And as we discussed in the preceding chapter, saving is an important long-run determinant of a nation's productivity. If the United States could somehow raise its saving rate to the level that prevails in other countries, the growth rate of GDP would increase, and over time, U.S. citizens would enjoy a higher standard of living. Another of the 10 principles of economics is that people respond to incentives. Many economists have used this principle to suggest that the low saving rate in 559. The United States is at least partly attributable to tax laws that discourage saving. The U.S. federal government, as well as many state governments, collects revenue by taxing income, including interest and dividend income. To see the effects of this policy, consider a 25-year-old who saves $1,000 and buys a 30-year bond that pays an interest rate of 9%. In the absence of taxes, the $1,000 grows to $13,268 when the individual reaches age 55. Yet if that interest is taxed at a rate of, say, 33%, the after-tax interest rate is only 6%. In this case, the $1,000 grows to only $5,743 over the 30 years. The tax on interest income substantially reduces the future payoff from current saving and, as a result, reduces the incentive for people to save. In response to this problem, many economists and lawmakers have proposed reforming the tax code to encourage greater saving. For example, one proposal is to expand eligibility for special accounts, such as individual retirement accounts, that allow people to shelter some of their saving from taxation. Let's consider the effect of such a saving incentive on the market for loanable funds, as illustrated in Figure 2. We analyze this policy following our 3 steps. First, which curve would this policy affect? Because the tax change would alter the incentive for households to save at any given interest rate, it would affect the quantity of loanable funds supplied at each interest rate. Thus, the supply of loanable funds would shift. The demand for loanable funds would remain the same because the tax change would not directly affect the amount that borrowers want to borrow at any given interest rate. Second, which way would the supply curve shift? Because saving would be taxed less heavily than under current law, households would increase their saving by consuming a smaller fraction of their income. Households would use this additional saving to increase their deposits in banks or to buy more bonds. The supply of loanable funds would increase, and the supply curve would shift to the right from S1 to S2, as shown in Figure 2. Finally, we can compare the old and new equilibria. In the figure, the increased supply of loanable funds reduces the interest rate from 5% to 4%. The lower interest rate raises the quantity of loanable funds demanded from $1,200 billion to $1,600 billion. That is, the shift in the supply curve moves the market equilibrium along the demand curve. With a lower cost of borrowing, households and firms are motivated to borrow more to finance greater investment. Thus, if a reform of the tax laws encouraged greater saving, the result would be lower interest rates and greater investment. This analysis of the effects of increased saving is widely accepted among economists, but there is less consensus about what kinds of tax changes should be enacted. Many economists endorse tax reform aimed at increasing saving to stimulate investment and growth. Yet others are skeptical that these tax changes would have much effect on national saving. These skeptics also doubt the equity of the proposed reforms. They argue that, in many cases, the benefits of the tax changes would accrue primarily to the wealthy, who are least in need of tax relief. 26-3C Policy 2, Investment Incentives. Suppose that Congress passed a tax reform aimed at making investment more attractive. In essence, this is what Congress does when it institutes an investment tax credit, which it does from time to time. An investment tax credit gives a tax advantage to any firm building a new factory or buying a new piece of equipment. Let's consider the effect of such a tax reform on the market for loanable funds, as illustrated in Figure 3. First, would the law affect supply or demand? Because the tax credit would reward firms that borrow and invest in new capital, it would alter investment at any given interest rate and, thereby, change the demand for loanable funds. By contrast, because the tax credit would not affect the amount that households save at any given interest rate, it would not affect the supply of loanable funds. Second, which way would the demand curve shift? Because firms would have an incentive to increase investment at any interest rate, the quantity of loanable funds demanded would be higher at any given interest rate. Thus, the demand curve for loanable funds would move to the right, as shown by the shift from D1 to D2 in the figure. Third, consider how the equilibrium would change. In Figure 3, the increased demand for loanable funds raises the interest rate from 5% to 6%, and the higher interest rate in turn increases the quantity of loanable funds supplied from $1,200 billion to $1,400 billion, as households respond by increasing the amount they save. This change in household behavior is represented here as a movement along the supply curve. Thus, if a reform of the tax laws encouraged greater investment, the result would be higher interest rates and greater saving. 26-3D Policy 3, Government budget deficits and surpluses. A perpetual topic of political debate is the status of the government budget. Recall that a budget deficit is an excess of government spending over tax revenue. Governments finance budget deficits by borrowing in the bond market, and the accumulation of past government borrowing is called the government debt. A budget surplus, an excess of tax revenue over government spending, can be used to repay some of the government debt. If government spending exactly equals tax revenue, the government is said to have a balanced budget. Imagine that the government starts with a balanced budget and then, because of an increase in government spending, starts running a budget deficit. We can analyze the effects of the budget deficit by following our 3 steps in the market for loanable funds, as illustrated in Figure 4. First, which curve shifts when the government starts running a budget deficit? Recall that national saving, the source of the supply of loanable funds, is composed of private saving and public saving. A change in the government budget balance represents a change in public saving and, thereby, in the supply of loanable funds. Because the budget deficit does not influence the amount that households and firms want to borrow to finance investment at any given interest rate, it does not alter the demand for loanable funds. Second, which way does the supply curve shift? When the government runs a budget deficit, public saving is negative, and this reduces national saving. In other words, when the government borrows to finance its budget deficit, it reduces the supply of loanable funds available to finance investment by households and firms. Thus, a budget deficit shifts the supply curve for loanable funds to the left from S1 to S2, as shown in Figure 4. Third, we can compare the old and new equilibria. In the figure, when the budget deficit reduces the supply of loanable funds, the interest rate rises from 5% to 6%. This higher interest rate then alters the behavior of the households and firms that participate in the loan market. In particular, many demanders of loanable funds are discouraged by the higher interest rate. Fewer families buy new homes, and fewer firms choose to build new factories. The fall in investment because of government borrowing is called crowding out and is represented in Figure 4 by the movement along the demand curve from a quantity of $1,200 billion in loanable funds to a quantity of $800 billion. That is, when the government borrows to finance its budget deficit, it crowds out private borrowers who are trying to finance investment. Thus, the most basic lesson about budget deficits follows directly from their effects on the supply and demand for loanable funds. When the government reduces national saving by running a budget deficit, the interest rate rises, and investment falls. Because investment is important for long-run economic growth, government budget deficits reduce the economy's growth rate. Why, you might ask, does a budget deficit affect the supply of loanable funds, rather than the demand for them? After all, the government finances a budget deficit by selling bonds, thereby borrowing from the private sector. Why does increased borrowing from the government shift the supply curve, whereas increased borrowing by private investors shifts the demand curve? To answer this question, we need to examine more precisely the meaning of loanable funds. The model as presented here takes this term to mean the flow of resources available to fund private investment. Thus, a government budget deficit reduces the supply of loanable funds. If, instead, we had defined the term loanable funds to mean the flow of resources available from private saving, then the government budget deficit would increase demand rather than reduce supply. Changing the interpretation of the term would cause a semantic change in how we describe the model, but the bottom line from the analysis would be the same. In either case, a budget deficit increases the interest rate, thereby crowding out private borrowers who are relying on financial markets to fund private investment projects. So far, we have examined a budget deficit that results from an increase in government spending, but a budget deficit that results from a tax cut has similar effects. A tax cut reduces public saving T2G, private saving, Y2T2C, might increase because of lower T, but as long as households respond to the lower taxes by consuming more, C increases, so private saving rises by less than public saving declines. Thus, national saving, the sum of public and private saving, declines. Once again, the budget deficit reduces the supply of loanable funds, drives up the interest rate, and crowds out borrowers trying to finance capital investments. Now that we understand the impact of budget deficits, we can turn the analysis around and see that government budget surpluses have the opposite effects. When the government collects more in tax revenue than it spends, it saves the difference by retiring some of the outstanding government debt. This budget surplus, or public saving, contributes to national saving. Thus, a budget surplus increases the supply of loanable funds, reduces the interest rate, and stimulates investment. Higher investment, in turn, means greater capital accumulation and more rapid economic growth. The history of U.S. government debt. How indebted is the U.S. government? The answer to this question varies substantially over time. Figure 5 shows the debt of the U.S. federal government expressed as a percentage of U.S. GDP. It shows that the government debt has fluctuated from 0 in 1836 to 107% of GDP in 1945. The behavior of the debt to GDP ratio is one gauge of what's happening with the government's finances. Because GDP is a rough measure of the government's tax base, a declining debt to GDP ratio indicates that the government indebtedness is shrinking relative to its ability to raise tax revenue. This suggests that the government is, in some sense, living within its means. By contrast, a rising debt to GDP ratio means that the government indebtedness is increasing relative to its ability to raise tax revenue. It is often interpreted as meaning that fiscal policy, government spending and taxes cannot be sustained forever at current levels. The debt of the U.S. federal government, expressed here as a percentage of GDP, has varied throughout history. Wartime spending is typically associated with substantial increases in government debt. Throughout history, the primary cause of fluctuations in government debt has been war. When wars occur, government spending on national defense rises substantially to pay for soldiers and military equipment. Taxes sometimes rise as well, but typically by much less than the increase in spending. The result is a budget deficit and increasing government debt. When the war is over, government spending declines and the debt to GDP ratio starts declining as well. There are two reasons to believe that debt financing of war is an appropriate policy. First, it allows the government to keep tax rates smooth over time. Without debt financing, tax rates would have to rise sharply during wars, and this would cause a substantial decline in economic efficiency. Second, debt financing of wars shifts part of the cost of wars to future generations, who will have to pay off the government debt. This is arguably a fair distribution of the burden, for future generations get some of the benefit when one generation fights a war to defend the nation against foreign aggressors. One large increase in government debt that cannot be explained by war is the increase that occurred beginning around 1980. When President Ronald Reagan took office in 1981, he was committed to smaller government and lower taxes. Yet he found cutting government spending to be more difficult politically than cutting taxes. The result was the beginning of a period of large budget deficits that continued not only through Reagan's time in office but also for many years thereafter. As a result, government debt rose from 26% of GDP in 1980 to 50% of GDP in 1993. Because government budget deficits reduce national saving, investment, and long-run economic growth. The rise in government debt during the 1980s troubled many economists and policymakers. When Bill Clinton moved into the Oval Office in 1993, deficit reduction was his first major goal. Similarly, when the Republicans took control of Congress in 1995, deficit reduction was high on their legislative agenda. Both of these efforts substantially reduced the size of the government budget deficit. In addition, a booming economy in the late 1990s brought in even more tax revenue. Eventually, the federal budget turned from deficit to surplus, and the debt-to-GDP ratio declined significantly for several years. This fall in the debt-to-GDP ratio, however, stopped during the presidency of George W. Bush, as the budget surplus turned back into a budget deficit. There were three reasons for this change. First, President Bush signed into law several major tax cuts, which he had promised during the 2000 presidential campaign. Second, in 2001, the economy experienced a recession, which automatically decreased tax revenue and increased government spending. Third, there were increases in government spending on homeland security following the September 11, 2001 attacks and on the subsequent wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Truly dramatic increases in the debt-to-GDP ratio started occurring in 2008, as the economy experienced a financial crisis and a deep recession. The recession automatically increased the budget deficit, and several policy measures passed by the Bush and Obama administrations aimed at combating the recession reduced tax revenue and increased government spending even more. From 2009 to 2012, the federal government's budget deficit averaged about 9% of GDP, levels not seen since World War II. The borrowing to finance these deficits led to the substantial increase in the debt-to-GDP ratio shown in Figure 5. Quick quiz: if more Americans adopted a live-for-today approach to life, how would this affect saving, investment, and the interest rate? 565. In 2008 and 2009, the U.S. economy and many other major economies around the world experienced a financial crisis, which in turn led to a deep downturn in economic activity. We will examine these events in detail later in this book. But because this chapter introduces the financial system, let's discuss briefly the key elements of financial crises. The first element of a financial crisis is a large decline in some asset prices. In 2008 and 2009, that asset was real estate. The price of housing, after experiencing a boom earlier in the decade, fell by about 30% over just a few years. Such a large decline in real estate prices had not been seen in the United States since the 1930s. The second element of a financial crisis is insolvencies at financial institutions. In 2008 and 2009, many banks and other financial firms had in effect placed bets on real estate prices by holding mortgages backed by that real estate. When house prices fell, large numbers of homeowners stopped repaying their loans. These defaults pushed several financial institutions toward bankruptcy. The third element of a financial crisis is a decline in confidence in financial institutions. Although some deposits in banks are insured by government policies, not all are. As insolvencies mounted, every financial institution became a possible candidate for the next bankruptcy. Individuals and firms with uninsured deposits in those institutions pulled out their money. Facing a rash of withdrawals, banks started selling off assets and cut back on new lending. The fourth element of a financial crisis is a credit crunch. With many financial institutions facing difficulties, would-be borrowers had trouble getting loans, even if they had profitable investment projects. In essence, the financial system had trouble performing its normal function of directing the resources of savers into the hands of borrowers with the best investment opportunities. The fifth element of a financial crisis is an economic downturn. With people unable to obtain financing for new investment projects, the overall demand for goods and services declined. As a result, for reasons we discuss more fully later in the book, national income fell and unemployment rose. The sixth and final element of a financial crisis is a vicious circle. The economic downturn reduced the profitability of many companies and the value of many assets. Thus, we started over again at step 1, and the problems in the financial system and the economic downturn reinforced each other. Financial crises, such as the one of 2008 and 2009, can have severe consequences. Fortunately, they do end. Financial institutions eventually get back on their feet, perhaps with some help from government policy, and they return to their normal function of financial intermediation. Financial crises FYI. 26-4 Conclusion. Neither a borrower nor a lender be, Polonius advises his son in Shakespeare's Hamlet. If everyone followed this advice, this chapter would have been unnecessary. Few economists would agree with Polonius. In our economy, people borrow and lend often, and usually for good reason. You may borrow one day to start your own business or to buy a home. And people may lend to you in the hope that the interest you pay will allow them to enjoy a more prosperous retirement. The financial system has the job of coordinating all this borrowing and lending activity. In many ways, financial markets are like other markets in the economy. The price of loanable funds, the interest rate, is governed by the forces of supply and demand, just as other prices in the economy are. And we can analyze shifts in supply or demand in financial markets as we do in other markets. One of the 10 principles of economics introduced in Chapter 1 is that markets are usually a good way to organize economic activity. This principle applies to financial markets as well. When financial markets bring the supply and demand for loanable funds into balance, they help allocate the economy's scarce resources to their most efficient uses. 566. In one way, however, financial markets are special. Financial markets, unlike most other markets, serve the important role of linking the present and the future. Those who supply loanable funds savers do so because they want to convert some of their current income into future purchasing power. Those who demand loanable funds borrowers do so because they want to invest today in order to have additional capital in the future to produce goods and services. Thus, well-functioning financial markets are important not only for current generations but also for future generations who will inherit many of the resulting benefits. The U.S. financial system is made up of many types of financial institutions, such as the bond market, the stock market, banks, and mutual funds. All these institutions act to direct the resources of households that want to save some of their income into the hands of households and firms that want to borrow. National income accounting identities reveal some important relationships among macroeconomic variables. In particular, for a closed economy, national saving must equal investment. Financial institutions are the mechanism through which the economy matches one person's saving with another person's investment. The interest rate is determined by the supply and demand for loanable funds. The supply of loanable funds comes from households that want to save some of their income and lend it out. The demand for loanable funds comes from households and firms that want to borrow for investment. To analyze how any policy or event affects the interest rate, one must consider how it affects the supply and demand for loanable funds. National saving equals private saving plus public saving. A government budget deficit represents negative public saving and, therefore, reduces national saving and the supply of loanable funds available to finance investment. When a government budget deficit crowds out investment, it reduces the growth of productivity and GDP. Key concepts. 1. What is the role of the financial system? Name and describe 2 markets that are part of the financial system in the U.S. economy. Name and describe 2 financial intermediaries. 2. Why is it important for people who own stocks and bonds to diversify their holdings? What type of financial institution makes diversification easier? 3. What is national saving? What is private saving? What is public saving? How are these 3 variables related? 4. What is investment? How is it related to national saving in a closed economy? 5. Describe a change in the tax code that might increase private saving. If this policy were implemented, how would it affect the market for loanable funds? 6. What is a government budget deficit? How does it affect interest rates, investment, and economic growth? Questions for review. 1. For each of the following pairs, which bond would you expect to pay a higher interest rate? Explain. A bond of the US government or a bond of an Eastern European government. B. A bond that repays the principal in year 2020 or a bond that repays the principal in year 2040. C. A bond from Coca-Cola or a bond from a software company you run in your garage. D. A bond issued by the federal government or a bond issued by New York State. Too many workers hold large amounts of stock issued by the firms at which they work. Why do you suppose companies encourage this behavior? Why might a person not want to hold stock in the company where he works? 3. Explain the difference between saving and investment as defined by a macroeconomist. Which of the following situations represent investment? Saving. Explain. A. Your family takes out a mortgage and buys a new house. B. You use your $200 paycheck to buy stock in AT&T. Your roommate earns $100 and deposits it in his account at a bank. D. You borrow $1,000 from a bank to buy a car to use in your pizza delivery business. 4. Suppose GDP is $8 trillion, taxes are $1.5 trillion, private saving is $0.5 trillion, and public saving is $0.2 trillion. Assuming this economy is closed, calculate consumption, government purchases, national saving, and investment. Problems and applications. Quick check multiple choice 1. Nina wants to buy and operate an ice cream truck but doesn't have the financial resources to start the business. She borrows $5,000 from her friend Max, to whom she promises an interest rate of 7%, and gets another $10,000 from her friend David, to whom she promises a third of her profits. What best describes this situation? A. Max is a stockholder, and Nina is a bondholder. B. Max is a stockholder, and David is a bondholder. C. David is a stockholder, and Nina is a bondholder. D. David is a stockholder, and Max is a bondholder. 2. If the government collects more in tax revenue than it spends, and households consume more than they get in after-tax income, then A. Private and public saving are both positive. B. Private and public saving are both negative. C. Private saving is positive, but public saving is negative. D. Private saving is negative, but public saving is positive. 3. A closed economy has income of $1,000, government spending of $200, taxes of $150, and investment of $250. What is private saving? A. $100 billion. $200. C. $300. D. $400. 4. If a popular TV show on personal finance convinces more Americans about the importance of saving for retirement, the ______________ curve for loanable funds would shift, driving the equilibrium interest rate ________________________________. A. Supply, up. B. Supply, down. C. Demand, up. D. Demand, down. 5. If the business community becomes more optimistic about the profitability of capital, the curve for loanable funds would shift, driving the equilibrium interest rate ____________________________. A. Supply, up. B. Supply, down. C. Demand, up. D. Demand, down. 6. From 2008 to 2012, the ratio of government debt to GDP in the United States A. increased markedly. B. decreased markedly. C. was stable at a historically high level. D. was stable at a historically low level. 567. 568. 5 economists in Funlandia, a closed economy, have collected the following information about the economy for a particular year, Y5 10,000 C5 6,000 T5 1,500 G5 1,700. The economists also estimate that the investment function is I5 3,300 to 100 R, where R is the country's real interest rate, expressed as a percentage. Calculate private saving, public saving, national saving, investment, and the equilibrium real interest rate. 6. Suppose that Intel is considering building a new chip-making factory. A. Assuming that Intel needs to borrow money in the bond market, why would an increase in interest rates affect Intel's decision about whether to build the factory? B. If Intel has enough of its own funds to finance the new factory without borrowing, would an increase in interest rates still affect Intel's decision about whether to build the factory? Explain. 7. 3 students have each saved $1,000. Each has an investment opportunity in which he or she can invest up to $2,000. Here are the rates of return on the students' investment projects. Harry 5%. Ron 8%. Hermione 20%. A. If borrowing and lending is prohibited, so each student uses only personal saving to finance his or her own investment project, how much will each student have a year later when the project pays its return? B. Now suppose their school opens up a market for loanable funds in which students can borrow and lend among themselves at an interest rate R. What would determine whether a student would choose to be a borrower or lender in this market? C. Among these 3 students, what would be the quantity of loanable funds supplied and quantity demanded at an interest rate of 7%? At 10%? D. At what interest rate would the loanable funds market among these 3 students be in equilibrium? At this interest rate, which student would borrow and which student would lend? E. At the equilibrium interest rate, how much does each student have a year later after the investment projects pay their return and loans have been repaid? Compare your answers to those you gave in part. Who benefits from the existence of the loanable funds market, the borrowers or the lenders? Is anyone worse off? 8. Suppose the government borrows $20 billion more next year than this year. A. Use a supply and demand diagram to analyze this policy. Does the interest rate rise or fall? B. What happens to investment? To private saving? To public saving? To national saving? Compare the size of the changes to the $20 billion of extra government borrowing. C. How does the elasticity of supply of loanable funds affect the size of these changes? D. How does the elasticity of demand for loanable funds affect the size of these changes? E. Suppose households believe that greater government borrowing today implies higher taxes to pay off the government debt in the future. What does this belief do to private saving and the supply of loanable funds today? Does it increase or decrease the effects you discussed in parts and 9? This chapter explains that investment can be increased both by reducing taxes on private saving and by reducing the government budget deficit. A. Why is it difficult to implement both of these policies at the same time? B. What would you need to know about private saving to judge which of these 2 policies would be a more effective way to raise investment? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. 569. The Basic Tools of Finance. Time in your life, you will have to deal with the economy's financial system. You will deposit your savings in a bank account, or you will take out a mortgage to buy a house. After you have a job, you will decide whether to invest the funds in your retirement account in stocks, bonds, or other financial instruments. If you try to put together your own portfolio, you will have to decide between buying stocks in established companies such as General Electric or newer ones such as Facebook. And whenever you watch the evening news, you will hear reports about whether the stock market is up or down, together with the often feeble attempts to explain why the market behaves as it does. If you reflect for a moment on the many financial decisions you will make during your life, you will see 2 related elements in almost all of them: Time and risk. As we saw in the preceding two chapters, the financial system coordinates the economy's saving and investment, which in turn are crucial determinants of economic growth. Most fundamentally, the financial system. Chapter 27. 570. Concerns decisions and actions we undertake today that will affect our lives in the future. But the future is unknown. When a person decides to allocate some saving, or a firm decides to undertake an investment, the decision is based on a guess about the likely result. The actual result, however, could end up being very different from what was expected. This chapter introduces some tools that help us understand the decisions that people make as they participate in financial markets. The field of finance develops these tools in great detail, and you may choose to take courses that focus on this topic. But because the financial system is so important to the functioning of the economy, many of the basic insights of finance are central to understanding how the economy works. The tools of finance can also help you think through some of the decisions that you will make in your own life. This chapter takes up 3 topics. First, we discuss how to compare sums of money at different points in time. Second, we discuss how to manage risk. Third, we build on our analysis of time and risk to examine what determines the value of an asset, such as a share of stock. 27:1 Present value. Measuring the time value of money. Imagine that someone offers to give you $100 today or $100 in 10 years. Which would you choose? This is an easy question. Getting $100 today is better because you can always deposit the money in a bank, still have it in 10 years, and earn interest on the $100 along the way. The lesson: money today is more valuable than the same amount of money in the future. Now consider a harder question. Imagine that someone offers you $100 today or $200 in 10 years. Which would you choose? To answer this question, you need some way to compare sums of money from different points in time. Economists do this with a concept called present value. The present value of any future sum of money is the amount today that would be needed, at current interest rates, to produce that future sum. To learn how to use the concept of present value, let's work through a couple of simple examples. Question: if you put $100 in a bank account today, how much will it be worth in n years? That is, what will be the future value of this $100? Answer: let's use R to denote the interest rate expressed in decimal form. Suppose that interest is paid annually and that it remains in the bank account to earn more interest, a process called compounding. Then the $100 will become $3,100 after 1 year, $3,100 $5,2,3,100 after 2 years, $3,100 $5,3,100 after 3 years, and $3,100 after n years. For example, if we are investing at an interest rate of 5% for 10 years, then the future value of the $100 will be $10,3,100, or $163. Question: now suppose you are going to be paid $200 in n years. What is the present value of this future payment? That is, how much would you have to deposit in a bank right now to yield $200 in n years? Answer: to answer this question, just turn the previous answer on its head. In the last question, we computed a future value from a present value by multiplying by the factor n. To compute a present value from a future value, we divide by the factor n. Thus, the present value of $200 in n years is $200/n. If that amount is deposited in a bank today, after n years it will become n3, which equals $200. For instance, if the interest rate is 5%, the present value of $200 to be paid in 10 years is $200/10, or $123. This means that $123 deposited today in a bank account that earned 5% would produce $200 after 10 years. This illustrates the general formula. If R is the interest rate, then an amount x to be received in n years has a present value of x/n. Because the possibility of earning interest reduces the present value below the amount x, the process of finding a present value of a future sum of money is called discounting. This formula shows precisely how much future sums should be discounted. Let's now return to our earlier question: should you choose $100 today or $200 in 10 years? Based on our calculation of present value using an interest rate of 5%, you should prefer the $200 in 10 years. The future $200 has a present value of $123, which is greater than $100. You are better off waiting for the future sum. Notice that the answer to our question depends on the interest rate. If the interest rate were 8%, then the $200 in 10 years would have a present value of $200/10, which is only $93. In this case, you should take the $100 today. Why should the interest rate matter for your choice? The answer is that the higher the interest rate, the more you can earn by depositing your money in a bank, so the more attractive getting $100 today becomes. The concept of present value is useful in many applications, including the decisions that companies face when evaluating investment projects. For instance, imagine that General Motors is thinking about building a new factory. Suppose that the factory will cost $100 million today and will yield the company $200 million in 10 years. Should General Motors undertake the project? You can see that this decision is exactly like the one we have been studying. To make its decision, the company will compare the present value of the $200 million return to the $100 million cost. The company's decision, therefore, will depend on the interest rate. If the interest rate is 5%, then the present value of the $200 million return from the factory is $123 million, and the company will choose to pay the $100 million cost. By contrast, if the interest rate is 8%, then the present value of the return is only $93 million, and the company will decide to forego the project. Thus, the concept of present value helps explain why investment and thus the quantity of loanable funds demanded declines when the interest rate rises. Here is another application of present value. Suppose you win $1 million lottery and are given a choice between $20,000 a year for 50 years or an immediate payment of $400,000. Which would you choose? To make the right choice, you need to calculate the present value of the stream of payments. Let's suppose the interest rate is 7%. After performing 50 calculations similar to those above and adding up the results, you would learn that the present value of this $1 million prize at a 7% interest rate is only $276,000. You are better off picking the immediate $572 payment of $400,000. The $1 million may seem like more money, but the future cash flows, once discounted to the present, are worth far less. Quick quiz: the interest rate is 7%. What is the present value of $150 to be received in 10 years? Suppose you observe that one country has an average growth rate of 1% per year, while another has an average growth rate of 3% per year. At first, this might not seem like a big deal. What difference can 2% make? The answer is, a big difference. Growth rates that seem small when written in percentage terms are large after they are compounded for many years. Consider an example. Suppose that two college graduates, Marshall and Lily, both take their first jobs at the age of 22, earning $30,000 a year. Marshall lives in an economy where all incomes grow at 1% per year, while Lily lives in one where incomes grow at 3% per year. Straightforward calculations show what happens. 40 years later, when both are 62 years old, Marshall earns $45,000 a year, while Lily earns $98,000. Because of that difference of 2 percentage points in the growth rate, Lily's salary is more than twice Marshall's. An old rule of thumb, called the Rule of 70, is helpful in understanding growth rates and the effects of compounding. According to the Rule of 70, If some variable grows at a rate of X% per year, then that variable doubles in approximately 70/X years. In Marshall's economy, incomes grow at 1% per year, so it takes about 70 years for incomes to double. In Lily's economy, incomes grow at 3% per year, so it takes about 70/3, or 23, years for incomes to double. The rule of 70 applies not only to a growing economy but also to a growing savings account. Here is an example. In 1791, Ben Franklin died and left $5,000 to be invested for a period of 200 years to benefit medical students and scientific research. If this money had earned 7% per year, the investment would have doubled in value every 10 years. Over 200 years, it would have doubled 20 times. At the end of 200 years of compounding, the investment would have been worth $223,500, which is about $5 billion. As these examples show, growth rates and interest rates compounded over many years can lead to some spectacular results. That is probably why Albert Einstein once called compounding the greatest mathematical discovery of all time. The magic of compounding and the rule of 70. FYI. 27-2 Managing risk. Life is full of gambles. When you go skiing, you risk breaking your leg in a fall. When you drive to work, you risk a car accident. When you put some of your savings in the stock market, you risk a fall in stock prices. The rational response to this risk is not necessarily to avoid it at any cost but to take it into account in your decision making. Let's consider how a person might do that. 27-2 A risk aversion. Most people are risk averse. This means more than that people dislike bad things happening to them. It means that they dislike bad things more than they like comparable good things. For example, suppose a friend offers you the following opportunity. She will toss a coin. If it comes up heads, she will pay you $1,000. But if it comes up tails, you will have to pay her $1,000. Would you accept the bargain? You wouldn't if you were risk averse. For a risk averse person, the pain of losing the $1,000 would exceed the pleasure from winning $1,000. Risk aversion. A dislike of uncertainty. 573. Economists have developed models of risk aversion using the concept of utility, which is a person's subjective measure of well-being or satisfaction. Every level of wealth provides a certain amount of utility, as shown by the utility function in Figure 1. But the function exhibits the property of diminishing marginal utility. The more wealth a person has, the less utility she gets from an additional dollar. Thus, in the figure, the utility function gets flatter as wealth increases. Because of diminishing marginal utility, the utility lost from losing the $1,000 bet is more than the utility gained from winning it. As a result, people are risk averse. Risk aversion provides the starting point for explaining various things we observe in the economy. Let's consider three of them: insurance, diversification, and the risk-return trade-off. 27-2b The markets for insurance. One way to deal with risk is to buy insurance. The general feature of insurance contracts is that a person facing a risk pays a fee to an insurance company, which in return agrees to accept all or part of the risk. There are many types of insurance. Car insurance covers the risk of your being in an auto accident, fire insurance covers the risk that your house will burn down, health insurance covers the risk that you might need expensive medical treatment, and life insurance covers the risk that you will die and leave your family without your income. There is also insurance against the risk of living too long. For a fee paid today, an insurance company will pay you an annuity, a regular income every year until you die. In a sense, every insurance contract is a gamble. It is possible that you will not be in an auto accident, that your house will not burn down, and that you will not need expensive medical treatment. In most years, you will pay the insurance company the premium and get nothing in return except peace of mind. Indeed, the insurance company is counting on the fact that most people will not make claims on their policies, otherwise, it couldn't pay out large claims to the unlucky few and still stay in business. From the standpoint of the economy as a whole, the role of insurance is not to eliminate the risks inherent in life but to spread them around more efficiently. Consider fire insurance, for instance. Owning fire insurance does not reduce the risk of losing your home in a fire. But if that unlucky event occurs, the insurance company compensates you. The risk, rather than being borne by you alone, is shared among the thousands of insurance company shareholders. Because people are risk-averse, it is easier for 10,000 people to bear 1/10,000 of the risk than for one person to bear the entire risk herself. The markets for insurance suffer from two types of problems that impede their ability to spread risk. One problem is adverse selection. A high-risk person is more likely to apply for insurance than a low-risk person because a high-risk person would benefit more from insurance protection. A second problem is moral hazard. After people buy insurance, they have less incentive to be careful about their risky behavior because the insurance company will cover much of the resulting losses. Insurance companies are aware of these problems, but they cannot fully guard against them. An insurance company cannot perfectly distinguish between high-risk and low-risk customers, and it cannot monitor all of its customers' risky behavior. The price of insurance reflects the actual risks that the insurance company will face after the insurance is bought. The high price of insurance is why some people, especially those who know themselves to be low risk, decide against buying it and, instead, endure some of life's uncertainty on their own. 27-2 Diversification of firm-specific risk. In 2002, Enron, a large and once widely respected company, went bankrupt amid accusations of fraud and accounting irregularities. Several of the company's top executives were prosecuted and ended up going to prison. The saddest part of the story, however, involved thousands of lower-level employees. Not only did they lose their jobs but many lost their life savings as well. The employees had about 2/3 of their retirement funds in Enron stock, which became worthless. If there is one piece of practical advice that finance offers to risk-averse people, it is this: don't put all your eggs in one basket. You may have heard this before, but finance has turned this folk wisdom into a science. It goes by the name diversification. The market for insurance is one example of diversification. Imagine a town with 10,000 homeowners, each facing the risk of a house fire. If someone starts an insurance company and each person in town becomes both a shareholder and a policy holder of the company, they all reduce their risk through diversification. Each person now faces 1/10,000 of the risk of 10,000 possible fires, rather than the entire risk of a single fire in her own home. Unless the entire town catches fire at the same time, the downside that each person faces is much smaller. When people use their savings to buy financial assets, they can also reduce risk through diversification. A person who buys stock in a company is placing a bet on the future profitability of that company. That bet is often quite risky because companies' fortunes are hard to predict. Microsoft evolved from a startup by some geeky teenagers into one of the world's most valuable companies in only a few years. Enron went from one of the world's most respected companies to an almost worthless one in only a few months. Fortunately, a shareholder need not tie her own fortune to that of any single company. Risk can be reduced by placing a large number of small bets, rather than a small number of large ones. Figure 2 shows how the risk of a portfolio of stocks depends on the number of stocks in the portfolio. Risk is measured here with a statistic called the standard deviation, which you may have learned about in a math or statistics class. The standard deviation measures the volatility of a variable, that is, how much the variable is likely to fluctuate. The higher the standard deviation of a portfolio's return, the more volatile its return is likely to be, and the riskier it is that someone holding the portfolio will fail to get the return that she expected. The figure shows that the risk of a stock portfolio falls substantially as the number of stocks increases. For a portfolio with a single stock, the standard deviation is 49%. Going from 1 stock to 10 stocks eliminates about half the risk. Going from 10 to 20 stocks reduces the risk by another 10%. As the number of stocks continues to increase, risk continues to fall, although the reductions in risk after 20 or 30 stocks are small. Notice that it is impossible to eliminate all risk by increasing the number of stocks in the portfolio. Diversification can eliminate firm-specific risk, the uncertainty associated with the specific companies. But diversification cannot eliminate market risk, the uncertainty associated with the entire economy, which affects all companies traded on the stock market. For example, when the economy goes into a recession, most companies experience falling sales, reduced profit, and low stock returns. Diversification reduces the risk of holding stocks, but it does not eliminate it. 27-2D The trade-off between risk and return. One of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1 is that people face trade-offs. The trade-off that is most relevant for understanding financial decisions is the trade-off between risk and return. As we have seen, there are risks inherent in holding stocks, even in a diversified portfolio. But risk-averse people are willing to accept this uncertainty because they are compensated for doing so. Historically, stocks have offered much higher rates of return than alternative financial assets, such as bonds and bank savings accounts. Over the past 2 centuries, stocks offered an average real return of about 8% per year, while short-term government bonds paid a real return of only 3% per year. When deciding how to allocate their savings, people have to decide how much risk they are willing to undertake to earn a higher return. For example, consider a person choosing how to allocate her portfolio between 2 asset classes. The first asset class is a diversified group of risky stocks, with an average return of 8% and a standard deviation of 20%. The second asset class is a safe alternative, with a return of 3% and a standard deviation of 0. The safe alternative can be either a bank savings account or a government bond. Figure 3 illustrates the trade-off between risk and return. Each point in this figure represents a particular allocation of a portfolio between risky stocks and the safe asset. The figure shows that the more the individual puts into stocks, the greater both the risk and the return are. Acknowledging the risk-return trade-off does not, by itself, tell us what a person should do. The choice of a particular combination of risk and return depends on a person's risk aversion, which reflects her own preferences. But it is important for stockholders to recognize that the higher average return that they enjoy comes at the price of higher risk. Quick quiz: describe 3 ways that a risk-averse person might reduce the risk she faces. Now that we have developed a basic understanding of the 2 building blocks of finance, time and risk, let's apply this knowledge. This section considers a simple question: what determines the price of a share of stock? As with most prices, the answer is supply and demand. But that is not the end of the story. 577. Understand stock prices. We need to think more deeply about what determines a person's willingness to pay for a share of stock. 27-3 A fundamental analysis. Let's imagine that you have decided to put 60% of your savings into stock, and to achieve diversification, you have decided to buy 20 different stocks. If you open up the newspaper, you will find thousands of stocks listed. How should you pick the 20 for your portfolio? When you buy stock, you are buying shares in a business. To decide which businesses you want to own, it is natural to consider 2 things: the value of that share of the business and the price at which the shares are being sold. If the price is less than the value, the stock is said to be undervalued. If the price is more than the value, the stock is said to be overvalued. If the price and the value are equal, the stock is said to be fairly valued. When choosing 20 stocks for your portfolio, you should prefer undervalued stocks. In these cases, you are getting a bargain by paying less than the business is worth. This is easier said than done. Learning the price is easy, you can just look it up. Determining the value of the business is the hard part. The term fundamental analysis refers to the detailed analysis of a company to estimate its value. Many Wall Street firms hire stock analysts to conduct such fundamental analysis and offer advice about which stocks to buy. The value of a stock to a stockholder is what she gets out of owning it, which includes the present value of the stream of dividend payments and the final sale price. Recall that dividends are the cash payments that a company makes to its shareholders. A company's ability to pay dividends, as well as the value of the stock when the stockholder sells her shares, depends on the company's ability to earn profits. Its profitability, in turn, depends on a large number of factors: the demand for its product, how much competition it faces, how much capital it has in place, whether its workers are unionized, how loyal its customers are, what kinds of government regulations and taxes it faces, and so on. The goal of fundamental analysis is to take all these factors into account to determine how much a share of stock in the company is worth. If you want to rely on fundamental analysis to pick a stock portfolio, there are 3 ways to do it. One way is to do all the necessary research yourself, such as by reading through companies' annual reports. A second way is to rely on the advice of Wall Street analysts. A third way is to buy shares in a mutual fund, which has a manager who conducts fundamental analysis and makes the decision for you. 27-3b The efficient markets hypothesis. There is another way to choose 20 stocks for your portfolio. Pick them randomly by, for instance, putting the stock pages on your bulletin board and throwing darts at the page. This may sound crazy, but there is reason to believe that it won't lead you too far astray. That reason is called the efficient markets hypothesis. To understand this theory, the starting point is to acknowledge that each company listed on a major stock exchange is followed closely by many money managers, such as the individuals who run mutual funds. Every day, these managers monitor news stories and conduct fundamental analysis to try to determine the stock's value. Their job is to buy a stock when its price falls below its fundamental value and to sell it when its price rises above its fundamental value. The second piece to the efficient markets hypothesis is that the equilibrium of supply and demand sets the market price. This means that, at the market price, the number of shares being offered for sale exactly equals the number of shares that people want to buy. In other words, at the market price, the number of people who think the stock is overvalued exactly balances the number of people who think it's undervalued. As judged by the typical person in the market, all stocks are fairly valued all the time. According to this theory, the stock market exhibits informational efficiency. It reflects all available information about the value of the asset. Stock prices change when information changes. When good news about the company's prospects becomes public, the value and the stock price both rise. When the company's prospects deteriorate, the value and price both fall. But at any moment in time, the market price is the best guess of the company's value based on available information. One implication of the efficient markets hypothesis is that stock prices should follow a random walk. This means that changes in stock prices are impossible to predict from available information. If, based on publicly available information, a person could predict that a stock price would rise by 10% tomorrow, then the stock market must be failing to incorporate that information today. According to this theory, the only thing that can move stock prices is news that changes the market's perception of the company's value. But news must be unpredictable, otherwise, it wouldn't really be news. For the same reason, changes in stock prices should be unpredictable. If the efficient markets hypothesis is correct, then there is little point in spending many hours studying the business page to decide which 20 stocks to add to your portfolio. If prices reflect all available information, no stock is a better buy than any other. The best you can do is to buy a diversified portfolio. Random walks and index funds. The efficient markets hypothesis is a theory about how financial markets work. The theory is probably not completely true. As we discuss in the next section, there is reason to doubt that stockholders are always rational and that stock prices are informationally efficient at every moment. Nonetheless, the efficient markets hypothesis does much better as a description of the world than you might think. There is much evidence that stock prices, even if not exactly a random walk, are very close to it. For example, you might be tempted to buy stocks that have recently risen and avoid stocks that have recently fallen. But statistical studies have shown that following such trends fails to outperform the market. The correlation between how well a stock does one year and how well it does the following year is almost exactly zero. Some of the best evidence in favor of the efficient markets hypothesis comes from the performance of index funds. An index fund is a mutual fund that buys all the stocks in a given stock index. The performance of these funds can be compared with that of actively managed mutual funds, where a professional portfolio manager picks stocks based on extensive research and alleged expertise. In essence, an index fund buys all stocks, whereas active funds are supposed to buy only the best stocks. In practice, active managers usually fail to beat index funds. For example, in the 10-year period ending January 2013, 84% of stock mutual funds performed worse than a broadly based index fund holding all stocks traded on U.S. stock exchanges. Over this period, the average annual return on stock funds fell short of the return on the index fund by 1.21 percentage points. Most active portfolio managers failed to beat the market because they trade more frequently, incurring more trading costs, and because they charge greater fees as compensation for their alleged expertise. What about the 16% of managers who did beat the market? Perhaps they are smarter than average, or perhaps they were luckier. If you have 5,000 people flipping coins 10 times, on average about 5 will flip 10 heads, these 5 might. The efficient markets hypothesis assumes that people buying and selling stock rationally process the information they have about the stock's underlying value. But is the stock market really that rational? Or do stock prices sometimes deviate from reasonable expectations of their true value? There is a long tradition suggesting that fluctuations in stock prices are partly psychological. In the 1930s, economist John Maynard Keynes suggested that asset markets are driven by the animal spirits of investors' irrational waves of optimism and pessimism. In the 1990s, as the stock market soared to new heights, Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan questioned whether the boom reflected irrational exuberance. Stock prices did subsequently fall, but whether the exuberance of the 1990s was irrational given the information available at the time remains debatable. Whenever the price of an asset rises above what appears to be its fundamental value, the market is said to be experiencing a speculative bubble. The possibility of speculative bubbles in the stock market arises in part because the value of the stock to a stockholder depends not only on the stream of dividend payments but also on the final sale price. Thus, a person might be willing to pay more than a stock is worth today if she expects another person to pay even more for it tomorrow. When you evaluate a stock, you have to estimate not only the value of the business but also what other people will think the business is worth in the future. There is much debate among economists about the frequency and importance of departures from rational pricing. Believers in market irrationality point out that the stock market often moves in ways that are hard to explain on the basis of news that might alter a rational valuation. Believers in the efficient markets hypothesis point out that it is impossible to know the correct, rational valuation of a company, so one should not quickly jump to the conclusion that any particular valuation is irrational. Moreover, if the market were irrational, a rational person should be able to take advantage of this fact, yet as the previous case study discussed, beating the market is nearly impossible. Quick Quiz Fortune magazine regularly publishes a list of the most respected companies. According to the efficient markets hypothesis, if you restrict your stock portfolio to these companies, will you earn a better than average return? Explain. Claim an exceptional coin flipping skill, but they would have trouble replicating the feat. Similarly, studies have shown that mutual fund managers with a history of superior performance usually fail to maintain it in subsequent periods. The efficient markets hypothesis says that it is impossible to beat the market. The accumulation of many studies of financial markets confirms that beating the market is, at best, extremely difficult. Even if the efficient markets hypothesis is not an exact description of the world, it contains a large element of truth. 580. Efficient market theory and the crisis. By Jeremy Siegel. Financial journalist and best-selling author Roger Lowenstein didn't mince words in a piece for the Washington Post this summer. The upside of the current Great Recession is that it could drive a stake through the heart of the academic nostrum known as the efficient market hypothesis. In a similar vein, the highly respected money manager and financial analyst Jeremy Grantham wrote in his quarterly letter last January, "The incredibly inaccurate efficient market theory, a lethally dangerous combination of asset bubbles, lax controls, pernicious incentives, and wickedly complicated instruments led to our current plight." But is the efficient market hypothesis really responsible for the current crisis? The answer is no. The IMH, originally put forth by Eugene Fama of the University of Chicago in the 1960s, states that the prices of securities reflect all known information that impacts their value. The hypothesis does not claim that the market price is always right. On the contrary, it implies that the prices in the market are mostly wrong, but at any given moment it is not at all easy to say whether they are too high or too low. The fact that the best and brightest on Wall Street made so many mistakes shows how hard it is to beat the market. This does not mean the IMH can be used as an excuse by the CEOs of the failed financial firms or by the regulators who did not see the risks that subprime mortgage-backed securities pose to the financial stability of the economy. Regulators wrongly believed that financial firms were offsetting their credit risks, while the banks and credit rating agencies were fooled by faulty models that underestimated the risk in real estate. After the 1982 recession, the U.S. and world economies entered into a long period where the fluctuations in variables such as gross domestic product, industrial production, and employment were significantly lower than they had been since World War II. Economists called this period the Great Moderation and attributed the increased stability to better monetary policy, a larger service sector, and better inventory control, among other factors. The economic response to the Great Moderation was predictable: risk premiums shrank and individuals and firms took on more leverage. Housing prices were boosted by historically low nominal and real interest rates and the development of the securitized subprime lending market. According to data collected by Professor Robert Schiller of Yale University, in the 61 years from 1945 through 2006, the maximum cumulative decline in the average price of homes was 2.84% in 1991. If this low volatility of home prices persisted into the future, a mortgage security composed of a nationally diversified portfolio of loans comprising the first 80% of a home's value would have never come close to defaulting. The credit quality of home buyers was secondary because it was thought that underlying collateral, the home, could always cover the principal in the event the homeowner defaulted. These models led credit agencies to rate these subprime mortgages as investment grade. But this assessment was faulty. From 2000 through 2006, national home prices rose by 88.7%, far more than the 17.5% gain in the Consumer Price Index or the paltry 1% rise in median household income. Never before have home prices jumped that far ahead of prices and incomes. This should have sent up red flags and cast doubts on using models that looked only at historical declines to judge future risk. But these flags were ignored as Wall Street was reaping large profits bundling and selling the securities, while Congress was happy that more Americans could enjoy the American dream of home ownership. Indeed, through government-sponsored enterprises such as Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, Washington helped fuel the subprime boom. Neither the rating agencies' mistakes nor the over-leveraging by the financial firms in the subprime securities is the fault of the efficient market hypothesis. The fact that the yields on these mortgages were high despite their investment-grade rating indicated that the market was rightly suspicious of the quality of the securities, and this should have served as a warning to prospective buyers. With few exceptions, financial firms ignored these warnings. CEOs failed to exercise their authority to monitor overall risk of the firm and instead put their faith in technicians whose narrow models could not capture the big picture. Our crisis wasn't due to blind faith in the efficient market hypothesis. The fact that risk premiums were low does not mean they were non-existent and that market prices were right. Despite the recent recession, the Great Moderation is real and our economy is inherently more stable. but this does not mean that risks have disappeared. To use an analogy, the fact that automobiles today are safer than they were years ago does not mean that you can drive at 120 miles per hour. A small bump on the road, perhaps insignificant at lower speeds, will easily flip the best engineered car. Our financial firms drove too fast, our central bank failed to stop them, and the housing deflation crashed the banks and the economy. In 2008 and 2009, the U.S. economy experienced a financial crisis that started with a substantial decline in house prices and widespread defaults on mortgages. Some observers say the crisis should cause us to reject the efficient markets hypothesis. Economist Jeremy Siegel is not convinced. 581. 27-4 Conclusion. This chapter has developed some of the basic tools that people should use as they make financial decisions. The concept of present value reminds us that $1 in the future is less valuable than $1 today, and it gives us a way to compare sums of money at different points in time. The theory of risk management reminds us that the future is uncertain and that risk-averse people can take precautions to guard against this uncertainty. The study of asset valuation tells us that the stock price of any company should reflect its expected future profitability. Although most of the tools of finance are well established, there is more controversy about the validity of the efficient markets hypothesis and whether stock prices are, in practice, rational estimates of a company's true worth. Rational or not, the large movements in stock prices that we observe have important macroeconomic implications. Stock market fluctuations often go hand in hand with fluctuations in the economy more broadly. We revisit the stock market when we study economic fluctuations later in the book. Because savings can earn interest, a sum of money today is more valuable than the same sum of money in the future. A person can compare sums from different times using the concept of present value. The present value of any future sum is the amount that would be needed today, given prevailing interest rates, to produce that future sum. Because of diminishing marginal utility, most people are risk-averse. Risk-averse people can reduce risk by buying insurance, diversifying their holdings, and choosing a portfolio with lower risk and lower return. The value of an asset equals the present value of the cash flows the owner will receive. For a share of stock, these cash flows include the stream of dividends and the final sale price. According to the efficient markets hypothesis, financial markets process available information rationally, so a stock price always equals the best estimate of the value of the underlying business. Some economists question the efficient markets hypothesis, however, and believe that irrational psychological factors also influence asset prices. Key concepts. 1. The interest rate is 7%. Use the concept of present value to compare $200 to be received in 10 years and $300 to be received in 20 years. 2. What benefit do people get from the market for insurance? What two problems impede the insurance market from working perfectly? 3. What is diversification? Does a stockholder get a greater benefit from diversification going from 1 to 10 stocks or going from 100 to 120 stocks? 4. Comparing stocks and government bonds, which type of asset has more risk? Which pays a higher average return? 5. What factors should a stock analyst think about in determining the value of a share of stock? 6. Describe the efficient markets hypothesis and give a piece of evidence consistent with this hypothesis. 7. Explain the view of those economists who are skeptical of the efficient markets hypothesis. Questions for review. 582. 1. If the interest rate is 0, then $100 to be paid in 10 years has a present value that is a less than $100. B. Exactly $100. C. More than $100. D. Indeterminate. 2. If the interest rate is 10%, then the future value in 2 years of $100 today is A. $80. B. $83. C. $120. D. $121. 3. If the interest rate is 10%, then the present value of $100 to be paid in 2 years is A. $80. B. $83. C. $120. D. $121. 4. The ability of insurance to spread risk is limited by A. Risk aversion and moral hazard. B. Risk aversion and adverse selection. C. Moral hazard and adverse selection. D. Risk aversion only. 5. The benefit of diversification when constructing a portfolio is that it can eliminate A. Speculative bubbles. B. Risk aversion. C. Firm-specific risk. D. Market risk. 6. According to the efficient markets hypothesis, A. Changes in stock prices are impossible to predict from public information. B. Excessive diversification can reduce an investor's expected portfolio returns. C. The stock market moves based on the changing animal spirits of investors. D. Actively managed mutual funds should give higher returns than index funds. Quick check multiple choice. 1. According to an old myth, Native Americans sold the island of Manhattan about 400 years ago for $24. If they had invested this amount at an interest rate of 7% per year, how much, approximately, would they have today? 2. A company has an investment project that would cost $10 million today and yield a payoff of $15 million in 4 years. A. Should the firm undertake the project if the interest rate is 11%? 10%? 9%? 8%? B. Can you figure out the exact cutoff for the interest rate between profitability and non-profitability? 3. Bond A pays $8,000 in 20 years. Bond B pays $8,000 in 40 years. A. If the interest rate is 3.5%, what is the value of each bond today? Which bond is worth more? Why? B. If the interest rate increases to 7%, what is the value of each bond? Which bond has a larger percentage change in value? C. Based on the example above, complete the 2 blanks in the sentence, the value of a bond. When the interest rate increases, and bonds with a longer time to maturity are sensitive to changes in the interest rate. 4. Your bank account pays an interest rate of 8%. You are considering buying a share of stock in XYZ Corporation for $110. After 1, 2, and 3 years, it will pay a dividend of $5. You expect to sell the stock after 3 years for $120. Is XYZ a good investment? Support your answer with calculations. 5. For each of the following kinds of insurance, give an example of behavior that can be called moral hazard and another example of behavior that can be called adverse selection. A. Health insurance. B. Car insurance. 6. Which kind of stock would you expect to pay the higher average return? Stock in an industry that is very sensitive to economic conditions or stock in an industry that is relatively insensitive to economic conditions? Why? 7. A company faces 2 kinds of risk. A firm-specific risk is that a competitor might enter its market and take problems and applications. 582 part 90 Hioril economy in the Long Run. 583. Some of its customers. A market risk is that the economy might enter a recession, reducing sales. Which of these 2 risks would more likely cause the company's shareholders to demand a higher return? Why? 8. When company executives buy and sell stock based on private information they obtain as part of their jobs, they are engaged in insider trading. A. Give an example of inside information that might be useful for buying or selling stock. B. Those who trade stocks based on inside information usually earn very high rates of return. Does this fact violate the efficient markets hypothesis? C. Insider trading is illegal. Why do you suppose that is? 9. Jamal has a utility function U5W1/2, where W is his wealth in millions of dollars and U is the utility he obtains from that wealth. In the final stage of a game show, the host offers Jamal a choice between $4 million for sure, or a gamble that pays $1 million with probability 0.6 and $9 million with probability 0.4. A. Graph Jamal's utility function. Is he risk-averse? Explain. B. Does A or B offer Jamal a higher expected prize? Explain your reasoning with appropriate calculations. C. Does A or B offer Jamal a higher expected utility? Again, show your calculations. D. Should Jamal pick A or B? Why? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. 585. Unemployment. L. Losing a job can be the most distressing economic event in a person's life. Most people rely on their labor earnings to maintain their standard of living, and many people also get a sense of personal accomplishment from working. A job loss means a lower living standard in the present, anxiety about the future, and reduced self-esteem. It is not surprising, therefore, that politicians campaigning for office often speak about how their proposed policies will help create jobs. In previous chapters, we have seen some of the forces that determine the level and growth of a country's standard of living. A country that saves and invests a high fraction of its income, for instance, enjoys more rapid growth in its capital stock and GDP than a similar country that saves and invests less. An even more obvious determinant of a country's standard of living is the amount of unemployment it typically experiences. People who would like to work but cannot find a job are not contributing to the economy's production of goods and services. Although some degree of unemployment is inevitable in a complex. Chapter 28. 586. Economy with thousands of firms and millions of workers, the amount of unemployment varies substantially over time and across countries. When a country keeps its workers as fully employed as possible, it achieves a higher level of GDP than it would if it left many of its workers idle. This chapter begins our study of unemployment. The problem of unemployment is usefully divided into two categories, the long-run problem and the short-run problem. The economy's natural rate of unemployment refers to the amount of unemployment that the economy normally experiences. Cyclical unemployment refers to the year-to-year fluctuations in unemployment around its natural rate, and it is closely associated with the short-run ups and downs of economic activity. Cyclical unemployment has its own explanation, which we defer until we study short-run economic fluctuations later in this book. In this chapter, we discuss the determinants of an economy's natural rate of unemployment. As we will see, the designation natural does not imply that this rate of unemployment is desirable. Nor does it imply that it is constant over time or impervious to economic policy. It just means that this unemployment does not go away on its own even in the long run. We begin the chapter by looking at some of the relevant facts that describe unemployment. In particular, we examine three questions: how does the government measure the economy's rate of unemployment? What problems arise in interpreting the unemployment data? How long are the unemployed typically without work? We then turn to the reasons economies always experience some unemployment and the ways in which policymakers can help the unemployed. We discuss four explanations for the economy's natural rate of unemployment: job search, minimum wage laws, unions, and efficiency wages. As we will see, long-run unemployment does not arise from a single problem that has a single solution. Instead, it reflects a variety of related problems. As a result, there is no easy way for policymakers to reduce the economy's natural rate of unemployment and, at the same time, to alleviate the hardships experienced by the unemployed. 28-1 Identifying unemployment. Let's start by examining more precisely what the term unemployment means. 28-1 How is unemployment measured? Measuring unemployment is the job of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, which is part of the Department of Labor. Every month, the BLS produces data on unemployment and on other aspects of the labor market, including types of employment, length of the average work week, and the duration of unemployment. These data come from a regular survey of about 60,000 households, called the Current Population Survey. Based on the answers to survey questions, the BLS places each adult in each surveyed household into one of three categories. Employed, this category includes those who worked as paid employees, worked in their own business, or worked as unpaid workers in a family member's business. Both full-time and part-time workers are counted. This category also includes those who were not working but who had jobs from which they were temporarily absent because of, for example, vacation, illness, or bad weather. Unemployed, this category includes those who were not employed, were available for work, and had tried to find employment during the previous 4 weeks. It also includes those waiting to be recalled to a job from which they had been laid off. Not in the labor force, this category includes those who fit neither of the first two categories, such as full-time students, homemakers, and retirees. Figure 1 shows the breakdown into these categories for 2012. Once the BLS has placed all the individuals covered by the survey in a category, it computes various statistics to summarize the state of the labor market. The BLS defines the labor force as the sum of the employed and the unemployed, labor force 5 number of employed 1 number of unemployed. The BLS defines the unemployment rate as the percentage of the labor force that is unemployed. Unemployment rate 5. Number of unemployed. Labor force 3,100. The BLS computes unemployment rates for the entire adult population and for more narrowly defined groups such as blacks, whites, men, women, and so on. The BLS uses the same survey to produce data on labor force participation. The labor force participation rate measures the percentage of the total adult population of the United States that is in the labor force. This statistic tells us the fraction of the population that has chosen to participate in the labor market. The labor force participation rate, like the unemployment rate, is computed for both the entire adult population and more specific groups. To see how these data are computed, consider the figures for 2012. In that year, 142.5 million people were employed, and 12.5 million people were unemployed. The labor force was labor force 5 142.5 112.55 155.0 million. The unemployment rate was unemployment rate 5 3 105 8.1%. Because the adult population was 243.3 million, the labor force participation rate was labor force participation rate 5 3 105 63.7%. Hence, in 2012, almost 2/3 of the U.S. adult population were participating in the labor market, and 8.1% of those labor market participants were without work. Table 1 shows the statistics on unemployment and labor force participation for various groups within the U.S. population. 3 comparisons are most apparent. First, women of prime working age have lower rates of labor force participation than men, but once in the labor force, men and women have similar rates of unemployment. Second, prime-age blacks have similar rates of labor force participation as prime-age whites, but they have much higher rates of unemployment. Third, teenagers have much lower rates of labor force participation and much higher rates of unemployment than older workers. More generally, these data show that labor market experiences vary widely among groups within the economy. The BLS data on the labor market also allow economists and policymakers to monitor changes in the economy over time. Figure 2 shows the unemployment rate in the United States since 1960. The figure shows that the economy always has some unemployment and that the amount changes from year to year. The normal rate of unemployment around which the unemployment rate fluctuates is called the natural rate of unemployment, and the deviation of unemployment from its natural rate is called cyclical unemployment. The natural rate of unemployment shown in the figure is a series estimated by economists at the Congressional Budget Office. For 2012, they estimated a natural rate of 5.5%, well below the actual unemployment rate of 8.1%. Later in this book, we discuss short-run economic fluctuations, including the year-to-year fluctuations in unemployment around its natural rate. In the rest of this chapter, however, we ignore the short-run fluctuations and examine why there is always some unemployment in market economies. Cyclical unemployment: the deviation of unemployment from its natural rate. This graph uses annual data on the U.S. unemployment rate to show the percentage of the labor force without a job. The natural rate of unemployment is the normal level of unemployment around which the unemployment rate fluctuates. Labor force participation of men and women in the U.S. economy. Women's role in American society has changed dramatically over the past century. Social commentators have pointed to many causes for this change. In part, it is attributable to new technologies, such as the washing machine, clothes dryer, refrigerator, freezer, and dishwasher, which have reduced the amount of time required to complete routine household tasks. In part, it is attributable to improved birth control, which has reduced the number of children born to the typical family. This change in women's role is also partly attributable to changing political and social attitudes, which in turn may have been facilitated by the advances in technology and birth control. Together, these developments have had a profound impact on society in general and on the economy in particular. Nowhere is that impact more obvious than in data on labor force participation. Figure 3 shows the labor force participation rates of men and women in the 28-1b. Does the unemployment rate measure what we want it to? Measuring the amount of unemployment in the economy might seem a straightforward task, but it is not. While it is easy to distinguish between a person with a full-time job and a person who is not working at all, it is much harder to distinguish between a person who is unemployed and a person who is not in the labor force. United States since 1950. Just after World War II, men and women had very different roles in society. Only 33% of women were working or looking for work, in contrast to 87% of men. Over the past 60 years, this difference in participation rates has gradually diminished, as growing numbers of women have entered the labor force and some men have left it. Data for 2012 show that 58% of women were in the labor force, in contrast to 70% of men. As measured by labor force participation, men and women are now playing a more equal role in the economy. The increase in women's labor force participation is easy to understand, but the fall in men's may seem puzzling. There are several reasons for this decline. First, young men now stay in school longer than their fathers and grandfathers did. Second, older men now retire earlier and live longer. Third, with more women employed, more fathers now stay at home to raise their children. Full-time students, retirees, and stay-at-home dads are all counted as being out of the labor force. Movements into and out of the labor force are, in fact, common. More than one-third of the unemployed are recent entrants into the labor force. These entrants include young workers looking for their first jobs. They also include, in greater numbers, older workers who had previously left the labor force but have now returned to look for work. Moreover, not all unemployment ends with the job seeker finding a job. Almost half of all spells of unemployment end when the unemployed person leaves the labor force. Because people move into and out of the labor force so often, statistics on unemployment are difficult to interpret. On the one hand, some of those who report being unemployed may not, in fact, be trying hard to find a job. They may be calling themselves unemployed because they want to qualify for a government program that gives financial assistance to the unemployed, or because they are working but paid under the table to avoid taxes on their earnings. It may be more accurate to view these individuals as out of the labor force or, in some cases, employed. On the other hand, some of those who report being out of the labor force may want to work. These individuals may have tried to find a job and may have given up after an unsuccessful search. Such individuals, called discouraged workers, do not show up in unemployment statistics, even though they are truly workers without jobs. Because of these and other problems, the BLS calculates several other measures of labor underutilization, in addition to the official unemployment rate. These alternative measures are presented in Table 2. In the end, it is best to view the official unemployment rate as a useful but imperfect measure of joblessness. Measure and description rate. U1 persons unemployed 15 weeks or longer, as a percent of the civilian labor force 4.2%. U2 job losers and persons who have completed temporary jobs, as a percent of the civilian labor force 4.3. U3 total unemployed, as a percent of the civilian labor force 7.9. U4 total unemployed, plus discouraged workers, as a percent of the civilian labor force plus discouraged workers 8.4. U5 total unemployed plus all marginally attached workers, as a percent of the civilian labor force plus all marginally attached workers 9.3. U6 total unemployed, plus all marginally attached workers, plus total employed part-time for economic reasons, as a percent of the civilian labor force plus all marginally attached workers 14.4. Note, the Bureau of Labor Statistics defines terms as follows. Marginally attached workers are persons who currently are neither working nor looking for work but indicate that they want and are available for a job and have looked for work sometime in the recent past. Discouraged workers are marginally attached workers who have given a job market-related reason for not currently looking for a job. Persons employed part-time for economic reasons are those who want and are available for full-time work but have had to settle for a part-time schedule. 28-1 See how long are the unemployed without work? In judging how serious the problem of unemployment is, one question to consider is whether unemployment is typically a short-term or long-term condition. If unemployment is short-term, one might conclude that it is not a big problem. Workers may require a few weeks between jobs to find the openings that best suit their tastes and skills. Yet if unemployment is long-term, one might conclude that it is a serious problem. Workers unemployed for many months are more likely to suffer economic and psychological hardship. Because the duration of unemployment can affect our view about how big a problem unemployment is, economists have devoted much energy to studying data on the duration of unemployment spells. In this work, they have uncovered a result that is important, subtle, and seemingly contradictory. Most spells of unemployment are short, and most unemployment observed at any given time is long-term. To see how this statement can be true, consider an example. Suppose that you visited the government's unemployment office every week for a year to survey the unemployed. Each week you find that there are 4 unemployed workers. 3 of these workers are the same individuals for the whole year, while the 4th person changes every week. Based on this experience, would you say that unemployment is typically short-term or long-term? Some simple calculations help answer this question. In this example, you meet a total of 55 unemployed people over the course of a year. 52 of them are unemployed for 1 week, and 3 are unemployed for the full year. This means that 52/55, or 95%, of unemployment spells end in 1 week. Yet whenever you walk into the unemployment office, 3 of the 4 people you meet will be unemployed for the entire year. So, even though 95% of unemployment spells end in 1 week, 75% of the unemployment observed at any moment is attributable to those individuals who are unemployed for a full year. In this example, as in the world, most spells of unemployment are short, and most unemployment observed at any given time is long-term. This subtle conclusion implies that economists and policy makers must be careful when interpreting data on unemployment and when designing policies to help the unemployed. Most people who become unemployed will soon find jobs. Yet most of the economy's unemployment problem is attributable to the relatively few workers who are jobless for long periods of time. 28-1 Why are there always some people unemployed? We have discussed how the government measures the amount of unemployment, the problems that arise in interpreting unemployment statistics, and the findings of labor economists on the duration of unemployment. You should now have a good idea about what unemployment is. This discussion, however, has not explained why economies experience unemployment. In most markets in the economy, prices adjust to bring quantity supplied and quantity demanded into balance. In an ideal labor market, wages would adjust to balance the quantity of labor supplied and the quantity of labor demanded. This adjustment of wages would ensure that all workers are always fully employed. Of course, reality does not resemble this ideal. There are always some workers without jobs, even when the overall economy is doing well. In other words, the unemployment rate never falls to zero, instead, it fluctuates around the natural rate of unemployment. To understand this natural rate, the remaining sections of this chapter examine the reasons actual labor markets depart from the ideal of full employment. To preview our conclusions, we will find that there are 4 ways to explain unemployment in the long run. The first explanation is that it takes time for workers to search for the jobs that are best suited for them. The unemployment that results from the process of matching workers and jobs is sometimes called frictional unemployment, and it is often thought to explain relatively short spells of unemployment. The next 3 explanations for unemployment suggest that the number of jobs available in some labor markets may be insufficient to give a job to everyone who wants one. This occurs when the quantity of labor supplied exceeds the quantity demanded. Unemployment of this sort is sometimes called structural unemployment, and it is often thought to explain longer spells of unemployment. As we will see, this kind of unemployment results when wages are, for some reason, set above the level that brings supply and demand into equilibrium. We will examine 3 possible reasons for an above equilibrium wage: minimum wage laws, unions, and efficiency wages. Quick quiz: how is the unemployment rate measured? How might the unemployment rate overstate the amount of joblessness? How might it understate the amount of joblessness? WHAN The Bureau of Labor Statistics announces the unemployment rate at the beginning of every month. It also announces the number of jobs the economy has gained or lost. As an indicator of short-run economic trends, the jobs number gets as much attention as the unemployment rate. Where does the jobs number come from? You might guess that it comes from the same survey of 60,000 households that yields the unemployment rate. And indeed, the household survey does produce data on total employment. The jobs number that gets the most attention, however, comes from a separate survey of 160,000 business establishments, which have over 40 million workers on their payrolls. The results from the establishment survey are announced at the same time as the results from the household survey. Both surveys yield information about total employment, but the results are not always the same. One reason is that the establishment survey has a larger sample, which makes it more reliable. Another reason is that the surveys are not measuring exactly the same thing. For example, a person who has 2 part-time jobs at different companies would be counted as one employed person in the household survey but as 2 jobs in the establishment survey. As another example, a person running his own small business would be counted as employed in the household survey but would not show up at all in the establishment survey, because the establishment survey counts only employees on business payrolls. The establishment survey is closely watched for its data on jobs, but it says nothing about unemployment. To measure the number of unemployed, we need to know how many people without jobs are trying to find them. The household survey is the only source of that information. 28-2 Job search. One reason economies always experience some unemployment is job search. Job search is the process of matching workers with appropriate jobs. If all workers and all jobs were the same, so that all workers were equally well suited for all jobs, job search would not be a problem. Laid-off workers would quickly find new jobs that were well suited for them. But in fact, workers differ in their tastes and skills, jobs differ in their attributes, and information about job candidates and job vacancies is disseminated slowly among the many firms and households in the economy. 594. 28-2 Why some frictional unemployment is inevitable. Frictional unemployment is often the result of changes in the demand for labor among different firms. When consumers decide that they prefer Dell to Apple computers, Dell increases employment and Apple lays off workers. The former Apple workers must now search for new jobs, and Dell must decide which new workers to hire for the various jobs that have opened up. The result of this transition is a period of unemployment. Similarly, because different regions of the country produce different goods, employment can rise in one region while falling in another. Consider, for instance, what happens when the world price of oil falls. Oil-producing firms in Alaska respond to the lower price by cutting back on production and employment. At the same time, cheaper gasoline stimulates car sales, so auto-producing firms in Michigan raise production and employment. Just the opposite happens when the world price of oil rises. Changes in the composition of demand among industries or regions are called sectoral shifts. Because it takes time for workers to search for jobs in the new sectors, sectoral shifts temporarily cause unemployment. Frictional unemployment is inevitable simply because the economy is always changing. A century ago, the four industries with the largest employment in the United States were cotton goods, woolen goods, men's clothing, and lumber. Today, the four largest industries are autos, aircraft, communications, and electrical components. As this transition took place, jobs were created in some firms and destroyed in others. The result of this process has been higher productivity and higher living standards. But along the way, workers in declining industries found themselves out of work and searching for new jobs. Data show that at least 10% of U.S. manufacturing jobs are destroyed every year. In addition, more than 3% of workers leave their jobs in a typical month, sometimes because they realize that the jobs are not a good match for their tastes and skills. Many of these workers, especially younger ones, find new jobs at higher wages. This churning of the labor force is normal in a well-functioning and dynamic market economy, but the result is some amount of frictional unemployment. 28-2b Public policy and job search. Even if some frictional unemployment is inevitable, the precise amount is not. The faster information spreads about job openings and worker availability, the more rapidly the economy can match workers and firms. The Internet, for instance, may help facilitate job search and reduce frictional unemployment. In addition, public policy may play a role. If policy can reduce the time it takes unemployed workers to find new jobs, it can reduce the economy's natural rate of unemployment. Government programs try to facilitate job search in various ways. One way is through government-run employment agencies, which give out information about job vacancies. Another way is through public training programs, which aim to ease workers' transition from declining to growing industries and to help disadvantaged groups escape poverty. Advocates of these programs believe that they make the economy operate more efficiently by keeping the labor force more fully employed and that they reduce the inequities inherent in a constantly changing market economy. Critics of these programs question whether the government should get involved with the process of job search. They argue that it is better to let the private market match workers and jobs. In fact, most job search in our economy takes place without intervention by the government. Newspaper ads, internet job sites, college placement offices, headhunters, and word of mouth all help spread information about job openings and job candidates. Similarly, much worker education is done privately, either through schools or through on-the-job training. These critics contend that the government is no better and most likely worse at disseminating the right information to the right workers and deciding what kinds of worker training would be most valuable. They claim that these decisions are best made privately by workers and employers. 28-2c Unemployment insurance. One government program that increases the amount of frictional unemployment, without intending to do so, is unemployment insurance. This program is designed to offer workers partial protection against job loss. The unemployed who quit their jobs, were fired for cause, or just entered the labor force are not eligible. Benefits are paid only to the unemployed who were laid off because their previous employers no longer needed their skills. The terms of the program vary over time and across states, but a typical worker covered by unemployment insurance in the United States receives 50% of his former wages for 26 weeks. While unemployment insurance reduces the hardship of unemployment, it also increases the amount of unemployment. The explanation is based on one of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1, People respond to incentives. Because unemployment benefits stop when a worker takes a new job, the unemployed devote less effort to job search and are more likely to turn down unattractive job offers. In addition, because unemployment insurance makes unemployment less onerous, workers are less likely to seek guarantees of job security when they negotiate with employers over the terms of employment. Many studies by labor economists have examined the incentive effects of unemployment insurance. One study examined an experiment run by the state of Illinois in 1985. When unemployed workers applied to collect unemployment insurance benefits, the state randomly selected some of them and offered each a $500 bonus if they found new jobs within 11 weeks. This group was then compared to a control group not offered the incentive. The average spell of unemployment for the group offered the bonus was 7% shorter than the average spell for the control group. This experiment shows that the design of the unemployment insurance system influences the effort that the unemployed devote to job search. Several other studies examined search effort by following a group of workers over time. Unemployment insurance benefits, rather than lasting forever, usually run out after 6 months or 1 year. These studies found that when the unemployed become ineligible for benefits, the probability of their finding a new job rises markedly. Thus, receiving unemployment insurance benefits does reduce the search effort of the unemployed. Even though unemployment insurance reduces search effort and raises unemployment, we should not necessarily conclude that the policy is bad. The program does achieve its primary goal of reducing the income uncertainty that workers face. In addition, when workers turn down unattractive job offers, they have the opportunity to look for jobs that better suit their tastes and skills. Some economists argue that unemployment insurance improves the ability of the economy to match each worker with the most appropriate job. The study of unemployment insurance shows that the unemployment rate is an imperfect measure of a nation's overall level of economic well-being. Most economists agree that eliminating unemployment insurance would reduce the amount of unemployment in the economy. Yet economists disagree on whether economic well-being would be enhanced or diminished by this change in policy. Quick quiz: how would an increase in the world price of oil affect the amount of frictional unemployment? Is this unemployment undesirable? What public policies might affect the amount of unemployment caused by this price change? The wages of unemployment. By Richard Vedder. From the mid-17th century to the late 20th century, the American economy grew roughly 3.5% a year. That growth rate has since declined significantly. When the final figures are in for 2012, the annual rate of real output growth for the first dozen years of this century is likely to be about 1.81%. What accounts for the slowdown? An important part of the answer is simple: Americans aren't working as much today. And this trend reflects more than the recession and sluggish economy of the past few years. The national income accounts suggest that about 70% of U.S. output is attributable to the labor of human beings. Yet there has been a decline in the proportion of working-age Americans who are employed. In recent decades there was a steady rise in the employment-to-population ratio. For every 100 working-age Americans, there were 8 more workers in 2000 than in 1960. The increase entirely reflects higher female participation in the labor force. Yet in the years since 2000, more than 2/3 of that increase in working-age population employed was erased. The decline matters more than you may suppose. If today the country had the same proportion of persons of working age employed as it did in 2000, the U.S. would have almost 14 million more people contributing to the economy. Even assuming that these additional workers would be 25% less productive on average than the existing labor force, U.S. gross domestic product would still be more than 5% higher than it actually is. The annual growth rate of GDP would be 2.2%, not 1.81%. The retreat from working, in short, has had a real impact. Why are Americans working less? While there are a number of factors, the phenomenon is due mainly to a variety of public policies that have reduced the incentives to be employed. These policies include food stamps. Above all else, people work to eat. If the government provides food, then the imperative to work is severely reduced. Since the food stamp programs beginning in the 1960s, it has grown considerably, but especially so in the 21st century. There are over 30 million more Americans receiving food stamps today than in 2000. The sharp rise in food stamp beneficiaries predated the financial crisis of 2008. From 2000 to 2007, the number of beneficiaries rose from 17.1 million to 26.3 million, according to the Department of Agriculture. That number has leaped to 47.5 million in October 2012. The average benefit per person jumped in 2009 from $102 to $125 per month. To be sure, we would expect the number of people on food stamps to increase with rising unemployment, poverty, and falling incomes in late 2008 extending into 2009 and perhaps even into 2010. But more is going on here. Compare 2010 with October 2012, the last month for which food stamp data have been reported. The unemployment rate fell to 7.8% from 9.6%, and real GDP was rising steadily if not vigorously. Food stamp usage should have peaked and probably even begun to decline. Yet the number of recipients rose by 7,223,000. In a period of falling unemployment and rising output, the number of food stamp recipients grew nearly 10,000 a day. Congress should find out why. Social Security disability payments. The health of Americans has improved, and the decline in the number of relatively dangerous industrial production and mining jobs should have led to a smaller proportion of Americans unable to work because of disability. Yet the opposite is the case. Barely 3 million Americans received work-related disability checks from Social Security in 1990, a number that had changed only modestly in the preceding decade or two. Since then, the number of people drawing disability checks has soared, passing 5 million by 2000, 6.5 million by 2005, and rising to nearly 8.6 million today. In a series of papers, David Autor of MIT has shown that the disability program is ineffective, inefficient, and growing at an unsustainable rate. And news media have reported cases of rampant fraud. Pell Grants. Paying people to go to college instead of to work is traditionally justified on the grounds that higher education builds human capital that is vital for the country's economic future. But a study Christopher Denhart, Jonathan Robe, and I did for the Center for College Affordability and Productivity shows that nearly half of four-year college graduates today work in jobs that the Labor Department has determined do not require a college degree. For example, over 1 million retail salespersons and 115,000 janitors and cleaners are college graduates. In 2000, fewer than 3.9 million young men and women received Pell Grant awards to attend college. The number rose one-third, to 5.2 million by 2005, and increased a million more by 2008. In the next 3 years, however, the number grew over 50%, to an estimated 9.7 million. That is nearly 6 million more than a decade earlier. The result is fewer people in the workforce. Meanwhile, the mismatch grows between the number of college graduates and the jobs that require a college education. Extended unemployment benefits. Since the 1930s, the unemployment insurance system has been designed to lend a short-term, temporary helping hand to folks losing their jobs, allowing them some breathing room to look for new positions. Yet the traditional 26-week benefit has been continuously extended over the past 4 years. Many persons out of work a year or more are still receiving benefits. True enough, the economy isn't growing very much. But if you pay people to stay at home, many will do so rather than seek employment or accept jobs where the pay doesn't meet their expectations. These government programs are not the only players in this game. For example, a more worker-oriented immigration policy in recent decades would have measurably raised the rate of economic growth and increased the employment-to-population ratio. Taxes are part of the story too. Today's higher marginal tax rates on work-related income could well lead to further reductions in work effort by those taxed, as well as to slower economic growth. Most Americans recognize the need to reduce government spending to rein in the national debt. But there is another reason to cut government spending for specific programs. If more people have less incentive to stay out of the workforce, they might seek jobs and help spur economic growth. Mr. Vedder is Professor Emeritus of Economics at Ohio University. Demand: it raises the quantity of labor supplied and reduces the quantity of labor demanded compared to the equilibrium level. There is a surplus of labor. Because there are more workers willing to work than there are jobs, some workers are unemployed. While minimum wage laws are one reason unemployment exists in the U.S. economy, they do not affect everyone. The vast majority of workers have wages well above the legal minimum, so the law does not prevent most wages from adjusting to balance supply and demand. Minimum wage laws matter most for the least skilled and least experienced members of the labor force, such as teenagers. Their equilibrium wages tend to be low and, therefore, are more likely to fall below the legal minimum. It is only among these workers that minimum wage laws explain the existence of unemployment. Figure 4 is drawn to show the effects of a minimum wage law, but it also illustrates a more general lesson: if the wage is kept above the equilibrium level for any 598 reason, the result is unemployment. Minimum wage laws are just one reason wages may be too high. In the remaining two sections of this chapter, we consider two other reasons wages may be kept above the equilibrium level: unions and efficiency wages. The basic economics of unemployment in these cases is the same as that shown in Figure 4, but these explanations of unemployment can apply to many more of the economy's workers. At this point, however, we should stop and notice that the structural unemployment that arises from an above equilibrium wage is, in an important sense, different from the frictional unemployment that arises from the process of job search. The need for job search is not due to the failure of wages to balance labor supply and labor demand. When job search is the explanation for unemployment, workers are searching for the jobs that best suit their tastes and skills. By contrast, when the wage is above the equilibrium level, the quantity of labor supplied exceeds the quantity of labor demanded, and workers are unemployed because they are waiting for jobs to open up. Quick quiz: draw the supply curve and the demand curve for a labor market in which the wage is fixed above the equilibrium level. Show the quantity of labor supplied, the quantity demanded, and the amount of unemployment. A union is a worker association that bargains with employers over wages, benefits, and working conditions. Only 11% of U.S. workers now belong to unions, but unions played a much larger role in the U.S. labor market in the past. In the 1940s and 1950s, when union membership was at its peak, about a third of the U.S. labor force was unionized. Moreover, for a variety of historical reasons, unions continue to play a large role in many European countries. In Belgium, Norway, and Sweden, for instance, more than half of workers belong to unions. In France and Germany, a majority of workers have wages set by collective bargaining by law, even though only some of these workers are themselves union members. In these cases, wages are not determined by the equilibrium of supply and demand in competitive labor markets. 28-4 of the Economics of Unions. A union is a type of cartel. Like any cartel, a union is a group of sellers acting together in the hope of exerting their joint market power. Most workers in the U.S. economy discuss their wages, benefits, and working conditions with their employers as individuals. By contrast, workers in a union do so as a group. The process by which unions and firms agree on the terms of employment is called collective bargaining. When a union bargains with a firm, it asks for higher wages, better benefits, and better working conditions than the firm would offer in the absence of a union. If the union and the firm do not reach agreement, the union can organize a withdrawal of labor from the firm, called a strike. Because a strike reduces production, sales, and profit, a firm facing a strike threat is likely to agree to pay higher wages than it otherwise would. Economists who study the effects of unions typically find that union workers earn about 10 to 20% more than similar workers who do not belong to unions. When a union raises the wage above the equilibrium level, it raises the quantity of labor supplied and reduces the quantity of labor demanded, resulting in who earns the minimum wage. In 2012, the Department of Labor released a study of which workers reported earnings at or below the minimum wage in 2011, when the minimum wage was $7.25 per hour. Here is a summary of the findings. Of those workers paid an hourly rate, about 4% of men and 6% of women reported wages at or below the prevailing federal minimum. Minimum wage workers tend to be young. About half of all hourly paid workers earning the minimum wage or less were under age 25, and about 1/4 were age 16 to 19. Among employed teenagers, 23% earned the minimum wage or less, compared with 3% of workers aged 25 and older. Minimum wage workers tend to be less educated. Among hourly paid workers age 16 and older, about 11% of those without a high school diploma earned the minimum wage or less, compared with about 5% of those who earned a high school diploma and about 2% for those who had obtained a college degree. Minimum wage workers are more likely to be working part-time. Among part-time workers, 13% were paid the minimum wage or less, compared to 2% of full-time workers. The industry with the highest proportion of workers with reported hourly wages at or below the minimum wage was leisure and hospitality. About 1/2 of all workers paid at or below the minimum wage were employed in this industry, primarily in food services and drinking establishments. For many of these workers, tips supplement the hourly wages received. The proportion of hourly paid workers earning the prevailing federal minimum wage or less has changed substantially over time. It trended downward from 13% in 1979, when data collection first began on a regular basis, to 2% in 2006. It then increased to 5% in 2011. This recent increase is in part attributable to a legislated increase in the minimum wage from $5.15 per hour in 2006 to $7.25 per hour in 2011. Unemployment. Workers who remain employed at the higher wage are better off, but those who were previously employed and are now unemployed are worse off. Indeed, unions are often thought to cause conflict between different groups of workers, between the insiders who benefit from high union wages and the outsiders who do not get the union jobs. The outsiders can respond to their status in one of two ways. Some of them remain unemployed and wait for the chance to become insiders and earn the high union wage. Others take jobs in firms that are not unionized. Thus, when unions raise wages in one part of the economy, the supply of labor increases in other parts of the economy. This increase in labor supply, in turn, reduces wages in industries that are not unionized. In other words, workers in unions reap the benefit of collective bargaining, while workers not in unions bear some of the cost. The role of unions in the economy depends in part on the laws that govern union organization and collective bargaining. Normally, explicit agreements among members of a cartel are illegal. When firms selling similar products agree to set high prices, the agreement is considered a conspiracy in restraint of trade, and the government prosecutes the firms in civil and criminal court for violating the antitrust laws. By contrast, unions are exempt from these laws. The policymakers who wrote the antitrust laws believed that workers needed greater market power as they bargained with employers. Indeed, various laws are designed to encourage the formation of unions. In particular, the Wagner Act of 1935 prevents employers from interfering when workers try to organize unions and requires employers to bargain with unions in good faith. The National Labor Relations Board is the government agency that enforces workers' right to unionize. Legislation affecting the market power of unions is a perennial topic of political debate. State lawmakers sometimes debate right-to-work laws, which give workers in a unionized firm the right to choose whether to join the union. In the absence of such laws, unions can insist during collective bargaining that firms make union membership a requirement for employment. At times, lawmakers in Washington have debated a proposed law that would prevent firms from hiring permanent replacements for workers who are on strike. This law would make strikes more costly for firms, thereby increasing the market power of unions. These and similar policy decisions will help determine the future of the union movement. 28-4B. Are unions good or bad for the economy? Economists disagree about whether unions are good or bad for the economy as a whole. Let's consider both sides of the debate. Critics argue that unions are merely a type of cartel. When unions raise wages above the level that would prevail in competitive markets, they reduce the quantity of labor demanded, cause some workers to be unemployed, and reduce the wages in the rest of the economy. The resulting allocation of labor is, critics argue, both inefficient and inequitable. It is inefficient because high union wages reduce employment in unionized firms below the efficient, competitive level. It is inequitable because some workers benefit at the expense of other workers. Advocates contend that unions are a necessary antidote to the market power of the firms that hire workers. The extreme case of this market power is the company town, where a single firm does most of the hiring in a geographical region. In a company town, if workers do not accept the wages and working conditions that the firm offers, they have little choice but to move or stop working. In the absence of a union, therefore, the firm could use its market power to pay lower wages and offer worse working conditions than would prevail if it had to compete with other firms for the same workers. In this case, a union may balance the firm's market power and protect the workers from being at the mercy of the firm's owners. Advocates of unions also claim that unions are important for helping firms respond efficiently to workers' concerns. Whenever a worker takes a job, the worker and the firm must agree on many attributes of the job in addition to the wage, hours of work, overtime, vacations, sick leave, health benefits, promotion schedules, job security, and so on. By representing workers' views on these issues, unions allow firms to provide the right mix of job attributes. Even if unions have the adverse effect of pushing wages above the equilibrium level and causing unemployment, they have the benefit of helping firms keep a happy and productive workforce. In the end, there is no consensus among economists about whether unions are good or bad for the economy. Like many institutions, their influence is probably beneficial in some circumstances and adverse in others. Quick quiz: how does a union in the auto industry affect wages and employment at General Motors and Ford? How does it affect wages and employment in other industries? A fourth reason economies always experience some unemployment in addition to job search, minimum wage laws, and unions is suggested by the theory of efficiency wages. According to this theory, firms operate more efficiently if wages are above the equilibrium level. Therefore, it may be profitable for firms to keep wages high even in the presence of a surplus of labor. In some ways, the unemployment that arises from efficiency wages is similar to the unemployment that arises from minimum wage laws and unions. In all three cases, unemployment is the result of wages above the level that balances the quantity of labor supplied and the quantity of labor demanded. Yet there is also an important difference. Minimum wage laws and unions prevent firms from lowering wages in the presence of a surplus of workers. Efficiency wage theory states that such a constraint on firms is unnecessary in many cases because firms may be better off keeping wages above the equilibrium level. Why should firms want to keep wages high? This decision may seem odd at first, for wages are a large part of firms' costs. Normally, we expect profit-maximizing firms to want to keep costs and therefore wages as low as possible. The novel insight of efficiency wage theory is that paying high wages might be profitable because they might raise the efficiency of a firm's workers. There are several types of efficiency wage theory. Each type suggests a different explanation for why firms may want to pay high wages. Let's now consider four of these types. 28-5 A worker health. The first and simplest type of efficiency wage theory emphasizes the link between wages and worker health. Better paid workers eat a more nutritious diet, and workers who eat a better diet are healthier and more productive. 602. A firm may find it more profitable to pay high wages and have healthy, productive workers than to pay lower wages and have less healthy, less productive workers. This type of efficiency wage theory can be relevant for explaining unemployment in less developed countries where inadequate nutrition can be a problem. In these countries, firms may fear that cutting wages would, in fact, adversely influence their workers' health and productivity. In other words, nutrition concerns may explain why firms maintain above equilibrium wages despite a surplus of labor. Worker health concerns are far less relevant for firms in rich countries such as the United States, where the equilibrium wages for most workers are well above the level needed for an adequate diet. 28-5b Worker turnover. A second type of efficiency wage theory emphasizes the link between wages and worker turnover. Workers quit jobs for many reasons: to take jobs in other firms, to move to other parts of the country, to leave the labor force, and so on. The frequency with which they quit depends on the entire set of incentives they face, including the benefits of leaving and the benefits of staying. The more a firm pays its workers, the less often its workers will choose to leave. Thus, a firm can reduce turnover among its workers by paying them a high wage. Why do firms care about turnover? The reason is that it is costly for firms to hire and train new workers. Moreover, even after they are trained, newly hired workers are not as productive as experienced workers. Firms with higher turnover, therefore, will tend to have higher production costs. Firms may find it profitable to pay wages above the equilibrium level to reduce worker turnover. 28-5c Worker quality. A third type of efficiency wage theory emphasizes the link between wages and worker quality. All firms want workers who are talented, and they try to pick the best applicants to fill job openings. But because firms cannot perfectly gauge the quality of applicants, hiring has a degree of randomness to it. When a firm pays a high wage, it attracts a better pool of workers to apply for its jobs and thereby increases the quality of its workforce. If the firm responded to a surplus of labor by reducing the wage, the most competent applicants who are more likely to have better alternative opportunities than less competent applicants may choose not to apply. If this influence of the wage on worker quality is strong enough, it may be profitable for the firm to pay a wage above the level that balances supply and demand. A fourth and final type of efficiency wage theory emphasizes the link between wages and worker effort. In many jobs, workers have some discretion over how hard to work. As a result, firms monitor the efforts of their workers, and workers caught shirking their responsibilities are fired. But not all shirkers are caught immediately because monitoring workers is costly and imperfect. A firm in such a circumstance is always looking for ways to deter shirking. One solution is paying wages above the equilibrium level. High wages make workers more eager to keep their jobs and, thereby, give workers an incentive to put forward their best effort. If the wage were at the level that balanced supply and demand, workers would have less reason to work hard because if they were fired, they could quickly find new jobs at the same wage. Therefore, firms raise wages above the equilibrium level, providing an incentive for workers not to shirk their responsibilities. Henry Ford and the very generous $5 a day wage. Henry Ford was an industrial visionary. As founder of the Ford Motor Company, he was responsible for introducing modern techniques of production. Rather than building cars with small teams of skilled craftsmen, Ford built cars on assembly lines in which unskilled workers were taught to perform the same simple tasks over and over again. The output of this assembly process was the Model T Ford, one of the most famous early automobiles. In 1914, Ford introduced another innovation, the $5 workday. This might not seem like much today, but back then $5 was about twice the going wage. It was also far above the wage that balanced supply and demand. When the new $5 a day wage was announced, long lines of job seekers formed outside the Ford factories. The number of workers willing to work at this wage far exceeded the number of workers Ford needed. Ford's high wage policy had many of the effects predicted by efficiency wage theory. Turnover fell, absenteeism fell, and productivity rose. Workers were so much more efficient that Ford's production costs were lower despite higher wages. Thus, paying a wage above the equilibrium level was profitable for the firm. An historian of the early Ford Motor Company wrote, Ford and his associates freely declared on many occasions that the high-wage policy turned out to be good business. By this they meant that it had improved the discipline of the workers, given them a more loyal interest in the institution, and raised their personal efficiency. Henry Ford himself called the $5 a day wage one of the finest cost-cutting moves we ever made. Why did it take Henry Ford to introduce this efficiency wage? Why were other firms not already taking advantage of this seemingly profitable business strategy? According to some analysts, Ford's decision was closely linked to his use of the assembly line. Workers organized in an assembly line are highly interdependent. If one worker is absent or works slowly, other workers are less able to complete their own tasks. Thus, while assembly lines made production more efficient, they also raised the importance of low worker turnover, high worker effort, and high worker quality. As a result, paying efficiency wages may have been a better strategy for the Ford Motor Company than for other businesses at the time. Quick quiz: give 4 explanations for why firms might find it profitable to pay wages above the level that balances quantity of labor supplied and quantity of labor demanded. In this chapter, we discussed the measurement of unemployment and the reasons economies always experience some degree of unemployment. We have seen how job search, minimum wage laws, unions, and efficiency wages can all help explain why some workers do not have jobs. Which of these 4 explanations for the natural rate of unemployment are the most important for the U.S. economy and other economies around the world? Unfortunately, there is no easy way to tell. Economists differ in which of these explanations of unemployment they consider most important. The analysis of this chapter yields an important lesson: although the economy will always have some unemployment, its natural rate does change over time. Many events and policies can alter the amount of unemployment the economy typically experiences. As the information revolution changes the process of job search, as Congress adjusts the minimum wage, as workers form or quit unions, and as firms change their reliance on efficiency wages, the natural rate of unemployment evolves. Unemployment is not a simple problem with a simple solution. But how we choose to organize our society can profoundly influence how prevalent a problem it is. The unemployment rate is the percentage of those who would like to work who do not have jobs. The Bureau of Labor Statistics calculates this statistic monthly based on a survey of thousands of households. The unemployment rate is an imperfect measure of joblessness. Some people who call themselves unemployed may actually not want to work, and some people who would like to work have left the labor force after an unsuccessful search and therefore are not counted as unemployed. In the U.S. economy, most people who become unemployed find work within a short period of time. Nonetheless, most unemployment observed at any given time is attributable to the few people who are unemployed for long periods of time. One reason for unemployment is the time it takes workers to search for jobs that best suit their tastes and skills. This frictional unemployment is increased. As a result of unemployment insurance, a government policy designed to protect workers' incomes. A second reason our economy always has some unemployment is minimum wage laws. By raising the wage of unskilled and inexperienced workers above the equilibrium level, minimum wage laws raise the quantity of labor supplied and reduce the quantity demanded. The resulting surplus of labor represents unemployment. A third reason for unemployment is the market power of unions. When unions push the wages in unionized industries above the equilibrium level, they create a surplus of labor. A fourth reason for unemployment is suggested by the theory of efficiency wages. According to this theory, firms find it profitable to pay wages above the equilibrium level. High wages can improve worker health, lower worker turnover, raise worker quality, and increase worker effort. 1. The population of Actinia is 100 people, 40 work full-time, 20 work half-time but would prefer to work full-time, 10 are looking for a job, 10 would like to work but are so discouraged they have given up looking, 10 are not interested in working because they are full-time students, and 10 are retired. What is the number of unemployed? A10, B20, C30, D40. 2. Using the numbers in the preceding question, what is the size of Actinia's labor force? A50, B60, C70, D80. 3. The main policy goal of the unemployment insurance system is to reduce the A. Search effort of the unemployed. B. Income uncertainty that workers face. C. Role of unions in wage setting. D. Amount of frictional unemployment. 4. According to the most recent data, among workers who are paid at an hourly rate, about %% have jobs that pay at or below the minimum wage. A2, B5, C15, D40. 5. Unionized workers are paid about %% more than similar non-union workers. A2, B5, C15, D40. 6. According to the theory of efficiency wages, A. Firms may find it profitable to pay above equilibrium wages. B. An excess supply of labor puts downward pressure on wages. C. Sectoral shifts are the main source of frictional unemployment. D. Right-to-work laws reduce the bargaining power of unions. Quick check multiple choice. 1. What are the 3 categories into which the Bureau of Labor Statistics divides everyone? How does the BLS compute the labor force, the unemployment rate, and the labor force participation rate? 2. Is unemployment typically short-term or long-term? Explain. 3. Why is frictional unemployment inevitable? How might the government reduce the amount of frictional unemployment? 4. Are minimum wage laws a better explanation for structural unemployment among teenagers or among college graduates? Why? 5. How do unions affect the natural rate of unemployment? 6. What claims do advocates of unions make to argue that unions are good for the economy? 7. Explain 4 ways in which a firm might increase its profits by raising the wages it pays. Questions for review. 1. The Bureau of Labor Statistics announced that in January 2013, of all adult Americans, 143,322,000 were employed, 12,332,000 were unemployed, and 89,008,000 were not in the labor force. Use this information to calculate A. the adult population, B. the labor force, C. the labor force participation rate, D. the unemployment rate. 2. Go to the website of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. What is the national unemployment rate right now? Find the unemployment rate for the demographic group that best fits a description of you. Is it higher or lower than the national average? Why do you think this is so? 3. Between January 2010 and January 2013, U.S. employment increased by 4.9 million workers, but the number of unemployed workers declined by only 2.7 million. How are these numbers consistent with each other? Why might one expect a reduction in the number of people counted as unemployed to be smaller than the increase in the number of people employed? Problems and applications. 606. 4 economists use labor market data to evaluate how well an economy is using its most valuable resource, its people. 2 closely watched statistics are the unemployment rate and the employment population ratio. Explain what happens to each of these in the following scenarios. In your opinion, which statistic is the more meaningful gauge of how well the economy is doing? A. An auto company goes bankrupt and lays off its workers, who immediately start looking for new jobs. B. After an unsuccessful search, some of the laid-off workers quit looking for new jobs. C. Numerous students graduate from college but cannot find work. D. Numerous students graduate from college and immediately begin new jobs. E. A stock market boom induces newly enriched 60-year-old workers to take early retirement. F. Advances in healthcare prolong the life of many retirees. 5. Are the following workers more likely to experience short-term or long-term unemployment? Explain. A construction worker laid off because of bad weather. B. A manufacturing worker who loses his job at a plant in an isolated area. C. A stagecoach industry worker laid off because of competition from railroads. D. A short order cook who loses his job when a new restaurant opens across the street. E. An expert welder with little formal education who loses his job when the company installs automatic welding machinery. 6. Using a diagram of the labor market, show the effect of an increase in the minimum wage on the wage paid to workers, the number of workers supplied, the number of workers demanded, and the amount of unemployment. 7. Consider an economy with two labor markets, one for manufacturing workers and one for service workers. Suppose initially that neither is unionized. A. If manufacturing workers formed a union, what impact would you predict on the wages and employment in manufacturing? B. How would these changes in the manufacturing labor market affect the supply of labor in the market for service workers? What would happen to the equilibrium wage and employment in this labor market? 8. Structural unemployment is sometimes said to result from a mismatch between the job skills that employers want and the job skills that workers have. To explore this idea, consider an economy with two industries, auto manufacturing and aircraft manufacturing. A. If workers in these two industries require similar amounts of training, and if workers at the beginning of their careers could choose which industry to train for, what would you expect to happen to the wages in these two industries? How long would this process take? Explain. B. Suppose that one day the economy opens itself to international trade and, as a result, starts importing autos and exporting aircraft. What would happen to demand for labor in these two industries? C. Suppose that workers in one industry cannot be quickly retrained for the other. How would these shifts in demand affect equilibrium wages both in the short run and in the long run? D. If for some reason wages fail to adjust to the new equilibrium levels, what would occur? 9. Suppose that Congress passes a law requiring employers to provide employees some benefit that raises the cost of an employee by $4 per hour. A. What effect does this employer mandate have on the demand for labor? B. If employees place a value on this benefit exactly equal to its cost, what effect does this employer mandate have on the supply of labor? C. If the wage can freely adjust to balance supply and demand, how does this law affect the wage and the level of employment? Are employers better or worse off? Are employees better or worse off? D. Suppose that, before the mandate, the wage in this market was $3 above the minimum wage. In this case, how does the employer mandate affect the wage, the level of employment, and the level of unemployment? E. Now suppose that workers do not value the mandated benefit at all. How does this alternative assumption change your answers to parts and? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. W. When you walk into a restaurant to buy a meal, you get something of value, a full stomach. To pay for this service, you might hand the restaurateur several worn-out pieces of greenish paper decorated with strange symbols, government buildings, and the portraits of famous dead Americans. Or you might hand her a single piece of paper with the name of a bank and your signature. Or you might show her a plastic card and sign a paper slip. Whether you pay by cash, check, or debit card, the restaurateur is happy to work hard to satisfy your gastronomical desires in exchange for these pieces of paper, which, in and of themselves, are worthless. Anyone who has lived in a modern economy is familiar with this social custom. Even though paper money has no intrinsic value, the restaurateur is confident that, in the future, some third person will accept it in exchange for something that the restaurateur does value. And that third person is confident that some fourth person will accept the money, with the knowledge that yet the monetary system 610. A fifth person will accept the money. And so on. To the restaurateur and to other people in our society, your cash, check, or debit card receipt represents a claim to goods and services in the future. The social custom of using money for transactions is extraordinarily useful in a large, complex society. Imagine, for a moment, that there was no item in the economy widely accepted in exchange for goods and services. People would have to rely on barter, the exchange of one good or service for another, to obtain the things they need. To get your restaurant meal, for instance, you would have to offer the restaurateur something of immediate value. You could offer to wash some dishes, mow her lawn, or give her your family's secret recipe for meatloaf. An economy that relies on barter will have trouble allocating its scarce resources efficiently. In such an economy, trade is said to require the double coincidence of wants, the unlikely occurrence that two people each have a good or service that the other wants. The existence of money makes trade easier. The restaurateur does not care whether you can produce a valuable good or service for her. She is happy to accept your money, knowing that other people will do the same for her. Such a convention allows trade to be roundabout. The restaurateur accepts your money and uses it to pay her chef, the chef uses her paycheck to send her child to daycare, the daycare center uses this tuition to pay a teacher, and the teacher hires you to mow her lawn. As money flows from person to person in the economy, it facilitates production and trade, thereby allowing each person to specialize in what she does best and raising everyone's standard of living. In this chapter, we begin to examine the role of money in the economy. We discuss what money is, the various forms that money takes, how the banking system helps create money, and how the government controls the quantity of money in circulation. Because money is so important in the economy, we devote much effort in the rest of this book to learning how changes in the quantity of money affect various economic variables, including inflation, interest rates, production, and employment. Consistent with our long-run focus in the previous 4 chapters, in the next chapter we examine the long-run effects of changes in the quantity of money. The short-run effects of monetary changes are a more complex topic, which we take up later in the book. This chapter provides the background for all of this further analysis. Money, the set of assets in an economy that people regularly use to buy goods and services from other people. 29:1 The meaning of money. What is money? This might seem like an odd question. When you read that billionaire Bill Gates has a lot of money, you know what that means. He is so rich that he can buy almost anything he wants. In this sense, the term money is used to mean wealth. Economists, however, use the word in a more specific sense. Money is the set of assets in the economy that people regularly use to buy goods and services from each other. The cash in your wallet is money because you can use it to buy a meal at a restaurant or a shirt at a store. By contrast, if you happen to own a large share of Microsoft Corporation, as Bill Gates does, you would be wealthy, but this asset is not considered a form of money. You could not buy a meal or a shirt with this wealth without first obtaining some cash. According to the economist's definition, money includes only those few types of wealth that are regularly accepted by sellers in exchange for goods and services. 611. 29-1 Of the functions of money. Money has 3 functions in the economy. It is a medium of exchange, a unit of account, and a store of value. These 3 functions together distinguish money from other assets in the economy, such as stocks, bonds, real estate, art, and even baseball cards. Let's examine each of these functions of money in turn. A medium of exchange is an item that buyers give to sellers when they purchase goods and services. When you go to a store to buy a shirt, the store gives you the shirt and you give the store your money. This transfer of money from buyer to seller allows the transaction to take place. When you walk into a store, you are confident that the store will accept your money for the items it is selling because money is the commonly accepted medium of exchange. A unit of account is the yardstick people use to post prices and record debts. When you go shopping, you might observe that a shirt costs $30 and a hamburger costs $3. Even though it would be accurate to say that the price of a shirt is 10 hamburgers and the price of a hamburger is 1/10 of a shirt, prices are never quoted in this way. Similarly, if you take out a loan from a bank, the size of your future loan repayments will be measured in dollars, not in a quantity of goods and services. When we want to measure and record economic value, we use money as the unit of account. A store of value is an item that people can use to transfer purchasing power from the present to the future. When a seller accepts money today in exchange for a good or service, that seller can hold the money and become a buyer of another good or service at another time. Money is not the only store of value in the economy. A person can also transfer purchasing power from the present to the future by holding non-monetary assets such as stocks and bonds. The term wealth is used to refer to the total of all stores of value, including both money and non-monetary assets. Economists use the term liquidity to describe the ease with which an asset can be converted into the economy's medium of exchange. Because money is the economy's medium of exchange, it is the most liquid asset available. Other assets vary widely in their liquidity. Most stocks and bonds can be sold easily with small cost, so they are relatively liquid assets. By contrast, selling a house, a Rembrandt painting, or a 1948 Joe DiMaggio baseball card requires more time and effort, so these assets are less liquid. When people decide how to allocate their wealth, they have to balance the liquidity of each possible asset against the asset's usefulness as a store of value. Money is the most liquid asset, but it is far from perfect as a store of value. When prices rise, the value of money falls. In other words, when goods and services become more expensive, each dollar in your wallet can buy less. This link between the price level and the value of money is key to understanding how money affects the economy, a topic we start to explore in the next chapter. 29-1b The kinds of money. When money takes the form of a commodity with intrinsic value, it is called commodity money. The term intrinsic value means that the item would have value even if it were not used as money. One example of commodity money is gold. Gold has intrinsic value because it is used in industry and in the making of jewelry. Although today we no longer use gold as money, historically gold was a common form of money because it is relatively easy to carry, measure, and verify for impurities. When an economy uses gold as money, it is said to be operating under a gold standard. Medium of exchange: an item that buyers give to sellers when they want to purchase goods and services. Unit of account: the yardstick people use to post prices and record debts. Store of value: an item that people can use to transfer purchasing power from the present to the future. Liquidity: the ease with which an asset can be converted into the economy's medium of exchange. Commodity money: money that takes the form of a commodity with intrinsic value. 612. Another example of commodity money is cigarettes. In prisoner of war camps during World War II, prisoners traded goods and services with one another using cigarettes as the store of value, unit of account, and medium of exchange. Similarly, as the Soviet Union was breaking up in the late 1980s, cigarettes started replacing the ruble as the preferred currency in Moscow. In both cases, even non-smokers were happy to accept cigarettes in an exchange, knowing that they could use the cigarettes to buy other goods and services. Money without intrinsic value is called fiat money. A fiat is an order or decree, and fiat money is established as money by government decree. For example, compare the paper dollars in your wallet and the paper dollars from a game of Monopoly. Why can you use the first to pay your bill at a restaurant but not the second? The answer is that the US government has decreed its dollars to be valid money. Each paper dollar in your wallet reads, "This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private." Although the government is central to establishing and regulating a system of fiat money, other factors are also required for the success of such a monetary system. To a large extent, the acceptance of fiat money depends as much on expectations and social convention as on government decree. The Soviet government in the 1980s never abandoned the ruble as the official currency. Yet the people of Moscow preferred to accept cigarettes in exchange for goods and services because they were more confident that these alternative monies would be accepted by others in the future. By Jacob Goldstein and David Kestenbaum. The periodic table lists 118 different chemical elements. And yet, for thousands of years, humans have really liked one of them in particular, gold. Gold has been used as money for millennia, and its price has been going through the roof. Why gold? Why not osmium, lithium, or ruthenium? We went to an expert to find out, Sanat Kumar, a chemical engineer at Columbia University. We asked him to take the periodic table, and start eliminating anything that wouldn't work as money. The periodic table looks kind of like a bingo card. Each square has a different element in it, one for carbon, another for gold, and so on. Sanat starts with the far right column of the table. The elements there have a really appealing characteristic: they're not going to change. They're chemically stable. But there's also a big drawback: they're gases. You could put all your gaseous money in a jar, but if you opened the jar, you'd be broke. So Sanat crosses out the right-hand column. Then he swings over to the far left-hand column, and points to one of the elements there, lithium. If you expose lithium to air, it will cause a huge fire that can burn through concrete walls, he says. Money that spontaneously bursts into flames is clearly a bad idea. In fact, you don't want your money undergoing any kind of spontaneous chemical reactions. And it turns out that a lot of the elements in the periodic table are pretty reactive. Not all of them burst into flames. But sometimes they corrode, start to fall apart. Why gold? For many centuries, when societies have used a form of commodity money, the most common choice has been the gold standard. This outcome may have a sound scientific basis. In the news. 613. 29-1C Money in the U.S. economy. As we will see, the quantity of money circulating in the economy, called the money stock, has a powerful influence on many economic variables. But before we consider why that is true, we need to ask a preliminary question: what is the quantity of money? In particular, suppose you were given the task of measuring how much money there is in the U.S. economy. What would you include in your measure? The most obvious asset to include is currency, the paper bills and coins in the hands of the public. Currency is clearly the most widely accepted medium of exchange in our economy. There is no doubt that it is part of the money stock. Yet currency is not the only asset that you can use to buy goods and services. Many stores also accept personal checks. Wealth held in your checking account is almost as convenient for buying things as wealth held in your wallet. To measure the money stock, therefore, you might want to include demand deposits, balances in bank accounts that depositors can access on demand simply by writing a check or swiping a debit card at a store. Once you start to consider balances in checking accounts as part of the money stock, you are led to consider the large variety of other accounts that people hold at banks and other financial institutions. Bank depositors usually cannot write checks against the balances in their savings accounts, but they can easily transfer funds from savings into checking accounts. In addition, depositors in money market mutual funds can often write checks against their balances. Thus, these other accounts should plausibly be part of the U.S. money stock. It might seem natural to include credit cards as part of the economy's stock of money. After all, people use credit cards to make many of their purchases. Aren't credit cards, therefore, a medium of exchange? At first this argument may seem persuasive, but credit cards are excluded from all measures of the quantity of money. The reason is that credit cards are not really a method of payment but a method of deferring payment. When you buy a meal with a credit card, the bank that issued the card pays the restaurant what it is due. At a later date, you will have to repay the bank. When the time comes to pay your credit card bill, you will probably do so by writing a check against your checking account. The balance in this checking account is part of the economy's stock of money. Notice that credit cards are different from debit cards, which automatically withdraw funds from a bank account to pay for items bought. Rather than allowing the user to postpone payment for a purchase, a debit card allows the user immediate access to deposits in a bank account. In this sense, a debit card is more similar to a check than to a credit card. The account balances that lie behind debit cards are included in measures of the quantity of money. Even though credit cards are not considered a form of money, they are nonetheless important for analyzing the monetary system. People who have credit cards can pay many of their bills together at the end of the month, rather than sporadically as they make purchases. As a result, people who have credit cards probably hold less money on average than people who do not have credit cards. Thus, the introduction and increased popularity of credit cards may reduce the amount of money that people choose to hold. Why credit cards aren't money? FYI. In a complex economy such as ours, it is not easy to draw a line between assets that can be called money and assets that cannot. The coins in your pocket clearly are part of the money stock, and the Empire State Building clearly is not, but there are many assets in between these extremes for which the choice is less clear. Because different analysts can reasonably disagree about where to draw the dividing line between monetary and non-monetary assets, various measures of the money stock are available for the U.S. economy. Figure 1 shows the two most commonly used measures of the money stock, designated M1 and M2. M2 includes more assets in its measure of money than does M1. For our purposes in this book, we need not dwell on the differences between the various measures of money. None of our discussion will hinge on the distinction between M1 and M2. The important point is that the money stock for the U.S. economy includes not just currency but also deposits in banks and other financial institutions that can be readily accessed and used to buy goods and services. 615. Quick quiz: list and describe the three functions of money. Where is all the currency? One puzzle about the money stock of the U.S. economy concerns the amount of currency. In January 2013, there was $1.1 trillion of currency outstanding. To put this number in perspective, we can divide it by 245 million, the number of adults in the United States. This calculation implies that the average adult holds about $4,490 of currency. Most people are surprised to learn that our economy has so much currency because they carry far less than this in their wallets. Who is holding all this currency? No one knows for sure, but there are two plausible explanations. The first explanation is that much of the currency is held abroad. In foreign countries without a stable monetary system, people often prefer US dollars to domestic assets. It is, in fact, not unusual to see US dollars used overseas as the medium of exchange, unit of account, and store of value. The second explanation is that much of the currency is held by drug dealers, tax evaders, and other criminals. For most people in the U.S. economy, currency is not a particularly good way to hold wealth. Not only can currency be lost or stolen, but it also does not earn interest, whereas a bank deposit does. Thus, most people hold only small amounts of currency. By contrast, criminals may avoid putting their wealth in banks because a bank deposit gives police a paper trail they can use to trace illegal activities. For criminals, currency may be the best store of value available. Case study 29-2 The Federal Reserve System. Whenever an economy uses a system of fiat money, as the U.S. economy does, some agency must be responsible for regulating the system. In the United States, that agency is the Federal Reserve, often simply called the Fed. If you look at the top of a dollar bill, you will see that it is called a Federal Reserve note. The Fed is an example of a central bank, an institution designed to oversee the banking system and regulate the quantity of money in the economy. Other major central banks around the world include the Bank of England, the Bank of Japan, and the European Central Bank. 29-2 of the Fed's organization. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913 after a series of bank failures in 1907 convinced Congress that the United States needed a central bank to ensure the health of the nation's banking system. Today, the Fed is run by its Board of Governors, which has 7 members appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate. The governors have 14-year terms. Just as federal judges are given lifetime appointments to insulate them from politics, Fed governors are given long terms to give them independence from short-term political pressures when they formulate monetary policy. Among the 7 members of the Board of Governors, the most important is the chairman. The chairman directs the Fed staff, presides over board meetings, and testifies regularly about Fed policy in front of congressional committees. The president appoints the chairman to a 4-year term. As this book was going to press, the chairman of the Fed was Ben Bernanke, a former economics professor who was appointed to the Fed job by President George W. Bush in 2005 and reappointed by President Barack Obama in 2009. The Federal Reserve System is made up of the Federal Reserve Board in Washington, D.C., and 12 regional Federal Reserve banks located in major cities around the country. The presidents of the regional banks are chosen by each bank's board of directors, whose members are typically drawn from the region's banking and business community. The Fed has 2 related jobs. The first is to regulate banks and ensure the health of the banking system. This task is largely the responsibility of the regional Federal Reserve banks. In particular, the Fed monitors each bank's financial condition and facilitates bank transactions by clearing checks. It also acts as a bank's bank. That is, the Fed makes loans to banks when banks themselves want to borrow. When financially troubled banks find themselves short of cash, the Fed acts as a lender of last resort, a lender to those who cannot borrow anywhere else to maintain stability in the overall banking system. The Fed's second and more important job is to control the quantity of money that is made available in the economy, called the money supply. Decisions by policymakers concerning the money supply constitute monetary policy. At the Fed, monetary policy is made by the Federal Open Market Committee. The FOMC meets about every 6 weeks in Washington, D.C., to discuss the condition of the economy and consider changes in monetary policy. 29-2B The Federal Open Market Committee. The FOMC is made up of the 7 members of the Board of Governors and 5 of the 12 regional bank presidents. All 12 regional presidents attend each FOMC meeting, but only 5 get to vote. The 5 with voting rights rotate among the 12 regional presidents over time. The president of the New York Fed always gets a vote, however, because New York is the traditional financial center of the U.S. economy and because all Fed purchases and sales of government bonds are conducted at the New York Fed's trading desk. Through the decisions of the FOMC, the Fed has the power to increase or decrease the number of dollars in the economy. In simple metaphorical terms, you can imagine the Fed printing dollar bills and dropping them around the country by helicopter. Similarly, you can imagine the Fed using a giant vacuum cleaner to suck dollar bills out of people's wallets. Although in practice the Fed's methods for changing the money supply are more complex and subtle than this, the helicopter vacuum metaphor is a good first step to understanding the meaning of monetary policy. Later in this chapter, we discuss how the Fed actually changes the money supply, but it is worth noting here that the Fed's primary tool is the open market operation, the purchase and sale of U.S. government bonds. If the FOMC decides to increase the money supply, the Fed creates dollars and uses them to buy government bonds from the public in the nation's bond markets. After the purchase, these dollars are in the hands of the public. Thus, an open market purchase of bonds by the Fed increases the money supply. Conversely, if the FOMC decides to decrease the money supply, the Fed sells government bonds from its portfolio to the public in the nation's bond markets. After the sale, the dollars the Fed receives for the bonds are out of the hands of the public. Thus, an open market sale of bonds by the Fed decreases the money supply. Central banks are important institutions because changes in the money supply can profoundly affect the economy. One of the 10 principles of economics in Chapter 1 is that prices rise when the government prints too much money. Another of the 10 principles of economics is that society faces a short-run trade-off between inflation and unemployment. The power of the Fed rests on these principles. For reasons we discuss more fully in the coming chapters, the Fed's policy decisions are key determinants of the economy's rate of inflation in the long run and the economy's employment and production in the short run. Indeed, the chairman of the Fed has been called the second most powerful person in the United States. Quick quiz: what are the primary responsibilities of the Federal Reserve? If the Fed wants to increase the supply of money, how does it usually do so? 29-3 Banks and the money supply. So far, we have introduced the concept of money and discussed how the Federal Reserve controls the supply of money by buying and selling government bonds in open market operations. This explanation of the money supply is correct, but it is not complete. In particular, it omits the central role that banks play in the monetary system. Recall that the amount of money you hold includes both currency and demand deposits. Because demand deposits are held in banks, the behavior of banks can influence the quantity of demand deposits in the economy and, therefore, the money supply. This section examines how banks affect the money supply and, in doing so, how they complicate the Fed's job of controlling the money supply. 29-3 The simple case of 100% reserve banking. To see how banks influence the money supply, let's first imagine a world without any banks at all. In this simple world, currency is the only form of money. To be concrete, let's suppose that the total quantity of currency is $100. The supply of money is, therefore, $100. Now suppose that someone opens a bank, appropriately called First National Bank. First National Bank is only a depository institution, that is, it accepts deposits but does not make loans. The purpose of the bank is to give depositors a safe place to keep their money. Whenever a person deposits some money, the bank keeps the money in its vault until the depositor withdraws it, writes a check, or uses a debit card to access her balance. Deposits that banks have received but have not loaned out are called reserves. In this imaginary economy, all deposits are held as reserves, so this system is called 100% reserve banking. We can express the financial position of First National Bank with a T account, which is a simplified accounting statement that shows changes in a bank's assets and liabilities. Here is the T account for First National Bank if the economy's entire $100 of money is deposited in the bank. On the left side of the T account are the bank's assets of $100. On the right side are the bank's liabilities of $100. Because the assets and liabilities exactly balance, this accounting statement is sometimes called a balance sheet. Now consider the money supply in this imaginary economy. Before First National Bank opens, the money supply is the $100 of currency that people are holding. After the bank opens and people deposit their currency, the money supply is the $100 of demand deposits. Each deposit in the bank reduces currency and raises demand deposits by exactly the same amount, leaving the money supply unchanged. Thus, if banks hold all deposits in reserve, banks do not influence the supply of money. 29-3b Money creation with fractional reserve banking. Eventually, the bankers at First National Bank may start to reconsider their policy of 100% reserve banking. Leaving all that money idle in their vaults seems unnecessary. Why not lend some of it out and earn a profit by charging interest on the loans? Families buying houses, firms building new factories, and students paying for college would all be happy to pay interest to borrow some of that money for a while. First National Bank has to keep some reserves so that currency is available if depositors want to make withdrawals. But if the flow of new deposits is roughly the same as the flow of withdrawals, First National needs to keep only a fraction of its deposits in reserve. Thus, First National adopts a system called fractional reserve banking. The fraction of total deposits that a bank holds as reserves is called the reserve ratio. This ratio is influenced by both government regulation and bank policy. As we discuss more fully later in the chapter, the Fed sets a minimum amount of reserves that banks must hold, called a reserve requirement. In addition, banks may hold reserves above the legal minimum, called excess reserves, so they can be more confident that they will not run short of cash. For our purpose here, we take the reserve ratio as given to examine how fractional reserve banking influences the money supply. Let's suppose that First National has a reserve ratio of 1/10, or 10%. This means that it keeps 10% of its deposits in reserve and loans out the rest. Now let's look again at the bank's T account. First National still has $100 in liabilities because making the loans did not alter the bank's obligation to its depositors. But now the bank has two kinds of assets: it has $10 of reserves in its vault, and it has loans of $90. In total, First National's assets still equal its liabilities. Once again consider the supply of money in the economy. Before First National makes any loans, the money supply is the $100 of deposits. Yet when First National lends out some of these deposits, the money supply increases. The depositors still have demand deposits totaling $100, but now the borrowers, 619, hold $90 in currency. The money supply equals $190. Thus, when banks hold only a fraction of deposits in reserve, the banking system creates money. At first, this creation of money by fractional reserve banking may seem too good to be true. It appears that the bank has created money out of thin air. To make this feat seem less miraculous, note that when First National Bank loans out some of its reserves and creates money, it does not create any wealth. Loans from First National give the borrowers some currency and thus the ability to buy goods and services. Yet the borrowers are also taking on debts, so the loans do not make them any richer. In other words, as a bank creates the asset of money, it also creates a corresponding liability for those who borrowed the created money. At the end of this process of money creation, the economy is more liquid in the sense that there is more of the medium of exchange, but the economy is no wealthier than before. 29-3 See the money multiplier. The creation of money does not stop with First National Bank. Suppose the borrower from First National uses the $90 to buy something from someone who then deposits the currency in Second National Bank. Here is the T account for Second National Bank. After the deposit, this bank has liabilities of $90. If Second National also has a reserve ratio of 10%, it keeps assets of $9 in reserve and makes $81 in loans. In this way, Second National Bank creates an additional $81 of money. If this $81 is eventually deposited in Third National Bank, which also has a reserve ratio of 10%, this bank keeps $8.10 in reserve and makes $72.90 in loans. Here is the T account for Third National Bank. The process goes on and on. Each time that money is deposited and a bank loan is made, more money is created. How much money is eventually created in this economy? Let's add it up. It turns out that even though this process of money creation can continue forever, it does not create an infinite amount of money. If you laboriously add the infinite sequence of numbers in the preceding example, you find the $100 of reserves generates $1,000 of money. The amount of money the banking system generates with each dollar of reserves is called the money multiplier. In this imaginary economy, where the $100 of reserves generates $1,000 of money, the money multiplier is 10. What determines the size of the money multiplier? It turns out that the answer is simple: the money multiplier is the reciprocal of the reserve ratio. If R is the reserve ratio for all banks in the economy, then each dollar of reserves generates 1/R dollars of money. In our example, R equals 1/10, so the money multiplier is 10. This reciprocal formula for the money multiplier makes sense. If a bank holds $1,000 in deposits, then a reserve ratio of 1/10 means that the bank must hold $100 in reserves. The money multiplier just turns this idea around. If the banking system as a whole holds a total of $100 in reserves, it can have only $1,000 in deposits. In other words, if R is the ratio of reserves to deposits at each bank, then the ratio of deposits to reserves in the banking system must be 1/R. This formula shows how the amount of money banks create depends on the reserve ratio. If the reserve ratio were only 1/20, then the banking system would have 20 times as much in deposits as in reserves, implying a money multiplier of 20. Each dollar of reserves would generate $20 of money. Similarly, If the reserve ratio were 1/4, deposits would be 4 times reserves, the money multiplier would be 4, and each dollar of reserves would generate $4 of money. Thus, the higher the reserve ratio, the less of each deposit banks loan out, and the smaller the money multiplier. In the special case of 100% reserve banking, the reserve ratio is 1, the money multiplier is 1, and banks do not make loans or create money. 29-3D Bank Capital, Leverage, and the Financial Crisis of 2008 to 2009. In the previous sections, we have seen a very simplified explanation of how banks work. The reality of modern banking, however, is a bit more complicated, and this complex reality played a leading role in the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009. Before looking at that crisis, we need to learn a bit more about how banks actually function. In the bank balance sheets you have seen so far, a bank accepts deposits and either uses those deposits to make loans or holds them as reserves. More realistically, a bank gets financial resources not only from accepting deposits but also, like other companies, from issuing equity and debt. The resources that a bank obtains from issuing equity to its owners are called bank capital. A bank uses these financial resources in various ways to generate profit for its owners. It not only makes loans and holds reserves but also buys financial securities, such as stocks and bonds. Here is a more realistic example of a bank's balance sheet. On the right side of this balance sheet are the bank's liabilities and capital. This bank obtained $50 of resources from its owners. It also took in $800 of deposits and issued $150 of debt. The total of $1,000 was put to use in 3 ways. These are listed on the left side of the balance sheet, which shows the bank's assets. This bank held $200 in reserves, made $700 in bank loans, and used $100 to buy financial securities, such as government or corporate bonds. The bank decides how to allocate its resources among asset classes based on their risk and return, as well as on any regulations that restrict the bank's choices. By the rules of accounting, the reserves, loans, and securities on the left side of the balance sheet must always equal, in total, the deposits, debt, and capital on the right side of the balance sheet. There is no magic in this equality. It occurs because the value of the owner's equity is, by definition, the value of the bank's assets minus the value of its liabilities. Therefore, the left and right-hand sides of the balance sheet always sum to the same total. Many businesses in the economy rely on leverage, the use of borrowed money to supplement existing funds for investment purposes. Indeed, whenever anyone uses debt to finance an investment project, she is applying leverage. Leverage is particularly important for banks, however, because borrowing and lending are at the heart of what they do. To fully understand banking, therefore, it is crucial to understand how leverage works. The leverage ratio is the ratio of the bank's total assets to bank capital. In this example, the leverage ratio is 1,000/$50, or 20. A leverage ratio of 20 means that for every dollar of capital that the bank owners have contributed, the bank has $20 of assets. Of the $20 of assets, $19 are financed with borrowed money either by taking in deposits or issuing debt. You may have learned in a science class that a lever can amplify a force. A boulder that you cannot move with your arms alone will move more easily if you use a lever. A similar result occurs with bank leverage. To see how this amplification works, let's continue with this numerical example. Suppose that the bank's assets were to rise in value by 5% because, say, some of the securities the bank was holding rose in price. Then the $1,000 of assets would now be worth $1,050. Because the depositors and debt holders are still owed $950, the bank capital rises from $50 to $100. Thus, when the leverage rate is 20, a 5% increase in the value of assets increases the owner's equity by 100%. The same principle works on the downside, but with troubling consequences. Suppose that some people who borrowed from the bank default on their loans, reducing the value of the bank's assets by 5%, to $950. Because the depositors and debt holders have the legal right to be paid before the bank owners, the value of the owner's equity falls to zero. Thus, when the leverage ratio is 20, a 5% fall in the value of the bank assets leads to a 100% fall in bank capital. If the value of assets were to fall by more than 5%, the bank's assets would fall below its liabilities. In this case, the bank would be insolvent, and it would be unable to pay off its debt holders and depositors in full. Bank regulators require banks to hold a certain amount of capital. The goal of such a capital requirement is to ensure that banks will be able to pay off their depositors. The amount of capital required depends on the kind of assets a bank holds. If the bank holds safe assets such as government bonds, regulators require less capital than if the bank holds risky assets such as loans to borrowers whose credit is of dubious quality. Economic turmoil can result when banks find themselves with too little capital to satisfy capital requirements. An example of this phenomenon occurred in 2008 and 2009, when many banks realized they had incurred sizable losses on some of their assets, specifically mortgage loans and securities backed by mortgage loans. The shortage of capital induced the banks to reduce lending, a phenomenon sometimes called a credit crunch, which in turn contributed to a severe downturn in economic activity. To address this problem, the U.S. Treasury, working together with the Federal Reserve, put many billions of dollars of public funds into the banking system to increase the amount of bank capital. As a result, it temporarily made the U.S. taxpayer a part owner of many banks. The goal of this unusual policy was to recapitalize the banking system so that bank lending could return to a more normal level, which in fact occurred by late 2009. 29-4 The Fed's tools of monetary control. As we have already discussed, the Federal Reserve is responsible for controlling the supply of money in the economy. Now that we understand how banking works, we are in a better position to understand how the Fed carries out this job. Because banks create money in a system of fractional reserve banking, the Fed's control of the money supply is indirect. When the Fed decides to change the money supply, it must consider how its actions will work through the banking system. The Fed has a variety of tools in its monetary toolbox. We can group the tools into two groups, those that influence the quantity of reserves and those that influence the reserve ratio and thereby the money multiplier. 29-4 How the Fed influences the quantity of reserves. The first way the Fed can change the money supply is by changing the quantity of reserves. The Fed alters the quantity of reserves in the economy either by buying or selling bonds in open market operations or by making loans to banks. Let's consider each of these in turn. Open market operations. As we noted earlier, the Fed conducts open market operations when it buys or sells government bonds. To increase the money supply, the Fed instructs its bond traders at the New York Fed to buy bonds from the public in the nation's bond markets. The dollars the Fed pays for the bonds increase the number of dollars in the economy. Some of these new dollars are held as currency, and some are deposited in banks. Each new dollar held as currency increases the money supply by exactly $1. Each new dollar deposited in a bank increases the money supply by more than $1 because it increases reserves and, thereby, the amount of money that the banking system can create. To reduce the money supply, the Fed does just the opposite. It sells government bonds to the public in the nation's bond markets. The public pays for these bonds with its holdings of currency and bank deposits, directly reducing the amount of money in circulation. In addition, as people make withdrawals from banks to buy these bonds from the Fed, banks find themselves with a smaller quantity of reserves. In response, banks reduce the amount of lending, and the process of money creation reverses itself. Open market operations are easy to conduct. In fact, the Fed's purchases and sales of government bonds in the nation's bond markets are similar to the transactions that any individual might undertake for her own portfolio. In addition, the Fed can use open market operations to change the money supply by a small or large amount on any day without major changes in laws or bank regulations. Therefore, open market operations are the tool of monetary policy that the Fed uses most often. Fed lending to banks. The Fed can also increase the quantity of reserves in the economy by lending reserves to banks. Banks borrow from the Fed when they feel they do not have enough reserves on hand, either to satisfy bank regulators, meet depositor withdrawals, make new loans, or for some other business reason. There are various ways banks can borrow from the Fed. Traditionally, banks borrow from the Fed's discount window and pay an interest rate on that loan called the discount rate. When the Fed makes such a loan to a bank, the banking system has more reserves than it otherwise would, and these additional reserves allow the banking system to create more money. The Fed can alter the money supply by changing the discount rate. A higher discount rate discourages banks from borrowing reserves from the Fed. Thus, an increase in the discount rate reduces the quantity of reserves in the banking system, which in turn reduces the money supply. Conversely, a lower discount rate encourages banks to borrow from the Fed, increasing the quantity of reserves and the money supply. In recent years, the Fed has set up new mechanisms for banks to borrow from it. For example, under the term auction facility, the Fed sets a quantity of funds it wants to lend to banks, and eligible banks then bid to borrow those funds. The loans go to the highest eligible bidders, that is, to the banks that have acceptable collateral and are offering to pay the highest interest rate. Unlike at the discount window, where the Fed sets the price of a loan and the banks determine the quantity of borrowing, at the term auction facility the Fed sets the quantity of borrowing and competitive bidding among banks determines the price. The more funds the Fed makes available through this and similar facilities, the greater the quantity of reserves and the larger the money supply. The Fed uses such lending not only to control the money supply but also to help financial institutions when they are in trouble. For example, when the stock market crashed by 22% on October 19, 1987, many Wall Street brokerage firms found themselves temporarily in need of funds to finance the high volume of stock trading. The next morning, before the stock market opened, Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan announced the Fed's readiness to serve as a source of liquidity to support the economic and financial system. Many economists believe that Greenspan's reaction to the stock crash was an important reason it had few repercussions. Similarly, in 2008 and 2009, a fall in housing prices throughout the United States led to a sharp rise in the number of homeowners defaulting on their mortgage loans, and many financial institutions holding those mortgages ran into trouble. In an attempt to prevent these events from having broader economic ramifications, the Fed provided many billions of dollars of loans to financial institutions in distress. 29-4b How the Fed influences the reserve ratio. In addition to influencing the quantity of reserves, the Fed changes the money supply by influencing the reserve ratio and thereby the money multiplier. The Fed can influence the reserve ratio either through regulating the quantity of reserves banks must hold or through the interest rate that the Fed pays banks on their reserves. Again, we consider each of these monetary policy tools in turn. Reserve requirements. One way the Fed can influence the reserve ratio is by altering reserve requirements, the regulations that set the minimum amount of reserves that banks must hold against their deposits. Reserve requirements influence how much money the banking system can create with each dollar of reserves. An increase in reserve requirements means that banks must hold more reserves and, therefore, can loan out less of each dollar that is deposited. As a result, an increase in reserve requirements raises the reserve ratio, lowers the money multiplier, and decreases the money supply. Conversely, a decrease in reserve requirements lowers the reserve ratio, raises the money multiplier, and increases the money supply. The Fed changes reserve requirements only rarely because such changes disrupt the business of banking. When the Fed increases reserve requirements, for instance, some banks find themselves short of reserves, even though they have seen no change in deposits. As a result, they have to curtail lending until they build their level of reserves to the new required level. Moreover, in recent years, This particular tool has become less effective because many banks hold excess reserves. Paying interest on reserves. Traditionally, banks did not earn any interest on the reserves they held. In October 2008, however, the Fed began paying interest on reserves. That is, when a bank holds reserves on deposit at the Fed now pays the bank interest on those deposits. This change gives the Fed another tool with which to influence the economy. The higher the interest rate on reserves, the more reserves banks will choose to hold. Thus, an increase in the interest rate on reserves will tend to increase the reserve ratio, lower the money multiplier, and lower the money supply. Because the Fed has paid interest on reserves for a relatively short time, it is not yet clear how important this new instrument will be in the conduct of monetary policy. 29-4C Problems in controlling the money supply. The Fed's various tools, open market operations, bank lending, reserve requirements, and interest on reserves, have powerful effects on the money supply. Yet the Fed's control of the money supply is not precise. The Fed must wrestle with two problems, each of which arises because much of the money supply is created by our system of fractional reserve banking. The first problem is that the Fed does not control the amount of money that households choose to hold as deposits in banks. The more money households deposit, the more reserves banks have, and the more money the banking system can create. The less money households deposit, the less reserves banks have, and the less money the banking system can create. To see why this is a problem, suppose that one day people begin to lose confidence in the banking system and, therefore, decide to withdraw deposits and hold more currency. When this happens, the banking system loses reserves and creates less money. The money supply falls, even without any Fed action. The second problem of monetary control is that the Fed does not control the amount that bankers choose to lend. When money is deposited in a bank, it creates more money only when the bank loans it out. Because banks can choose to hold excess reserves instead, the Fed cannot be sure how much money the banking system will create. For instance, suppose that one day bankers become more cautious about economic conditions and decide to make fewer loans and hold greater reserves. In this case, the banking system creates less money than it otherwise would. Because of the banker's decision, the money supply falls. Hence, in a system of fractional reserve banking, the amount of money in the economy depends in part on the behavior of depositors and bankers. Because the Fed cannot control or perfectly predict this behavior, it cannot perfectly control the money supply. Yet if the Fed is vigilant, these problems need not be large. The Fed collects data on deposits and reserves from banks every week, so it quickly becomes aware of any changes in depositor or banker behavior. It can, therefore, respond to these changes and keep the money supply close to whatever level it chooses. Bank runs and the money supply. Most likely you have never witnessed a bank run in real life, but you may have seen one depicted in movies such as Mary Poppins or It's a Wonderful Life. A bank run occurs when depositors suspect that a bank may go bankrupt and, therefore, run to the bank to withdraw their deposits. The United States has not seen a major bank run in recent history, but in the United Kingdom, a bank called Northern Rock experienced a run in 2007 and, as a result, was eventually taken over by the government. Bank runs are a problem for banks under fractional reserve banking. Because a bank holds only a fraction of its deposits in reserve, it cannot satisfy withdrawal requests from all depositors. Even if the bank is in fact solvent, it will not have enough cash on hand to allow all depositors immediate access to all of their money. When a run occurs, the bank is forced to close its doors until some bank loans are repaid or until some lender of last resort provides it with the currency it needs to satisfy depositors. Bank runs complicate the control of the money supply. An important example of this problem occurred during the Great Depression in the early 1930s. After a wave of bank runs and bank closings, households and bankers became more cautious. Households withdrew their deposits from banks, preferring to hold their money in the form of currency. This decision reversed the process of money creation, as bankers responded to falling reserves by reducing bank loans. At the same time, bankers increased their reserve ratios so that they would have enough cash on hand to meet their depositors' demands in any future bank runs. The higher reserve ratio reduced the money multiplier, which further reduced the money supply. From 1929 to 1933, the money supply fell by 28%, without the Fed taking any deliberate contractionary action. Many economists point to this massive fall in the money supply to explain the high unemployment and falling prices that prevailed during this period. Today, bank runs are not a major problem for the U.S. banking system or the Fed. The federal government now guarantees the safety of deposits at most banks, primarily through the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Depositors do not make runs on their banks because they are confident that, even if their bank goes bankrupt, the FDIC will make good on the deposits. The policy of government deposit insurance has costs. Bankers whose deposits are guaranteed may have too little incentive to avoid bad risks when making loans. But one benefit of deposit insurance is a more stable banking system. As a result, most people see bank runs only in the movies. The Fed's Exit Strategy. By Ben Bernanke. The depth and breadth of the global recession has required a highly accommodative monetary policy. Since the onset of the financial crisis nearly 2 years ago, the Federal Reserve has reduced the interest rate target for overnight lending between banks nearly to zero. We have also greatly expanded the size of the Fed's balance sheet through purchases of longer-term securities and through targeted lending programs aimed at restarting the flow of credit. These actions have softened the economic impact of the financial crisis. They have also improved the functioning of key credit markets, including the markets for interbank lending, commercial paper, consumer and small business credit, and residential mortgages. My colleagues and I believe that accommodative policies will likely be warranted for an extended period. At some point, however, as economic recovery takes hold, we will need to tighten monetary policy to prevent the emergence of an inflation problem down the road. The Federal Open Market Committee, which is responsible for setting U.S. monetary policy, has devoted considerable time to issues relating to an exit strategy. We are confident we have the necessary tools to withdraw policy accommodation, when that becomes appropriate, in a smooth and timely manner. The exit strategy is closely tied to the management of the Federal Reserve balance sheet. When the Fed makes loans or acquires securities, the funds enter the banking system and ultimately appear in the reserve accounts held at the Fed by banks and other depository institutions. These reserve balances now total about $800 billion, much more than normal. And given the current economic conditions, banks have generally held their reserves as balances at the Fed. But as the economy recovers, banks should find more opportunities to lend out THIRD-WORLDISM. That would produce faster growth in broad money and easier credit conditions, which could ultimately result in inflationary pressures unless we adopt countervailing policy measures. When the time comes to tighten monetary policy, we must either eliminate these large reserve balances or, if they remain, neutralize any potential undesired effects on the economy. To some extent, reserves held by banks at the Fed will contract automatically, as improving financial conditions lead to reduced use of our short-term lending facilities, and ultimately to their wind down. Indeed, short-term credit extended by the Fed to financial institutions and other market participants has already fallen to less than $600 billion as of mid-July from about $1.5 trillion at the end of 2008. In addition, reserves could be reduced by about $100 billion to $200 billion each year over the next few years as securities held by the Fed mature or are prepaid. However, reserves likely would remain quite high for several years unless additional policies are undertaken. Even if our balance sheet stays large for a while, we have two broad means of tightening monetary policy at the appropriate time: paying interest on reserve balances and taking various actions that reduce the stock of reserves. We could use either of these approaches alone, however, to ensure effectiveness, we likely would use both in combination. Congress granted us authority last fall to pay interest on balances held by banks at the Burn on the Fed's toolbox. During the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009, the Federal Reserve helped rescue various banks and other financial institutions and, in doing so, substantially expanded the quantity of bank reserves. Most of these newly created reserves were held as excess reserves. Here, the chairman of the Fed explains its plans to unwind the process. As this book was going to press, the Fed had not yet implemented this exit strategy, but the plans to do so remained much the same. Fed. Currently, we pay banks an interest rate of 0.25%. When the time comes to tighten policy, we can raise the rate paid on reserve balances as we increase our target for the federal funds rate. Banks generally will not lend funds in the money market at an interest rate lower than the rate they can earn risk-free at the Federal Reserve. Moreover, they should compete to borrow any funds that are offered in private markets at rates below the interest rate on reserve balances because, by so doing, they can earn a spread without risk. Thus the interest rate that the Fed pays should tend to put a floor under short-term market rates, including our policy target, the federal funds rate. Raising the rate paid on reserve balances also discourages excessive growth in money or credit, because banks will not want to lend out their reserves at rates below what they can earn at the Fed. Considerable international experience suggests that paying interest on reserves effectively manages short-term market rates. For example, the European Central Bank allows banks to place excess reserves in an interest-paying deposit facility. Even as that central bank's liquidity operations substantially increased its balance sheet, the overnight interbank rate remained at or above its deposit rate. In addition, the Bank of Japan and the Bank of Canada have also used their ability to pay interest on reserves to maintain a floor under short-term market rates. Despite this logic and experience, the federal funds rate has dipped somewhat below the rate paid by the Fed, especially in October and November 2008, when the Fed first began to pay interest on reserves. This pattern partly reflected temporary factors, such as banks' inexperience with the new system. However, this pattern appears also to have resulted from the fact that some large lenders in the federal funds market, notably government-sponsored enterprises such as Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, are ineligible to receive interest on balances held at the Fed, and thus they have an incentive to lend in that market at rates below what the Fed pays banks. Under more normal financial conditions, the willingness of banks to engage in the simple arbitrage noted above will tend to limit the gap between the federal funds rate and the rate the Fed pays on reserves. If that gap persists, the problem can be addressed by supplementing payment of interest on reserves with steps to reduce reserves and drain excess liquidity from markets, the second means of tightening monetary policy. Here are 4 options for doing this. First, the Federal Reserve could drain bank reserves and reduce the excess liquidity at other institutions by arranging large-scale reverse repurchase agreements with financial market participants, including banks, government-sponsored enterprises, and other institutions. Reverse repurchase agreements involve the sale by the Fed of securities from its portfolio with an agreement to buy the securities back at a slightly higher price at a later date. Second, the Treasury could sell bills and deposit the proceeds with the Federal Reserve. When purchasers pay for the securities, the Treasury's account at the Federal Reserve rises and reserve balances decline. The Treasury has been conducting such operations since last fall under its supplementary financing program. Although the Treasury's operations are helpful to protect the independence of monetary policy, we must take care to ensure that we can achieve our policy objectives without reliance on the Treasury. Third, using the authority Congress gave us to pay interest on banks' balances at the Fed, we can offer term deposits to banks analogous to the certificates of deposit that banks offer their customers. Bank funds held in term deposits at the Fed would not be available for the federal funds market. Fourth, if necessary, the Fed could reduce reserves by selling a portion of its holdings of long-term securities into the open market. Each of these policies would help to raise short-term interest rates and limit the growth of broad measures of money and credit, thereby tightening monetary policy. Overall, the Federal Reserve has many effective tools to tighten monetary policy when the economic outlook requires us to do so. As my colleagues and I have stated, however, economic conditions are not likely to warrant tighter monetary policy for an extended period. We will calibrate the timing and pace of any future tightening, together with the mix of tools to best foster our dual objectives of maximum employment and price stability. Fed Chairman Ben Bernanke. 29-4D The federal funds rate. If you read about U.S. monetary policy in the newspaper, you will find much discussion of the federal funds rate. This raises several questions. Q. What is the federal funds rate? A. The federal funds rate is the short-term interest rate that banks charge one another for loans. If one bank finds itself short of reserves while another bank has excess reserves, the second bank can lend some reserves to the first. The loans are temporary, typically overnight. The price of the loan is the federal funds rate. Q. How is the federal funds rate different from the discount rate? A. The discount rate is the interest rate banks pay to borrow directly from the Fed through the discount window. Borrowing reserves from another bank in the federal funds market is an alternative to borrowing reserves from the Fed, and a bank short of reserves will typically do whichever is cheaper. In practice, the discount rate and the federal funds rate move closely together. Q. Does the federal funds rate matter only for banks? A. Not at all. Although only banks borrow directly in the federal funds market, the economic impact of this market is much broader. Because different parts of the financial system are highly interconnected, interest rates on different kinds of loans are strongly correlated with one another. So when the federal funds rate rises or falls, other interest rates often move in the same direction. Q. What does the Fed have to do with the federal funds rate? A. In recent years, the Fed has set a target goal for the federal funds rate. When the FOMC meets approximately every 6 weeks, it decides whether to raise or lower that target. Q. How can the Fed make the federal funds rate hit the target it sets? A. Although the actual federal funds rate is set by supply and demand in the market for loans among banks, the Fed can use open market operations to influence that market. For example, when the Fed buys bonds in open market operations, it injects reserves into the banking system. With more reserves in the system, fewer banks find themselves in need of borrowing reserves to meet reserve requirements. The fall in demand for borrowing reserves decreases the price of such borrowing, which is the federal funds rate. Conversely, when the Fed sells bonds and withdraws reserves from the banking system, more banks find themselves short of reserves, and they bid up the price of borrowing reserves. Thus, open market purchases lower the federal funds rate, and open market sales raise the federal funds rate. Q. But don't these open market operations affect the money supply? A. Yes, absolutely. When the Fed announces a change in the federal funds rate, it is committing itself to the open market operations necessary to make that change happen, and these open market operations will alter the supply of money. Decisions by the FOMC to change the target for the federal funds rate are also decisions to change the money supply. They are two sides of the same coin. Other things being equal, a decrease in the target for the federal funds rate means an expansion in the money supply, and an increase in the target for the federal funds rate means a contraction in the money supply. Quick quiz: describe how banks create money. If the Fed wanted to use all of its policy tools to decrease the money supply, what would it do? 629. 29-5 Conclusion. Some years ago, a book made the bestseller list with the title Secrets of the Temple: How the Federal Reserve Runs the Country. Although no doubt an exaggeration, this title did highlight the important role of the monetary system in our daily lives. Whenever we buy or sell anything, we are relying on the extraordinarily useful social convention called money. Now that we know what money is and what determines its supply, we can discuss how changes in the quantity of money affect the economy. We begin to address that topic in the next chapter. The term money refers to assets that people regularly use to buy goods and services. Money serves three functions. As a medium of exchange, it is the item used to make transactions. As a unit of account, it provides the way in which prices and other economic values are recorded. As a store of value, it offers a way to transfer purchasing power from the present to the future. Commodity money, such as gold, is money that has intrinsic value, it would be valued even if it were not used as money. Fiat money, such as paper dollars, is money without intrinsic value, it would be worthless if it were not used as money. In the U.S. economy, money takes the form of currency and various types of bank deposits, such as checking accounts. The Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States, is responsible for regulating the U.S. monetary system. The Fed chairman is appointed by the President and confirmed by Congress every 4 years. The chairman is the head of the Federal Open Market Committee, which meets about every 6 weeks to consider changes in monetary policy. Bank depositors provide resources to banks by depositing their funds into bank accounts. These deposits are part of a bank's liabilities. Bank owners also provide resources for the bank. Because of leverage, a small change in the value of a bank's assets can lead to a large change in the value of the bank's capital. To protect depositors, bank regulators require banks to hold a certain minimum amount of capital. The Fed controls the money supply primarily through open market operations. The purchase of government bonds increases the money supply, and the sale of government bonds decreases the money supply. The Fed also uses other tools to control the money supply. It can expand the money supply by decreasing the discount rate, increasing its lending to banks, lowering reserve requirements, or decreasing the interest rate on reserves. It can contract the money supply by increasing the discount rate, decreasing its lending to banks, raising reserve requirements, or increasing the interest rate on reserves. When individuals deposit money in banks and banks loan out some of these deposits, the quantity of money in the economy increases. Because the banking system influences the money supply in this way, the Fed's control of the money supply is imperfect. The Fed has in recent years set monetary policy by choosing a target for the federal funds rate, a short-term interest rate at which banks make loans to one another. As the Fed achieves its target, it adjusts the money supply. Quick check multiple choice 1. The money supply includes all of the following except A. Metal coins. B. Paper currency. C. Lines of credit accessible with credit cards. D. Bank balances accessible with debit cards. 2. Chloe takes $100 of currency from her wallet and deposits it into her checking account. If the bank adds the entire $100 to reserves, the money supply but if the bank lends out some of the $100, the money supply A increases even more. B increases by less. C is unchanged, increases. D decreases by less. 3. If the reserve ratio is 1/4 and the central bank increases the quantity of reserves in the banking system by $120, the money supply increases by A. $90. B. $150. C. $160. D. $480. 4. A bank has capital of $200 and a leverage ratio of 5. If the value of the bank's assets decline by 10%, then its capital will be reduced to A. $100. B. $150. C. $180. D. $185. 5. Which of the following actions by the Fed would reduce the money supply? A. An open market purchase of government bonds. B. A reduction in banks' reserve requirements. C. An increase in the interest rate paid on reserves. D. A decrease in the discount rate on Fed lending. 6. In a system of fractional reserve banking, even without any action by the central bank, The money supply declines if households choose to hold currency, or if banks choose to hold excess reserves. A more, B more, less C less, more D less, less. 1. What distinguishes money from other assets in the economy? 2. What is commodity money? What is fiat money? Which kind do we use? 3. What are demand deposits and why should they be included in the stock of money? 4. Who is responsible for setting monetary policy in the United States? How is this group chosen? 5. If the Fed wants to increase the money supply with open market operations, what does it do? 6. Why don't banks hold 100% reserves? How is the amount of reserves banks hold related to the amount of money the banking system creates? 7. Bank A has a leverage ratio of 10, while Bank B has a leverage ratio of 20. Similar losses on bank loans at the two banks cause the value of their assets to fall by 7%. Which bank shows a larger change in bank capital? Does either bank remain solvent? Explain. 8. What is the discount rate? What happens to the money supply when the Fed raises the discount rate? 9. What are reserve requirements? What happens to the money supply when the Fed raises reserve requirements? 10. Why can't the Fed control the money supply perfectly? Questions for review. 1. Which of the following are considered money in the U.S. economy? Which are not? Explain your answers by discussing each of the three functions of money. A U.S. penny. B. A Mexican peso. C. A Picasso painting. D. A plastic credit card. 2. Your uncle repays a $100 loan from 10th National Bank by writing a $100 check from his TNB checking account. Use T accounts to show the effect of this transaction on your uncle and on TNB. Has your uncle's wealth changed? Explain. Problems and applications. 631. 3. Beleaguered state bank holds $250 million in deposits and maintains a reserve ratio of 10%. A. Show a T account for BSB. B. Now suppose that BSB's largest depositor withdraws $10 million in cash from her account. If BSB decides to restore its reserve ratio by reducing the amount of loans outstanding, show its new T account. C. Explain what effect BSB's action will have on other banks. D. Why might it be difficult for BSB to take the action described in part? Discuss another way for BSB to return to its original reserve ratio. 4. You take $100 you had kept under your mattress and deposit it in your bank account. If this $100 stays in the banking system as reserves, and if banks hold reserves equal to 10% of deposits, by how much does the total amount of deposits in the banking system increase? By how much does the money supply increase? 5. Happy Bank starts with $200 in bank capital. It then takes in $800 in deposits. It keeps 12.5% of deposits in reserve. It uses the rest of its assets to make bank loans. A. Show the balance sheet of Happy Bank. B. What is Happy Bank's leverage ratio? C. Suppose that 10% of the borrowers from Happy Bank default and these bank loans become worthless. Show the bank's new balance sheet. D. By what percentage do the bank's total assets decline? By what percentage does the bank's capital decline? Which change is larger? Why? 6. The Fed conducts a $10 million open market purchase of government bonds. If the required reserve ratio is 10%, what is the largest possible increase in the money supply that could result? Explain. What is the smallest possible increase? Explain. 7. Assume that the reserve requirement is 5%. All other things being equal, will the money supply expand more if the Fed buys $2,000 worth of bonds, or if someone deposits in a bank $2,000 that she had been hiding in her cookie jar? If one creates more, how much more does it create? Support your thinking. 8. Suppose that the reserve requirement for checking deposits is 10% and that banks do not hold any excess reserves. A. If the Fed sells $1 million of government bonds, what is the effect on the economy's reserves and money supply? B. Now suppose the Fed lowers the reserve requirement to 5%, but banks choose to hold another 5% of deposits as excess reserves. Why might banks do so? What is the overall change in the money multiplier and the money supply as a result of these actions? 9. Assume that the banking system has total reserves of $100 billion. Assume also that required reserves are 10% of checking deposits and that banks hold no excess reserves and households hold no currency. A. What is the money multiplier? What is the money supply? B. If the Fed now raises required reserves to 20% of deposits, what are the change in reserves and the change in the money supply? 10. Assume that the reserve requirement is 20%. Also assume that banks do not hold excess reserves and there is no cash held by the public. The Fed decides that it wants to expand the money supply by $40 million. A. If the Fed is using open market operations, will it buy or sell bonds? B. What quantity of bonds does the Fed need to buy or sell to accomplish the goal? Explain your reasoning. 11. The economy of Elmenden contains $2,001 bills. A. If people hold all money as currency, what is the quantity of money? B. If people hold all money as demand deposits and banks maintain 100% reserves, what is the quantity of money? C. If people hold equal amounts of currency and demand deposits and banks maintain 100% reserves, what is the quantity of money? D. If people hold all money as demand deposits and banks maintain a reserve ratio of 10%, what is the quantity of money? E. If people hold equal amounts of currency and demand deposits and banks maintain a reserve ratio of 10%, what is the quantity of money? Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. 633. Money growth and inflation. O'Day, if you want to buy an ice cream cone, you need at least a couple of dollars, but that has not always been the case. In the 1930s, my grandmother ran a sweet shop in Trenton, New Jersey, where she sold ice cream cones in 2 sizes. A cone with a small scoop of ice cream cost 3 cents. Hungry customers could buy a large scoop for a nickel. You may not be surprised at the increase in the price of ice cream. In most modern economies, most prices tend to rise over time. This increase in the overall level of prices is called inflation. Earlier in the book, we examined how economists measure the inflation rate as the percentage change in the consumer price index, the GDP deflator, or some other index of the overall price level. These price indexes show that, in the United States over the past 80 years, prices have risen on average 3.6% per year. Accumulated over so many years, a 3.6% annual inflation rate leads to a 17-fold increase in the price level. Inflation may seem natural and inevitable to a person who grew up in the United States during recent decades, but in fact, it is not inevitable at all. There were long periods in the 19th century during which most prices fell, a phenomenon called deflation. The average level of prices in the U.S. economy was 23% lower in 1896 than in 1880, and this deflation was a major issue in the presidential election of 1896. Farmers, who had accumulated large debts, suffered when the fall in crop prices reduced their incomes and thus their ability to pay off their debts. They advocated government policies to reverse the deflation. Although inflation has been the norm in more recent history, there has been substantial variation in the rate at which prices rise. From 2002 to 2012, prices rose at an average rate of 2.5% per year. By contrast, in the 1970s, prices rose by 7.8% per year, which meant the price level more than doubled over the decade. The public often views such high rates of inflation as a major economic problem. In fact, when President Jimmy Carter ran for re-election in 1980, challenger Ronald Reagan pointed to high inflation as one of the failures of Carter's economic policy. International data show an even broader range of inflation experiences. In 2012, while the U.S. inflation rate was 2.1%, inflation was 0.1% in Japan, 5.1% in Russia, 9.3% in India, and 21.1% in Venezuela. And even the high inflation rates in India and Venezuela are moderate by some standards. In February 2008, the Central Bank of Zimbabwe announced the inflation rate in its economy had reached 24,000%, some independent estimates put the figure even higher. An extraordinarily high rate of inflation such as this is called hyperinflation. What determines whether an economy experiences inflation and, if so, how much? This chapter answers this question by developing the quantity theory of money. Chapter 1 summarized this theory as one of the 10 principles of economics: prices rise when the government prints too much money. This insight has a long and venerable tradition among economists. The quantity theory was discussed by the famous 18th-century philosopher and economist David Hume and was advocated more recently by the prominent economist Milton Friedman. This theory can explain moderate inflations, such as those we have experienced in the United States, as well as hyperinflations. After developing a theory of inflation, we turn to a related question: why is inflation a problem? At first glance, the answer to this question may seem obvious: inflation is a problem because people don't like it. In the 1970s, when the United States experienced a relatively high rate of inflation, opinion polls placed inflation as the most important issue facing the nation. President Ford echoed this sentiment in 1974 when he called inflation public enemy number one. Ford wore a win button on his lapel for "Whip inflation now." But what, exactly, are the costs that inflation imposes on a society? The answer may surprise you. Identifying the various costs of inflation is not as straightforward as it first appears. As a result, although all economists decry hyperinflation, some economists argue that the costs of moderate inflation are not nearly as large as the public believes. 30-1 The classical theory of inflation. We begin our study of inflation by developing the quantity theory of money. This theory is often called classical because it was developed by some of the earliest economic thinkers. Most economists today rely on this theory to explain the long-run determinants of the price level and the inflation rate. 31 Of the level of prices and the value of money. Suppose we observe that over some period of time the price of an ice cream cone rises from a nickel to $1. What conclusion should we draw from the fact that people are willing to give up so much more money in exchange for a cone? It is possible that people have come to enjoy ice cream more. Yet that is probably not the case. It is more likely that people's enjoyment of ice cream has stayed roughly the same and that, over time, the money used to buy ice cream has become less valuable. Indeed, the first insight about inflation is that it is more about the value of money than about the value of goods. This insight helps point the way toward a theory of inflation. When the CPI and other measures of the price level rise, commentators are often tempted to look at the many individual prices that make up these price indexes. The CPI rose by 3% last month, led by a 20% rise in the price of coffee and a 30% rise in the price of heating oil. Although this approach does contain some interesting information about what's happening in the economy, it also misses a key point. Inflation is an economy-wide phenomenon that concerns, first and foremost, the value of the economy's medium of exchange. The economy's overall price level can be viewed in two ways. So far, we have viewed the price level as the price of a basket of goods and services. When the price level rises, people have to pay more for the goods and services they buy. Alternatively, we can view the price level as a measure of the value of money. A rise in the price level means a lower value of money because each dollar in your wallet now buys a smaller quantity of goods and services. It may help to express these ideas mathematically. Suppose P is the price level as measured, for instance, by the CPI or the GDP deflator. Then P measures the number of dollars needed to buy a basket of goods and services. Now turn this idea around, the quantity of goods and services that can be bought with $1 equals 1/P. In other words, if P is the price of goods and services measured in terms of money, 1/P is the value of money measured in terms of goods and services. This mathematics is simplest to understand in an economy that produces only a single good, say, ice cream cones. In that case, P would be the price of a cone. When the price of a cone is $2, then the value of $1 is half a cone. When the price rises to $3, the value of $1 falls to a third of a cone. The actual economy produces thousands of goods and services, so we use a price index rather than the price of a single good. But the logic remains the same: when the overall price level rises, the value of money falls. 31b Money supply, money demand, and monetary equilibrium. What determines the value of money? The answer to this question, like many in economics, is supply and demand. Just as the supply and demand for bananas determines the price of bananas, the supply and demand for money determines the value of money. Thus, our next step in developing the quantity theory of money is to consider the determinants of money supply and money demand. First, consider money supply. In the preceding chapter, we discussed how the Federal Reserve, together with the banking system, determines the supply of money. When the Fed sells bonds in open market operations, it receives dollars in exchange and contracts the money supply. When the Fed buys government bonds, it pays out dollars and expands the money supply. In addition, if any of these dollars are deposited in banks, which hold some as reserves and loan out the rest, the money multiplier swings into action, and these open market operations can have an even greater effect on the money supply. For our purposes in this chapter, we ignore the complications introduced by the banking system and simply take the quantity of money supplied as a policy variable that the Fed controls. Now consider money demand. Most fundamentally, the demand for money reflects how much wealth people want to hold in liquid form. Many factors influence the quantity of money demanded. The amount of currency that people hold in their wallets, for instance, depends on how much they rely on credit cards and on whether an automatic teller machine is easy to find. And as we will emphasize in chapter 34, the quantity of money demanded depends on the interest rate that a person could earn by using the money to buy an interest-bearing bond rather than leaving it in a wallet or low-interest checking account. Although many variables affect the demand for money, one variable stands out in importance: the average level of prices in the economy. People hold money because it is the medium of exchange. Unlike other assets, such as bonds or stocks, people can use money to buy the goods and services on their shopping lists. How much money they choose to hold for this purpose depends on the prices of those goods and services. The higher the prices are, the more money the typical transaction requires, and the more money people will choose to hold in their wallets and checking accounts. That is, a higher price level increases the quantity of money demanded. What ensures that the quantity of money the Fed supplies balances the quantity of money people demand? The answer, it turns out, depends on the time horizon being considered. Later in this book, we examine the short-run answer and learn that interest rates play a key role. The long-run answer, however, is much simpler. In the long run, money supply and money demand are brought into equilibrium by the overall level of prices. If the price level is above the equilibrium level, people will want to hold more money than the Fed has created, so the price level must fall to balance supply and demand. If the price level is below the equilibrium level, people will want to hold less money than the Fed has created, and the price level must rise to balance supply and demand. At the equilibrium price level, the quantity of money that people want to hold exactly balances the quantity of money supplied by the Fed. Figure 1 illustrates these ideas. The horizontal axis of this graph shows the quantity of money. The left vertical axis shows the value of money 1/P, and the right vertical axis shows the price level P. Notice that the price level axis on the right is inverted, a low price level is shown near the top of this axis, and a high price level is shown near the bottom. This inverted axis illustrates that when the value of money is high, the price level is low. The two curves in this figure are the supply and demand curves for money. The supply curve is vertical because the Fed has fixed the quantity of money available. The demand curve for money is downward sloping, indicating that when the value of money is low, people demand a larger quantity of it to buy goods and services. At the equilibrium, shown in the figure as point A, the quantity of money demanded balances the quantity of money supplied. This equilibrium of money supply and money demand determines the value of money and the price level. 637. 31. See the effects of a monetary injection. Let's now consider the effects of a change in monetary policy. To do so, imagine that the economy is in equilibrium and then, suddenly, the Fed doubles the supply of money by printing some dollar bills and dropping them around the country from helicopters. What happens after such a monetary injection? How does the new equilibrium compare to the old one? Figure 2 shows what happens. The monetary injection shifts the supply curve to the right from MS1 to MS2, and the equilibrium moves from point A to point B. As a result, the value of money decreases from 1/2 to 1/4, and the equilibrium price level increases from 2 to 4. In other words, when an increase in the money supply makes dollars more plentiful, the result is an increase in the price level that makes each dollar less valuable. This explanation of how the price level is determined and why it might change over time is called the quantity theory of money. According to the quantity theory, the quantity of money available in an economy determines the value of money, and growth in the quantity of money is the primary cause of inflation. As economist Milton Friedman once put it, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. 31d. A brief look at the adjustment process. So far, we have compared the old equilibrium and the new equilibrium after an injection of money. How does the economy move from the old to the new equilibrium? A complete answer to this question requires an understanding of short-run fluctuations in the economy, which we examine later in this book. Here, we briefly consider the adjustment process that occurs after a change in the money supply. The immediate effect of a monetary injection is to create an excess supply of money. Before the injection, the economy was in equilibrium. At the prevailing price level, people had exactly as much money as they wanted. But after the helicopters drop the new money and people pick it up off the streets, people have more dollars in their wallets than they want. At the prevailing price level, the quantity of money supplied now exceeds the quantity demanded. People try to get rid of this excess supply of money in various ways. They might use it to buy goods and services. Or they might use this excess money to make loans to others by buying bonds or by depositing the money in a bank savings account. These loans allow other people to buy goods and services. In either case, the injection of money increases the demand for goods and services. The economy's ability to supply goods and services, however, has not changed. As we saw in the chapter on production and growth, the economy's output of goods and services is determined by the available labor, physical capital, human. When the Fed increases the supply of money, the money supply curve shifts from MS1 to MS2. The value of money and the price level adjust to bring supply and demand back into balance. The equilibrium moves from point A to point B. Thus, when an increase in the money supply makes dollars more plentiful, the price level increases, making each dollar less valuable. Capital, natural resources, and technological knowledge. None of these is altered by the injection of money. Thus, the greater demand for goods and services causes the prices of goods and services to increase. The increase in the price level, in turn, increases the quantity of money demanded because people are using more dollars for every transaction. Eventually, the economy reaches a new equilibrium at which the quantity of money demanded again equals the quantity of money supplied. In this way, the overall price level for goods and services adjusts to bring money supply and money demand into balance. 31e The classical dichotomy and monetary neutrality. We have seen how changes in the money supply lead to changes in the average level of prices of goods and services. How do monetary changes affect other economic variables, such as production, employment, real wages, and real interest rates? This question has long intrigued economists, including David Hume in the 18th century. Hume and his contemporaries suggested that economic variables should be divided into two groups. The first group consists of nominal variables measured in monetary units. The second group consists of real variables measured in physical units. For example, the income of corn farmers is a nominal variable because it is measured in dollars, whereas the quantity of corn they produce is a real variable because it is measured in bushels. Nominal GDP is a nominal variable because it measures the dollar value of the economy's output of goods and services. Real GDP is a real variable because it measures the total quantity of goods and services produced and is not influenced by the current prices of those goods and services. The separation of real and nominal variables is now called the classical dichotomy. Applying the classical dichotomy is tricky when we turn to prices. Most prices are quoted in units of money and, therefore, are nominal variables. When we say that the price of corn is $2 a bushel or that the price of wheat is $1 a bushel, both prices are nominal variables. But what about a relative price, the price of one thing compared to another? In our example, we could say that the price of a bushel of corn is 2 bushels of wheat. This relative price is not measured in terms of money. When comparing the prices of any two goods, the dollar signs cancel, and the resulting number is measured in physical units. Thus, while dollar prices are nominal variables, relative prices are real variables. This lesson has many applications. For instance, the real wage is a real variable because it measures the rate at which people exchange goods and services for a unit of labor. Similarly, the real interest rate is a real variable because it measures the rate at which people exchange goods and services today for goods and services in the future. Why separate variables into these groups? The classical dichotomy is useful because different forces influence real and nominal variables. According to classical analysis, nominal variables are influenced by developments in the economy's monetary system, whereas money is largely irrelevant for explaining real variables. This idea was implicit in our discussion of the real economy in the long run. In previous chapters, we examined how real GDP, saving, investment, real interest rates, and unemployment are determined without mentioning the existence of money. In that analysis, the economy's production of goods and services depends on productivity and factor supplies. The real interest rate balances the supply and demand for loanable funds, the real wage balances the supply and demand for labor, and unemployment results when the real wage is for some reason kept above its equilibrium level. These conclusions have nothing to do with the quantity of money supplied. Changes in the supply of money, according to classical analysis, affect nominal variables but not real ones. When the central bank doubles the money supply, the price level doubles, the dollar wage doubles, and all other dollar values double. Real variables, such as production, employment, real wages, and real interest rates, are unchanged. The irrelevance of monetary changes for real variables is called monetary neutrality. An analogy helps explain monetary neutrality. As the unit of account, money is the yardstick we use to measure economic transactions. When a central bank doubles the money supply, all prices double, and the value of the unit of account falls by half. A similar change would occur if the government were to reduce the length of the yard from 36 to 18 inches. With the new, shorter yardstick, all measured distances would double, but the actual distances would remain the same. The dollar, like the yard, is merely a unit of measurement, so a change in its value should not have real effects. Is monetary neutrality realistic? Not completely. A change in the length of the yard from 36 to 18 inches would not matter in the long run, but in the short run, it would lead to confusion and mistakes. Similarly, most economists today believe that over short periods of time within the span of a year or two monetary changes affect real variables. Hume himself also doubted that monetary neutrality would apply in the short run. Yet classical analysis is right about the economy in the long run. Over the course of a decade, monetary changes have significant effects on nominal variables but only negligible effects on real variables. When studying long-run changes in the economy, the neutrality of money offers a good description of how the world works. 31F velocity and the quantity equation. We can obtain another perspective on the quantity theory of money by considering the following question: how many times per year is the typical dollar bill used to pay for a newly produced good or service? The answer to this question is given by a variable called the velocity of money. In physics, the term velocity refers to the speed at which an object travels. In economics, the velocity of money refers to the speed at which the typical dollar bill travels around the economy from wallet to wallet. To calculate the velocity of money, we divide the nominal value of output by the quantity of money. If P is the price level, Y the quantity of output, and M the quantity of money, then velocity is V5/M. To see why this makes sense, imagine a simple economy that produces only pizza. Suppose that the economy produces 100 pizzas in a year, that a pizza sells for $10, and that the quantity of money in the economy is $50. Then the velocity of money is. In this economy, people spend a total of $1,000 per year on pizza. For this $1,000 of spending to take place with only $50 of money, each dollar bill must change hands on average 20 times per year. With slight algebraic rearrangement, this equation can be rewritten as M3V5P3Y. This equation states that the quantity of money times the velocity of money equals the price of output times the amount of output. It is called the quantity equation because it relates the quantity of money to the nominal value of output. The quantity equation shows that an increase in the quantity of money in an economy must be reflected in one of the other three variables: the price level must rise, the quantity of output must rise, or the velocity of money must fall. In many cases, it turns out that the velocity of money is relatively stable. For example, Figure 3 shows nominal GDP, the quantity of money, and the velocity of money for the U.S. economy since 1960. During the period, the money supply and nominal GDP both increased about 30-fold. By contrast, the velocity of money, although not exactly constant, has not changed dramatically. Thus, for some purposes, the assumption of constant velocity may be a good approximation. 31G The inflation tax. If inflation is so easy to explain, why do countries experience hyperinflation? That is, why do the central banks of these countries choose to print so much money that its value is certain to fall rapidly over time? We now have all the elements necessary to explain the equilibrium price level and inflation rate. They are as follows. 1. The velocity of money is relatively stable over time. 2. Because velocity is stable, when the central bank changes the quantity of money, it causes proportionate changes in the nominal value of output. 3. The economy's output of goods and services is primarily determined by factor supplies and the available production technology. In particular, because money is neutral, money does not affect output. 4. With output determined by factor supplies and technology, when the central bank alters the money supply and induces proportional changes in the nominal value of output, these changes are reflected in changes in the price level. 5. Therefore, when the central bank increases the money supply rapidly, the result is a high rate of inflation. These 5 steps are the essence of the quantity theory of money. Money and prices during 4 hyperinflations. Although earthquakes can wreak havoc on a society, they have the beneficial byproduct of providing much useful data for seismologists. These data can shed light on alternative theories and, thereby, help society predict and deal with future threats. Similarly, hyperinflations offer monetary economists a natural experiment they can use to study the effects of money on the economy. Hyperinflations are interesting in part because the changes in the money supply and price level are so large. Indeed, hyperinflation is generally defined as inflation that exceeds 50% per month. This means that the price level increases more than 100-fold over the course of a year. The data on hyperinflation show a clear link between the quantity of money and the price level. Figure 4 graphs data from 4 classic hyperinflations that occurred during the 1920s in Austria, Hungary, Germany, and Poland. Each graph shows the quantity of money in the economy and an index of the price level. The slope of the money line represents the rate at which the quantity of money was growing, and the slope of the price line represents the inflation rate. The steeper the lines, the higher the rates of money growth or inflation. Notice that in each graph the quantity of money and the price level are almost parallel. In each instance, growth in the quantity of money is moderate at first and so is inflation. But over time, the quantity of money in the economy starts growing faster and faster. At about the same time, inflation also takes off. Then when the quantity of money stabilizes, the price level stabilizes as well. These episodes illustrate well one of the 10 principles of economics: prices rise when the government prints too much money. The answer is that the governments of these countries are using money creation as a way to pay for their spending. When the government wants to build roads, pay salaries to its soldiers, or give transfer payments to the poor or elderly, it first has to raise the necessary funds. Normally, the government does this by levying taxes, such as income and sales taxes, and by borrowing from the public by selling government bonds. Yet the government can also pay for spending simply by printing the money it needs. When the government raises revenue by printing money, it is said to levy an inflation tax. The inflation tax is not exactly like other taxes, however, because no one receives a bill from the government for this tax. Instead, the inflation tax is subtler. When the government prints money, the price level rises, and the dollars in your wallet are less valuable. Thus, the inflation tax is like a tax on everyone who holds money. The importance of the inflation tax varies from country to country and over time. In the United States in recent years, the inflation tax has been a trivial source of revenue. It has accounted for less than 3% of government revenue. During the 1770s, however, the Continental Congress of the fledgling United States relied heavily on the inflation tax to pay for military spending. Because the new government had a limited ability to raise funds through regular taxes or borrowing, printing dollars was the easiest way to pay the American soldiers. As the quantity theory predicts, the result was a high rate of inflation. Prices measured in terms of the continental dollar rose more than 100-fold over a few years. Almost all hyperinflations follow the same pattern as the hyperinflation during the American Revolution. The government has high spending, inadequate tax revenue, and limited ability to borrow. As a result, it turns to the printing press to pay for its spending. The massive increases in the quantity of money lead to massive inflation. The inflation ends when the government institutes fiscal reforms such as cuts in government spending that eliminate the need for the inflation tax. 31H The Fisher effect. According to the principle of monetary neutrality, an increase in the rate of money growth raises the rate of inflation but does not affect any real variable. During the first decade of the 2000s, the nation of Zimbabwe experienced one of history's most extreme examples of hyperinflation. In many ways, the story is common. Large government budget deficits led to the creation of large quantities of money and high rates of inflation. The hyperinflation ended in April 2009 when the Zimbabwe Central Bank stopped printing the Zimbabwe dollar, and the nation started using foreign currencies such as the US dollar and the South African rand as the medium of exchange. Estimates vary about how high inflation in Zimbabwe got, but the magnitude of the problem is well documented by the denomination of the notes being issued by the central bank. Before the hyperinflation started, the Zimbabwe dollar was worth a bit more than $1, so the denominations of the paper currency were similar to those one would find in the United States. A person might carry, for example, a $10 note in his wallet. In January 2008, However, after years of high inflation, the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe issued notes worth 10 million Zimbabwe dollars, which was then equivalent to about $4. But even that did not prove to be large enough. A year later, the central bank announced it would issue notes worth 10 trillion Zimbabwe dollars, then worth about $3. As prices rose and the central bank printed ever larger denominations of money, the older, smaller denomination currency lost value and became almost worthless. One indication of this phenomenon can be found on this sign from a public restroom in Zimbabwe. An important application of this principle concerns the effect of money on interest rates. Interest rates are important variables for macroeconomists to understand because they link the economy of the present and the economy of the future through their effects on saving and investment. To understand the relationship between money, inflation, and interest rates, recall the distinction between the nominal interest rate and the real interest rate. The nominal interest rate is the interest rate you hear about at your bank. If you have a savings account, for instance, the nominal interest rate tells you how fast the number of dollars in your account will rise over time. The real interest rate corrects the nominal interest rate for the effect of inflation to tell you how fast the purchasing power of your savings account will rise over time. The real interest rate is the nominal interest rate minus the inflation rate. Real interest rate 5, nominal interest rate 2, inflation rate. For example, if the bank posts a nominal interest rate of 7% per year and the inflation rate is 3% per year, then the real value of the deposits grows by 4% per year. We can rewrite this equation to show that the nominal interest rate is the sum of the real interest rate and the inflation rate. Nominal interest rate 5, real interest rate 1, inflation rate. This way of looking at the nominal interest rate is useful because different economic forces determine each of the two terms on the right side of this equation. As we discussed earlier in the book, the supply and demand for loanable funds determine the real interest rate. And according to the quantity theory of money, growth in the money supply determines the inflation rate. Let's now consider how the growth in the money supply affects interest rates. In the long run, over which money is neutral, a change in money growth should not affect the real interest rate. The real interest rate is, after all, a real variable. For the real interest rate not to be affected, the nominal interest rate must adjust 1-for-1 to changes in the inflation rate. Thus, when the Fed increases the rate of money growth, the long-run result is both a higher inflation rate and a higher nominal interest rate. This adjustment of the nominal interest rate to the inflation rate is called the Fisher effect, after Irving Fisher, the economist who first studied it. Keep in mind that our analysis of the Fisher effect has maintained a long-run perspective. The Fisher effect need not hold in the short run because inflation may be unanticipated. A nominal interest rate is a payment on a loan, and it is typically set when the loan is first made. If a jump in inflation catches the borrower and lender by surprise, the nominal interest rate they agreed on will fail to reflect the higher inflation. But if inflation remains high, people will eventually come to expect it, and loan agreements will reflect this expectation. To be precise, therefore, the Fisher effect states that the nominal interest rate adjusts to expected inflation. Expected inflation moves with actual inflation in the long run, but that is not necessarily true in the short run. The Fisher effect is crucial for understanding changes over time in the nominal interest rate. Figure 5 shows the nominal interest rate and the inflation rate in the U.S. economy since 1960. The close association between these two variables is clear. The nominal interest rate rose from the early 1960s through the 1970s. Because inflation was also rising during this time. Similarly, the nominal interest rate fell from the early 1980s through the 1990s because the Fed got inflation under control. In recent years, both the nominal interest rate and the inflation rate have been low by historical standards. Quick quiz: the government of a country increases the growth rate of the money supply from 5% per year to 50% per year. What happens to prices? What happens to nominal interest rates? Why might the government be doing this? This figure uses annual data since 1960 to show the nominal interest rate on 3-month Treasury bills and the inflation rate as measured by the CPI. The close association between these two variables is evidence for the Fisher effect. When the inflation rate rises, so does the nominal interest rate. In the late 1970s, when the U.S. inflation rate reached about 10% per year, inflation dominated debates over economic policy. And even though inflation has been low over the past 20 years, it remains a closely watched macroeconomic variable. One study found that inflation is the economic term mentioned most often in U.S. newspapers. Inflation is closely watched and widely discussed because it is thought to be a serious economic problem. But is that true? And if so, why? 647. 32A fall in purchasing power? The inflation fallacy. If you ask the typical person why inflation is bad, he will tell you that the answer is obvious: inflation robs him of the purchasing power of his hard-earned dollars. When prices rise, each dollar of income buys fewer goods and services. Thus, it might seem that inflation directly lowers living standards. Yet further thought reveals a fallacy in this answer. When prices rise, buyers of goods and services pay more for what they buy. At the same time, however, sellers of goods and services get more for what they sell. Because most people earn their incomes by selling their services, such as their labor, inflation in incomes goes hand in hand with inflation in prices. Thus, inflation does not in itself reduce people's real purchasing power. People believe the inflation fallacy because they do not appreciate the principle of monetary neutrality. A worker who receives an annual raise of 10% tends to view that raise American Samoa a reward for his own talent and effort. When an inflation rate of 6% reduces the real value of that raise to only 4%, the worker might feel that he has been cheated of what is rightfully his due. In fact, as we discussed in the chapter on production and growth, real incomes are determined by real variables, such as physical capital, human capital, natural resources, and the available production technology. Nominal incomes are determined by those factors and the overall price level. If the Fed were to lower the inflation rate from 6% to 0, our worker's annual raise would fall from 10% to 4%. He might feel less robbed by inflation, but his real income would not rise more quickly. If nominal incomes tend to keep pace with rising prices, why then is inflation a problem? It turns out that there is no single answer to this question. Instead, economists have identified several costs of inflation. Each of these costs shows some way in which persistent growth in the money supply does, in fact, have some effect on real variables. 32B shoe leather costs. As we have discussed, inflation is like a tax on the holders of money. The tax itself is not a cost to society, it is only a transfer of resources from households to the government. Yet most taxes give people an incentive to alter their behavior to avoid paying the tax, and this distortion of incentives causes deadweight losses for society as a whole. Like other taxes, the inflation tax also causes deadweight losses because people waste scarce resources trying to avoid it. How can a person avoid paying the inflation tax? Because inflation erodes the real value of the money in your wallet, you can avoid the inflation tax by holding less money. One way to do this is to go to the bank more often. For example, rather than withdrawing $200 every 4 weeks, you might withdraw $50 once a week. By making more frequent trips to the bank, you can keep more of your wealth in your interest-bearing savings account and less in your wallet, where inflation erodes its value. The cost of reducing your money holdings is called the shoe leather cost of inflation because making more frequent trips to the bank causes your shoes to wear out more quickly. Of course, this term is not to be taken literally. The actual cost of reducing your money holdings is not the wear and tear on your shoes but the time and convenience you must sacrifice to keep less money on hand than you would if there were no inflation. The shoe leather costs of inflation may seem trivial. Indeed, they are in the U.S. economy, which has had only moderate inflation in recent years. But this cost is magnified in countries experiencing hyperinflation. Here is a description of one person's experience in Bolivia during its hyperinflation. When Edgar Miranda gets his monthly teacher's pay of 25 million pesos, he hasn't a moment to lose. Every hour, pesos drop in value. So, while his wife rushes to market to lay in a month's supply of rice and noodles, he is off with the rest of the pesos to change them into black market dollars. Mr. Miranda is practicing the first rule of survival amid the most out-of-control inflation in the world today. Bolivia is a case study of how runaway inflation undermines a society. Price increases are so huge that the figures build up almost beyond comprehension. In one 6-month period, for example, prices soared at an annual rate of 38,000%. By official count, however, last year's inflation reached 2,000%, and this year's is expected to hit 8,000%, though other estimates range many times higher. In any event, Bolivia's rate dwarfs Israel's 370% and Argentina's 1,100%, two other cases of severe inflation. It is easier to comprehend what happens to the 38-year-old Mr. Miranda's pay if he doesn't quickly change it into dollars. The day he was paid 25 million pesos, a dollar cost 500,000 pesos. So he received $50. Just days later, with the rate at 900,000 pesos, he would have received $27. As this story shows, the shoe leather costs of inflation can be substantial. With the high inflation rate, Mr. Miranda does not have the luxury of holding the local money as a store of value. Instead, he is forced to convert his pesos quickly into goods or into US dollars, which offer a more stable store of value. The time and effort that Mr. Miranda expends to reduce his money holdings are a waste of resources. If the monetary authority pursued a low inflation policy, Mr. Miranda would be happy to hold pesos, and he could put his time and effort to more productive use. In fact, shortly after this article was written, the Bolivian inflation rate was reduced substantially with a more restrictive monetary policy. 32C menu costs. Most firms do not change the prices of their products every day. Instead, firms often announce prices and leave them unchanged for weeks, months, or even years. One survey found that the typical US firm changes its prices about once a year. Firms change prices infrequently because there are costs of changing prices. Costs of price adjustment are called menu costs, a term derived from a restaurant's cost of printing a new menu. Menu costs include the costs of deciding on new prices, printing new price lists and catalogs, sending these new price lists and catalogs to dealers and customers, advertising the new prices, and even dealing with customer annoyance over price changes. Inflation increases the menu costs that firms must bear. In the current US economy, with its low inflation rate, annual price adjustment is an appropriate business strategy for many firms. But when high inflation makes firms' costs rise rapidly, annual price adjustment is impractical. During hyperinflations, for example, firms must change their prices daily or even more often just to keep up with all the other prices in the economy. 32D relative price variability and the misallocation of resources. Suppose that the Eat a Bit eatery prints a new menu with new prices every January and then leaves its prices unchanged for the rest of the year. If there is no inflation, Eat a Bit's relative prices, the prices of its meals compared to other prices in the economy, would be constant over the course of the year. By contrast, if the inflation rate is 12% per year, Eat a Bit's relative prices will automatically fall by 1% each month. The restaurant's relative prices will be high in the early months of the year, just after it has printed a new menu, and low in the later months. And the higher the inflation rate, the greater is this automatic variability. Thus, because prices change only once in a while, inflation causes relative prices to vary more than they otherwise would. Why does this matter? The reason is that market economies rely on relative prices to allocate scarce resources. Consumers decide what to buy by comparing the quality and prices of various goods and services. Through these decisions, they determine how the scarce factors of production are allocated among industries and firms. When inflation distorts relative prices, consumer decisions are distorted and markets are less able to allocate resources to their best use. 32e Inflation-induced tax distortions. Almost all taxes distort incentives, cause people to alter their behavior, and lead to a less efficient allocation of the economy's resources. Many taxes, however, become even more problematic in the presence of inflation. The reason is that lawmakers often fail to take inflation into account when writing the tax laws. Economists who have studied the tax code conclude that inflation tends to raise the tax burden on income earned from savings. One example of how inflation discourages saving is the tax treatment of capital gains, the profits made by selling an asset for more than its purchase price. Suppose that in 1980 you used some of your savings to buy stock in Apple Incorporated for $10 and that in 2010 you sold the stock for $50. According to the tax law, you have earned a capital gain of $40, which you must include in your income when computing how much income tax you owe. But suppose the overall price level doubled from 1980 to 2010. In this case, the $10 you invested in 1980 is equivalent to $20 in 2010. When you sell your stock for $50, you have a real gain of only $30. The tax code, however, does not take account of inflation and assesses you a tax on a gain of $40. Thus, inflation exaggerates the size of capital gains and inadvertently increases the tax burden on this type of income. Another example is the tax treatment of interest income. The income tax treats the nominal interest earned on savings as income, even though part of the nominal interest rate merely compensates for inflation. To see the effects of this policy, consider the numerical example in Table 1. The table compares two economies, both of which tax interest income at a rate of 25%. In economy A, inflation is 0 and the nominal and real interest rates are both 4%. In this case, the 25% tax on interest income reduces the real interest rate from 4% to 3%. In economy B, the real interest rate is again 4% but the inflation rate is 8%. As a result of the Fisher effect, the nominal interest rate is 12%. Because the income tax treats this entire 12% interest as income, the government takes 25% of it, leaving an after-tax nominal interest rate of only 9% and an after-tax real interest rate of only 1%. In this case, the 25% tax on interest income reduces the real interest rate from 4% to 1%. Because the after-tax real interest rate provides the incentive to save, saving is much less attractive in the economy with inflation than in the economy with stable prices. 650. The taxes on nominal capital gains and on nominal interest income are two examples of how the tax code interacts with inflation. There are many others. Because of these inflation-induced tax changes, higher inflation tends to discourage people from saving. Recall that the economy's saving provides the resources for investment, which in turn is a key ingredient to long-run economic growth. Thus, when inflation raises the tax burden on saving, it tends to depress the economy's long-run growth rate. There is, however, no consensus among economists about the size of this effect. One solution to this problem, other than eliminating inflation, is to index the tax system. That is, the tax laws could be rewritten to take account of the effects of inflation. In the case of capital gains, for example, the tax code could adjust the purchase price using a price index and assess the tax only on the real gain. In the case of interest income, the government could tax only real interest income by excluding that portion of the interest income that merely compensates for inflation. To some extent, the tax laws have moved in the direction of indexation. For example, the income levels at which income tax rates change are adjusted automatically each year based on changes in the CPI. Yet many other aspects of the tax laws such as the tax treatment of capital gains and interest income are not indexed. In an ideal world, the tax laws would be written so that inflation would not alter anyone's real tax liability. In the world in which we live, however, tax laws are far from perfect. More complete indexation would probably be desirable, but it would further complicate a tax code that many people already consider too complex. 32F Confusion and inconvenience. Imagine that we took a poll and asked people the following question: this year the yard is 36 inches. How long do you think it should be next year? Assuming we could get people to take us seriously, they would tell us that the yard should stay the same length, 36 inches. Anything else would just complicate life needlessly. What does this finding have to do with inflation? Recall that money, as the economy's unit of account, is what we use to quote prices and record debts. In other words, money is the yardstick with which we measure economic transactions. The job of the Fed is a bit like the job of the Bureau of Standards to ensure the reliability of a commonly used unit of measurement. When the Fed increases the money supply and creates inflation, it erodes the real value of the unit of account. It is difficult to judge the costs of the confusion and inconvenience that arise from inflation. Earlier, we discussed how the tax code incorrectly measures real incomes in the presence of inflation. Similarly, accountants incorrectly measure firms' earnings when prices are rising over time. Because inflation causes dollars at different times to have different real values, computing a firm's profit, the difference between its revenue and costs, is more complicated in an economy with inflation. Therefore, to some extent, inflation makes investors less able to sort successful from unsuccessful firms, which in turn impedes financial markets in their role of allocating the economy's saving to alternative types of investment. 32G. A special cost of unexpected inflation, arbitrary redistributions of wealth. So far, the costs of inflation we have discussed occur even if inflation is steady and predictable. Inflation has an additional cost, however, when it comes as a surprise. Unexpected inflation redistributes wealth among the population in a way that has nothing to do with either merit or need. These redistributions occur because many loans in the economy are specified in terms of the unit of account money. Consider an example. Suppose that Sam student takes out a $20,000 loan at a 7% interest rate from Big Bank to attend college. In 10 years, the loan will come due. After his debt has compounded for 10 years at 7%, Sam will owe Big Bank $40,000. The real value of this debt will depend on inflation over the decade. If Sam is lucky, the economy will have a hyperinflation. In this case, wages and prices will rise so high that Sam will be able to pay the $40,000 debt out of pocket change. By contrast, if the economy goes through a major deflation, then wages and prices will fall, and Sam will find the $40,000 debt a greater burden than he anticipated. This example shows that unexpected changes in prices redistribute wealth among debtors and creditors. A hyperinflation enriches Sam at the expense of Big Bank because it diminishes the real value of the debt. Sam can repay the loan in dollars that are less valuable than he anticipated. Deflation enriches Big Bank at Sam's expense because it increases the real value of the debt. In this case, Sam has to repay the loan in dollars that are more valuable than he anticipated. If inflation were predictable, then Big Bank and Sam could take inflation into account when setting the nominal interest rate. But if inflation is hard to predict, it imposes risk on Sam and Big Bank that both would prefer to avoid. This cost of unexpected inflation is important to consider together with another fact: inflation is especially volatile and uncertain when the average rate of inflation is high. This is seen most simply by examining the experience of different countries. Countries with low average inflation, such as Germany in the late 20th century, tend to have stable inflation. Countries with high average inflation, such as 652. Many countries in Latin America tend to have unstable inflation. There are no known examples of economies with high, stable inflation. This relationship between the level and volatility of inflation points to another cost of inflation. If a country pursues a high inflation monetary policy, it will have to bear not only the costs of high expected inflation but also the arbitrary redistributions of wealth associated with unexpected inflation. 32H. Inflation is bad, but deflation may be worse. In recent U.S. history, inflation has been the norm. But the level of prices has fallen at times, such as during the late 19th century and early 1930s. From 1998 to 2012, Japan experienced a 4% decline in its overall price level. So as we conclude our discussion of the costs of inflation, we should briefly consider the costs of deflation as well. Some economists have suggested that a small and predictable amount of deflation may be desirable. Milton Friedman pointed out that deflation would lower the nominal interest rate and that a lower nominal interest rate would reduce the cost of holding money. The shoe leather costs of holding money would, he argued, be minimized by a nominal interest rate close to zero, which in turn would require deflation equal to the real interest rate. This prescription for moderate deflation is called the Friedman rule. Yet there are also costs of deflation. Some of these mirror the costs of inflation. For example, just as a rising price level induces menu costs and relative price variability, so does a falling price level. Moreover, in practice, deflation is rarely as steady and predictable as Friedman recommended. More often, it comes as a surprise, resulting in the redistribution of wealth toward creditors and away from debtors. Because debtors are often poorer, these redistributions in wealth are particularly painful. Perhaps most important, deflation often arises because of broader macroeconomic difficulties. As we will see in future chapters, falling prices result when some event, such as a monetary contraction, reduces the overall demand for goods and services in the economy. This fall in aggregate demand can lead to falling incomes and rising unemployment. In other words, deflation is often a symptom of deeper economic problems. The Wizard of Oz and the free silver debate. As a child, you probably saw the movie The Wizard of Oz, based on a children's book written in 1900. The movie and book tell the story of a young girl, Dorothy, who finds herself lost in a strange land far from home. You probably did not know, however, that some scholars believe that the story is actually an allegory about U.S. monetary policy in the late 19th century. From 1880 to 1896, the price level in the U.S. economy fell by 23%. Because this event was unanticipated, it led to a major redistribution of wealth. Most farmers in the western part of the country were debtors. Their creditors were the bankers in the East. When the price level fell, it caused the real value of these debts to rise, which enriched the banks at the expense of the farmers. According to populist politicians of the time, the solution to the farmers' problem was the free coinage of silver. During this period, the United States was operating with a gold standard. The quantity of gold determined the money supply and, thereby, the price level. The free silver advocates wanted silver, as well as gold, to be used as money. If adopted, this proposal would have increased the money supply, pushed up the price level, and reduced the real burden of the farmers' debts. The debate over silver was heated, and it was central to the politics of the 1890s. A common election slogan of the populists was "We are mortgaged. All but our votes." One prominent advocate of free silver was William Jennings Bryan, the Democratic nominee for president in 1896. He is remembered in part for a speech at the Democratic Party's nominating convention in which he said, "You shall not press down upon the brow of labor this crown of thorns. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold." Rarely since then have politicians waxed so poetic about alternative approaches to monetary policy. Nonetheless, Bryan lost the election to Republican William McKinley, and the United States remained on the gold standard. L. Frank Baum, author of the book The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, was a Midwestern journalist. When he sat down to write a story for children, he made the characters represent protagonists in the major political battle of his time. Here is how economic historian Hugh Rockoff, writing in the Journal of Political Economy in 1990, interprets the story. Dorothy, traditional American values. Toto, prohibitionist party, also called the teetotalers' scarecrow, farmers' tin woodsman, industrial workers' cowardly lion, William Jennings Bryan Munchkins, citizens of the East Wicked Witch of the East, Grover Cleveland Wicked Witch of the West, William McKinley Wizard, Marcus Alonso Hanna, chairman of the Republican Party Oz, abbreviation for ounce of gold yellow brick road, gold standard. At the end of Baum's story, Dorothy does find her way home, but it is not by just following the yellow brick road. After a long and perilous journey, she learns that the wizard is incapable of helping her or her friends. Instead, Dorothy finally discovers the magical power of her silver slippers. The populists lost the debate over the free coinage of silver, but they eventually got the monetary expansion and inflation that they wanted. In 1898, prospectors discovered gold near the Klondike River in the Canadian Yukon. Increased supplies of gold also arrived from the mines of South Africa. As a result, the money supply and the price level started to rise in the United States and in other countries operating on the gold standard. Within 15 years, prices in the United States were back to the levels that had prevailed in the 1880s, and farmers were better able to handle their debts. This chapter discussed the causes and costs of inflation. The primary cause of inflation is growth in the quantity of money. When the central bank creates money in large quantities, the value of money falls quickly. To maintain stable prices, the central bank must maintain strict control over the money supply. The costs of inflation are subtler. They include shoe leather costs, menu costs, increased variability of relative prices, unintended changes in tax liabilities, confusion and inconvenience, and arbitrary redistributions of wealth. Are these costs, in total, large or small? All economists agree that they become huge during hyperinflation. But during periods of moderate inflation when prices rise by less than 10% per year, the size of these costs is more open to debate. Although this chapter presented many of the most important lessons about inflation, the discussion is incomplete. When the central bank reduces the rate of money growth, prices rise less rapidly, as the quantity theory suggests. Yet as the economy makes the transition to this lower inflation rate, the change in monetary policy will have disruptive effects on production and employment. That is, even though monetary policy is neutral in the long run, it has profound effects on real variables in the short run. Later in this book we will examine the reasons for short-run monetary non-neutrality to enhance our understanding of the causes and effects of inflation. The overall level of prices in an economy adjusts to bring money supply and money demand into balance. When the central bank increases the supply of money, it causes the price level to rise. Persistent growth in the quantity of money supplied leads to continuing inflation. The principle of monetary neutrality asserts that changes in the quantity of money influence nominal variables but not real variables. Most economists believe that monetary neutrality approximately describes the behavior of the economy in the long run. A government can pay for some of its spending simply by printing money. When countries rely heavily on this inflation tax, the result is hyperinflation. One application of the principle of monetary neutrality is the Fisher effect. According to the Fisher effect, when the inflation rate rises, the nominal interest rate rises by the same amount so that the real interest rate remains the same. Many people think that inflation makes them poorer because it raises the cost of what they buy. This view is a fallacy, however, because inflation also raises nominal incomes. Economists have identified 6 costs of inflation: shoe leather costs associated with reduced money holdings, menu costs associated with more frequent adjustment of prices, increased variability of relative prices, unintended changes in tax liabilities due to non-indexation of the tax code, confusion and inconvenience resulting from a changing unit of account, and arbitrary redistributions of wealth between debtors and creditors. Many of these costs are large during hyperinflation, but the size of these costs for moderate inflation is less clear. Summary. Quantity theory of money, p. 637 nominal variables, p. 639 real variables, p. 639 classical dichotomy, p. 639. Monetary neutrality, p. 640 velocity of money, p. 640 quantity equation, p. 641 inflation tax, p. 643. Fisher effect, P645 shoe leather costs, P647 menu costs, P648. Key concepts. 655. 1. Suppose that this year's money supply is $500 billion, nominal GDP is $10 trillion, and real GDP is $5 trillion. A. What is the price level? What is the velocity of money? B. Suppose that velocity is constant and the economy's output of goods and services rises by 5% each year. What will happen to nominal GDP and the price level next year if the Fed keeps the money supply constant? C. What money supply should the Fed set next year if it wants to keep the price level stable? D. What money supply should the Fed set next year if it wants an inflation of 10%? Problems and applications. Quick check multiple choice 1. The classical principle of monetary neutrality states that changes in the money supply do not influence variables and is thought most applicable in the run. A. Nominal, short B. Nominal, long C. Real, short D. Real, long 2. If nominal GDP is $400, real GDP is $200, and the money supply is $100, then A. The price level is 1/2, and velocity is 2. B. The price level is 1/2, and velocity is 4. C. The price level is 2, and velocity is 2. D. The price level is 2, and velocity is 4. 3. According to the quantity theory of money, which variable in the quantity equation is most stable over long periods of time? A. Money. B. Velocity. C. Price level. D. Output. 4. Hyperinflations occur when the government runs a large budget which the central bank finances with a substantial monetary A. Deficit, contraction. B. Deficit, expansion. C. Surplus, contraction. D. Surplus, expansion. 5. According to the quantity theory of money and the Fisher effect, if the central bank increases the rate of money growth, A. Inflation and the nominal interest rate both increase. B. Inflation and the real interest rate both increase. C. The nominal interest rate and the real interest rate both increase. D. Inflation, the real interest rate, and the nominal interest rate all increase. 6. If an economy always has inflation of 10% per year, which of the following costs of inflation will it not suffer? A. Shoe leather costs from reduced holdings of money. B. Menu costs from more frequent price adjustment. C. Distortions from the taxation of nominal capital gains. D. Arbitrary redistributions between debtors and creditors. 1. Explain how an increase in the price level affects the real value of money. 2. According to the quantity theory of money, what is the effect of an increase in the quantity of money? 3. Explain the difference between nominal and real variables and give 2 examples of each. According to the principle of monetary neutrality, which variables are affected by changes in the quantity of money? 4. In what sense is inflation like a tax? How does thinking about inflation as a tax help explain hyperinflation? 5. According to the Fisher effect, how does an increase in the inflation rate affect the real interest rate and the nominal interest rate? 6. What are the costs of inflation? Which of these costs do you think are most important for the U.S. economy? 7. If inflation is less than expected, who benefits, debtors or creditors? Explain. Questions for review. 656. 2. Suppose that changes in bank regulations expand the availability of credit cards so that people need to hold less cash. A. How does this event affect the demand for money? B. If the Fed does not respond to this event, what will happen to the price level? C. If the Fed wants to keep the price level stable, what should it do? 3. It is sometimes suggested that the Fed should try to achieve zero inflation. If we assume that velocity is constant, does this zero inflation goal require that the rate of money growth equal 0? If yes, Explain why. If no, explain what the rate of money growth should equal. 4. Suppose that a country's inflation rate increases sharply. What happens to the inflation tax on the holders of money? Why is wealth that is held in savings accounts not subject to a change in the inflation tax? Can you think of any way holders of savings accounts are hurt by the increase in the inflation rate? 5. Let's consider the effects of inflation in an economy composed of only two people, Bob, a bean farmer, and Rita, a rice farmer. Bob and Rita both always consume equal amounts of rice and beans. In 2013, the price of beans was $1 and the price of rice was $3. A. Suppose that in 2014 the price of beans was $2 and the price of rice was $6. What was inflation? Was Bob better off, worse off, or unaffected by the changes in prices? What about Rita? B. Now suppose that in 2014 the price of beans was $2 and the price of rice was $4. What was inflation? Was Bob better off, worse off, or unaffected by the changes in prices? What about Rita? C. Finally, suppose that in 2014 the price of beans was $2 and the price of rice was $1.50. What was inflation? Was Bob better off, worse off, or unaffected by the changes in prices? What about Rita? D. What matters more to Bob and Rita, the overall inflation rate or the relative price of rice and beans? 6. If the tax rate is 40%, compute the before-tax real interest rate and the after-tax real interest rate in each of the following cases. A. The nominal interest rate is 10%, and the inflation rate is 5%. B. The nominal interest rate is 6%, and the inflation rate is 2%. C. The nominal interest rate is 4%, and the inflation rate is 1%. 7. Recall that money serves three functions in the economy. What are those functions? How does inflation affect the ability of money to serve each of these functions? 8. Suppose that people expect inflation to equal 3%, but in fact, prices rise by 5%. Describe how this unexpectedly high inflation rate would help or hurt the following. A. The government. B. A homeowner with a fixed-rate mortgage. C. A union worker in the second year of a labor contract. D. A college that has invested some of its endowment in government bonds. 9. Explain whether the following statements are true, false, or uncertain. A. Inflation hurts borrowers and helps lenders, because borrowers must pay a higher rate of interest. B. If prices change in a way that leaves the overall price level unchanged, then no one is made better or worse off. C. Inflation does not reduce the purchasing power of most workers. Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. Part 11. The Macroeconomics of Open Economies. 659. W. When you decide to buy a car, you may compare the latest models offered by Ford and Toyota. When you take your next vacation, you may consider spending it on a beach in Florida or in Mexico. When you start saving for your retirement, you may choose between a mutual fund that buys stock in U.S. companies and one that buys stock in foreign companies. In all these cases, you are participating not just in the U.S. economy but in economies around the world. Openness to international trade yields clear benefits. Trade allows people to produce what they produce best and to consume the great variety of goods and services produced around the world. Indeed, one of the 10 principles of economics highlighted in Chapter 1 is that trade can make everyone better off. International trade can raise living standards in all countries by allowing each country to specialize in producing those goods and services in which it has a comparative advantage. So far, our development of macroeconomics has largely ignored the economy's interaction with other economies around the world. For most questions in macroeconomics, international issues are peripheral. For instance, when we discuss the natural rate of unemployment and the causes of inflation, the effects of international trade can safely be ignored. Indeed, to keep their models simple, macroeconomists often assume a closed economy, an economy that does not interact with other economies. Yet when macroeconomists study an open economy, an economy that interacts freely with other economies around the world, they encounter a whole set of new issues. This chapter and the next provide an introduction to open economy macroeconomics. We begin in this chapter by discussing the key macroeconomic variables that describe an open economy's interactions in world markets. You may have noticed mention of these variables: exports, imports, the trade balance, and exchange rates when reading news reports or watching the nightly news. Our first job is to understand what these data mean. In the next chapter, we develop a model to explain how these variables are determined and how they are affected by various government policies. Closed economy: an economy that does not interact with other economies in the world. Open economy: an economy that interacts freely with other economies around the world. An open economy interacts with other economies in two ways: it buys and sells goods and services in world product markets, and it buys and sells capital assets such as stocks and bonds in world financial markets. Here we discuss these two activities and the close relationship between them. 31-1 of the flow of goods, exports, imports, and net exports. Exports are domestically produced goods and services that are sold abroad, and imports are foreign produced goods and services that are sold domestically. When Boeing, the U.S. aircraft manufacturer, builds a plane and sells it to Air France, the sale is an export for the United States and an import for France. When Volvo, the Swedish car manufacturer, makes a car and sells it to a U.S. resident, the sale is an import for the United States and an export for Sweden. The net exports of any country are the difference between the value of its exports and the value of its imports. Net exports 5 value of countries' exports 2 value of countries' imports. The Boeing sale raises U.S. net exports, and the Volvo sale reduces U.S. net exports. Because net exports tell us whether a country is, in total, a seller or a buyer in world markets for goods and services, net exports are also called the trade balance. If net exports are positive, exports are greater than imports, indicating that the country sells more goods and services abroad than it buys from other countries. In this case, the country is said to run a trade surplus. If net exports are negative, exports are less than imports, indicating that the country sells fewer goods and services abroad than it buys from other countries. In this case, the country is said to run a trade deficit. If net exports are zero, its exports and imports are exactly equal, and the country is said to have balanced trade. In the next chapter, we develop a theory that explains an economy's trade balance, but even at this early stage, it is easy to think of many factors that might influence a country's exports, imports, and net exports. Those factors include the following: the tastes of consumers for domestic and foreign goods, the prices of goods at home and abroad, the exchange rates at which people can use domestic currency to buy foreign currencies, the incomes of consumers at home and abroad, the cost of transporting goods from country to country, government policies toward international trade, the increasing openness of the U.S. economy. One dramatic change in the U.S. economy over the past 6 decades has been the increasing importance of international trade and finance. This change is illustrated in Figure 1, which shows the total value of goods and services exported to other countries and imported from other countries expressed as a percentage of gross domestic product. In the 1950s, imports and exports of goods and services were typically between 4 and 5% of GDP. In recent years, they have been about 3 times that level. The trading partners of the United States include a diverse group of countries. As of 2012, the largest trading partner, as measured by imports and exports combined, was Canada, followed by China, Mexico, Japan, Germany, and the United Kingdom. The increase in international trade over the past several decades is partly due to improvements in transportation. In 1950, the average merchant ship carried less than 10,000 tons of cargo. Today, Many ships carry more than 100,000 tons. The long-distance jet was introduced in 1958, and the wide-body jet in 1967, making air transport far cheaper than it had been. Because of these developments, goods that once had to be produced locally can now be traded around the world. Cut flowers grown in Israel are flown to the United States to be sold. Fresh fruits and vegetables that can grow only in summer in the United States can now be consumed in winter as well because they can be shipped from countries in the southern hemisphere. The increase in international trade has also been influenced by advances in telecommunications, which have allowed businesses to reach overseas customers more easily. For example, the first transatlantic telephone cable was not laid. Jeremy Lin and America's New Exports. By Austin Goolsby. Insanity swept the nation last week. The undrafted Harvard graduate Jeremy Lin seemed to transform himself from bench warmer to MVP candidate in a matter of days. New York Knicks number 17 jerseys became the biggest seller in the NBA and interest in Mr. Lin surged worldwide. That same week we learned that China's president-to-be, Xi Jinping, is an NBA fan. After meeting President Obama at the White House, Mr. Xi traveled to Iowa and then attended a Lakers game in Los Angeles. Mr. Obama, for his part, visited a Boeing 787 plant to tout exports as an engine of growth. Though seemingly unrelated, these three events together highlighted one of the more promising ways out of our economic doldrums, growing exports with exports broadly. Defined to include things like entertainment royalties, tourism, travel, and services. While U.S. economic conditions have improved in recent months, anxiety lingers and the slumps in housing and consumer spending remain. Exports, however, have grown impressively and have plenty of room to keep expanding. During our last economic expansion, we focused on the home market while the other advanced economies' exports grew 3 times faster than ours did. Big emerging markets grew even more. Today, growing exports are a natural opportunity for us and one of the last areas of bipartisan agreement in Washington. And exports are not confined to traditional manufactured goods. When a foreign visitor comes to America on vacation and, like Mr. Xi, buys an NBA ticket in Los Angeles or a lunch in Muscatine, Iowa, those count in official statistics as exports. If a fan in Indonesia watches an NBA game or buys a Jeremy Lin jersey, the royalties count as an export. Many services increase our exports: tuition paid by foreign students, fares paid on U.S. airlines by foreign flyers, ad sales on Google from foreign companies. These things add up. Last year, according to the Bureau of Economic Analysis, the U.S. exported $2.1 trillion of goods and services, and more than $600 billion of that came from services. Think of them as the new exports. We already export far more of them than any other country. We export more educations than computers and more tourism than aerospace products or machinery. Unlike our massive trade deficit in goods, we run major trade surpluses in the new exports: $179 billion of surplus in 2011 and probably more in 2012, according to the BEA. This supports millions of jobs across America. The changing nature of U.S. exports. International trade can show up in surprising places. 663. Until 1956. As recently as 1966, the technology allowed only 138 simultaneous conversations between North America and Europe. Today, because email is such a common form of business communication, it is almost as easy to communicate with a customer across the world as it is to communicate with one across town. Technological progress has also fostered international trade by changing the kinds of goods that economies produce. When bulky raw materials and perishable goods were a large part of the world's output, transporting goods was often costly and sometimes impossible. By contrast, goods produced with modern technology are often light and easy to transport. Consumer electronics, for instance, have low weight for every dollar of value, which makes them easy to produce in one country and sell in another. An even more extreme example is the film industry. Once a studio in Hollywood makes a movie, it can send copies of the film around the world at almost zero cost. And indeed, movies are a major export of the United States. Promoting the new exports requires more than just the conventional prying open of foreign markets and reducing tariff and regulatory barriers to our goods. It involves fighting restrictions on internet commerce and enforcing intellectual property rules. It also involves some less confrontational strategies such as improving foreigners' opinions of America so they want to come visit or send their children to school here, and then expanding student and tourist visas to enable them to do so. Modest investments can facilitate major private sector economic gains. Take tourists coming from countries like Brazil. In a recent survey, 94% of Brazilians said it was either difficult or nearly impossible to get here. To obtain a visa, they must undergo a multi-stage ordeal that includes traveling to a personal interview in a city with a U.S. consulate, of which there are only 4 in all of Brazil. Start to finish, the process can take up to 5 months. Last month President Obama called for speeding up the visa process to promote tourism here. The U.S. Travel Association estimates that adding a consular official costs, with overhead, around $280,000 per year. Since the average Brazilian traveler to the U.S. spends around $5,000, the association estimates that a single official can generate as much as $50 million of travel exports for U.S. business. Supporting new exports doesn't require diplomatic battles with China or shepherding new trade agreements through Congress. These are exports that other countries want us to have and that we have missed by our own short-sightedness. Last week we extended the payroll tax cut to help the economy. We have given tax incentives to encourage companies to invest. Why not also use short-run government incentives to encourage new exports, such as limited time discounts on airline taxes, visa application costs, and airport landing fees? As a Chicago Bulls fan, I find the resurgent Knicks irritating. Still, I will root for more Linsanity because with every game watched in Asia, jersey sold in Europe or visit to an NBA game by a foreign tourist, this young man is doing more than just helping his team. He's demonstrating a way for our economy to grow. Playing for a .500 team, Mr. Lin probably won't be up there cutting down the nets in celebration at the end of the year. He was an economics major, though, so if it's any consolation to him, he's already helped cut down the trade deficit. Mr. Goolsbee is a professor of economics at the University of Chicago. He was formerly an economic advisor to President Obama. 31-1B The flow of financial resources, net capital outflow. So far, we have been discussing how residents of an open economy participate in world markets for goods and services. In addition, residents of an open economy participate in world financial markets. A U.S. resident with $25,000 could use that money to buy a car from Toyota, or she could instead use that money to buy stock in the Toyota Corporation. The first transaction would represent a flow of goods, whereas the second would represent a flow of capital. The term net capital outflow refers to the difference between the purchase of foreign assets by domestic residents and the purchase of domestic assets by foreigners. Net capital outflow 5 Purchase of foreign assets by domestic residents 2 Purchase of domestic assets by foreigners. When a U.S. resident buys stock in Telmex, the Mexican telecommunications company, the purchase increases the first term on the right side of this equation and, therefore, increases U.S. net capital outflow. When a Japanese resident buys a bond issued by the U.S. government, the purchase increases the second term on the right side of this equation and, therefore, decreases U.S. net capital outflow. The flow of capital between the U.S. economy and the rest of the world takes 2 forms. If McDonald's opens up a fast food outlet in Russia, that is an example of foreign direct investment. Alternatively, if an American buys stock in a Russian corporation, that is an example of foreign portfolio investment. In the first case, the American owner actively manages the investment, whereas in the second case, the American owner has a more passive role. In both cases, U.S. residents are buying assets located in another country, so both purchases increase U.S. net capital outflow. The net capital outflow can be either positive or negative. When it is positive, domestic residents are buying more foreign assets than foreigners are buying domestic assets. Capital is said to be flowing out of the country. When the net capital outflow is negative, domestic residents are buying less foreign assets than foreigners are buying domestic assets. Capital is said to be flowing into the country. That is, when net capital outflow is negative, a country is experiencing a capital inflow. We develop a theory to explain net capital outflow in the next chapter. Here let's consider briefly some of the more important variables that influence net capital outflow. The real interest rates paid on foreign assets. The real interest rates paid on domestic assets. The perceived economic and political risks of holding assets abroad. The government policies that affect foreign ownership of domestic assets. The government's trade policies have also been a factor in increasing international trade. As we discussed earlier in this book, economists have long believed that free trade between countries is mutually beneficial. Over time, most policymakers around the world have come to accept these conclusions. International agreements, such as the North American Free Trade Agreement and the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, have gradually lowered tariffs, import quotas, and other trade barriers. The pattern of increasing trade illustrated in Figure 1 is a phenomenon that most economists and policymakers endorse and encourage. Net capital outflow: the purchase of foreign assets by domestic residents minus the purchase of domestic assets by foreigners. 665. For example, consider U.S. investors deciding whether to buy Mexican government bonds or U.S. government bonds. To make this decision, U.S. investors compare the real interest rates offered on the two bonds. The higher a bond's real interest rate, the more attractive it is. While making this comparison, however, U.S. investors must also take into account the risk that one of these governments might default on its debt, as well as any restrictions that the Mexican government has imposed, or might impose in the future, on foreign investors in Mexico. 31-1 See the equality of net exports and net capital outflow. We have seen that an open economy interacts with the rest of the world in two ways: in world markets for goods and services and in world financial markets. Net exports and net capital outflow each measure a type of imbalance in these markets. Net exports measure an imbalance between a country's exports and its imports. Net capital outflow measures an imbalance between the amount of foreign assets bought by domestic residents and the amount of domestic assets bought by foreigners. An important but subtle fact of accounting states that, for an economy as a whole, net capital outflow must always equal net exports. NCO5NX. This equation holds because every transaction that affects one side of this equation affects the other side by exactly the same amount. This equation is an identity, an equation that must hold because of how the variables in the equation are defined and measured. To see why this accounting identity is true, let's consider an example. Imagine that you are a computer programmer residing in the United States. One day, you write some software and sell it to a Japanese consumer for 10,000 yen. The sale of software is an export of the United States, so it increases U.S. net exports. What else happens to ensure that this identity holds? The answer depends on what you do with the 10,000 yen you are paid. First, let's suppose that you simply stuff the yen in your mattress. In this case, you are using some of your income to invest in the Japanese economy. That is, a domestic resident has acquired a foreign asset. The increase in U.S. net exports is matched by an increase in the U.S. net capital outflow. More realistically, however, if you want to invest in the Japanese economy, you won't do so by holding on to Japanese currency. More likely, you would use the 10,000 yen to buy stock in a Japanese corporation, or you might buy a Japanese government bond. Yet the result of your decision is much the same: a domestic resident ends up acquiring a foreign asset. The increase in U.S. net capital outflow exactly equals the increase in U.S. net exports. Let's now change the example. Suppose that instead of using the 10,000 yen to buy a Japanese asset, you use them to buy a good made in Japan, such as a Nintendo Wii. As a result of the Wii purchase, US imports increase. Together, the software export and the Wii import represent balanced trade. Because exports and imports increase by the same amount, net exports are unchanged. In this case, no American ends up acquiring a foreign asset and no foreigner ends up acquiring a US asset, so there is also no impact on US net capital outflow. 666. A final possibility is that you go to a local bank to exchange your 10,000 yen for US dollars. But this doesn't change the situation because the bank now has to do something with the 10,000 yen. It can buy Japanese assets, it can buy a Japanese good, or it can sell the yen to another American who wants to make such a transaction. In the end, US net exports must equal US net capital outflow. This example all started when a US programmer sold some software abroad, but the story is much the same when Americans buy goods and services from other countries. For example, if Walmart buys $50 million of clothing from China and sells it to American consumers, something must happen to that $50 million. One possibility is that China could use the $50 million to invest in the US economy. This capital inflow from China might take the form of Chinese purchases of US government bonds. In this case, the purchase of the clothing reduces US net exports, and the sale of bonds reduces US net capital outflow. Alternatively, China could use the $50 million to buy a plane from Boeing, the US aircraft manufacturer. In this case, the US import of clothing balances the US export of aircraft, so net exports and net capital outflow are both unchanged. In all cases, the transactions have the same effect on net exports and net capital outflow. We can summarize these conclusions for the economy as a whole. When a nation is running a trade surplus, it is selling more goods and services to foreigners than it is buying from them. What is it doing with the foreign currency it receives from the net sale of goods and services abroad? It must be using it to buy foreign assets. Capital is flowing out of the country. When a nation is running a trade deficit, it is buying more goods and services from foreigners than it is selling to them. How is it financing the net purchase of these goods and services in world markets? It must be selling assets abroad. Capital is flowing into the country. The international flow of goods and services and the international flow of capital are two sides of the same coin. 31-1D Saving, investment, and their relationship to the international flows. A nation's saving and investment are crucial to its long-run economic growth. As we have seen earlier in this book, saving and investment are equal in a closed economy. But matters are not as simple in an open economy. Let's now consider how saving and investment are related to the international flows of goods and capital as measured by net exports and net capital outflow. As you may recall, the term net exports appeared earlier in the book when we discussed the components of GDP. The economy's GDP is divided among four components: consumption, investment, government purchases, and net exports. We write this as Y5C1I1G1NX. Total expenditure on the economy's output of goods and services is the sum of expenditure on consumption, investment, government purchases, and net exports. Because each dollar of expenditure is placed into one of these four components, this equation is an accounting identity. It must be true because of the way the variables are defined and measured. 667. Recall that national saving is the income of the nation that is left after paying for current consumption and government purchases. National saving equals Y2C2G. If we rearrange the equation to reflect this fact, we obtain. Because net exports also equal net capital outflow, we can write this equation as. This equation shows that a nation's saving must equal its domestic investment plus its net capital outflow. In other words, when a U.S. citizen saves $1 of her income for the future, that dollar can be used to finance the accumulation of domestic capital, or it can be used to finance the purchase of foreign capital. This equation should look somewhat familiar. Earlier in the book, When we analyzed the role of the financial system, we considered this identity for the special case of a closed economy. In a closed economy, net capital outflow is zero, so saving equals investment. By contrast, an open economy has two uses for its saving: domestic investment and net capital outflow. As before, we can view the financial system as standing between the two sides of this identity. For example, suppose the Garcia family decides to save some of its income for retirement. This decision contributes to national saving, the left side of our equation. If the Garcias deposit their saving in a mutual fund, the mutual fund may use some of the deposit to buy stock issued by General Motors, which uses the proceeds to build a factory in Ohio. In addition, the mutual fund may use some of the Garcias deposit to buy stock issued by Toyota, which uses the proceeds to build a factory in Osaka. These transactions show up on the right side of the equation. From the standpoint of U.S. accounting, the General Motors expenditure on a new factory is domestic investment, and the purchase of Toyota stock by a U.S. resident is net capital outflow. Thus, all saving in the U.S. economy shows up as investment in the U.S. economy or as U.S. net capital outflow. The bottom line is that saving, investment, and international capital flows are inextricably linked. When a nation's saving exceeds its domestic investment, its net capital outflow is positive, indicating that the nation is using some of its saving to buy assets abroad. When a nation's domestic investment exceeds its saving, its net capital outflow is negative, indicating that foreigners are financing some of this investment by purchasing domestic assets. 31-1E Summing up Table 1 summarizes many of the ideas presented so far in this chapter. It describes the three possibilities for an open economy: a country with a trade deficit, a country with balanced trade, and a country with a trade surplus. Consider first a country with a trade surplus. By definition, a trade surplus means that the value of exports exceeds the value of imports. Because net exports are exports minus imports, net exports NX are greater than zero. As a result, income Y5C1I1G1 NX must be greater than domestic spending C1I1G. But if income Y is more than spending C1I1G, then saving S5Y2C2G must 668 be more than investment I. Because the country is saving more than it is investing, it must be sending some of its saving abroad. That is, the net capital outflow must be greater than zero. Similar logic applies to a country with a trade deficit. By definition, a trade deficit means that the value of exports is less than the value of imports. Because net exports are exports minus imports, net exports NX are negative. Thus, income Y5C1I1G1 NX must be less than domestic spending C1I1G. But if income Y is less than spending C1I1G, then saving S5Y2C2G must be less than investment I. Because the country is investing more than it is saving, it must be financing some domestic investment by selling assets abroad. That is, the net capital outflow must be negative. A country with balanced trade falls between these cases. Exports equal imports, so net exports are zero. Income equals domestic spending, and saving equals investment. The net capital outflow equals zero. International flows of goods and capital. Summary: this table shows the three possible outcomes for an open economy. Trade deficit, balanced trade, trade surplus. Exports, imports, exports 5 imports, exports. Imports, net exports, 0 net exports 5 0 net exports. 0 Y, C1I1G Y5 C1I1G Y. C1I1G saving, investment saving 5 investment saving. Investment net capital outflow, 0 net capital outflow 5 0 net capital outflow. 0. Table 1. Is the U.S. trade deficit a national problem? You may have heard the press call the United States the world's largest debtor. The nation earned that description by borrowing heavily in world financial markets during the past 3 decades to finance large trade deficits. Why did the United States do this? and should this event give Americans reason to worry? To answer these questions, let's see what the macroeconomic accounting identities tell us about the U.S. economy. Panel of Figure 2 shows national saving and domestic investment as a percentage of GDP since 1960. Panel shows net capital outflow as a percentage of GDP. Notice that, as the identities require, net capital outflow always equals national saving minus domestic investment. The figure shows that both national saving and domestic investment, as a percentage of GDP, fluctuate substantially over time. Before 1980, they tended to fluctuate together, so the net capital outflow was typically small between 2.1 and 1% of GDP. Since 1980, national saving has often fallen well below domestic investment, leading to sizable trade deficits and substantial inflows of capital. That is, the net capital outflow is often a large negative number. To understand the fluctuations in Figure 2, we need to go beyond these data and discuss the policies and events that influence national saving and domestic investment. History shows that there is no single cause of trade deficits. Rather, they can arise under a variety of circumstances. Here are 3 prominent historical episodes. Unbalanced fiscal policy. From 1980 to 1987, the flow of capital into the United States went from 0.5 to 3.1% of GDP. This 2.6 percentage point change is largely attributable to a fall in national saving of 3.2 percentage points. This decline in national saving, in turn, is often explained by the decline in public saving, that is, the increase in the government budget deficit. These budget deficits arose because President Ronald Reagan cut taxes and increased defense spending, while he found his proposed cuts in non-defense spending harder to enact. An investment boom, a different story, explains the trade deficits that arose during the following decade. From 1991 to 2000, the capital flow into the United States went from 0.5 to 3.8% of GDP. None of this 3.3 percentage point change is attributable to a decline in saving. In fact, saving increased over this time, as the government's budget switched from deficit to surplus. But investment went from. Quick quiz: define net exports and net capital outflow. Explain how they are related. 13.4 to 17.8% of GDP, as the economy enjoyed a boom in information technology and many firms were eager to make these high-tech investments. An economic downturn. During the period from 2000 to 2012, the capital flow into the United States remained large. The consistency of this variable, however, stands in stark contrast to the remarkable changes in saving and investment, both of which fell by about 4.5 percentage points. Investment fell because tough economic times starting in 2008 made additional capital less profitable, while national saving fell because the government began running extraordinarily large budget deficits in response to the downturn. At the end of this period, national saving was financing only about 2/3 of domestic investment, while flows of capital from abroad financed the rest. Are these trade deficits and international capital flows a problem for the U.S. economy? There is no easy answer to this question. One has to evaluate the circumstances and the possible alternatives. Consider first a trade deficit induced by a fall in saving, as occurred during the 1980s. Lower saving means that the nation is putting away less of its income to provide for its future. Once national saving has fallen, however, there is no reason to deplore the resulting trade deficits. If national saving fell without inducing a trade deficit, investment in the United States would have to fall. This fall in investment, in turn, would adversely affect the growth in the capital stock, labor productivity, and real wages. In other words, given that U.S. saving has declined, it is better to have foreigners invest in the U.S. economy than no one at all. Now consider a trade deficit induced by an investment boom, like the trade deficits of the 1990s. In this case, the economy is borrowing from abroad to finance the purchase of new capital goods. If this additional capital provides a good return in the form of higher production of goods and services, then the economy should be able to handle the debt that is being accumulated. On the other hand, if the investment projects fail to yield the expected returns, the debts will look less desirable, at least with the benefit of hindsight. Just as an individual can go into debt in either a prudent or a profligate manner, so can a nation. A trade deficit is not a problem in itself, but it can sometimes be a symptom of a problem. So far, we have discussed measures of the flow of goods and services and the flow of capital across a nation's border. In addition to these quantity variables, macroeconomists also study variables that measure the prices at which these international transactions take place. Just as the price in any market serves the important role of coordinating buyers and sellers in that market, international prices help coordinate the decisions of consumers and producers as they interact in world markets. Here we discuss the two most important international prices, the nominal and real exchange rates. 31-2 A nominal exchange rates. The nominal exchange rate is the rate at which a person can trade the currency of one country for the currency of another. For example, when you go to a bank, you might see a posted exchange rate of 80 yen per dollar. If you give 31-2 the prices for international transactions, real and nominal exchange rates. The bank $1, you will receive 80 Japanese yen in return, and if you give the bank 80 Japanese yen, you will receive $1. An exchange rate can always be expressed in two ways. If the exchange rate is 80 yen per dollar, it is also 1/80th dollar per yen. Throughout this book, we always express the nominal exchange rate as units of foreign currency per US dollar, such as 80 yen per dollar. If the exchange rate changes so that a dollar buys more foreign currency, that change is called an appreciation of the dollar. If the exchange rate changes so that a dollar buys less foreign currency, that change is called a depreciation of the dollar. For example, when the exchange rate rises from 80 to 90 yen per dollar, the dollar is said to appreciate. At the same time, because a Japanese yen now you may have once heard of, or perhaps even seen, currencies such as the French franc, the German mark, or the Italian lira. These types of money no longer exist. During the 1990s, many European nations decided to give up their national currencies and use a common currency called the euro. The euro started circulating on January 1, 2002, when 12 nations began using it as their official money. As of 2013, there were 17 nations using the euro. Several European nations, such as the United Kingdom, Sweden, and Denmark, have declined joining and have kept their own currencies. Monetary policy for the euro area is set by the European Central Bank, with representatives from all of the participating countries. The ECB issues the euro and controls the supply of this money, much as the Federal Reserve controls the supply of dollars in the US economy. Why did these countries adopt a common currency? One benefit of a common currency is that it makes trade easier. Imagine that each of the 50 US states had a different currency. Every time you crossed a state border, you would need to change your money and perform the kind of exchange rate calculations discussed in the text. This would be inconvenient, and it might deter you from buying goods and services outside your own state. The countries of Europe decided that as their economies became more integrated, it would be better to avoid this inconvenience. To some extent, the adoption of a common currency in Europe was a political decision based on concerns beyond the scope of standard economics. Some advocates of the euro wanted to reduce nationalistic feelings and to make Europeans appreciate more fully their shared history and destiny. A single money for most of the continent, they argued, would help achieve this goal. There are, however, costs of choosing a common currency. If the nations of Europe have only one money, they can have only one monetary policy. If they disagree about what monetary policy is best, they will have to reach some kind of agreement, rather than each going its own way. Because adopting a single money has both benefits and costs, there is debate among economists about whether Europe's adoption of the euro was a good decision. From 2010 to 2012, the euro question heated up as several European nations dealt with a variety of economic difficulties. Greece, in particular, had run up a large government debt and found itself facing possible default. As a result, it had to raise taxes and cut back government spending substantially. Some observers suggested that dealing with these problems would have been easier if the government had an additional tool, a national monetary policy. The possibility of Greece's leaving the euro area and reintroducing its own currency was even discussed. As this book was going to press, however, that outcome looked unlikely. Buys less of the US currency, the yen is said to depreciate. When the exchange rate falls from 80 to 70 yen per dollar, the dollar is said to depreciate, and the yen is said to appreciate. At times, you may have heard the media report that the dollar is either strong or weak. These descriptions usually refer to recent changes in the nominal exchange rate. When a currency appreciates, it is said to strengthen because it can then buy more foreign currency. Similarly, when a currency depreciates, it is said to weaken. For any country, there are many nominal exchange rates. The US dollar can be used to buy Japanese yen, British pounds, Mexican pesos, and so on. When economists study changes in the exchange rate, they often use indexes that average these many exchange rates. Just as the consumer price index turns the many prices in the economy into a single measure of the price level, an exchange rate index turns these many exchange rates into a single measure of the international value of a currency. So when economists talk about the dollar appreciating or depreciating, they often are referring to an exchange rate index that takes into account many individual exchange rates. 31-2b Real exchange rates. The real exchange rate is the rate at which a person can trade the goods and services of one country for the goods and services of another. For example, if you go shopping and find that a pound of Swiss cheese is twice as expensive as a pound of American cheese, the real exchange rate is 1/2 pound of Swiss cheese per pound of American cheese. Notice that, like the nominal exchange rate, we express the real exchange rate as units of the foreign item per unit of the domestic item. But in this instance, the item is a good rather than a currency. Real and nominal exchange rates are closely related. To see how, consider an example. Suppose that a bushel of American rice sells for $100 and a bushel of Japanese rice sells for 16,000 yen. What is the real exchange rate between American and Japanese rice? To answer this question, we must first use the nominal exchange rate to convert the prices into a common currency. If the nominal exchange rate is 80 yen per dollar, then a price for American rice of $100 per bushel is equivalent to 8,000 yen per bushel. American rice is half as expensive as Japanese rice. The real exchange rate is 1/2 bushel of Japanese rice per bushel of American rice. We can summarize this calculation for the real exchange rate with the following formula. Real exchange rate 5. Nominal exchange rate 3. Domestic price. Foreign price. Using the numbers in our example, the formula applies as follows. Real exchange rate 5 3 16,000 yen / bushel of Japanese rice. 5. 8,000 yen / bushel of American rice. 16,000 yen / bushel of Japanese rice. 5 1/2 bushel of Japanese rice / bushel of American rice. Real exchange rate, the rate at which a person can trade the goods and services of one country for the goods and services of another. 673. Thus, the real exchange rate depends on the nominal exchange rate and on the prices of goods in the two countries measured in the local currencies. Why does the real exchange rate matter? As you might guess, the real exchange rate is a key determinant of how much a country exports and imports. When Uncle Ben's, Inc., is deciding whether to buy US rice or Japanese rice to put into its boxes, it will ask which rice is cheaper. The real exchange rate gives the answer. As another example, imagine that you are deciding whether to take a seaside vacation in Miami, Florida, or in Cancun, Mexico. You might ask your travel agent the price of a hotel room in Miami, the price of a hotel room in Cancun, and the exchange rate between pesos and dollars. If you decide where to vacation by comparing costs, you are basing your decision on the real exchange rate. When studying an economy as a whole, macroeconomists focus on overall prices rather than the prices of individual items. That is, to measure the real exchange rate, they use price indexes, such as the Consumer Price Index, which measure the price of a basket of goods and services. By using a price index for a U.S. basket, a price index for a foreign basket, and the nominal exchange rate between the US dollar and foreign currencies, we can compute the overall real exchange rate between the United States and other countries as follows. Real exchange rate 5/P*. This real exchange rate measures the price of a basket of goods and services available domestically relative to a basket of goods and services available abroad. As we examine more fully in the next chapter, a country's real exchange rate is a key determinant of its net exports of goods and services. A depreciation in the U.S. real exchange rate means that U.S. goods have become cheaper relative to foreign goods. This change encourages consumers both at home and abroad to buy more U.S. goods and fewer goods from other countries. As a result, U.S. exports rise and U.S. imports fall. Both of these changes raise U.S. net exports. Conversely, an appreciation in the U.S. real exchange rate means that U.S. goods have become more expensive compared to foreign goods, so U.S. net exports fall. Quick quiz: define nominal exchange rate and real exchange rate, and explain how they are related. If the nominal exchange rate goes from 100 to 120 yen per dollar, has the dollar appreciated or depreciated? 31-3 A first theory of exchange rate determination, purchasing power parity. Exchange rates vary substantially over time. In 1970, a US dollar could be used to buy 3.65 German marks or 627 Italian lira. In 1998, as both Germany and Italy were getting ready to adopt the euro as their common currency, a US dollar bought 1.76 German marks or 1,737 Italian lira. In other words, over this period, the value of the dollar fell by more than half compared to the mark, while it more than doubled compared to the lira. What explains these large and opposite changes? Economists have developed many models to explain how exchange rates are determined, each emphasizing just some of the many forces at work. Here we develop the simplest theory of 674. Exchange rates, called purchasing power parity. This theory states that a unit of any given currency should be able to buy the same quantity of goods in all countries. Many economists believe that purchasing power parity describes the forces that determine exchange rates in the long run. We now consider the logic on which this long-run theory of exchange rates is based, as well as the theory's implications and limitations. 31-3 The basic logic of purchasing power parity. The theory of purchasing power parity is based on a principle called the law of one price. This law asserts that a good must sell for the same price in all locations. Otherwise, there would be opportunities for profit left unexploited. For example, suppose that coffee beans sold for less in Seattle than in Dallas. A person could buy coffee in Seattle for, say, $4 a pound and then sell it in Dallas for $5 a pound, making a profit of $1 per pound from the difference in price. The process of taking advantage of price differences for the same item in different markets is called arbitrage. In our example, as people took advantage of this arbitrage opportunity, they would increase the demand for coffee in Seattle and increase the supply in Dallas. The price of coffee would rise in Seattle and fall in Dallas. This process would continue until, eventually, the prices were the same in the two markets. Now consider how the law of one price applies to the international marketplace. If a dollar could buy more coffee in the United States than in Japan, international traders could profit by buying coffee in the United States and selling it in Japan. This export of coffee from the United States to Japan would drive up the US price of coffee and drive down the Japanese price. Conversely, if a dollar could buy more coffee in Japan than in the United States, traders could buy coffee in Japan and sell it in the United States. This import of coffee into the United States from Japan would drive down the US price of coffee and drive up the Japanese price. In the end, the law of one price tells us that a dollar must buy the same amount of coffee in all countries. This logic leads us to the theory of purchasing power parity. According to this theory, a currency must have the same purchasing power in all countries. That is, a US dollar must buy the same quantity of goods in the United States and Japan, and a Japanese yen must buy the same quantity of goods in Japan and the United States. Indeed, the name of this theory describes it well. Parity means equality, and purchasing power refers to the value of money in terms of the quantity of goods it can buy. Purchasing power parity states that a unit of a currency must have the same real value in every country. 31-3b Implications of purchasing power parity. What does the theory of purchasing power parity say about exchange rates? It tells us that the nominal exchange rate between the currencies of two countries depends on the price levels in those countries. If a dollar buys the same quantity of goods in the United States as in Japan, then the number of yen per dollar must reflect the prices of goods in the United States and Japan. For example, if a pound of coffee costs 500 yen in Japan and $5 in the United States, then the nominal exchange rate must be 100 yen per dollar. Otherwise, the purchasing power of the dollar would not be the same in the two countries. To see more fully how this works, it is helpful to use just a bit of mathematics. Suppose that P is the price of a basket of goods in the United States, P** is the price of a basket of goods in Japan, and E is the nominal exchange rate. Now consider the quantity of goods a dollar can buy at home and abroad. At home, the price level is P, so the purchasing power of $1 at home is 1/P. That is, a dollar can buy 1/P quantity of goods. Abroad, a dollar can be exchanged into E units of foreign currency, which in turn have purchasing power E/P*. For the purchasing power of a dollar to be the same in the two countries, it must be the case that 1/P5 E/P*. With rearrangement, this equation becomes 15 EP/P*. Notice that the left side of this equation is a constant and the right side is the real exchange rate. Thus, if the purchasing power of the dollar is always the same at home and abroad, then the real exchange rate, the relative price of domestic and foreign goods, cannot change. To see the implication of this analysis for the nominal exchange rate, we can rearrange the last equation to solve for the nominal exchange rate. E5P*/P. That is, the nominal exchange rate equals the ratio of the foreign price level to the domestic price level. According to the theory of purchasing power parity, the nominal exchange rate between the currencies of two countries must reflect the price levels in those countries. A key implication of this theory is that nominal exchange rates change when price levels change. As we saw in the preceding chapter, the price level in any country adjusts to bring the quantity of money supplied and the quantity of money demanded into balance. Because the nominal exchange rate depends on the price levels, it also depends on the money supply and money demand in each country. When a central bank in any country increases the money supply and causes the price level to rise, it also causes that country's currency to depreciate relative to other currencies in the world. In other words, when the central bank prints large quantities of money, that money loses value both in terms of the goods and services it can buy and in terms of the amount of other currencies it can buy. We can now answer the question that began this section: why did the US dollar lose value compared to the German mark and gain value compared to the Italian lira? The answer is that Germany pursued a less inflationary monetary policy than the United States, and Italy pursued a more inflationary monetary policy. From 1970 to 1998, inflation in the United States was 5.3% per year. By contrast, inflation was 3.5% in Germany and 9.6% in Italy. As US prices rose relative to German prices, the value of the dollar fell relative to the mark. Similarly, as US prices fell relative to Italian prices, the value of the dollar rose relative to the lira. Germany and Italy now have a common currency, the euro. This means that the two countries share a single monetary policy and that the inflation rates in the two countries will be closely linked. But the historical lessons of the 676. The nominal exchange rate during a hyperinflation. Macroeconomists can only rarely conduct controlled experiments. Most often, they must glean what they can from the natural experiments that history gives them. One natural experiment is hyperinflation, the high inflation that arises when a government turns to the printing press to pay for large amounts of government spending. Because hyperinflations are so extreme, they illustrate some basic economic principles with clarity. Consider the German hyperinflation of the early 1920s. Figure 3 shows the German money supply, the German price level, and the nominal exchange rate for that period. Notice that these series move closely together. When the supply of money starts growing quickly, the price level also takes off, and the German mark depreciates. When the money supply stabilizes, so do the price level and the exchange rate. Lira and the mark will apply to the euro as well. Whether the US dollar buys more or fewer euros 20 years from now than it does today depends on whether the European Central Bank produces more or less inflation in Europe than the Federal Reserve does in the United States. 677. 31-3C Limitations of purchasing power parity. Purchasing power parity provides a simple model of how exchange rates are determined. For understanding many economic phenomena, the theory works well. In particular, it can explain many long-term trends, such as the depreciation of the US dollar against the German mark and the appreciation of the US dollar against the Italian lira. It can also explain the major changes in exchange rates that occur during hyperinflations. Yet the theory of purchasing power parity is not completely accurate. That is, exchange rates do not always move to ensure that a dollar has the same real value in all countries all the time. There are two reasons the theory of purchasing power parity does not always hold in practice. The first reason is that many goods are not easily traded. Imagine, for instance, that haircuts are more expensive in Paris than in New York. International travelers might avoid getting their haircuts in Paris, and some haircutters might move from New York to Paris. Yet such arbitrage would be too limited to eliminate the differences in prices. Thus, the deviation from purchasing power parity might persist, and a dollar would continue to buy less of a haircut in Paris than in New York. The second reason that purchasing power parity does not always hold is that even tradable goods are not always perfect substitutes when they are produced in different countries. For example, some consumers prefer German cars, and others prefer American cars. Moreover, consumer tastes can change over time. If German cars suddenly become more popular, the increase in demand will drive up the price of German cars compared to American cars. Despite this difference in prices in the two markets, there might be no opportunity for profitable arbitrage because consumers do not view the two cars as equivalent. Thus, both because some goods are not tradable and because some tradable goods are not perfect substitutes for their foreign counterparts, purchasing power parity is not a perfect theory of exchange rate determination. For these reasons, real exchange rates fluctuate over time. Nonetheless, the theory of purchasing power parity does provide a useful first step in understanding exchange rates. The basic logic is persuasive. As the real exchange rate drifts from the level predicted by purchasing power parity, people have greater incentive to move goods across national borders. Even if the forces of purchasing power parity do not completely fix the real exchange rate, they provide a reason to expect that changes in the real exchange rate are most often small or temporary. As a result, large and persistent movements in nominal exchange rates typically reflect changes in price levels at home and abroad. The pattern shown in this figure appears during every hyperinflation. It leaves no doubt that there is a fundamental link among money, prices, and the nominal exchange rate. The quantity theory of money discussed in the previous chapter explains how the money supply affects the price level. The theory of purchasing power parity discussed here explains how the price level affects the nominal exchange rate. The Hamburger Standard. When economists apply the theory of purchasing power parity to explain exchange rates, they need data on the prices of a basket of goods available in different countries. One analysis of this sort is conducted by the economist, and The purpose of this chapter has been to develop some basic concepts that macroeconomists use to study open economies. You should now understand how a nation's trade balance is related to the international flow of capital and how national saving can differ from domestic investment in an open economy. You should understand that when a nation is running a trade surplus, it must be sending capital abroad, and that when it is running a trade deficit, it must be experiencing a capital inflow. You should also understand the meaning of the nominal and real exchange rates, as well as the implications and limitations of purchasing power parity as a theory of how exchange rates are determined. The macroeconomic variables defined here offer a starting point for analyzing an open economy's interactions with the rest of the world. In the next chapter, we develop a model that can explain what determines these variables. We can then discuss how various events and policies affect a country's trade balance and the rate at which nations make exchanges in world markets. Quick quiz: over the past 20 years, Mexico has had high inflation and Japan has had low inflation. What do you predict has happened to the number of Mexican pesos a person can buy with a Japanese yen? International News Magazine. The magazine occasionally collects data on a basket of goods consisting of 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, on a sesame seed bun. It's called the Big Mac and is sold by McDonald's around the world. Once we have the prices of Big Macs in 2 countries denominated in the local currencies, we can compute the exchange rate predicted by the theory of purchasing power parity. The predicted exchange rate is the one that makes the cost of the Big Mac the same in the 2 countries. For instance, if the price of a Big Mac is $3 in the United States and 300 yen in Japan, purchasing power parity would predict an exchange rate of 100 yen per dollar. How well does purchasing power parity work when applied using Big Mac prices? Here are some examples from January 2013, when the price of a Big Mac was $4.37 in the United States. You can find a Big Mac almost anywhere you look. Country price of a Big Mac predicted exchange rate. Actual exchange rate: Indonesia 27,939 rupiah, 6,393 rupiah / dollar 9,767 rupiah / South Korea 3,701 847 won / dollar 1,085 won / dollar Japan 320 yen 72 yen / dollar 91 yen / dollar Sweden 48.4 krona 11.1 krona / dollar 6.4 krona / dollar Mexico 37 pesos 8.5 pesos / dollar 12.7 pesos / dollar Euro area 3.59 euros 0.82 euros / dollar 0.74 euros / dollar Britain 2.69 pounds 0.62 pounds / dollar 0.63 pounds / dollar. You can see that the predicted and actual exchange rates are not exactly the same. After all, international arbitrage in Big Macs is not easy. Yet the 2 exchange rates are usually in the same ballpark. Purchasing power parity is not a precise theory of exchange rates, but it often provides a reasonable first approximation. 679. 1. Define net exports and net capital outflow. Explain how and why they are related. 2. Explain the relationship among saving, investment, and net capital outflow. 3. If a Japanese car costs 500,000 yen, a similar American car costs $10,000, and a dollar can buy 100 yen, what are the nominal and real exchange rates? 4. Describe the economic logic behind the theory of purchasing power parity. 5. If the Fed started printing large quantities of US dollars, what would happen to the number of Japanese yen a dollar could buy? Why? Questions for review. Net exports are the value of domestic goods and services sold abroad minus the value of foreign goods and services sold domestically. Net capital outflow is the acquisition of foreign assets by domestic residents minus the acquisition of domestic assets by foreigners. Because every international transaction involves an exchange of an asset for a good or service, an economy's net capital outflow always equals its net exports. An economy's saving can be used either to finance investment at home or to buy assets abroad. Thus, national saving equals domestic investment plus net capital outflow. The nominal exchange rate is the relative price of the currency of two countries, and the real exchange rate is the relative price of the goods and services of two countries. When the nominal exchange rate changes so that each dollar buys more foreign currency, the dollar is said to appreciate or strengthen. When the nominal exchange rate changes so that each dollar buys less foreign currency, the dollar is said to depreciate or weaken. According to the theory of purchasing power parity, a dollar should be able to buy the same quantity of goods in all countries. This theory implies that the nominal exchange rate between the currencies of two countries should reflect the price levels in those countries. As a result, countries with relatively high inflation should have depreciating currencies, and countries with relatively low inflation should have appreciating currencies. Summary. Key concepts: closed economy, P660; open economy, P660; exports, P660; imports, P660; net exports, P660; trade balance, P660; trade surplus, P660; trade deficit, P661; balanced trade, P661; net capital outflow, P664. Nominal exchange rate, P670; appreciation, P671; depreciation, P671; real exchange rate, P672; purchasing power parity, P674. Quick check multiple choice 1. Comparing the U.S. economy today to that of 1950, one finds that today, as a percentage of GDP, A. exports and imports are both higher. B. exports and imports are both lower. C. exports are higher, and imports are lower. D. exports are lower, and imports are higher. 2. In an open economy, national saving equals domestic investment A plus the net outflow of capital abroad. B minus the net exports of goods and services. C plus the government's budget deficit. D minus foreign portfolio investment. 3. If the value of a nation's imports exceeds the value of its exports, which of the following is not true? A. Net exports are negative. B. GDP is less than the sum of consumption, investment, and government purchases. C. Domestic investment is greater than national saving. D. The nation is experiencing a net outflow of capital. 680. 4. If a nation's currency doubles in value on foreign exchange markets, the currency is said to reflecting a change in the exchange rate. A. Appreciate, nominal. B. Appreciate, real. C. Depreciate, nominal. D. Depreciate, real. 5. If a cup of coffee costs €2 in Paris and $6 in New York and purchasing power parity holds, what is the exchange rate? A. 1/4 euro per dollar. B. 1/3 euro per dollar. C. €3 per dollar. D. €4 per dollar. 6. The theory of purchasing power parity says that higher inflation in a nation causes the nation's currency to leaving the exchange rate unchanged. A. Appreciate, nominal. B. Appreciate, real. C. Depreciate, nominal. D. Depreciate, real. 1. How would the following transactions affect U.S. exports, imports, and net exports? A. An American art professor spends the summer touring museums in Europe. B. Students in Paris flock to see the latest movie from Hollywood. C. Your uncle buys a new Volvo. D. The student bookstore at Oxford University in England sells a copy of this textbook. E. A Canadian citizen shops at a store in northern Vermont to avoid Canadian sales taxes. 2. Would each of the following transactions be included in net exports or net capital outflow? Be sure to say whether it would represent an increase or a decrease in that variable. A. An American buys a Sony TV. B. An American buys a share of Sony stock. C. The Sony pension fund buys a bond from the U.S. Treasury. D. A worker at a Sony plant in Japan buys some Georgia peaches from an American farmer. 3. Describe the difference between foreign direct investment and foreign portfolio investment. Who is more likely to engage in foreign direct investment, a corporation or an individual investor? Who is more likely to engage in foreign portfolio investment? 4. How would the following transactions affect U.S. net capital outflow? Also, state whether each involves direct investment or portfolio investment. A. An American cellular phone company establishes an office in the Czech Republic. B. Harrods of London sells stock to the General Electric Pension Fund. C. Honda expands its factory in Marysville, Ohio. D. A Fidelity Mutual Fund sells its Volkswagen stock to a French investor. 5. Would each of the following groups be happy or unhappy if the US dollar appreciated? Explain. A. Dutch pension funds holding US government bonds. B. US manufacturing industries. C. Australian tourists planning a trip to the United States. D. An American firm trying to purchase property overseas. 6. What is happening to the US real exchange rate in each of the following situations? Explain. A. The US nominal exchange rate is unchanged, but prices rise faster in the United States than abroad. B. The US nominal exchange rate is unchanged, but prices rise faster abroad than in the United States. C. The US nominal exchange rate declines, and prices are unchanged in the United States and abroad. D. The US nominal exchange rate declines, and prices rise faster abroad than in the United States. 7. A can of soda costs 75 cents in the United States and 12 pesos in Mexico. What is the peso-dollar exchange rate if purchasing power parity holds? If a monetary expansion caused all prices in Mexico to double, so that soda rose to 24 pesos, what would happen to the peso-dollar exchange rate? 8. Assume that American rice sells for $100 per bushel, Japanese rice sells for 16,000 yen per bushel, and the nominal exchange rate is 80 yen per dollar. A. Explain how you could make a profit from this situation. What would be your profit per bushel of rice? If other people were to exploit the same opportunity, what would happen to the price of rice in Japan and the price of rice in the United States? B. Suppose that rice is the only commodity in the world. What would happen to the real exchange rate between the United States and Japan? Problems and applications. 681. 9. A case study in the chapter analyzed purchasing power parity for several countries using the price of Big Macs. Here are data for a few more countries. A. For each country, compute the predicted exchange rate of the local currency per US dollar. B. According to purchasing power parity, what is the predicted exchange rate between the Hungarian forint and the Canadian dollar? What is the actual exchange rate? C. How well does the theory of purchasing power parity explain exchange rates? 10. Purchasing power parity holds between the nations of Actiniya and Winam, where the only commodity is spam. A. In 2000 a can of spam costs $2 in Actiniya and 6 pesos in Winam. What is the exchange rate between Actinian dollars and Winamian pesos? B. Over the next 20 years, inflation is 3.5% per year in Actiniya and 7% per year in Winam. What will happen over this period to the price of spam and the exchange rate? C. Which of these two nations will likely have a higher nominal interest rate? Y. D. A friend of yours suggests a get-rich-quick scheme: borrow from the nation with the lower nominal interest rate, invest in the nation with the higher nominal interest rate, and profit from the interest rate differential. Do you see any potential problems with this idea? Explain. Go to CEngageBrain.com to purchase access to the proven, critical study guide to accompany this text, which features additional notes and context, practice tests, and much more. 683. A macroeconomic theory of the open economy. For the past 3 decades, the United States has persistently imported more goods and services than it has exported. That is, U.S. net exports have been negative. While economists debate whether these trade deficits are a problem for the U.S. economy, the nation's business community often has a strong opinion. Many business leaders claim that the trade deficits reflect unfair competition. Foreign firms are allowed to sell their products in U.S. markets, they contend, while foreign governments impede U.S. firms from selling U.S. products abroad. Imagine that you are the president and you want to end these trade deficits. What should you do? Should you try to limit imports, perhaps by imposing a quota on textiles from China or cars from Japan? Or should you try to influence the nation's trade deficit in some other way? To understand the factors that determine a country's trade balance and how government policies can affect it, we need a macroeconomic theory that explains how an open economy works. The preceding chapter introduced some of the key macroeconomic variables that describe an economy's relationship with other economies, including net exports, net capital outflow, and the real and nominal exchange rates. This chapter develops a model that identifies the forces that determine these variables and shows how these variables are related to one another. To develop this macroeconomic model of an open economy, we build on our previous analysis in 2 ways. First, the model takes the economy's GDP as given. We assume that the economy's output of goods and services, as measured by real GDP, is determined by the supplies of the factors of production and by the available production technology that turns these inputs into output. Second, the model takes the economy's price level as given. We assume that the price level adjusts to bring the supply and demand for money into balance. In other words, this chapter takes as a starting point the lessons learned in previous chapters about the determination of the economy's output and price level. The goal of the model in this chapter is to highlight the forces that determine the economy's trade balance and exchange rate. In one sense, the model is simple, it applies the tools of supply and demand to an open economy. Yet the model is also more complicated than others we have seen because it involves looking simultaneously at 2 related markets, the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange. After we develop this model of the open economy, we use it to examine how various events and policies affect the economy's trade balance and exchange rate. We will then be able to determine the government policies that are most likely to reverse the trade deficits that the U.S. economy has experienced over the past 3 decades. 32-to-1 supply and demand for loanable funds and for foreign currency exchange. To understand the forces at work in an open economy, we focus on supply and demand in 2 markets. The first is the market for loanable funds, which coordinates the economy's saving, investment, and flow of loanable funds abroad. The second is the market for foreign currency exchange, which coordinates people who want to exchange the domestic currency for the currency of other countries. In this section, we discuss supply and demand in each of these markets. In the next section, we put these markets together to explain the overall equilibrium for an open economy. 32-1 of the market for loanable funds. When we first analyzed the role of the financial system in Chapter 26, we made the simplifying assumption that the financial system consists of only one market, called the market for loanable funds. All savers go to this market to deposit their saving, and all borrowers go to this market to get their loans. In this market, there is one interest rate, which is both the return to saving and the cost of borrowing. To understand the market for loanable funds in an open economy, the place to start is the identity discussed in the preceding chapter, S equals I plus NCO. Whenever a nation saves $1 of its income, it can use that dollar to finance the purchase of domestic capital or to finance the purchase of an asset abroad. The 2 sides of this identity represent the 2 sides of the market for loanable funds. The supply of loanable funds comes from national saving, and the demand for loanable funds comes from domestic investment and net capital outflow. Loanable funds should be interpreted as the domestically generated flow of resources available for capital accumulation. The purchase of a capital asset adds to the demand for loanable funds, regardless of whether that asset is located at home or abroad. Because net capital outflow can be either positive or negative, it can either add to or subtract from the demand for loanable funds that arises from domestic investment. When NCO 0, the country is experiencing a net outflow of capital, the net purchase of capital overseas adds to the demand for domestically generated loanable funds. When NCO 0, the country is experiencing a net inflow of capital, the capital resources coming from abroad reduce the demand for domestically generated loanable funds. As we learned in our earlier discussion of the market for loanable funds, the quantity of loanable funds supplied and the quantity of loanable funds demanded depend on the real interest rate. A higher real interest rate encourages people to save and, therefore, raises the quantity of loanable funds supplied. A higher interest rate also makes borrowing to finance capital projects more costly, thus, it discourages investment and reduces the quantity of loanable funds demanded. In addition to influencing national saving and domestic investment, the real interest rate in a country affects that country's net capital outflow. To see why, consider two mutual funds, one in the United States and one in Germany, deciding whether to buy a US government bond or a German government bond. Each mutual fund manager would make this decision in part by comparing the real interest rates in the United States and Germany. When the US real interest rate rises, the US bond becomes more attractive to both mutual funds. Thus, an increase in the US real interest rate discourages Americans from buying foreign assets and encourages foreigners to buy US assets. For both reasons, a high US real interest rate reduces US net capital outflow. We illustrate the market for loanable funds on the familiar supply and demand diagram in Figure 1. As in our earlier analysis of the financial system, the supply curve slopes upward because a higher interest rate increases the quantity of loanable funds supplied, and the demand curve slopes downward because a higher interest rate decreases the quantity of loanable funds demanded. Unlike the situation in our previous discussion, however, the demand side of the market now represents both domestic investment and net capital outflow. That is, in an open economy, the demand for loanable funds comes not only from those who want loanable funds to buy domestic capital goods but also from those who want loanable funds to buy foreign assets. The interest rate adjusts to bring the supply and demand for loanable funds into balance. If the interest rate were below the equilibrium level, the quantity of 686 loanable funds supplied would be less than the quantity demanded. The resulting shortage of loanable funds would push the interest rate upward. Conversely, if the interest rate were above the equilibrium level, the quantity of loanable funds supplied would exceed the quantity demanded. The surplus of loanable funds would drive the interest rate downward. At the equilibrium interest rate, the supply of loanable funds exactly balances the demand. That is, at the equilibrium interest rate, the amount that people want to save exactly balances the desired quantities of domestic investment and net capital outflow. 32-1b The market for foreign currency exchange. The second market in our model of the open economy is the market for foreign currency exchange. Participants in this market trade US dollars in exchange for foreign currencies. To understand the market for foreign currency exchange, we begin with another identity from the last chapter: NCO equals NX, net capital outflow equals net exports. This identity states that the imbalance between the purchase and sale of capital assets abroad equals the imbalance between exports and imports of goods and services. For example, when the US economy is running a trade surplus, foreigners are buying more US goods and services than Americans are buying foreign goods and services. What are Americans doing with the foreign currency they are getting from this net sale of goods and services abroad? They must be buying foreign assets, so US capital is flowing abroad. Conversely, if the United States is running a trade deficit, Americans are spending more on foreign goods and services than they are earning from selling abroad. Some of this spending must be financed by selling American assets abroad, so foreign capital is flowing into the United States. Our model of the open economy treats the two sides of this identity as representing the two sides of the market for foreign currency exchange. Net capital outflow represents the quantity of dollars supplied for the purpose of buying foreign assets. For example, when a U.S. mutual fund wants to buy a Japanese government bond, it needs to change dollars into yen, so it supplies dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. Net exports represent the quantity of dollars demanded for the purpose of buying U.S. net exports of goods and services. For example, when a Japanese airline wants to buy a plane made by Boeing, it needs to change its yen into dollars, so it demands dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. What price balances the supply and demand in the market for foreign currency exchange? The answer is the real exchange rate. As we saw in the preceding chapter, the real exchange rate is the relative price of domestic and foreign goods and, therefore, is a key determinant of net exports. When the U.S. real exchange rate appreciates, U.S. goods become more expensive relative to foreign goods, making U.S. goods less attractive to consumers both at home and abroad. As a result, exports from the United States fall, and imports into the United States rise. For both reasons, net exports fall. Hence, an appreciation of the real exchange rate reduces the quantity of dollars demanded in the market for foreign currency exchange. Figure 2 shows supply and demand in the market for foreign currency exchange. The demand curve slopes downward for the reason we just discussed. A higher real exchange rate makes U.S. goods more expensive and reduces the quantity of dollars demanded to buy those goods. The supply curve is vertical because the quantity of dollars supplied for net capital outflow does not depend on the real exchange rate. It might seem strange at first that net capital outflow does not depend on the exchange rate. After all, a higher exchange value of the US dollar not only makes foreign goods less expensive for American buyers but also makes foreign assets less expensive. One might guess that this would make foreign assets more attractive. But remember that an American investor will eventually want to turn the foreign asset, as well as any profits earned on it, back into dollars. For example, a high value of the dollar makes it less expensive for an American to buy stock in a Japanese company, but when that stock pays dividends, those will be in yen. As these yen are exchanged for dollars, the high value of the dollar means that the dividend will buy fewer dollars. Thus, changes in the exchange rate influence both the cost of buying foreign assets and the benefit of owning them, and these two effects offset each other. For these reasons, our model of the open economy posits that net capital outflow does not depend on the real exchange rate, as represented by the vertical supply curve in Figure 2. The real exchange rate moves to ensure equilibrium in this market. That is, it adjusts to balance the supply and demand for dollars just as the price of any good adjusts to balance supply and demand for that good. If the real exchange rate were below the equilibrium level, the quantity of dollars supplied would be purchasing power parity as a special case. An alert reader of this book might ask, why are we developing a theory of the exchange rate here? Didn't we already do that in the preceding chapter? As you may recall, the preceding chapter developed a theory of the exchange rate called purchasing power parity. This theory asserts that a dollar must buy the same quantity of goods and services in every country. As a result, the real exchange rate is fixed, and all changes in the nominal exchange rate between two currencies reflect changes in the price levels in the two countries. The model of the exchange rate developed here is related to the theory of purchasing power parity. According to the theory of purchasing power parity, international trade responds quickly to international price differences. If goods were cheaper in one country than in another, they would be exported from the first country and imported into the second until the price difference disappeared. In other words, the theory of purchasing power parity assumes that net exports are highly responsive to small changes in the real exchange rate. If net exports were in fact so responsive, the demand curve in Figure 2 would be horizontal. Thus, the theory of purchasing power parity can be viewed as a special case of the model considered here. In that special case, the demand curve for foreign currency exchange, rather than being downward sloping, is horizontal at the level of the real exchange rate that ensures parity of purchasing power at home and abroad. While this special case is a good place to start when studying exchange rates, it is far from the end of the story. In practice, foreign and domestic goods are not always perfect substitutes, and there are costs that impede trade. This chapter, therefore, concentrates on the more realistic case in which the demand curve for foreign currency exchange is downward sloping. This allows for the possibility that the real exchange rate changes over time, as in fact it often does in the real world. FYI. Less than the quantity demanded. The resulting shortage of dollars would push the value of the dollar upward. Conversely, if the real exchange rate were above the equilibrium level, the quantity of dollars supplied would exceed the quantity demanded. The surplus of dollars would drive the value of the dollar downward. At the equilibrium real exchange rate, the demand for dollars by foreigners arising from the U.S. net exports of goods and services exactly balances the supply of dollars from Americans arising from U.S. net capital outflow. Quick quiz: describe the sources of supply and demand in the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange. 32:2 Equilibrium in the open economy. So far, we have discussed supply and demand in two markets, the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange. Let's now consider how these markets are related to each other. 32-2 A net capital outflow, the link between the two markets. We begin by recapping what we've learned so far in this chapter. We have been discussing how the economy coordinates four important macroeconomic variables: national saving, domestic investment, net capital outflow, and net exports. Keep in mind the following identities. S equals I plus NCO. And NCO equals NX. In the market for loanable funds, supply comes from national saving, demand comes from domestic investment and net capital outflow, and the real interest rate balances supply and demand. In the market for foreign currency exchange, supply comes from net capital outflow, demand comes from net exports, and the real exchange rate balances supply and demand. Net capital outflow is the variable that links these two markets. In the market for loanable funds, net capital outflow is a piece of demand. An American who wants to buy an asset abroad must finance this purchase by obtaining resources in the U.S. market for loanable funds. In the market for foreign currency exchange, net capital outflow is the source of supply. An American who wants to buy an asset in another country must supply dollars to exchange them for the currency of that country. The key determinant of net capital outflow, as we have discussed, is the real interest rate. When the U.S. interest rate is high, owning U.S. assets is more attractive, and U.S. net capital outflow is low. Figure 3 shows this negative relationship between the interest rate and net capital outflow. This net capital outflow curve is the link between the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange. 690. 32-2b Simultaneous equilibrium in two markets. We can now put all the pieces of our model together in Figure 4. This figure shows how the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange jointly determine the important macroeconomic variables of an open economy. Panel of the figure shows the market for loanable funds. As before, national saving is the source of the supply of loanable funds. Domestic investment and net capital outflow are the source of the demand for loanable funds. The equilibrium real interest rate brings the quantity of loanable funds supplied and the quantity of loanable funds demanded into balance. Panel of the figure shows net capital outflow. It shows how the interest rate from panel determines net capital outflow. A higher interest rate at home makes domestic assets more attractive, and this in turn reduces net capital outflow. Therefore, the net capital outflow curve in panel slopes downward. Panel of the figure shows the market for foreign currency exchange. Because foreign assets must be purchased with foreign currency, the quantity of net capital outflow from panel determines the supply of dollars to be exchanged into foreign currencies. The real exchange rate does not affect net capital outflow, so the supply curve is vertical. The demand for dollars comes from net exports. Because a depreciation of the real exchange rate increases net exports, the demand curve for foreign currency exchange slopes downward. The equilibrium real exchange rate brings into balance the quantity of dollars supplied and the quantity of dollars demanded in the market for foreign currency exchange. The two markets shown in Figure 4 determine two relative prices, the real interest rate and the real exchange rate. The real interest rate determined in panel is the price of goods and services in the present relative to goods and services in the future. The real exchange rate determined in panel is the price of domestic goods and services relative to foreign goods and services. These two relative prices adjust simultaneously to balance supply and demand in these two markets. As they do so, they determine national saving, domestic investment, net capital outflow, and net exports. In a moment, we will use this model to see how all these variables change when some policy or event causes one of these curves to shift. Figure 4. In panel, the supply and demand for loanable funds determine the real interest rate. In panel, the interest rate determines net capital outflow, which provides the supply of dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. In panel, the supply and demand for dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange determine the real exchange rate. The real equilibrium in an open economy. The market for loanable funds net capital out. Having developed a model to explain how key macroeconomic variables are determined in an open economy, we can now use the model to analyze how changes in policy and other events alter the economy's equilibrium. As we proceed, keep in mind that our model is just supply and demand in two markets, the market for loanable funds and the market for foreign currency exchange. When using the model to analyze any event, we can apply the three steps outlined in Chapter 4. First, we determine which of the supply and demand curves the event affects. Second, we determine which way the curves shift. Third, we use the supply and demand diagrams to examine how these shifts alter the economy's equilibrium. 32-3 A government budget deficits. When we first discussed the supply and demand for loanable funds earlier in the book, we examined the effects of government budget deficits, which occur when government spending exceeds government revenue. Because a government budget deficit represents negative public saving, it reduces national saving. Thus, a government budget deficit reduces the supply of loanable funds, drives up the interest rate, and crowds out investment. Now let's consider the effects of a budget deficit in an open economy. First, which curve in our model shifts? As in a closed economy, the initial impact of the budget deficit is on national saving and, therefore, on the supply curve for loanable funds. Second, which way does this supply curve shift? Again, as in a closed economy, a budget deficit represents negative public saving, so it reduces national. Disentangling supply and demand. Suppose the owner of an apple orchard decides to consume some of his own apples. Does this decision represent an increase in the demand for apples or a decrease in the supply? Either answer is defensible, and as long as we are careful in our subsequent analysis, nothing important will hinge on which answer we choose. Sometimes how we divide things between supply and demand is a bit arbitrary. In the macroeconomic model of the open economy developed in this chapter, the division of transactions between supply and demand is also a bit arbitrary. This is true both in the market for loanable funds and in the market for foreign currency exchange. Consider first the market for loanable funds. The model treats the net capital outflow as part of the demand for loanable funds. Yet instead of writing S equals I plus NCO, we could just as easily have written S NCO equals I. When the equation is rewritten in this way, a capital outflow looks like a reduction in the supply of loanable funds. Either way would have worked. The first interpretation emphasizes loanable funds generated domestically whether used at home or abroad. The second interpretation emphasizes loanable funds available for domestic investment whether generated at home or abroad. The difference is more semantic than substantive. Similarly, consider the market for foreign currency exchange. In our model, net exports are the source of the demand for dollars, and net capital outflow is the source of the supply. Thus, when a U.S. resident imports a car made in Japan, Our model treats that transaction as a decrease in the quantity of dollars demanded rather than an increase in the quantity of dollars supplied. Similarly, when a Japanese citizen buys a U.S. government bond, our model treats that transaction as a decrease in the quantity of dollars supplied rather than an increase in the quantity of dollars demanded. This definition of terms may seem somewhat unnatural at first, but it will prove useful when analyzing the effects of various policies. FYI. 32-3 How policies and events affect an open economy. 693. Saving and shifts the supply curve for loanable funds to the left. This is shown as the shift from S1 to S2 in panel of figure 5. Our third and final step is to compare the old and new equilibria. Panel shows the impact of a U.S. budget deficit on the U.S. market for loanable funds. With fewer funds available for borrowers in U.S. financial markets, the interest rate rises from R1 to R2 to balance supply and demand. Faced with a higher interest rate, borrowers in the market for loanable funds choose to borrow less. This change is represented in the figure as the movement from point A to point B along the demand curve for loanable funds. In particular, households and firms reduce their purchases of capital goods. As in a closed economy, budget deficits crowd out domestic investment. In an open economy, however, the reduced supply of loanable funds has additional effects. Panel shows that the increase in the interest rate from R1 to R2 reduces net capital outflow. Because saving kept at home now earns higher rates of return, investing abroad is less attractive, and domestic residents buy fewer foreign assets. Higher interest rates also attract foreign investors, who want to earn the higher returns on U.S. assets. Thus, when budget deficits raise interest rates, both domestic and foreign behavior cause U.S. net capital outflow to fall. Panel shows how budget deficits affect the market for foreign currency exchange. Because net capital outflow is reduced, Americans need less foreign currency to buy foreign assets and, therefore, supply fewer dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. The supply curve for dollars shifts leftward from S1 to S2. The reduced supply of dollars causes the real exchange rate to appreciate from E1 to E2. That is, the dollar becomes more valuable compared to foreign currencies. This appreciation, in turn, makes U.S. goods more expensive compared to foreign goods. Because people both in the United States and abroad switch their purchases away from the more expensive U.S. goods, exports from the United States fall, and imports into the United States rise. For both reasons, U.S. net exports fall. Hence, in an open economy, government budget deficits raise real interest rates, crowd out domestic investment, cause the currency to appreciate, and push the trade balance toward deficit. An important example of this lesson occurred in the United States in the 1980s. Shortly after Ronald Reagan was elected president in 1980, the fiscal policy of the U.S. federal government changed dramatically. The president and Congress enacted large cuts in taxes, but they did not cut government spending by nearly as much. The result was a large budget deficit. Our model of the open economy predicts that such a policy should have led to a trade deficit, and in fact it did, as we saw in a case study in the preceding chapter. Because the budget deficit and trade deficit during this period were so closely related in both theory and practice, they were nicknamed the twin deficits. We should not, however, view these twins as identical, for many factors beyond fiscal policy can influence the trade deficit. 32-3b Trade Policy. A trade policy is a government policy that directly influences the quantity of goods and services that a country imports or exports. Trade policy takes various forms, usually with the purpose of supporting a particular domestic industry. One common trade policy is a tariff, a tax on imported goods. Another is an import quota, a limit on the quantity of a good produced abroad that can be sold domestically. Trade policies are common throughout the world, although sometimes they are disguised. For example, the U.S. government has sometimes pressured Japanese automakers to reduce the number of cars they sell in the United States. These so-called voluntary export restrictions are not really voluntary and, in essence, are a form of import quota. Let's consider the macroeconomic impact of trade policy. Suppose that the US auto industry, concerned about competition from Japanese automakers, convinces the US government to impose a quota on the number of cars that can be imported from Japan. In making their case, lobbyists for the auto industry assert that the trade restriction would shrink the size of the US trade deficit. Are they right? Our model, as illustrated in Figure 6, offers an answer. The first step in analyzing the trade policy is to determine which curve shifts. The initial impact of the import restriction is, not surprisingly, on imports. Because net exports equal exports minus imports, the policy also affects net exports. And because net exports are the source of demand for dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange, the policy affects the demand curve in this market. The second step is to determine which way this demand curve shifts. Because the quota restricts the number of Japanese cars sold in the United States, it reduces imports at any given real exchange rate. Net exports, which equal exports minus imports, will therefore rise for any given real exchange rate. Because foreigners need dollars to buy US net exports, there is an increased demand for dollars in the market for foreign currency exchange. This increase in the demand for dollars is shown in panel of Figure 6 as the shift from D1 to D2. The third step is to compare the old and new equilibria. As we can see in panel, the increase in the demand for dollars causes the real exchange rate to appreciate from E1 to E2. Because nothing has happened in the market for loanable funds in panel, there is no change in the real interest rate. Because there is no change in the real interest rate, there is also no change in net capital outflow, shown in panel. And because there is no change in net capital outflow, there can be no change in net exports, even though the import quota has reduced imports. It might seem puzzling that net exports stay the same while imports fall. This puzzle is resolved by noting the change in the real exchange rate. When the dollar appreciates in value in the market for foreign currency exchange, domestic goods become more expensive relative to foreign goods. This appreciation